Introduction asterisk. Heavenly Dragon Veins? Devouring Sky Martial Veins? Exotic Martial Veins? I possess them all. Alchemy, forging, inscription, formations, talismans, puppetry. I am proficient in them all. I am omnipotent. I am invincible. I am of the Dragon Clan, and all shall submit to me for eternity. Chapter 1. Azure Dragon Clan, Long Qingchen. In this world, there exist 99 types of dragon clans, among which 49 are located within the ancient dragon domain, revered as the origin of all dragon clans. Azure Dragon Valley, the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon Clan. At this moment, dawn breaks and the world awakens. In the open ground, over 100 Azure dragons coil, exhaling the spirit of heaven and earth, a magnificent sight to behold. Adult Azure dragons can exceed 100 feet in length. The young Azure dragons present here measure only a dozen to 20 feet. Has Brother Chun not come for morning practice again? In the past, Brother Chun was the most diligent, always the first to arrive for morning practice. Ever since he got engaged to Sister Xian 2 years ago, he has been skipping practice every few days. I bet he's lingering with Sister Xian this early morning. Sister Xian is a prodigious dragon maiden of the Golden Dragon Clan. If I had such a talented and beautiful fiancée, I'd skip morning practice too. Heh. Do you even think you can compare with Brother Chun? Take a look at yourself. Brother Chun is the foremost genius among our young Azure dragons, having awakened the heavenly dragon veins. Only he deserves Sister Xian. No one else can compare. The youthful Azure dragons, brimming with vitality and budding emotions, chatter animatedly about love, erupting into laughter. Silence. It's time for morning practice. No noise is permitted. A single-horned Azure dragon cast a stern glance at them. Aside from his dragon eyes, a vertical eye beneath the horn hinted at impending awakening, radiating a mesmerizing light. 3 months ago, Brother Chun reached the 9th tier of the Valiant Dragon Realm, surpassing the morning practice standard and setting an example for us. How dare you casually discuss him? This single-horned, vertical-eyed Azure dragon, stretching 20 feet long, stood out among the young Azure dragons, commanding great respect. The others fell silent, ceasing their chatter. 100 miles away, beneath the ancient forest, flowers bloom in riotous colors. A remarkably majestic Azure dragon and a shimmering golden dragon face each other, coiled together. Sister Xian, let us begin. Long Qingchen took a deep breath, adjusting himself to the best state, readying for the task. Long Jin Xuan'er's pale, golden dragon eyes glimmered with regret. Over the past 2 years, Brother Chun has aided my cultivation, exhausting much of his Azure dragon strength. Otherwise, with your heavenly dragon veins, you would have surely reached the profound dragon realm by now. Long Qingchen gazed at her earnestly. Sister Xian, you are my fiancée. This is my duty. The cultivation levels of the Dragon Clan are classified into 7 realms. Valiant Dragon, Profound Dragon, Blood Dragon, Frenzied Dragon, Battle Dragon, Illusory Dragon, and True Dragon. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. In summary, 7 major realms, 9 minor tiers. The Golden Dragon's strength is unmatched, but it is easy to injure one's dragon body during cultivation. Conversely, the Azure Dragon's strength excels in recovery, which is why he frequently uses his Azure Dragon strength to assist Sister Xian in her training. With his support, Sister Xian, at the tender age of 18, has already reached the 9th tier of the Profound Dragon Realm, merely a step away from the Blood Dragon Realm. However, due to the excessive consumption of Azure Dragon strength, his own progress has been slow, only managing to reach the 9th tier of the Valiant Dragon Realm by the age of 16. Nonetheless, he believes he will eventually catch up, so he is not anxious. Brother Chun is the best. Long Jin Xuan'er smiled radiantly, like a blooming peony, rendering the vibrant mountain flowers dull in comparison. Once I reach the Blood Dragon Realm and can control my Golden Dragon strength without harming myself, you won't have to work so hard anymore. Hearing this, Long Qingchen felt warmth in his heart, slightly parting his lips as an Azure Dragon Pearl gently floated out, hovering in the air. Long Jin Xuan'er also released a Dragon Pearl, her shimmering in golden hues, akin to molten gold, though marred by slight cracks. Buzz! The Azure Dragon Pearl trembled, emanating wisps of Azure Dragon strength, which extended towards the Golden Dragon Pearl, gradually mending its cracks. This process lasted for about half an hour. Eventually, the cracks on the Golden Dragon Pearl vanished completely, becoming flawless. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Pearl dimmed, losing its luster. Boom! As if a dam had burst, Long Jin Xuan'er's cultivation surged from the 9th tier of the Profound Dragon Realm to the Blood Dragon Realm, her golden dragon body radiating a faint crimson glow, exuding formidable dragon might. Long Qingchen's body glistened with beads of sweat, trembling slightly, utterly exhausted from the excessive consumption of Azure Dragon strength. Yet he felt joy for her, a smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, Sister Xian, on your ascension to the Blood Dragon realm. The Blood Dragon realm. Among the 49 types of dragon clans, how many young dragons achieve the Blood Dragon realm before the age of 20? Huff. Suddenly, Long Jin Xuan'er released her golden dragon strength, sweeping the 2 dragon pearls back. The golden dragon pearl returned to her mouth, and she extended her dragon claw to grasp the Azure Dragon Pearl, her expression flat as she murmured, "What a pity. Pearls of different types cannot be utilized by me." Crack! With a firm grip, her dragon claw shattered the Azure Dragon Pearl. Sister Xianyu. Long Qingchen's body jolted, blood spurting from his mouth as he stared at her in shock. The dragon pearl is the very essence of a dragon's being. To lose one's dragon pearl is to face either death or incapacitation. Why? He roared in rage, unable to comprehend her actions. Because your Azure Dragon strength aids my cultivation, I chose you as my marriage candidate. However, I merely utilized you. How laughable that you believed I genuinely liked you. For my future husband must be a powerful figure. While the Azure Dragon Clan excels in recovery, its offensive capabilities are too weak. You are destined to remain weak. Because I am of the Golden Dragon Clan, the royal lineage among dragons, and the Azure Dragon Clan ranks second to last among the 49 clans, we have never considered the Azure Dragon Clan for alliances. Because, nominally, we are engaged, which tarnishes my reputation. Therefore, you must die. Is that enough? Long Jin Xuan'er slowly rose, transforming into a tall woman, her hair cascading like a golden waterfall, her skin as white as snow, her beauty flawless. Her gaze was indifferent, as if she looked down upon an insect. I do not understand why you have this obsession with my human form. Take a good look, for you may not have another chance. Crack! Long Qingchen slowly clenched his dragon claw, the sharp talons sinking into the wild grass, pulverizing the stones beneath, his heart filled with boundless fury and humiliation. Regardless, you won't live much longer. I won't kill you now. Enjoy your last few hours of life. With no desire to glance back, Long Jin Xuan'er soared into the sky, transforming into a 25-foot-long golden dragon, each scale glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, heading towards the territory of the Golden Dragon Clan. Soon, she became a golden dot, vanishing into the vast sky. Long Qingchen, in a fit of madness, laughed bitterly, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Foolish, ignorant. 2 years of effort, daily infusions of Azure Dragon strength, only to meet such a fate. Upon entering this world, he believed he had gained a clear understanding of its nature after 16 years. Yet, the reality was far more brutal than he had ever imagined. His father had repeatedly admonished him not to place his trust in others too easily, but he had dismissed these warnings as mere background noise, clinging to the naive beliefs of his homeland. Now, he was finally reaping the bitter fruits of his ignorance. This world is unfit for my existence, he pondered, gazing vacantly towards the direction of Qinglong Valley. A mere 100 miles, a distance he would normally traverse in an instant, now felt insurmountable as he struggled to walk, gravely wounded and near death. He called out to the heavens, but there was no response. He cried out to the earth, yet remained unyielding. Despair enveloped him. If I were to die, would it not be too easy for Long Jin Xuan'er? His disordered gaze slowly focused, icy and resolute. I cannot afford to perish. Even if I must crawl, I shall return. I will become her nightmare. With great effort, he propped up his dragon form, transforming into the semblance of a young man clad in blue, handsome yet pallid. Step by painstaking step, he made his way towards Qinglong Valley. Bang! His vision blurred, and he collapsed heavily beside a brook, dragon blood staining the waters crimson. Splash! A swarm of bloodthirsty fish surged forth, battling violently for the precious life force. In the end, only the most formidable of them remained, greedily savoring the dragon's blood. This world is akin to a jungle, where the fittest survive, while the weak are left as mere bones. Long Qingchen stared in shock at the scene, murmuring to himself. He rose and continued his arduous journey. He lost count of the times he fell along the way. Each time he stumbled, he rose again. Progress was slow, yet he never halted. His only conviction was to survive. Chapter 2. From now on, we are strangers. After more than 7 hours, Long Qingchen finally returned to Qinglong Valley. Were he another dragon of the clan, The loss of his dragon pearl would have rendered him incapable of enduring even an hour. It was the resilience of the Qinglong clan that allowed him to persist until now. As darkness enveloped the sky, he could faintly see the glow of a campfire, where a group of youths gathered, roasting their catch, the aroma of meat wafting through the air. Dragons typically assume their dragon forms only during training or battle. In daily life, their massive bodies hindered agility, thus they preferred human forms. From a distance, watching the youths by the fire, Long Qingchen felt a flicker of warmth, as if the pain in his dragon body had lessened somewhat. In his previous life, he was an orphan, devoid of kin or connections. In this life, having arrived in this world, he cherished the bonds he had formed. Although he had been treacherously betrayed by Long Jin Xuan'er, he still had companions who felt like siblings. Even if he were to perish, his journey would not have been in vain. "Qingge, why have you returned so late? You can barely walk. Cough, cough. Take care of yourself." The youths chuckled and gathered around him. "Something's amiss." A boy with a vertical eye narrowed his gaze at the bloodstains on Long Qingchen's attire, sensing something was wrong. Chen Ji's dragon pearl is missing. As members of the Qinglong clan, they shared a subtle connection through their dragon pearls. At this moment, he felt none. Qingge has always been our Qinglong clan's greatest prodigy, losing his dragon pearl. At this point, he abruptly ceased speaking, his vertical eye widening in realization. What did this signify? Such a revelation was not trivial. The laughter among the youths gradually faded into silence. The only sound was the crackling of the fire, amplifying the stillness. To lose the dragon pearl means either death or becoming a cripple. It is uncertain whether he can even preserve his life. Wouldn't the title of the greatest prodigy become a jest? He has long held the title of the Qinglong clan's foremost prodigy. Perhaps it is time for him to relinquish it, as if it were fate. After a brief silence, the youths regarded Long Qingchen with a newfound scrutiny, whispering amongst themselves. Long Qingchen, wishing to seek their aid in healing his wounds, felt a chill grow within him as he overheard their words. His gaze drifted over them, and he began to comprehend the underlying truth. Why had these once brotherly companions turned so distant and unfeeling? Had they once shown him humble smiles, only to wish to reclaim their former positions? Or was this their true nature unveiled? Thunder rumbled ominously in the clear night sky, dark clouds swirling, lightning dancing chaotically. On a fine day, sudden rain falls. Perhaps he has committed some grave sin, inciting the wrath of heaven. He is no longer worthy of being called our Qinglong clan's greatest prodigy. From now on, Zhe shall be the true prodigy. At noon, Zhe Ji's cultivation reached the first level of the Xianlong realm. Even if Qingge had not lost his dragon pearl, he would still not be Zhe Ji's match. The title of the greatest prodigy belongs to Zhe, rightfully so. The youths glanced between the night sky and Long Qingchen, ultimately fixating their fervent gazes upon the vertical-eyed boy. The boy with the vertical eye cast a casual glance at Long Qingchen. What is this talk of first and second prodigies? To me, they are mere titles. I only believe in the supremacy of strength. Hearing this, the youths looked upon him with greater admiration. What defines a true strongman? Zhe is the embodiment of strength. Such immense power, coupled with humility. Boom! An overwhelming force from the heavens surged into Long Qingchen's being, threatening to shatter his very soul, nearly reducing it to ash. Clenching his teeth, a terrifying thought emerged within him, recalling tales his father had once mentioned of an unparalleled being capable of seizing bodies. It was said that upon the demise of such a being, they could reincarnate by taking over another's body, and the injured form of a prodigy was the most susceptible target for such an entity. Heavenly Dragon Vein? This vessel is quite suitable, indeed. Abandon your resistance and accept my dominion. I shall avenge your grievances. This overwhelming will exuded an undeniable, sovereign dragon might. Begone! Long Qingchen roared, fiercely defending his corporeal form. You have lost your dragon pearl. Even if you manage to cling to life, you have already become a failure. Henceforth, you are destined to live a life of mediocrity and humiliation. Since this is your fate, why not let me take your place? I am the ancient 9 reversal dragon emperor. After seizing your body, I shall reign supreme, never bringing shame upon your form. Long Qingchen bellowed, I am who I am. No one can replace me. You have yet to reach the Xianlong realm, yet your will is quite resolute. The foreign will express a hint of surprise, though it was merely fleeting, quickly replaced by a cold chuckle. To better adapt to my new identity, I intend to acquire your memories and integrate them into my being. Since you are so obstinate, there is no need to preserve them. After all, your memories hold little value. Annihilate. Just as Long Qingchen believed he was on the verge of annihilation, the overwhelming will emitted a piercing scream. Devouring Heaven. Martial vein. You belong to that terrifying family. Countless millennia of cultivation, destroyed in an instant. I refuse to accept this. The wailing ceased abruptly, plunging the surroundings into silence. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of memories spanning billions of years surged forth. In the Primordial era, eons ago, the atmosphere was rich in spiritual energy, abundant in cultivation resources, with prodigies emerging in droves, sects flourishing, and myriad races vying for supremacy. A veritable golden age of cultivation that a young dragon, through diligent practice and relentless effort, rose from obscurity, vanquishing 99 young dragons of various clans and ultimately claiming the title of the foremost genius among the dragon race. This young dragon surged forth like a comet, traversing the world, defeating formidable warriors from myriad races, and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, earning the illustrious title of the Nine Reversal Dragon Emperor. Upon attaining the realm of the Dragon Emperor, the Nine Reversal Dragon Emperor was not content. He devoted himself to the meticulous study of alchemy, weapon forging, formations, puppetry, talismans, and all auxiliary professions, mastering them to the highest level. In a bold defiance of the heavenly path, the Nine Reversal Dragon Emperor sought to challenge the divine order, aspiring to become the unparalleled champion of the ages. However, his physical form was obliterated by the heavenly will, compelling him to seize a new body and be reborn. As he integrated this vast reservoir of memories, the agonizing pain gradually subsided. Dragon Qingchen, drenched in sweat, as if emerging from water, felt an overwhelming joy swell within him, trembling with excitement. What weight does the memory of a supreme powerhouse spanning countless millennia hold? The heavens do not forsake me, unable to suppress a wild cry to the sky. For within this memory lies the method of rebirth through the Dragon Pearl. Has he lost his mind? Is this not the Chenggu we once idolized, now reduced to a wretched creature? To fall from the title of the greatest genius to that of a waste. Such a sensation must be unbearable. To lose the Dragon Pearl is to lose everything. Who could withstand such a blow? The young men and women gazed at the seemingly deranged Dragon Qingchen with pity. With great difficulty, Dragon Qingchen rose and made his way toward the cave. As he passed by them, he suddenly halted. From this day forth, we are as strangers. With indifference, he tore a piece from his sleeve and tossed it at their feet. Severing ties and breaking loyalty, having been betrayed by Long Qingchen Xuan'er, with his cultivation utterly destroyed, he saw through their true natures and the essence of this world. Perhaps this revelation was not such a misfortune after all. Chapter 3. A Call to Brother, a Lifetime of Brotherhood. Upon returning to the cave, Long Qingchen settled into a meditative posture, intending to employ the secret art of the Nine Reversed Dragon Emperor to reunite the Dragon Pearls. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a plump youth, clad in a voluminous robe that barely covered his round physique, creating a rather comical sight. Long Qingchen recognized the boy immediately. He was Long Qingtiger, one among the 100 companions he once had, known for his penchant for hunting robust wild boars. He had earned the affectionate nicknames Pig Lover and Dragon-Eating Pig. Brother Chun, the youth said cautiously, scrutinizing Long Qingchen's indifferent demeanor. Long Qingtiger then produced a blood-congealing pill, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, from his crumpled robe pocket. This blood-congealing pill was left to me by my father for self-defense. I noticed you've lost quite a bit of blood, so I brought it for you. It may aid your injuries. Observing the pill in Long Qingtiger's pudgy hand, Long Qingchen did not accept it, responding coldly, I have lost the Dragon Pearl and have now fallen to the status of a wretch. Do I still deserve to be called your brother Chen? Long Qingtiger's expression turned serious. No matter how you change, you will always be my brother Chen. Long Qingchen fell silent, feeling a flicker of warmth within. It is only in times of despair, whether among humans or dragons, that one can truly discern who their genuine friends are. I shall accept this blood-congealing pill. For that heartfelt call of Brother Chun, you are indeed my brother for life. He finally took the pill and placed it into his robe pocket. Very well, brothers for life. Long Qingtiger proclaimed in a low voice, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. No matter what others think, in my heart, Brother Chen will always be the most respected. Ah, what a declaration of brotherhood. It makes my teeth ache with emotion. Came a sharp female voice from outside the cave. A striking young lady in white and a well-built youth with starry eyes and a sword-like brow strode in swiftly. The muscular youth chuckled with glee. My teeth ache too. What are you two plotting, Long Qingmu and Long Qingwe? Long Qing Tiger glared at the intruders. Long Qingmu surveyed the cave, examining its surroundings. This cave is the finest in Qinglong Valley. Is it not a waste to house a wretch here? Long Qingwe's beautiful eyes shimmered with avarice. This cave is infused with more spiritual energy than others, allowing for a significantly accelerated cultivation pace. A worthless being does not deserve to reside here. Have you forgotten? Long Qingwe, 5 years ago, during a hunting expedition, was bitten by a demonic patterned leopard and nearly lost her life. Who was it that drove the beast away and rescued you? Who sacrificed their own dragon blood to save you? It was Brother Chun. At that time, when our powers were feeble and the others feared the leopard, it was Brother Chun who bravely fought it off, sustaining 2 bites in the process. Even now, the scars still mark his back. And you, Long Qingmu, who came to your aid when you were bullied and beaten by the Fire Dragon Clan's Dragon Fire Pool. It was Brother Chun. At that time, the strength of the Dragon Fire Pool surpassed that of Brother Chun. It was Brother Chin's reckless bravery in combat that drove him away, leaving him battered and bruised, taking 3 months to recover. Have you all forgotten this? We hold Brother Chun in high esteem, not because of his status as the chieftain's son, nor due to his innate talent or strength, but because he has cared for us since childhood, shielding us from storms and adversity. Long Qinghu nearly shouted these words, his eyes wide with fury, hot tears streaming down his chubby face. Stop talking, Long Qingchen said, taking a deep breath as he slowly rose to wipe away his tears. It is not worth shedding tears for 2 ungrateful wolves. I am not crying. Merely the wind has swept sand into my eyes. Long Qinghu raised his arm to hastily wipe away the tears. Did I plead for his rescue? Long Qingwe sneered. No, it was his own meddling. Long Qingmu spoke in a calm tone. He is kind to us, but only to win our favor, to eventually take control of the Qinglong clan, to become the next chieftain. You are so foolish, perhaps from eating too much pig, to still cling to his bestowed kindness. You shameless wretches. Long Qinghu trembled with rage. Even if you disregard Brother Chen's kindness, do you not hold the chieftain in any regard? When the chieftain returns and learns how you treat Brother Chun, he will undoubtedly condemn you to the Dragon Execution Platform. The mere mention of the Dragon Execution Platform made both Long Qingmu and Long Qingwe shudder, their faces paling. Long Qingmu quickly regained his composure. Stop trying to intimidate us with the Dragon Execution Platform. According to our clan's laws, only those who betray the Dragon Clan and commit heinous acts are sent there. Even the chieftain does not have the authority to invoke it lightly. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyue's pallor returned to normal. The chieftain is currently engaged in battle with the formidable members of the dragon-slaying families. These foes do not take lightly to the Dragon Clan, and those dragons who join the fray face near certain death, with few returning alive. If you desire this cave, it is not impossible. Defeat me. Long Qingchen's gaze was sharp as he advanced slowly. His reputation as the foremost genius of the Qinglong clan was not without merit. It was forged through sheer strength, causing Long Qingmu and Long Qingwe to instinctively step back in shock. Realizing this, Long Qingwe, humiliated and enraged, retorted, a useless waste. Does he truly believe himself to be the greatest genius? If you are wise, vacate this cave at once to avoid embarrassment. Long Qingmu, indignant, pointed toward the entrance of the cave. Will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out? You have 3 breaths of time to leave immediately, otherwise, you shall face death. Long Qingchen's expression remained cold as he raised 3 fingers. 1. He began to count, his voice calm, yet sounding like a death knell. Long Qingwe shuddered, her gaze fixed on him with uncertainty. You have lost your dragon pearl, your dragon vein has collapsed, and your cultivation has been utterly wasted. Who are you trying to intimidate? Count to 3, or even to 100. What can you possibly do? With each count, Long Qingchen let a finger drop. His steadfast nature was known for its integrity. He was a man of his word. Though he lacked a formidable aura, an invisible pressure emanated from him, causing Long Qingyue's complexion to turn pale as she hesitated. Sister, let us return in a couple of days. Although he has lost the dragon pearl, his cultivation may not be entirely depleted. Once it is completely gone, we shall see if he dares to act so arrogantly. Long Qingmu felt beads of sweat form on his forehead and could not help but swallow hard. Reluctantly, he cast a final glance at Long Qingchen and pulled Long Qingwe away in a hurried retreat. With a cough of blood escaping his lips and darkness closing in, Long Qingchen nearly collapsed. Chenggu, Long Qinghu exclaimed, quickly supporting him, puzzled. Has Chun Ji's cultivation truly vanished? Is he merely trying to frighten them? Fortunately, His usual imposing presence remains, keeping them at bay. Chapter 4. The Azure Dragon Pearl Reborn from the Flames. Long Qingchen settled into a meditative posture. You guard the cave, ensuring no one intrudes. Unless they step over my corpse, I shall not permit anyone to enter. Long Qinghu thumped his robust chest, his gaze resolutely assuring. Long Qingchen shook his head. If anyone attempts to breach, simply delay for a moment. There is no need to fight desperately. Long Qinghu clenched his fists and strode towards the cave entrance, resembling a bulwark of flesh. From his pocket, Long Qingchen retrieved the blood coagulation pill given by Long Qinghu, hesitating briefly before ultimately returning it to his pocket. Betrayed by Huang Jin Xuan'er, he had come to recognize the true nature of his companions in his moment of despair, leading him to lose all trust in the world, believing only in himself. Muttering softly, he drew out the blood coagulation pill bestowed by his father and consumed it. The pill could only serve to staunch the bleeding and alleviate his injuries, offering little substantial aid. Reuniting the Azure Dragon Pearl would depend on the techniques of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor. He instructed Long Qinghu to guard the cave's entrance to prevent any disturbances for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wished to keep the secret of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor concealed. In a state of insufficient strength for self-preservation, should anyone learn of his potent techniques, it would spell disaster. Secondly, he did not want Long Qinghu to witness him taking another blood coagulation pill, lest the boy develop doubts. This foolish lad, with his single-mindedness, might struggle to comprehend. For now, Long Qinghu was deserving of his trust. As for the future, it would depend on Long Qinghu's performance. Should he prove himself worthy, Long Qingchen would not hesitate to share some of the formidable techniques of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor, endowing this foolish boy with great fortune. With the terrifying prowess of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor, seizing my essence is as easy as child's play. Why then, did I suddenly turn the tables? A tumultuous chaos enveloped my mind as I endeavored to organize the vast memories of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor. From the recollections just before his demise, it became apparent that he had been rebuffed by the Devourer of Heaven's martial veins. The Dragon Clan possesses only the Dragon Vein, while the human clan wields the martial vein. How could I possibly possess such a vein? This notion eludes my understanding. With a slight shake of my head, I chose to cease my contemplation. I sifted through the memories of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor to uncover the method for reassembling the Dragon Pearl. The 9 Reversed Dragon Technique. This art was conceived during the peak of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor's cultivation, integrating the pinnacle techniques of various dragon clans into one, earning its reputation as one of the mightiest techniques in existence. Roar. The trajectory of the 9 Reversed Dragon Technique is exceedingly intricate. Fortunately, armed with the complete memories of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor, I found it not overly daunting. The excruciating pain within me dissipated swiftly, and a colossal surge of warmth coursed through my dragon vein, facilitating its healing. The pace of operation quickened remarkably. Initially, it revolved once per breath, gradually escalating to over 90 revolutions per breath. The yellow tear technique, at its zenith, can achieve a maximum of 10 revolutions per breath, while the Xian tear technique, perfected, can reach 100. A sense of astonishment washed over me. To think that I had merely begun my practice of the 9 Reversed Dragon Technique and had already attained over 90 revolutions. This was nearly equivalent to the limit of a Xian tear technique. What heights could be reached if the 9 Reversed Dragon Technique were cultivated to its utmost potential? With the terrifying prowess of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor, he could achieve 60 million revolutions per breath, and this was without reaching the limits of the 9 Reversed Dragon Technique. Boom. Once the dragon vein had completely healed, the 9 Reversed Dragon Technique commenced the reassembly of the Dragon Pearl. My body transformed into a vortex, as rich spiritual energy surged toward me like a tidal wave, infiltrating through countless pores. Roar. The dragon's roar grew increasingly resounding. A dragon pearl materialized, initially no larger than a grain of rice, gradually swelling to the size of a pigeon's egg, surpassing my original Azure Dragon Pearl. Beyond its larger size, this new Azure Dragon Pearl bore distinct differences from my previous one. Upon introspection, I discovered 9 additional dragon patterns adorning the Azure Dragon Pearl. Boom. My cultivation was restored to the 9th level of the Fierce Dragon Realm, and I subsequently ascended into the Mysterious Dragon Realm. Truly, this primary cultivation technique of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor not only operates at a swifter pace, but also yields pure dragon power. I was astounded. The purity of dragon power signifies an amplified potency. It was only at this moment that I comprehended the formidable value of a peerless warrior's memories, which would significantly ease my path in cultivation making the pinnacle of martial arts an attainable aspiration. In addition to the primary cultivation technique, I required a suite of martial skills and movement techniques to replace my former practices. My original martial skills and movement techniques could not compare to those of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor. Since superior options were available, why not pursue them? In the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, I meticulously searched until I finally selected a martial skill of unparalleled might in the swiftest movement technique. Overlord's 10,000 Dragon Palm. I could only marvel at the audacity reflected in the name of such a martial skill, evidencing the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor's profound arrogance. Indeed, the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor possesses a level of arrogance that is quite justified. The name of the movement, Dragon Wing Flash, is rather more conventional. Long Qingchen resolved to first cultivate this technique, for agility is even more crucial than martial prowess. It is imperative to understand that when confronted with formidable adversaries, one may find escape necessary. Without adequate agility, even fleeing becomes an impossibility. Many cultivators blindly pursue formidable martial techniques, but as a transcender, he disagrees. Mastering agility is essential for maintaining an invincible stance. With a flourish, he commenced his training of the Dragon Wing Flash. Dragon energy erupted from his back, transforming into a pair of immense dragon wings that lifted his entire being, rendering him as light as a feather. With a mere thought, the wings quivered and he soared 10 zhang, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. After a brief period of training, he was drenched in sweat. The Dragon Wing Flash consumed an immense amount of dragon energy. With his current cultivation at the first level of the Qianlong realm, he could utilize it no more than 7 times. Consequently, this technique would only be employable in critical moments, and further cultivation would be necessary for unfettered execution. Dispelling the dragon wings, he turned his attention to training the Overlord's 10,000 Dragon Palm. As he gathered dragon energy into his palm, it morphed into a dragon form, roaring forth with ferocity. The impact shattered the stone wall, debris flying in all directions. The Overlord's 10,000 Dragon Palm demanded even greater reserves of dragon energy. Ultimately, he found his energy completely depleted. Long Qingchen's complexion paled as he managed a wry smile. His father had once told him that cultivation serves as the foundation. Without sufficient cultivation, even the mightiest techniques and movements are merely castles in the air. Brother Chen, how are you? Hearing the tremendous commotion, Long Qingtiger hurriedly entered. Observing the concern in his gaze, Long Qingchen patted his shoulder reassuringly. I am fine. Upon sensing a thread of dragon energy emanating from his shoulder, Long Qingtiger trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration. Your cultivation still remains, Brother Chen? One could say so. Long Qingchen refrained from directly revealing his techniques to Long Qingtiger, opting instead to observe for a while longer. Today had been fraught with challenges, teaching him the virtues of caution and prudence. This world resembles a dark forest, where every cultivator is a lethal hunter. Should he divulge his techniques to Long Qingtiger, only to be betrayed, he would find himself in a truly lamentable position. Brother Chun is indeed remarkable. Even after losing the Dragon Pearl, your cultivation remains intact. Long Qingtiger's eyes brimmed with admiration, but soon he furrowed his brow. Isn't your Dragon Pearl in the possession of Long Qingchen? In due time, you shall know. Long Qingchen replied, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Among the 49 dragon clans, the Golden Dragons hold the most formidable power. In this world, reason holds little sway, the strong dictate the narrative. Recklessly seeking vengeance against Long Qingchen would only lead to humiliation. He required a suitable opportunity. 2 months hence, the Dragon Blood Martial House would recruit new disciples, and at that time, with Long Qingchen's cultivation at the Dragon Blood realm, she would undoubtedly participate. That moment would present his finest chance. Long Jin Xuan'er, I am not a person of narrow mind, yet you compel me to embark upon the path of vengeance. With my current cultivation at the first level of the Qianlong realm, I am far from a match for Long Jin Xuan'er. Thus, I must seize this time to enhance my strength. Chapter 5. The Dragon Fire Pool. The following day, at dawn, Long Qingchen departed from the Qinglong Valley, heading towards the Wild Mountains. In truth, the entire ancient dragon domain is nestled within the Wild Mountains, with the 49 dragon clans each claiming their own territory. Yesterday, I had grasped the basics of the Dragon Wing Flash and the Overlord 10,000 Dragon's Palm. However, true mastery requires practical combat experience. And for that, the most suitable opponents are the wild beasts and spirit beasts. This is the objective of my journey. Whoosh. Transforming into dragon form, I soared into the sky. In human form, my cultivation at the Qianlong realm does not allow for aerial flight. However, in dragon form, This limitation vanishes, as dragons are inherently capable of flight. Even the young ones can manage to flutter a short distance. The earth fell into an eerie silence, devoid of the sounds of insects, fish, and birds, all having vanished without a trace. Long Qingchen suppressed his dragon might. Otherwise, the wild beasts and spirit beasts would not dare to emerge, thwarting the purpose of my combat training. Upon arriving at the wild mountains, I descended and transformed back into human form, beginning my search for suitable wild and spirit beasts. Whoosh! A magic-patterned leopard leapt down from an ancient tree, launching a sudden attack. Crack! Long Qingchen raised a leg, striking like a steel whip, crushing the leopard's skull. The magic-patterned leopard is a 6th-tier wild beast, equivalent to the 6th level of the Xiaolong realm, and its strength is insufficient for practical combat. I must seek out spirit beasts. Shaking my head slightly, I continued deeper into the wild mountains. Boom! Ahead, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted. Flames shooting high into the sky amidst billowing smoke. Whoosh! A massive, crimson-scaled python, covered in wounds, fled towards me. A 1st-tier spirit beast, the fire python. Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened. A 1st-tier spirit beast corresponds to the 1st level of the Xianlong realm, matching my own cultivation. Roar! Channeling my dragon power, I transformed into dragon form and unleashed a mighty roar. Overlord 10,000 Dragons Palm. Cultivated to its utmost, it can summon myriad dragons, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. With my cultivation at the 1st level of the Xianlong realm, I could barely summon the strength of one dragon. Boom! Like a withered branch being snapped, the fire python's entire body shattered into a mist of blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 youths with fiery red hair and injuries swiftly pursued. Long Huoqi's expression darkened, but soon a smile emerged. After some time apart, Chunji's cultivation had indeed advanced remarkably. Long Qingchen walked forward with indifference, picking up the scorched beast core from the ground, which felt searing hot in his hand. Within the core resided a vivid phantom of the fire python. The beast core of a spirit beast can be utilized for alchemical purposes, bearing significant value. We discovered this fire python first and have already wounded it. Thus, this beast core rightfully belongs to us. Long Huoqing frowned, reaching out towards the beast core. Slap! A resounding slap echoed through the air, causing Long Huoqing to stagger back, a deep handprint appearing on his face. Long Qingchen slowly lowered his palm and tucked the fiery python beast essence into his pocket. Are you reasonable? Long Huoqing seethed with fury. Why should I be reasonable? Long Qingchen regarded him as one would a fool. It was undeniable that Long Qingchen and his companions had imparted to him the true essence of strength and dominance. Reason? It was the weak who required reason. For the strong, reason was but a jest. You seek death. Long Huoqing bellowed. Long Huoqi quickly restrained him, saying, Brother Qin's cultivation has reached the 1st level of the Xianlong realm. You are no match for him. Long Huoqing's eyes burned with resentment. Brother Qi, your cultivation has also reached the 1st level of the Xianlong realm. Why not assist me? Together, we could surely vanquish him. Brother Qin is of the Azure Dragon Clan, while we belong to the Fire Dragon Clan. Though of different kinds, we are still dragons. Is it worth it to fight over a 1st-tier spirit beast essence? Long Huoqi glanced at Long Qingchen, apologetically stating, Last time, I was in the wrong for bullying Long Qingmu. Let this be our reconciliation. Long Qingchen's gaze remained indifferent. If you had killed Long Qingmu, that would have been true reconciliation. Have we fallen out? Long Huoqi asked in astonishment. Long Qingchen, disinterested in further explanations, continued onward. Long Huoqi followed, cautioning, The Phoenix Nest Mountain is perilous. The deeper we venture, the stronger the spirit beasts we encounter. It is said that there are beast kings and even demonic beasts within. Shall we journey together? Long Huoqing glared at Long Qingchen's back with malice, reluctantly trailing behind. Long Qingchen initially intended to refuse but, with a flicker of his gaze, conceded, Very well. After traversing over 20 miles, they encountered a pack of rampaging golden wolves, numbering 22, and immediately engaged in battle. Boom, boom, boom. These rampaging golden wolves were 9th-tier savage beasts, equivalent to the 9th level of the Xiaolong realm. Long Huoqing could barely contend with one, while the remaining 21 were dispatched by Long Qingchen and Long Huoqi. Long Qingchen felled 14, and Long Huoqi 7. He remarked in admiration, Brother Chen, what martial technique do you employ? It is truly formidable. I fear I could not withstand a single blow. Why do you call him Brother Chen? He is 2 years younger than you. Long Huoqing expressed his dissatisfaction, still brooding over the earlier slap. Long Huoqi smiled gently. In the realm of cultivation, age does not dictate seniority. It has always been the capable who take precedence. Brother Chen's strength surpasses mine, so he naturally is Brother Chen. Long Qingchen extracted the beast essences from the 14 rampaging golden wolves and stored them away. Long Huoxing hastily extracted the essences from the remaining 8, distributing 7 to Long Huoqi and keeping 1 for himself, guarding it as though it were treasure from Long Qingchen. They pressed on for another 30 miles. Be cautious. A purple thunder bear is nearby. Long Huoqi examined the traces of lightning strikes in the vicinity and discovered a pile of droppings, his expression growing grave. The purple thunder bear was a 4th-tier spirit beast, known for its tough hide and robust flesh, boasting formidable defenses and the ability to wield purple thunder for powerful attacks. Long Qingchen could not help but cast another glance at him. From the feces, one could discern the type of spirit beast, indicating that he often trained in the wild mountains. Then let us hasten our departure from this place, Long Huoxing urged. A 4th-tier spirit beast is akin to the 4th level of the Xianlong realm. It is best we do not provoke it. Long Huoqi chuckled. Both Chun and I have attained the 1st level of the Xianlong realm, and with your 8th level of the Xiaolong realm, should we coordinate effectively, slaying the purple thunder bear should not pose much difficulty. The beast core of a 4th-tier spirit beast is quite precious. Upon hearing this, Long Huoxing felt a flicker of interest, casting a glance at Long Qingchen, and hastily proposed, let us agree beforehand that once we eliminate the purple thunder bear, we shall sell the beast core in Long City and divide the proceeds into source stones. Clearly, he feared Long Qingchen might claim it all for himself. Long Huoqi replied with a smile, there is no need for such complications. We can slay several spirit beasts, making it easier to divide. A thunderous roar erupted from the valley below, and there emerged a towering bear, 10 zhang tall, its body adorned with purple fur, swiftly climbing upward, crackling with purple lightning. Evidently having detected their presence, Long Qingchen pressed onward instead of retreating, intending to utilize the purple thunder bear to practice the body NWNLing palm. With a resounding crash, Long Huoqi summoned the power of the crimson fire dragon with both palms, resembling a blazing sun. He did not strike the purple thunder bear, but rather suddenly delivered a forceful blow toward Long Qingchen's back. Long Huoxing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, unleashing a fierce strike toward Long Qingchen's rear as well. Chapter 6. Apologies, I only trust corpses. Huoxing, take note. When confronting an enemy, one must learn to endure. Strike when they let down their guard for a decisive kill. Long Huoqi's lips curled into a cold smirk. At such close range, my Li Wying palm can obliterate any foe below the 4th level of the Xianlong realm. There is no doubt he shall perish. After executing this strike, he could not be bothered to glance back, patting Long Huoxing on the shoulder as he imparted his wisdom. Brother Qi, I understand now. It was not that you were unwilling to help me, but rather, you were waiting for the opportune moment. Long Huoxing exclaimed joyfully, also employing the Li Wying palm, his fiery dragon power resembling a fireball, yet lacking the refinement of Long Huoqi's technique. Suddenly, Long Huoqi's smile froze. Long Qingchen had inexplicably vanished from sight. Their attacks met only empty air, shattering over a dozen large trees in their wake. Where is he? Long Huoxing's pupils widened, his body bristling with fear as he frantically searched for Long Qingchen's figure. A deafening roar echoed. Abruptly, Long Huoqi's entire form disintegrated into a mist of blood. Brother Qi. Long Huoxing stood in shock, his face splattered with blood, his body rigid as he slowly turned around, only to behold Long Qingchen hovering behind him. A pair of dragon wings extending several zhang behind him, gently trembling to maintain balance. In his palm, a dragon-shaped force of azure energy emanated a ferocious roar, akin to the emergence of a demon lord. I once vowed never to be ambushed again. Muttering to himself, Long Qingchen coldly gazed down at Long Huoxing. Do you wish to end this yourself, or shall I intervene? Plop. Long Huoxing felt his body go limp, collapsing to the ground. His complexion was pallid, devoid of blood, and his lips quivered as his voice trembled. Long Huoqi struck first. I merely followed suit with a single palm. It is not my fault. I implore you, as a fellow member of the Dragon Clan, spare my life. Long Qingchen's gaze was icy. Regardless of whether you launched a sneak attack, your fate is sealed. I have no desire to let the Fire Dragon Clan discover the truth. Stand and fight. Do not make me look down upon you. I swear, should I reveal to anyone the matter of your demise at the hands of Long Huoqi, I shall not meet a good end. In a panic, Long Huoxing hastily assured, if you do not believe me, I can swear a dragon blood oath. The moment I speak of this, my dragon blood will wither, leading to my demise. Forgive me, but I only trust in corpses, replied Long Qingchen indifferently, raising his palm to press forward. Roar. The power of the dragon. The Azure Dragon descended with overwhelming force. Boom. Long Qingchen's entire body shattered instantaneously, meeting his end. The purple thunder bear let out a roar before turning to leave. Despite its hefty frame, it moved with surprising agility, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest. Long Qingchen paused momentarily, then felt a sense of relief. As a fourth-tier spirit beast, the purple thunder bear possessed a degree of intelligence. The display of power he exhibited in vanquishing Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen might have instilled fear in the bear. It was imperative to distance himself from this place quickly. Otherwise, if the Fire Dragon Clan discovered that he had slain Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen, trouble would ensue. He did not pursue the purple thunder bear, but instead sprinted forward, hastening deeper into the wild mountains. Swish! He refrained from using the dragon wing flash, as it consumed too much dragon power, which he could scarcely afford to expend multiple times. Instead, he relied on his original technique, the Phantom Step. Although the Phantom Step did not match the speed of the Dragon Wing Flash, it was far more economical in its consumption of dragon power, making it more suitable for his current cultivation level. After racing over 100 miles, he finally slowed his pace. Boom! A crisp, delicate shout echoed from the snow-covered mountainside, accompanied by the roars of spirit beasts and the sounds of battle. This untamed mountain range lay at the intersection of territories belonging to over 10 dragon clans, frequented by their younger generations for training, making encounters quite common. It was her. Long Qingchen gazed intently from a distance, where, on the mountainside, amidst lush ancient trees, he glimpsed a white-clad maiden with ice-blue hair, wielding a long sword, dancing gracefully like a butterfly among the flowers, engaged in combat with a silver-backed saber-toothed tiger. Her white attire was stained with blood, and she bore some injuries. He recognized her. Her name was Long Bingling. In her childhood, she had visited the Azure Dragon Clan alongside the Ice Dragon Clan leader. Since then, she often came to the Azure Dragon Clan to play with Long Qingchen. As a time traveler, he had little inclination to engage in play with a child, easily distracting her with a kite for an entire day, leaving her muddied and soiled. For reasons unknown, she had not visited the Azure Dragon Clan once in the past 2 years, leading to a gradual estrangement. Do you require assistance? Long Qingchen leaped into action, stepping onto the treetops to reach the mountainside, elegantly standing atop the crown of an ancient tree, arms crossed. Keenly observing her battle against the silver-backed, saber-toothed tiger, Long Bingling raised her head and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. With a huff, she ignored him and continued her fierce battle with the silver-backed, saber-toothed tiger. Long Qingchen felt a touch of embarrassment and struck a confident pose. Yet she seemed oblivious to his charm. Suddenly, the silver-backed, saber-toothed tiger lunged at her with a powerful kick of its robust hind legs. Long Bingling swiftly swung her sword. Clang! The tiger's paw collided violently with the long sword, sending sparks flying and producing a sharp, reverberating sound. The sword was flung away, embedding itself in an ancient tree beneath Long Qingchen's feet, its hilt trembling. Thud! The silver-backed, saber-toothed tiger raised its other paw and struck her shoulder, leaving a bloody mark that sent her body crashing backward. Staring at the tattered clothing stuck to the tiger's claw, Long Qingchen was momentarily dazed. Are you done staring? Long Bingling said, both embarrassed and furious. Why aren't you coming down to help? At your command, Long Qingchen snapped out of his reverie, leaping from the treetop. Channeling the power of the Azure Dragon, he unleashed the dominant dragon palm, crashing down upon the beast. Roar! The Azure Dragons might transformed into a dragon shape, instantly shattering the silver-backed, saber-toothed tiger. Long Bingling crouched on the ground, arms shielding her chest, her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Do you have any clothes?" None. Long Qingchen shrugged his shoulders. Long Bingling, filled with indignation, retorted, "Won't you lend me your clothes? If I give you mine, what will I wear? You're a grown man. It doesn't matter whether you're dressed or not." Fine. Long Qingchen reluctantly averted his gaze and tossed his shirt to her. 2 years have passed, and you've changed quite a bit. Unfortunately, your shirt is a bit too long. Turn around. Long Bingling glared at him through gritted teeth and hurried behind the ancient tree. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, and after a moment, she emerged from behind the tree. Her attire had been transformed into a short skirt and a wrap, covering her modestly. Long Qingchen felt a pang of disappointment. Such a fine garment had been altered so wastefully. When I return, I'll accompany you in 100 such outfits. Long Bingling leaped gracefully, drawing her long sword from the tree and landing softly, continuing her path with a deliberate slowness. Long Qingchen followed suit. Shall we go together? Chapter 7. Indeed. I am threatening you. We're not on the same path. I'm searching for your Long Qingchen. Why the anger? Have you ingested gunpowder? What have I done to provoke you? At least I saved you. Otherwise, with your 9th-tier prowess in the heroic dragon realm, you would be no match for a 2nd-tier spirit beast like the silver-backed saber-toothed tiger. What is gunpowder? Long Bingling halted, regarding him with curiosity. A rather rare force. Long Qingchen casually plucked a green leaf, rolled it into his mouth, chewed it briefly, found it somewhat astringent, and spat it out. Long Bingling muttered, "Since childhood, I've noticed you always possess knowledge of peculiar things. I've scoured numerous texts, yet I can find no mention of what you speak. Where do you acquire such knowledge?" From the elder of the Azure Dragon Clan, Long Qingchen casually deflected the conversation, inquiring, "I have heard that you are engaged to Long Qingchen of the Wind Dragon Clan?" Long Bingling snorted, "Why can you be engaged to Long Jin Xuan'er? But I cannot be engaged to Long Qingchen." Long Qingchen frowned. "Please refrain from constantly mentioning Long Jin Xuan'er. Why not? Have you had a falling out?" Long Bingling's interest was piqued, her ice-blue eyes curving into crescent shapes. With a swift motion, Long Qingchen swatted away a descending black-armored eagle. This creature, a 6th-tier savage beast, was devoid of feathers and encased in a thick layer of black armor. While its attack power was not formidable, its hardness was exceptional, and the foul-smelling, toxic beast core held no value. Thus, the various young dragons training in the wilderness were disinclined to engage with the black-armored eagle, merely driving it away. Long Bingling pressed on. 2 years ago, when I learned of your engagement to Long Jin Xuan'er, I was quite taken aback. The Golden Dragon Clan has always held itself in high regard, only allying with the most prestigious dragon clans. I never expected them to make an exception for the Azure Dragon Clan. Pray tell, what transpired between you and Long Jin Xuan'er? Long Qingchen was reluctant to answer, reflecting on how women of any clan seemed to relish gossip. What is gossip? Long Bingling asked, her expression suspicious. She then irritably twisted his arm. Do not divert my attention. I am not the naive person I once was. I won't be easily misled. Speak of your matter with Long Jin Xuan'er. Long Qingchen replied nonchalantly. There is nothing of significance to discuss. With a startled cry, the black-armored eagle, having been struck away, let out a piercing shriek, flapping its iron-like wings as it lunged back ferociously. Seeking death, Long Qingchen, incensed, unleashed the power of the Azure Dragon within him, instantly transforming into dragon form and unleashing a ferocious roar. In an instant, he obliterated the black-armored eagle. Its armor, incredibly resilient, had posed a challenge even to those at the 4th level of the Xian Dragon realm. What sort of martial technique could possibly slay it? Long Bingling was astonished. The Azure Dragon power is typically gentle, known for its restorative qualities, yet your Azure Dragon power seems somewhat tempestuous. What is the reason for this? I am uncertain. Long Qingchen replied, shaking his head. This was not mere evasion. He truly did not comprehend. Ever since he began practicing the 9 reversal dragon technique and condensed 9 dragon patterns within the Azure Dragon Pearl, his Azure Dragon power underwent a tremendous transformation, losing its gentle attributes and becoming fiercely violent, imbued with a sense of lethality. Long Bingling, somewhat speechless, remarked, if you cannot even discern your own cultivation state, continuing down this path will inevitably lead to trouble. I shall be vigilant, Long Qingchen mused, pondering the unique attributes inherent to each dragon clan. The Golden Dragon power is razor-sharp. The Ice Dragon power embodies the essence of frost, while the Azure Dragon power is imbued with gentle vitality. His Azure Dragon power had transformed. He was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, yet it had significantly augmented his strength thus far. In the dense forest, the sound of soft footsteps emerged, bringing Long Qingchen back to his senses as he lifted his gaze. A youth clad in a long robe approached with deliberate strides, wielding a long spear. Each strand of his hair glistened with a luminous sheen, and a soft radiance enveloped him, akin to a son of the sun, exuding an ethereal grace. The spear he held dripped with fresh blood, a testament to the numerous savage beasts and spirit creatures he had vanquished. His gaze fell upon the bare-chested Long Qingchen, and then lingered on the peculiar short skirt and unique bodice adorning Long Bingling, a smile curling upon his lips. Little sister-in-law, I hope I am not interrupting you, he remarked. Long Bingling furrowed her brow. Long Guangjue, clarify, who is your little sister-in-law? Why, that would be you, he replied, his smile unwavering. I am a close friend of Feng Yi, who is akin to an elder brother to me, and since you are a few years my junior, it is only natural for me to refer to you as such. Long Bingling's expression turned frosty. Are you reminding me to be mindful of my status? Long Guangjue chuckled knowingly. Little sister-in-law, you are overthinking it. I merely happened upon you, and wish to greet you. Fear not. I shall act as if I have seen nothing. He began to stride toward the dense forest nearby. I must not disturb you further. My father has set a daily target of slaying 30 spirit beasts, and I have only completed half of it. Failing to meet this goal would render my return quite troublesome. Long Qingchen watched his retreating figure and remarked calmly, "Remember, do not be overly clever. Such folly can lead to a short life." Long Guangjue abruptly halted, slowly turning to face him, his spear planted in the ground. "Are you threatening me?" "Indeed I am," Long Qingchen replied, his gaze steady as he spread his fingers, summoning the power of the Azure Dragon, which surged forth like a tempestuous bolt of blue lightning. Long Bingling grasped his hand, lowering her voice urgently. "No, Long Guangjue has already reached the 9th layer of the Xianlong realm. With your current prowess, it would be difficult to defeat him. Besides, I am indifferent to how he perceives our relationship." Long Guangjue scrutinized Long Qingchen intently, and after a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Very well, I shall remember this threat. We shall meet at the Dragon Blood Martial House, provided, of course, that you can secure a place in their assessment. Otherwise, you are unworthy to be my opponent." "I will go," Long Qingchen stated impassively, retracting the Azure Dragon's power as he brought his fingers together. "Agreed." With one final penetrating glance, Long Guangjue withdrew his spear and dashed away, his speed astonishing, leaping several times before vanishing into the thicket. Long Qingchen pondered. "Why did you not allow me to kill him? How confident are you?" Long Bingling countered with a question. Long Qingchen considered for a moment. Although he wielded the overbearing heavenly 10,000 dragon palm and the dragon wing flash, his training had been brief, preventing him from unleashing their full potential. Moreover, there was a staggering 8-layer difference in their cultivation levels, significantly diminishing his odds of victory. 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10, and you wish to kill him? Have you gone mad? Long Bingling shot him an incredulous look. Moreover, I would rather he spread word of our relationship. Why would I want him dead? Long Qingchen, our bond is pure and untainted. What is there to fear? Long Bingling entwined her arm with his, her radiant smile illuminating her face. From this moment forth, purity shall become tainted. Do you not wish to marry Longfengye? Long Qingchen withdrew her arm, a hint of confusion etched on her face. Was she intentionally tarnishing her own reputation? Long Bingling's expression was somber as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. The union between the Ice Dragon Clan and the Wind Dragon Clan was a decision beyond her control. Long Qingchen fell silent. Intermarriage among various dragon clans had indeed become a means of consolidating power, leaving little room for choice. They pressed onward, dispatching more than a dozen savage beasts and spirit beasts along their path. As they ventured approximately 200 miles in, they began to encounter higher-tier spirit beasts, whose strength surpassed that of Long Qingchen and Long Bingling, prompting their retreat. Instead of returning to the Azure Dragon Valley, Long Qingchen transformed into dragon form and soared towards Dragon City, intending to concoct elixirs. Chapter 8. This is the residue of the Spirit Essence Pill. Upon reaching the outskirts of Dragon City, she reverted to human form and descended to the ground, making her way to the city gate. The entire ancient dragon domain comprises 99 dragon cities, each constructed by a different dragon clan in ancient times. Due to their immense size, dragons could easily damage the cities. Hence the regulation that one must assume human form before entering a dragon city, and fighting within the city's confines is strictly prohibited. Should any grievances prove irreconcilable, one may ascend to the arena of the dragon city, where life and death are at one's own risk. This particular dragon city, named Thunder Dragon City, was built by the Thunder Dragon Clan and is the closest to the Azure Dragon Clan. Long Qingchen had visited several times and was somewhat familiar with the layout. Heading directly to Lingxiao Pavilion, the largest elixir marketplace in Thunder Dragon City. Along the way, she noticed many peculiar gazes directed at her. It was then that she remembered she was bare-chested. She quickly sought out a clothing store to purchase a top. Dragons frequently shift between their dragon and human forms, so their garments are specially crafted, and thus quite expensive, costing her over 500 taels of silver. Esteemed young master, what elixirs do you require? Upon entering Lingxiao Pavilion, a charming young lady greeted her with a warm smile. Suddenly, her expression brightened with recognition. Long Qingchen, is that you? You've changed so much since childhood. Is it really you? Long Qingchen scrutinized her features, struggling to recall any memories, but found none. What brings you here? To spare her any embarrassment, she forced a smile. Feigning recognition, the charming young lady's demeanor darkened. Only those who awaken dragon veins of the Xian level or higher are nurtured by our clan. I awakened the lowest yellow-tier dragon vein, which is unsuitable for cultivation, destined to remain an ordinary individual. Thus, I had to start working early, selling elixirs here. Long Qingchen paused for a moment, realizing that this young lady must have known her during the awakening ceremony of dragon veins. She offered a comforting remark. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and perils. Being somewhat ordinary may not necessarily be a misfortune. Indeed, I have come to terms with it. The charming young lady replied, her radiant smile returning. Are you here to purchase elixirs? Long Qingchen recalled the recipes suitable for the Xian Dragon realm from the memories of the 9 reverse dragon emperor and listed the required materials. I need 5 portions of wuhua grass, 5 portions of xylem flower, 5 portions of baishan leaf, and 5 portions of tongmai root. The lovely maiden furrowed her brow, cautioning him that the medicinal herbs contain toxicity and should not be ingested directly. Having spent 3 years in this place, I possess a modicum of understanding. Do not be swayed by the allure of cheapness. Long Qingchen chuckled. I am aware. My intention is to refine the herbs into elixirs. The maiden regarded him with skepticism. Refining elixirs is no simple feat. Mastery in alchemy requires decades of dedicated study to attain the status of an apothecary. Trust me, it would be wiser to purchase the elixirs instead. Your approach will only lead to waste. Long Qingchen shook his head. I merely require the herbs. Very well. The maiden relented, heading to the storeroom in the rear to retrieve the herbs. Long Qingchen accepted the herbs and inquired, what is the cost? The maiden whispered, 764 taels, but I shall round it down to 760 taels for you. No, let us adhere to the original price, Long Qingchen insisted, handing her 764 taels, not wishing to cause her any discomfort. I have heard that one can rent an alchemical furnace here. He had yet to cultivate true fire and could not refine elixirs by hand, necessitating the use of a furnace. This matter is beyond my authority. You must consult the shopkeeper, she replied. The maiden led him to the backyard, where they found a middle-aged man, to whom she explained their purpose. The man scrutinized Long Qingchen with skepticism. Do you possess the ability to refine elixirs? I possess a basic understanding, Long Qingchen replied modestly. Aware of his youth at 16 and the profound intricacies of alchemy that demanded years of dedicated study for true mastery. Merely a novice in the art of alchemy. The middle-aged man frowned. Our alchemical furnaces are exceedingly precious. Given your current level of expertise, you might easily damage the furnace, according to regulations. I cannot lease it to you. I am willing to provide a deposit, Long Qingchen stated, his gaze steady. Should any damage occur, the deposit can be forfeited. The man pondered for a moment. Very well. Based on the value of the furnace, you will need to submit a deposit of 120,000 taels of gold. Long Qingchen retrieved a stack of gold notes, each in denominations of 10,000, and counted out 12. After the middle-aged man accepted the deposit, he finally led Long Qingchen to the furnace chamber. Inside stood a half-zhong-high alchemical furnace, adorned with intricate engravings, with blazing white flames emanating from below, radiating intense heat. Long Qingchen closed the door behind him. A quiet environment was essential for the refinement process. Instead of commencing immediately, he gently closed his eyes, meticulously recalling each step in the process of refining the spirit essence elixir as per the memories of the 9 reverse dragon emperor. Once he clarified all the steps, he began the refinement, proceeding methodically through each phase. Boom! The furnace trembled, releasing black smoke and a charred aroma. As expected, the initial attempt was unsuccessful. Despite knowing every detail of the refining process, the lack of practice rendered failure a common occurrence. The temperature was slightly too high, Long Qingchen reflected, adjusting the flames downward before initiating the second attempt. Boom! The second attempt also ended in failure due to an error in the order of herb introduction. He continued to analyze the reasons for failure before commencing the third attempt. The reason for purchasing 5 portions of medicinal herbs was to practice refining. After 3 attempts, he finally succeeded. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. This was his inaugural creation of a pill, a moment worthy of commemoration. With the experience garnered from this third success, the 4th and 5th attempts also culminated in triumph. The spirit essence pill holds significant value for those in the Xianlong realm, and both Qinghu and Bingling would require it in the future. Thus, it would be prudent to concoct several more. Stirred by inspiration, Long Qingchen sought out a lovely young woman and procured 10 additional portions of herbs. Following 2 failures, he achieved success on 8 occasions, yielding 8 spirit essence pills. Coupled with the 3 he had previously crafted, he now possessed a total of 11, more than sufficient for his needs. Upon settling the account, a middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at the remnants of the herbs on the table and meticulously inspected the alchemical furnace twice, ensuring there was no damage. Only then did he return the deposit of 119,000 taels of gold notes, with 1,000 taels designated as rental fee. The rental cost, for less than an hour's usage, was evidently exorbitant. To put it in perspective, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, amounting to a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Nevertheless, Long Qingchen was in high spirits and chose not to quibble over the matter. As he approached the door, he encountered an elderly man and graciously stepped aside to let him enter. "Elder, you have arrived," the middle-aged man greeted with a broad smile, bowing respectfully. "Business has been prosperous today. Many pills have sold out, and we eagerly await your expertise in crafting more." The elder furrowed his brow at the dark remnants of herbs, and then glanced at the youth's departing figure, his expression stern as he reprimanded. "How can you manage this establishment? I have warned you before that the alchemical furnace should only be rented to skilled alchemists. Do not indiscriminately rent it out to anyone. Should the furnace be damaged, I shall hold you accountable." With a distressed expression, the middle-aged man produced 300 taels of gold notes. Having collected 3,000 taels as a deposit to permit the youth's use of the furnace, in addition to charging 300 taels as rental fee. Upon seeing the gold notes, the elder's demeanor softened somewhat, realizing that any damage to the furnace would adversely affect the business of Lingxiao Pavilion. He cautioned against being overly greedy, insisting that it must not happen again. Suddenly, recalling something, he turned back to examine the remnants of the herbs, hastening towards them, grasping them in his hands, and scrutinizing them closely. Excitement surged within him as he realized, these are the remnants of the spirit essence pill. "What is the spirit essence pill?" the middle-aged man asked, bewildered, unable to comprehend the elder's heightened reaction. "Just now, that young man purchased 15 portions each of wuhua grass, xylan flower, baishan leaf, and tongmai root. Is there an issue?" The elder gasped in astonishment. "Fool. The spirit essence pill is a 4-star high-grade elixir. Even I cannot produce remnants of the spirit essence pill. This residue indicates the failure of 4 portions. Yet 11 were successfully crafted, yielding a success rate exceeding 70%. 4-star high-grade elixir? A success rate exceeding 70%? The middle-aged man was left dumbfounded. Although he did not possess extensive knowledge of alchemy, as the steward of Lingxiao Pavilion, he understood the significance of a 4-star high-grade elixir and the implications of such a high success rate. Urgently, the elder pressed, "Who is that young man?" The middle-aged man shook his head in confusion, unable to recognize the individual. "However, I observed Lei Lei conversing and laughing with him, suggesting she was familiar with him. Hurry and fetch Lei Lei for me." The elder bellowed in a fit of anger. Chapter 9. It is time for them to learn a lesson. "Elder, did you call for me?" the beautiful young girl asked, her face tense, nervously clutching her garment. This elder, adept in alchemy, held significant status within the Long clan. On ordinary days, merely offering guidance to the clan's young prodigies could elate them for days, allowing them to boast about it. Yet, for someone like her, who had awakened a yellow tier 1-star dragon vein, this elder had never even cast a glance in her direction. It was indeed a first for him to engage her in conversation. With a gentle smile, the elder inquired, "Do you know that esteemed alchemist?" "Esteemed alchemist?" Long Lei was taken aback. "Surely, I could not possibly know an esteemed alchemist." The elder, growing anxious, pressed on, "You were conversing and laughing with that esteemed alchemist. How could you not know him?" Conversing and laughing? Long Lei was utterly bewildered. What a distinguished identity the esteemed alchemist possessed. One could hardly find another throughout the entire Long city. Meanwhile, she was merely a dragon of the Long clan with a yellow tier 1-star dragon vein. Nothing more than a shopkeeper, or, to put it bluntly, a waste. The idea of an esteemed alchemist engaging in conversation with her was utterly preposterous. "Elder, have I committed an error? Please, just punish me directly," Long Lei implored, hastily kneeling, nearly in tears. The elder, enraged, retorted, "I am referring to that esteemed alchemist, not your supposed mistakes. Why can you not comprehend? I truly do not know the esteemed alchemist." Long Lei's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Where was she to seek out the esteemed alchemist the elder mentioned? The esteemed alchemist he referred to was the young man who had just purchased herbs. The middle-aged man quickly clarified. The elder was merely too anxious and did not articulate clearly, which led to her misunderstanding. She was left utterly stunned. The esteemed alchemist? Having served as a shopkeeper at Lingxiao Pavilion for several years, she possessed some understanding of alchemy. One could not master the art without decades of study. In fact, many seasoned practitioners, after years of dedication, had only just begun to grasp the basics, let alone achieve mastery or become an esteemed alchemist. Yet, Long Qingchen, at the tender age of 16, had already attained the status of an esteemed alchemist? The elder inquired. "Indeed, it is he. Do you recognize him?" "I do recognize him," Long Lei replied, her demeanor frozen. The revelation that Long Qingchen was an esteemed alchemist struck her profoundly, leaving her momentarily unable to process it. He was the son of the Qing Long clan's leader, named Long Qingchen. Long Qingchen, she murmured to herself. The elder, elated, instructed the middle-aged man, quickly. Go and summon him. No. Just as the middle-aged man was about to depart, the elder suddenly raised his hand, stopping him. I shall go personally to convey my respect. Long Lele's expression was intricate, as she distinctly recalled the day of the Dragon Vein awakening ceremony. The young man of the Qinglong clan, who awakened the heavenly Dragon Vein, was brimming with vitality and elegance, captivating the admiration of numerous dragon maidens, herself included. Years later, upon their unexpected reunion, a fleeting, unrealistic thought crossed her mind. However, at this moment, upon learning that Long Qingchen had become a revered alchemist, the vast disparity in their statuses compelled her to bury that fanciful notion deep within her heart. Exiting the city of Thunder Dragon, she ventured into the outskirts. Long Qingchen entered a dense forest, seeking solace beneath an ancient tree. He settled cross-legged and retrieved a spirit essence pill. According to the memories of the 9 reverse dragon emperor, the first consumption of the spirit essence pill yields the most potent effects, with each subsequent use diminishing in efficacy. As this was his first intake, he pondered what level of cultivation this pill might help him achieve. With anticipation, he placed the pill in his mouth. Boom. There was no need to swallow. In an instant, it transformed into a surge of immense heat, permeating his organs and merging with his meridians, invigorating every limb and bone. Roar. He gently closed his eyes, circulating the 9 reverse dragon art to guide the heat along its designated path, and a soft dragon's roar resonated from within. Boom. When the 9 reverse dragon art reached a rotation of 12, he successfully broke through to the second level of the Qianlong realm. Boom. At 26 rotations, he ascended to the third level of the Qianlong realm. At this juncture, the heat had only consumed a third of its power, and his cultivation continued to surge. Boom. At 87 rotations, half of the heat remained, with faint signs of further breakthroughs. Boom. At 292 rotations, his cultivation erupted like a volcano, soaring to the fourth level of the Qianlong realm. It was only then that the energy of the spirit essence pill was entirely expended. At this rate of cultivation, within 2 months, he would undoubtedly reach the blood dragon realm. Long Qingchen suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of ecstatic joy igniting within them, only to morph into a chilling resolve. Long Jin Xuan'er, your nightmare is about to commence. Should he consume another spirit essence pill, he might continue to break through. Yet, recalling the wisdom from the 9 reverse dragon emperor's memories, he understood the necessity of solidifying his foundation after each breakthrough. A strong foundation is paramount for any cultivator. The higher one ascends, the more robust their foundation must be, allowing for boundless potential. His father had once advised him that in youth, one should not recklessly pursue cultivation, but rather focus on fortifying their foundation. A flimsy foundation supporting lofty achievements is akin to a castle in the air, easily susceptible to collapse. Some cultivators, in their youth, hastily elevate their cultivation to gain recognition as prodigies, only to stagnate later, blending into the crowd. Conversely, those who appear unremarkable in their youth often reveal immense potential later on, surpassing the so-called geniuses, ultimately maturing into unparalleled powerhouses. He took out a second spirit essence pill, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to return it, deciding to wait until his foundation was firmly established before partaking in a second dosage. Long Qingchen abruptly rose and commenced his practice of the supreme dragon palm. With a mighty roar, the power of the Azure Dragon surged within his palms, akin to thunder, swiftly transforming into the shape of twin dragons as they erupted forth with a ferocious howl. Boom, boom, boom. The force collided with and shattered dozens of massive trees before gradually dissipating. Having reached the fourth level of the profound dragon realm, he was now capable of manifesting the twin dragon power. Long Qingchen surveyed his palms with satisfaction. With a mere thought, the Azure Dragon power surged behind him, morphing into dual wings that unfurled with a sudden gust, akin to a hurricane sweeping through, scattering leaves in its wake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He maneuvered with agility, moving freely and swiftly, arriving at his desired destination in an instant. Within a span of several dozen meters, he possessed the swiftness of the world's fastest. As his cultivation improved, the speed of the dragon wing flash increased markedly, and its usage had more than doubled. After executing the supreme dragon palm once, he could consecutively perform the dragon wing flash 9 times, consuming only half of the Azure Dragon power, indicating he could utilize the dragon wing flash at least 18 times. Whoosh! Transforming into a dragon, he soared into the sky, heading toward the direction of the Azure Dragon Clan. He traversed hundreds of miles in less than 100 breaths, Upon reverting to his human form and just alighting outside his cave, Long Qingchen was immediately engulfed in fury. He beheld Long Qing Tiger, his face bruised and swollen, his clothing covered in dust and footprints, while his personal belongings lay scattered across the ground. Hastening forward, he supported the swaying Long Qing Tiger and retrieved a blood condensation pill, administering it to him as he coldly inquired, "What transpired?" Long Qing Tiger was equally filled with rage. "Brother Chun, Long Qingmu and Long Qingyue took advantage of your absence to occupy your cave. I attempted to stop them, but was overpowered by them. It is high time they learned a lesson." Long Qingchen, seething with anger, let out a cold laugh and strode into the cave. Chapter 10. Do not soil my cave. Upon entering the cave, Long Qingchen was met with a cacophony of noise and the enticing aroma of food. He beheld Long Qingmu, Long Qingyue, and 3 young companions seated together, indulging in a hot pot, frequently reaching for wild vegetables and slices of beast meat, reveling in their feast while engaging in flirtatious banter, all utilizing the very frying pan he had crafted with his own hands. Long Qing Tiger stole a glance at Long Qingchen's expression, muttering to himself, "The more furious Brother Chen becomes, the calmer he appears. Are they in for a dire fate?" Noticing his arrival, Long Qingmu seemed unperturbed, casting a cursory glance at him. He picked up a piece of wild vegetable, slurping it up before devouring it with gusto, garbling. "Your belongings have already been tossed out. This frying pan is quite good. I have requisitioned it. You may leave to avoid further embarrassment." Long Qingyue chuckled coldly. "Yesterday, we were forced to retreat by him. After returning, I felt increasingly uneasy and meticulously reviewed the texts. Losing the Dragon Pearl undoubtedly spells the end of one's cultivation. It turns out he was merely putting on a show. A waste without the Dragon Pearl still dares to occupy this prime cave. Does he not realize his own limitations? Does he still consider himself the former prodigy?" Sister Qingyue and Brother Qingmu, witnessing his pitiable state, chose not to humiliate him out of respect for past affections. Yet he remains ungrateful. Were it my place, I would have taught him a harsh lesson long ago. The 3 youths, filled with disdain, clinked their cups and continued their revelry, indulging in food and drink. "You shameless lot." Long Qinghu glared at them, recalling how Chun had once treated them generously. Now that Chen faced adversity, not only did they refuse to assist him, but they also dared to insult him. A gaggle of ingrates. "You glutton. Have you lost your mind? After the recent lesson, you seem to have learned nothing." Long Qingmu's gaze was indifferent. "I would not mind administering another lesson." With a resounding clap, he struck the wooden table and stood abruptly. Boom. His fist, infused with the might of the Azure Dragon, surged towards Long Qinghu, propelled by a heavy gust of wind. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beside Long Qinghu, grasping his fist in an instant. A slight tremor dispersed the power of the Azure Dragon. Long Qingmu was momentarily taken aback, following the hand to its owner, Long Qingchen. His expression shifted, and he struggled to free his fist, yet it felt as if it were ensnared in iron, unable to budge. Long Qingyue and the 3 youths stared in stunned silence. The cavern enveloped in an eerie stillness. How could he still possess power after losing the Dragon Pearl? How could this be? As realization dawned, the 3 youths trembled, their chopsticks clattering to the ground. Long Qingchen turned his gaze to Long Qinghu. "Just now, you assaulted him. Now, I shall return the favor tenfold." "Very well." Long Qinghu's eyes brimmed with tears as he clenched his fist, channeling the power of the Azure Dragon. Bang! His fist struck Long Qingmu's face with a brutal force, eliciting a pained scream as Long Qingmu's handsome visage contorted, his once proud nose shattered, and several bloodied teeth flew forth, rendering him grotesquely swollen. Long Qingchen remained impassive, urging him to continue. "You dare, glutton!" Long Qingyue screamed, launching a punch at Long Qinghu. But Long Qingchen swiftly intercepted her, grasping her fist. Roar! The violent energy of the Azure Dragon surged from his palm, flooding into her body, causing her to cough blood and lose her fighting spirit. "The score for your previous assault has been settled." Long Qinghu rolled up his sleeves, glaring fiercely at Long Qingmu. "Now, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Chun." Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Long Qingmu's face. Crack! His cheek fractured, leaving a deep imprint of a fist. "You glutton, I shall see you dead." Long Qingmu howled in a strained voice, akin to a wounded beast. The cacophony was relentless. Long Qingchen's gaze remained serene. Roar! The ferocious power of the Azure Dragon erupted from his palm, crashing outward. Boom! Long Qingmu's entire arm shattered, and the tempestuous energy spread throughout his body, reducing him to a mere heap of mangled flesh. Long Qingchen flung him aside with a flick of his wrist. Bang! Like a tattered sack, It crashed against the stone wall of the cave, tumbling down, uncertain of its fate. And then there was her. Long Qingchen pointed towards Long Qinghui. Long Qinghui's fist trembled slightly before he slowly lowered it. Brother Chun, I do not strike women. Long Qingchen cast him a peculiar glance, a vague understanding dawning upon her. Then allow me. With a soft sigh, she concluded that the girl was unworthy of pity. With a swift motion, she slapped Long Qinghui, sending her flying against the stone wall, where she collapsed, coughing blood, a deep imprint of a hand visible on her pale face. Out of consideration for Long Qinghu, she showed some restraint, refraining from completely incapacitating Long Qinghui. It is your turn now. Long Qingchen suddenly turned her gaze towards the three youths. Their faces turned ashen, lips quivering. Brother Chun, it was Long Qingmu and Long Qinghui who threw your belongings out of the cave. We did nothing. Brother Chun, it is not our fault. In a moment of folly, we accepted Long Qingmu and Long Qinghui's invitation to join them for hot pot, celebrating their new residence. Brother Chun, for the sake of our past friendship, please spare us this time. The girl was the first to kneel, quickly followed by the two boys, who hastily bowed and pleaded for mercy. In the past, I was truly blind to have considered you spineless ingrates as brothers. Long Qingchen expressed her disdain. Do you think you are worthy to call me Brother Chen? We are not worthy. When we were young, Brother Chen took care of us numerous times. Yet we failed to express our gratitude, instead ridiculing you. We deserve our fate. We have let Brother Chen down. Glancing at the half-conscious Long Qingmu and the bloodied Long Qinghui, the three youths trembled. Long Qingchen slowly closed her eyes. 10 slaps. Now leave. Thank you, Brother Chen. We appreciate your magnanimity. The three youths exchanged glances, elated. This was indeed the lightest punishment they could have hoped for. With a resounding series of slaps, they disregarded their own pain and struck their faces. Harder. Long Qingchen's voice was cold. Shall I do it myself? The three youths trembled slightly, immediately putting more effort into their self-inflicted punishment, until blood dripped from the corners of their mouths and teeth fell. Stop. Just as they were about to leave, Long Qingchen suddenly opened her eyes, shining like two brilliant stars in the night sky. Brother Chun, I have already slapped myself 10 times. Please spare me. I have also struck myself 10 times, not a single one less. The three youths' knees buckled, collapsing onto the ground again, their eyes filled with terror. Long Qingchen remained indifferent. Take Long Qinghui and Long Qingmu away, along with the belongings they brought. Also, take the frying pan you used. Do not soil my cave. The three youths breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly complying with her orders, removing Long Qinghui, Long Qingmu, and all their items, and finally cleaning the entire cave thoroughly. Chapter 11. The New Clan Leader? The cultivation of Brother Chun has not only been completely restored, but it appears to be even stronger than before. Long Qing Tiger is filled with admiration. These spirit essence pills are for you. Long Qingchen patted Long Qingtiger's shoulder and produced 3 spirit essence pills. At that moment, he had suffered a treacherous ambush from Huang Jin Xuan'er, losing the dragon pearl and finding his life hanging by a thread. The other youthful Azure dragons humiliated him, even attempting to seize his cave abode. Only Long Qing Tiger, in his direst hour, was willing to offer a blood condensation pill. A drop of water given in gratitude should be repaid with a gushing spring. Although he did not consume the blood condensation pill, Long Qingtiger's goodwill was more than sufficient. Long Qing Tiger was flustered, repeatedly shaking his hands. The spirit essence pills are high-quality 4-star pills, each worth thousands of gold taels, and they are exceedingly rare. It would be better for Brother Chen to keep them for himself. Take them. I have plenty more. Long Qingchen insisted, directly stuffing them into his pocket. The potency of the spirit essence pills is formidable. With your current cultivation at the 5th level of the Brave Dragon realm, you would be unable to withstand it. You must hasten to elevate your cultivation to the Profound Dragon realm before consuming them. I understand. Long Qing Tiger nodded emphatically, seeming to recall something, and asked curiously, Brother Chun, since your cultivation has been restored, logically, my dragon pearl should sense yours. Why is it that it cannot? Cannot sense? Long Qingchen was taken aback. He could sense the dragon pearls of other Azure dragons, but was astonished that the others could not perceive his own. Long Qing Tiger chuckled. If they could sense Brother Chen's dragon pearl, then even if Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to confront you. It is precisely because they cannot sense your dragon pearl, mistakenly believing you have lost your cultivation, that they dared to challenge you. Long Qingchen fell silent. The cultivation of the 9 reversal dragon art had caused his dragon pearl to mutate, manifesting 9 additional dragon patterns. However, he was unclear as to the significance of these 9 dragon patterns. In the memories of the 9 reversal dragon emperor, there was no mention of them. Could it be that he had made a mistake in his cultivation? You should return for now. I need some time to reflect. Then I shall take my leave. The Dragon Pearl is the essence of the Dragon Clan. Brother Chen must not be careless. With a final concerned glance, Long Qingchen departed the cave. Long Qingchen settled into a meditative posture, recalling the memories of the 9 Reversal Dragon Emperor, meticulously reviewing the operation of the 9 Reversal Dragon Art. However, he found no errors. Roar. He slowly activated the 9 Reversal Dragon Art and felt no discomfort. The fact that the other Azure Dragons cannot sense my Dragon Pearl does not seem to bear any negative consequences. Speaking to himself, he shook his head slightly, dismissing further thoughts. Brother Chen. Outside the cave, Long Qingchen's anxious voice echoed as he rushed back in. What is it? Long Qingchen queried, puzzled by his sudden return. Long Qingchen exclaimed urgently, the clan leader has returned, but what? Long Qingchen's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Whoosh! With a sudden surge, he sprang to his feet and swiftly darted towards the entrance of the cavern. Upon reaching the flatlands of the Azure Dragon Valley, he was met with a chorus of low sobs. There, a multitude of figures had gathered, comprising not only over 100 youths, but also numerous middle-aged men and women, guardians and elders of the Azure Dragon Clan. In a flash, Long Qingchen leaped into the midst of the assembly. Before him lay a middle-aged man, his hair a stark white, his visage weathered, and his form emaciated, resting upon a bamboo stretcher. His breath was faint, his vitality as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Father! Long Qingchen's eyes brimmed with tears as he knelt, grasping his father's withered hand, which felt cold and devoid of warmth. He vividly recalled the years past when his father, robust and in his prime, had marched alongside the Dragon Clan's forces. Now, he appeared to have aged decades in an instant. A hum resonated as he summoned the power of the Azure Dragon, meticulously assessing his father's injuries. A heavy weight settled in his heart, the dragon veins were ruptured, and his father's meridians lay shattered. That he still clung to life was testament to his inherent strength and the resilience of the Azure Dragon lineage. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. In a flash of memory, he recalled the teachings of the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor, which spoke of several rare elixirs capable of healing his father's wounds. Yet, the ingredients required for these potions were exceedingly precious and hard to procure. As if sensing his anguish, Long Qingchen slowly opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary, managing to muster a faint smile. I am merely fatigued, my son. A brief respite is all I require. Throughout his life, his father had been stern and seldom smiled. Today, witnessing that rare smile only pierced Long Qingchen's heart with pain. In the past, such words would have brought him comfort. But now he was acutely aware of the gravity of his father's condition. Recovery was not as simple as rest. If treated improperly, his father could face lifelong paralysis, let alone the preservation of his cultivation. My father shall surely recover. His gaze hardened with resolve. He would do whatever it took to heal his father's wounds. Fate is cruel to the gifted, lamented Elder Long Qingchen, his voice resonating as he feigned wiping non-existent tears from his eyes. The clan leader, the strongest among the Azure Dragon Clan and its very backbone, now lay gravely injured, causing him deep sorrow. This was not merely a personal loss, but a calamity for the entire Azure Dragon Clan. In recent years, under the clan leader's guidance, the Azure Dragon Clan had thrived, showing signs of returning to its ancient glory. Yet now, with the leader incapacitated, what future awaited the Dragon Clan? His words stirred many guardians and elders, reddening their eyes with tears. Suddenly, Elder Long Qingchen stood forth, fervently declaring, a nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign. A family cannot thrive a day without a head. A dragon cannot exist a day without its leader. It is imperative that we elect a venerable elder to succeed the clan leader and continue steering our Azure Dragon Clan towards greatness. Is it appropriate to select a new leader so soon after our clan leader has fallen in battle, having fought for all dragons? Voiced another elder. I too find this premature. Perhaps we should deliberate further. Many guardians and elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Long Qingchen cast a sharp glance at them. The clan leader was gravely injured, a source of profound sorrow for me as well. However, the future of the Qinglong clan is of paramount importance. We cannot allow our grief to hinder the selection of the new clan leader. He gestured toward Long Qingchen, the Grand Elder, whose cultivation and prestige were more than sufficient to assume the role of the new clan leader. Long Qingchen humbly waved his hand, stating that compared to the clan leader, he fell short in many aspects. What merit or capability did he possess to take on the mantle of leadership? It would be better to select someone else. Long Qingchen's expression grew serious. The Grand Elder was a figure of great virtue and reputation, For the future of the Qinglong clan, he ought not to decline. If he continued to refuse, it would be a sign of disrespect to the clan. Long Qingchen hesitated for a moment and reluctantly acquiesced. If that is the case, I shall accept this responsibility without hesitation. I will do my utmost to lead the Qinglong clan towards a glorious future. Long Qingchen glared fiercely at Long Qingchen and Long Qingyi. My father lies gravely injured and near death, and instead of finding a way to heal him, you are hastening to seize the position of clan leader. Do you not fear that the entire Qinglong clan will be disheartened by such actions? Impudent. Long Qingyi rebuked. The position of clan leader has always been determined through the elders' deliberations. It is not for a junior like you to question. You lack the qualifications. Long Qinghao squeezed Long Qingchen's hand, shaking his head slightly. Long Qingchen's gaze remained icy as he fixed his stare upon Long Qingyang and Long Qingyi, as if etching their faces into his memory. Today, however they ascended to power, he would ensure they descended in the same manner. Chapter 12. Please, Master, take me as your disciple. Suddenly, the clear skies were rent asunder by a cacophony of thunder and lightning, drawing the attention of the gathered Qinglong people. In the far distance, a dark spot appeared, swiftly enlarging. In the blink of an eye, it manifested above Qinglong Valley, a thunder dragon, over 100 feet long, crackling with electric light, transforming into an elder who gracefully descended to the ground. The arrival of the fourth elder from the Thunder Dragon Clan illuminated Qinglong Valley, a sight worthy of grand reception. In the distance, Long Qingyang greeted him with a beaming smile, clasping his hands and bowing repeatedly. Were it any ordinary elder from the Thunder Dragon Clan, he would not have been so fervent. Yet, the fourth elder held a unique and distinguished status, incomparable to any other elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan. The fourth elder was a master of alchemy, renowned far and wide. His esteemed presence warranted the highest honors wherever he went among the dragon clans. Long Qingyi also hurried to meet him, bowing and smiling. The Grand Elder has just assumed the position of clan leader, and the visit from the fourth elder can be considered a double blessing. The elder inquired, puzzled. Isn't Long Qinghao the clan leader of the Qinglong clan? Long Qingyi replied with a smile. Long Qinghao was injured during the clan meeting and has lost his cultivation. He is no longer fit to serve as clan leader and has stepped down to allow for a worthy successor. The elder then asked, might I inquire if the alchemy master, Long Qingchen, is present? Long Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, while Long Qingyang's smile froze, and they exchanged a glance filled with confusion. Long Qingyi furrowed his brow, seemingly trying to recollect. Long Qingchen, I do know. He is a junior of the Qinglong clan, the son of Long Qinghao. However, who is this alchemy master? The elder's gaze swiftly scanned the multitude of figures, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with recognition. Disregarding Long Qingyang and Long Qingyi, he strode forward with purpose. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Like a mountain of gold collapsing into a pillar of jade, he fell to his knees before Long Qingchen, bowing deeply. Long Qingyang and Long Qingyi stared in astonishment, their pupils constricting. Had the fourth elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan made a mistake? Long Qingchen was someone they had watched grow up. He had never studied alchemy. When had he become a master alchemist? The other members of the Azure Dragon Clan gaped, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. It was no mistake. The elder raised his head, looking up at Long Qingchen with profound reverence, utterly convinced that this was indeed the master alchemist he sought. Just as Long Qingchen was about to decline, a thought struck him. Accepting you as a disciple is not out of the question, but you must agree to one condition. He needed to concoct a medicinal pill to heal his father, yet the required ingredients were rare and elusive, and he had no idea where to procure them. This fourth elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan was a renowned master alchemist who must have gathered a considerable collection of precious herbs. Disciple greets master. The elder was momentarily taken aback, but then his joy surged. He respectfully bowed 9 times, filled with excitement. Initially, the disciple had hoped to impress the master with sincerity to gain acceptance, never anticipating that the master would agree so readily. He would fulfill even 1,000 conditions if necessary. The Azure Dragons were in shock. The fourth elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan, a master alchemist renowned throughout the dragon clans, had become Long Qingchen's disciple. Long Qingyang frowned. Fourth elder, perhaps you should reconsider. Long Qingchen is merely a junior who knows nothing of alchemy. The elder replied calmly, I have considered this very clearly. Long Qingyi scolded Long Qingchen. You do not even know your own worth, yet you dare to accept the fourth elder as your disciple? If the Thunder Dragon Clan learns that you have mocked the fourth elder, you will be in for trouble. Long Qingchen sneered. In the Azure Dragon Clan, is there any rule that forbids juniors from taking on disciples? Whether I accept a disciple or whom I accept as a disciple is not for you to judge. You lack the qualification. The Azure Dragons exchanged peculiar glances. This sounded oddly familiar, as if Long Qingchen had returned Long Qing's earlier reprimand verbatim. You. Long Qing's face flushed with anger, veins bulging, yet he could not refute the point, for indeed, there was no rule against juniors taking on disciples in the Azure Dragon Clan. The elder glared furiously at Long Qingyang and Long Qing'e, declaring, "Anyone who dares to obstruct my quest for a master is an enemy to me and to the entire Thunder Dragon Clan. You two had best consider the consequences carefully. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Long Qingchen supported his father as they made their way to the cave dwelling. The elder hastily rose and followed closely behind, assisting Long Qinghao from the other side. Long Qinghao glanced between Long Qingchen and the elder, his eyes filled with confusion. He opened his mouth as if to ask something, but ultimately refrained. With a heavy gaze fixed on their departure, Long Qingyang's expression darkened. Was the fourth elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan losing his wits? It was a possibility. Long Qingyi's expression was far from pleasant. It was said that the fourth elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan had an insatiable addiction to potions. Each time, he devised a new elixir. He would personally test its effects. It was possible he had ingested something erroneous, injuring his mind. "Where are you going?" As Long Qinghu attempted to leave, Long Qingyi sternly commanded, "Come back. I am going to see the clan leader." Long Qinghu replied without pausing his steps. "Stop right there." Long Qingyi, filled with anger, hastily approached and seized his ear, dragging him forcefully before Long Qingyang. Long Qinghao is no longer the clan leader. Recognize who the true leader is. Long Qinghu, defiantly lifting his chin, retorted, "Is a former clan leader not still a leader? Impudent." Long Qingyi, infuriated, struck his face with a resounding slap, leaving a deep imprint. He then turned to Long Qingyang, smiling apologetically. "This young one is foolish and lacks understanding. I beg the clan leader's pardon. It is of no consequence. A little discipline will make him understand." Long Qingyang replied with a calm gaze fixed on Long Qinghu. "Your father is my dear friend, akin to a brother. You and Zaire should cultivate a bond like that of siblings. It will serve you well in the future." "Certainly, certainly," Long Qingyi said with a beaming smile. Admonishing Long Qinghu, "Did you understand? In the future, you shall have less interaction with Long Qingchen and seek guidance from the young clan leader more often." Long Qinghu, clutching his plump face, remained silent. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Long Qingchen immediately stated, "I need to concoct potions to heal my father. Yet I lack several medicinal herbs. This is the condition for your apprenticeship. What herbs does the master require?" The old man inquired eagerly. "May I observe the process while you are concocting?" "Certainly." Long Qingchen retrieved writing materials and inscribed the required herbs, handing the list to the elder. "Gather the herbs quickly." The elder took the list and scrutinized it intently, his brow furrowing deeper with each glance. "Most of these herbs you possess, but a few are rather rare. And you do not have them." Long Qingchen replied coolly, "Can you procure them?" The elder straightened, his expression serious, and replied through clenched teeth, "This is your first test from your master. I shall give you 1 hour. You must gather these herbs, no matter the cost." "Very well, go." Long Qingchen waved dismissively, feeling a quiet sense of relief within. As long as the herbs could be gathered, his father's injuries would be manageable. Chapter 13. The Champion's Blood Oath. "Xuan'er, what is going on?" Long Qinghao asked weakly, his eyes filled with confusion. The fourth elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan is a renowned master alchemist. How could he take you as a disciple? Long Qingchen paused for a moment, unsure how to explain. "Not long ago, an old Taoist passed through the Qinglong clan and imparted all his knowledge to me. He finally offered as an explanation. His dragon pearl had been seized by Huang Jin Xuan'er, placing him in a perilous situation. When he was gravely injured and on the brink of death, he was further threatened by the possession of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor. It was far too dangerous. He did not wish for his father to worry. In our Qingtong Valley, a formidable protective formation exists, preventing all races, except for the Dragon Clan, from intruding. The old Taoist who passed through here went undetected by the formation, which signifies his unparalleled strength." Long Qinghao, filled with emotion, remarked that this is an extraordinary opportunity. If ever given the chance, you must seek that venerable Taoist as your mentor to repay his kindness. Long Qingchen muttered to himself, fearing that such an opportunity might never come again. He felt a twinge of guilt and fabricated a lie, yet his father harbored no doubts, believing him unconditionally. Long Qinghao's demeanor turned serious, cautioning that this matter must remain a secret. The legacy of an unrivaled master is of utmost importance. Should it be disclosed, it could invite grave peril. "Understood," Long Qingchen replied, wishing to avoid further discussion on the topic and instead inquired about his father's injuries. Who could have inflicted such harm upon you? His father, being the foremost expert among the Qinglong clan, possessed remarkable self-defense capabilities even in battle. Long Qinghao smiled bitterly, confessing that he felt ashamed. He had been injured by a young prodigy from the dragon-slaying family, roughly the same age as Long Qingchen, yet possessing extraordinary prowess, rivaling that of mid-tier experts and renowned as the Champion Marquis. Champion Marquis? Long Qingchen's fists clenched, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. By the blood of my dragon lineage, I vow to claim the Champion Marquis's head within 3 years. With that declaration, he opened his fist, a drop of dragon blood spilling forth. Silence. Long Qinghao admonished, too late to prevent the rash oath. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as though responding to his vow. Xuan'er, how could you be so foolish? Long Qinghao glared at him, the dragon blood oath being the most perilous. Failure to fulfill it would result in the depletion of his dragon blood and death. Long Qingchen assisted his father into a sitting position, assuring him that since he dared to make such an oath, he possessed absolute confidence. Long Qinghao, unable to contain his anger, was about to scold him but instead sighed in resignation. The Champion Marquis's strength surpassed his own. With your talent, surpassing me within 3 years is not insurmountable. However, the terrifying truth is that the Champion Marquis's talent is equally formidable. What level of power will he achieve in 3 years? Long Qingchen confidently declared, in the past, I might have found it challenging, but having acquired the complete legacy of the old Taoist, I am no longer the same. Within 3 years, I will undoubtedly surpass the Champion Marquis. You have never witnessed the Champion Marquis's strength. If you beheld it with your own eyes, your confidence would wane. Not only I, but many mid-tier experts of the Dragon Clan have fallen before him. Long Qinghao's expression darkened with deep bitterness. At this point, it was irretrievable. In the coming 3 years, you must exert yourself diligently without the slightest hint of negligence. I understand, Long Qingchen affirmed, his gaze resolute. Yet, a question lingered in his heart. From the memories gleaned before the demise of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, it became evident that he was beset by the backlash of the Devouring Heaven martial vein within him. Although a member of the Dragon Clan, he possessed the martial vein of humanity, which he vaguely sensed might be intertwined with his lineage. Gazing upon his father's weary visage, he hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from voicing his inquiries. He had previously posed such questions numerous times, each met with his father's wrath. It was perhaps wiser to remain silent, lest he evoke painful recollections from the past. Master, I have gathered the medicinal herbs you requested. An elder hurriedly entered, panting and dust-covered, clearly having traversed a considerable distance in the span of an hour. Long Qingchen accepted the herbs and meticulously inspected them. Indeed, these are precisely the herbs I sought. Upon confirming, excitement surged within him. With these herbs, his father's injuries would no longer pose a concern. You have my gratitude for your efforts, he said, patting the elder's shoulder. The elder beamed with joy, exclaiming, It is my duty to serve my master. Long Qinghao looked apologetically at the elder. Xuan'er is young and impetuous, lacking understanding. I kindly ask you, Elder 4, to be more forgiving. As a revered elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan and an esteemed alchemist, it is too much for Xuan'er to claim you as his master. Perhaps instead, you and Xuan'er may mutually exchange knowledge in alchemy. And let us refrain from further discussions of formal apprenticeship, shall we? The elder replied earnestly, in the realm of cultivation, merit has always been paramount. As an alchemist, this principle holds even greater significance. Your alchemical skills surpass my own, making you more than capable of being my master. Having taken you as my mentor, I shall honor this commitment for life and will never waver. I, Long Laming, cannot speak falsely. Long Qinghao chuckled ruefully, pondering what more he could say after such declarations. Long Laming was incredibly proud. In the past, even as the leader of the Azure Dragon Clan, encountering him had been no simple task. It was unexpected that Long Laming would willingly relinquish his esteemed status to become Xuan'er's mentor. However, there was no need to worry about Long Laming harboring ill intentions toward Xuan'er. In a matter of days, this news would reverberate throughout the ancient dragon domain, stirring various dragon clans and solidifying their master-disciple bond. Respecting one's teacher and valuing the path of cultivation is a tenet upheld by all practitioners. Should Long Laming dare to act against Xuan'er in any way, he would earn a notorious reputation. There would be no place for him in the ancient dragon domain. For the cost of betrayal is far too great, effectively eliminating any possibility of treachery. Father, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With these words, Long Qingchen and Long Laming hastened away. Alchemy also necessitated the use of an alchemical furnace. Whoosh, whoosh. They hurried to Thunder Dragon City, arriving at Lingxiao Pavilion. Upon his return, Long Leilei's eyes brightened momentarily, her mouth opening as if to greet him, but recalling the vast disparity in their statuses, she restrained herself, her expression dimming. "Master, please come inside," Long Leiming gestured, allowing Long Qingchen to lead the way, signifying respect. "Master?" Long Leilei was taken aback. A middle-aged man, alongside several salespersons and a customer purchasing elixirs, stood frozen in disbelief, mistakenly believing they had misheard. However, observing the respectful demeanor of Long Leiming confirmed their suspicions were unfounded. What was happening? Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, Long Leiming furrowed his brows and questioned the middle-aged man. Master Long Huli was currently refining medicine. The man cautiously glanced at his expression and explained that although the elder and Master Long Huli were rivals, it was illogical to turn away business. Chapter 14. The Refined Elixir of Tribulation. The middle-aged man added that Master Long Huli was a renowned alchemist and could not possibly damage the alchemical furnace, which was why he had decided to rent it to him. "Let me use the furnace first." Long Qingchen's eyes flickered. Long Huli was the chieftain of the Fire Dragon Clan and the father of Long Huoqi, who likely remained unaware of his son's disappearance. Long Leiming approached the door and knocked. Inside the chamber, an irate voice emerged, ordering, "I told you not to disturb my alchemy. If you cause me to lose focus and ruin a furnace of elixirs, can you afford the consequences?" Long Leiming replied loudly, "It is I, Long Leiming. Open the door." A moment of silence ensued before the door slowly creaked open, revealing a tall man with fiery red hair, who smiled faintly and said, "What? Do you wish to secretly learn my alchemical techniques? If you admit your skills are inferior to mine, I wouldn't mind offering you some guidance." "I have no time to spar with you," Long Leiming frowned. "My master requires the furnace. Please vacate it, and your rental fee will be waived." "Your master?" Long Huli queried, glancing outside at only the manager of Lingxiao Pavilion and an unfamiliar youth. "Your master was the former elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan, who has been deceased for many years. How could you possibly have a master?" "This is my master." Long Leiming gestured towards Long Qingchen, urging, "Enough with the banter. Quickly relinquish the furnace." Long Huli was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, tears nearly forming from his mirth. "Long Leiming, have you truly lost your wits? To take a mere child as your master? I once regarded you as a rival, but now it is clear you are unworthy of such a title. You may belittle me, but should you dare disrespect my master again, do not expect me to be courteous." Long Leiming's expression turned icy, his eyes flashing with lightning, emanating an overwhelming dragon's might. "Very well, I shall say no more." Long Huli stifled his laughter. "I am in the midst of refining medicine and cannot stop. Let your master wait." He cast a disdainful glance at the youth, emphasizing the word master with scorn. "I need to use it now." Long Qingchen advanced towards the furnace, acutely aware that any delay would exacerbate his father's injuries. Long Huli, enraged, extended his hand to block him, stating, "If I stop now, all the herbs will be rendered useless. Can you afford that?" The middle-aged man hastily interjected, "Perhaps we could wait a little longer. Refining a batch of elixirs does not take much time. Not a moment longer." Long Qingchen's gaze remained calm, yet unyielding. Upon receiving the absolute command from his master, Long Leiming forcefully pushed aside Long Huli's arm and approached the alchemical furnace. He extinguished the flames, lifted the lid, and meticulously cleared away the unformed remnants of the medicinal concoction, declaring, "I shall compensate you for the wasted materials." Long Huli scoffed, remarking that the furnace belonged to Lingxiao Pavilion, and with such a statement, what more could he do? The pavilion was indeed affluent, allowing over 1,000 taels of precious herbs to be squandered so effortlessly. The middle-aged man felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To lose such a sum was beyond comprehension. He could not fathom why the elder had taken this youth as a disciple, obeying him so blindly. After cleansing the furnace thrice, Long Leiming respectfully addressed, "Master, please utilize the furnace." Witnessing the deference shown by the teenager, Long Huli nearly burst into laughter. Long Leiming turned to him and stated, "My master is about to commence alchemy. I kindly ask you to step outside." Is one afraid of being observed while refining medicine? Long Huli retorted with a hint of mockery, eager to witness what skills this boy possessed that warranted such reverence from Long Leiming. Noting that his master did not object, Long Leiming decided against insisting further. With the experience from the previous alchemical endeavor, Long Qingchen proceeded with greater ease this time, carefully laying out the herbs in sequential order upon the wooden table, facilitating a swifter insertion into the furnace. 1,000-year-old ice crystal snow lotus. 500-year-old human-shaped He Shou Wu. 800-year-old blood bodhi. Long Huli gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixated on the array of precious herbs on the table, his eyes reddening with envy. As a master alchemist, acquiring such rare ingredients was no trivial matter. He could not comprehend how a mere youth could possess such a wealth of precious herbs. Should you continue to shout, I will ask you to leave, Long Qingchen warned, casting a glance his way. Being reprimanded by a young lad irked Long Holy, but he refrained from retaliating under Long Laming's watchful glare. Although his alchemical skills were on par with Long Laming's, he lacked the latter's strength should a conflict arise. He would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Thunder Dragon Clan's Lingxiao Pavilion. Causing a ruckus here would lead to dire consequences. Recalling the alchemical techniques from the memories of the 9 reverse dragon emperor, Long Qingchen adjusted the furnace flames, proportioned the various herbs, and deftly performed the intricate seals to stimulate the fusion of the materials, executing the process almost seamlessly. Observing his methods, admiration for Long Qingchen grew in Long Laming's eyes. Long Holy, too, was taken aback. The youth's alchemical prowess was evidently far from novice. However, he scoffed. The use of precious herbs does not guarantee the creation of superior pills. Silence, Long Qingchen retorted, casting another glance at him as he began to mentally calculate the alchemical timing. This particular elixir demanded precise control over heat, herb proportions, and timing. Even the slightest error could result in failure. Long Holy's face flushed with anger, repeatedly reprimanded by this young upstart. He seethed with rage. The power of the fire dragon surging within his grasp, itching to retaliate. Yet, upon noticing Long Laming's unwavering gaze, he hesitated, ultimately refraining from taking action. With each breath, Dragon Qingchen silently counted to 81. Upon opening the furnace to retrieve the elixir, he beheld a pristine, translucent pill resting quietly within. A sigh of relief escaped him. These precious herbs had been prepared in a singular batch, and failure in the refinement process would spell trouble for his father's condition. Is this the revitalizing pulse elixir? The unique fragrance of the herbs sent a shiver through Dragon Holy, who stared at the furnace in a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Although he had been fortunate to witness the revitalizing pulse elixir once, he was incapable of producing it himself. How could a mere youth, barely in his teens, possess superior alchemical skills compared to him? Indeed, it was the revitalizing pulse elixir. Upon seeing the pill that Dragon Qingchen had extracted, a spark of brilliance illuminated Dragon Laming's eyes. Truly, his master was worthy of admiration, capable of successfully crafting a 5-star mid-grade elixir on the first attempt. Dragon Holy gazed at him with a complex expression, finally understanding why he had chosen to take this youth as his mentor. The boy's alchemical prowess was undeniably exceptional. He was devoted to the art of alchemy, willing to sacrifice everything in pursuit of higher mastery, making it unsurprising that he would forsake his status to learn from this young prodigy. Suddenly, the clear sky darkened, and a resounding thunder echoed through the air. It was a tribulation for the elixir, a premium pill. Dragon Holy turned his gaze toward the window, utterly stunned. What transpired? Who was undergoing the true dragon tribulation? This was not the true dragon tribulation, but rather the elixir tribulation. Who had produced an elixir of 7 stars or higher? The entire dragon city was abuzz, with all dragons gazing in astonishment at the heavens. Not every elixir could summon a tribulation. Only those of 7 stars or above could provoke the wrath of the heavens. Premium elixirs, however, were not bound by such tiers and would invariably attract the elixir tribulation, being even rarer than 7-star elixirs, a notion they had not even considered. Many masters of alchemy spend their entire lives without crafting a single premium elixir, as the conditions for creation are exceedingly stringent, demanding unparalleled skill and a touch of fortune. What of premium elixirs? They merely enhance certain effects without elevating tiers, being more show than substance. Within the Lingxiao Pavilion, Dragon Holy felt a pang of envy. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the revitalizing pulse elixir in the boy's hand. A middle-aged man hastily interjected that they must venture outside to face the tribulation, lest the Lingxiao Pavilion be destroyed. With the revitalizing pulse elixir cradled in his palm, Dragon Qingchen swiftly made his way outside. Could it be that the elixir he had refined was to undergo tribulation? Surely not, at merely 15 or 16 years of age. Even if he had devoted himself to alchemy since birth, he could not have produced an elixir of 7 stars or higher. It was not an elixir of that caliber, but rather the 5-star mid-grade revitalizing pulse elixir. I have seen one before. A 5-star elixir is capable of summoning an elixir tribulation, undoubtedly a premium one. It must have been crafted by Master Dragon Laming or Master Dragon Holy. Outside the Lingxiao Pavilion, many dragons regarded him with skepticism. But upon seeing Dragon Laming and Dragon Holy emerge behind him, Their doubts were swiftly alleviated. Long Laming smiled gently as he gestured towards Long Qingchen. Both Long Huali and I are merely third-tier alchemists, unable to concoct even fourth-tier elixirs, let alone fifth-tier ones. This is the work of my esteemed master. Master? The assembly of dragons was taken aback. Was this youth truly the disciple of Master Long Laming? The middle-aged man could only shake his head in resignation. He had reacted similarly upon first learning this fact, but now he had grown somewhat numb to it. The fourth elder seemed intent on spreading the news, as if fearing that anyone might remain unaware. Long Huali felt a surge of indignation. It was one thing for Long Laming to disgrace himself, but it was another to expose his own standing as a mere third-tier alchemist. I am not just any third-tier alchemist. I am a top-tier third-tier alchemist. Long Laming replied nonchalantly, a top-tier third-tier alchemist is still just a third-tier one. My master can produce fifth-tier mid-grade elixirs, at the very least qualifying as a fifth-tier alchemist. You are far from that standard. Long Huali's face turned crimson with embarrassment, his irritation palpable. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards Long Qingchen. The elixir he held, the revitalizing pulse elixir, levitated in response, soaring towards the oncoming lightning. As the lightning coursed through it, the revitalizing pulse elixir became crystalline and translucent, exuding an even richer fragrance. Boom, boom, boom. For more bolts of lightning followed suit, and the dark clouds began to dissipate, allowing sunlight to shower down and restore clarity to the sky. The revitalizing pulse elixir, now transparent and colorless, returned to Long Qingchen's palm, its aroma enveloping the entire street. My dear brother, I offer 1,000 taels of gold for the elixir in your hand. The revitalizing pulse elixir, crafted from dozens of precious herbs, was worth far more than a mere 1,000 taels of gold. Besides, this was a premium elixir, priced tenfold higher than a standard one. Who did he think he was fooling? I shall offer 30,000 taels. 30,000 is too little. I shall bid 50,000. 60,000. Many dragons gazed fervently at the elixir in the youth's grasp, entering a bidding frenzy. I shall not sell. Long Qingchen tucked the elixir away and began to stride towards the city outskirts. Long Laming hurried to keep pace. Compensate me for my ruined herbs. Long Huali shouted. Without looking back, Long Laming responded, I'll retrieve them from the shopkeeper of Lingxiao Pavilion and have it deducted from my salary. Upon exiting the city, Long Qingchen transformed into his dragon form and soared into the sky, flying swiftly towards the direction of Qinglong Valley. Before long, he returned to Qinglong Valley, shifted back into human form, and hurried into the cave dwelling. Father, take this elixir. Long Qinghao accepted it and placed it in his mouth. What kind of elixir is this? This is the revitalizing pulse elixir. It should aid in healing your injuries, Long Qingchen explained. A premium elixir, Long Laming added, his eyes filled with reverence. As the elixir's properties took effect, a hint of color returned to Long Qinghao's pale face, and his waning life force gradually strengthened. He sat cross-legged, beginning his healing process. The fact that the father could heal himself indicated that he was no longer in grave danger, which greatly relieved Long Qingchen. He proceeded towards the entrance of the cave residence, guarding the door to prevent any disturbances. Long Laming followed him out, rubbing his hands together, and slowly inquired, Master, when will you begin to teach me the art of alchemy? Long Qingchen pondered for a moment. You are already with a solid foundation. I shall forego the basics and directly teach you the crafting of two. Long Laming was taken aback for a moment, and then filled with exhilaration. Master, you know how to concoct even? Could it be that you are To some extent, Long Qingchen replied with a calm gaze. The alchemical skills of the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor had indeed reached the level of having inherited all of the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor's memories. He could also be regarded as This revelation exceeded Long Laming's understanding and could not be easily clarified. He did not intend to impart all of the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor's alchemical techniques to Long Laming. Sharing a fraction would suffice for Long Laming to dedicate his life to study. Do you have any writing materials? As his father was healing, it would be inappropriate to disturb him. He glanced at the spatial ring in Long Laming's possession. Those who owned such rings typically carried various essential items. Spatial rings were exceedingly precious, and among the Qinglong clan, only his father possessed one, while other elders did not. It was not surprising for Long Laming, an alchemist of distinguished status, to possess a spatial ring. Yes, Long Laming quickly replied. Channeling the power of he gently swept over the spatial ring, and immediately, writing materials appeared in his hands. After a brief hesitation, he produced a ring as dark as ink from his pocket. Master, consider this spatial ring as my token of apprenticeship. The precious herbs are my offering. You need not provide me with anything else. Long Qingchen cast a faint glance at it and declined. Although he indeed required a spatial ring, he understood the principle of not being insatiably greedy. Long Laming explained. The Grand Elder of the was once gravely injured on the battlefield and sought my assistance in crafting elixirs, offering this spatial ring as remuneration. He claimed it was a trophy obtained from slaying a dragon-slaying warrior. However, it is essentially a half-damaged spatial ring, with its space having collapsed, leaving only a capacity of about 10 feet, which lacks significant value. Long Qingchen accepted it, releasing his to examine the interior of the ring. Indeed, much of the space had collapsed, leaving only a capacity of 10 feet. Very well, I shall accept it. He spread out the paper on a large boulder and meticulously detailed the methods for crafting hundreds of two. After 3 full hours of contemplation, he stated, "Once you comprehend these, you shall become a. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, master," Long Laming exclaimed, eagerly accepting the materials. Carefully blowing dry the ink, folding it neatly, and placing it into the spatial ring. The profound art of alchemy is priceless, and in comparison, the few dozen medicinal herbs he offered and a somewhat damaged spatial ring are utterly insignificant. Chapter 16. The ceremony of the clan leader's succession the following day. The Azure Dragon Valley was bustling with activity, adorned with lanterns and vibrant decorations, hosting a lavish banquet with over 100 tables, exuding a festive atmosphere. The Ice Dragon Clan, the Water Dragon Clan, the White Dragon Clan, and the Earth Dragon Clan, all allies of the Azure Dragon Clan, dispatched an elder each to partake in the ceremony of the new clan leader's succession. It is noteworthy that, in ancient times, the Ice Dragon Clan and the Water Dragon Clan belonged to the same lineage, but a conflict arose, leading to their division and mutual disregard, even harboring a degree of animosity toward one another. The elder of the Water Dragon Clan cast a cold glance at the elder of the Ice Dragon Clan, muttering to himself that had he known a traitor would be present, he would have abstained from attending. The elder of the Ice Dragon Clan nonchalantly replied that he was free to leave, as no one would hinder him. The Water Dragon Clan elder's face turned ashen with anger as he retorted, "Are you seeking death? Is it merely because of you?" The Ice Dragon elder dismissed him with contempt. The elders of the White Dragon Clan and the Earth Dragon Clan watched with keen interest, refraining from mediation, their eyes glinting with anticipation, as if eagerly awaiting an altercation. "Esteemed guests of the Azure Dragon Clan, let us set aside our grievances for the time being." As a courtesy to our clan, Dragon Qingyang greeted them with a radiant smile. Clad in resplendent attire, a vividly embroidered azure dragon emblem adorned his left chest, seemingly crafted specifically for the occasion of the clan leader's succession. Beside the elder of the Ice Dragon Clan stood Long Bingling, dressed in a pristine white gown that accentuated her fair complexion, resembling an ethereal ice maiden. Her eyes were equally frigid, and it was rumored that the Azure Dragon Clan leader had sustained grave injuries on the battlefield and had only just returned to the valley. The elder had eagerly sought the position of clan leader. Was this not rather unsightly? "Linger, do not be disrespectful," the elder of the Ice Dragon Clan admonished her sharply, casting a disapproving glare. Dragon Qingyang's expression soured, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Dragon Qingyi chuckled. This young lady from the Ice Dragon Clan must have some misunderstanding. The elder does not covet the position of clan leader. With Dragon Qinghao rendered unfit for leadership, the Azure Dragon Clan cannot remain without a leader. After discussions with the other elders, we unanimously chose the elder to assume the role for the future of our clan. Long Bingling scoffed. What a noble pretext for the future of the Azure Dragon Clan. The elder of the Water Dragon Clan glanced at her and derided the Ice Dragon elder. As expected of a traitor, unable to even properly educate the younger generation, lacking in decorum. The elder of the Ice Dragon Clan, exasperated, pulled Long Bingling aside and whispered, "You promised not to cause trouble. That is why I brought you here. If you cannot behave, you shall return." Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the distant sky, followed by a series of thunderous roars. A colossal thunder dragon, extending over 100 feet, swiftly approached and, in an instant, descended upon Azure Dragon Valley, transforming into an elderly figure, the fourth elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan, Long Laming. "Elder Lei Ming has arrived. It is indeed a pleasure to meet him. I have long desired to reminisce with Elder Lei, yet opportunities have eluded me. Today, as we gather, I shall certainly raise a few cups in his honor." The elders of the Ice Dragon Clan, Water Dragon Clan, White Dragon Clan, and Earth Dragon Clan gazed upon him with fervent admiration, akin to that of beholding a striking beauty, promptly greeting him with warm smiles and clasped hands. Indeed, Elder Long Lei Ming responded with a slight bow. marking the salutation. I have heard that today marks the ceremony for the succession of the chief of the Azure Dragon Clan, and I have come specifically to witness it, while also seeking a cup of wine. As he spoke, he retrieved a white jade vial from his spatial ring. This is a token of my congratulations. 5 essence-nourishing pills. Elder Lei Ming, a master alchemist, indeed displayed his generosity with the offering of 5 essence-nourishing pills, valued at thousands of gold taels, a truly grand gesture. In comparison to his gift, ours seems rather meager, and I feel quite ashamed. Should the opportunity arise, I would be honored to seek pills from Elder Lei Ming, and I hope he will not decline. The elders of the Ice Dragon Clan, Water Dragon Clan, White Dragon Clan, and Earth Dragon Clan fixated on the jade vial. Their desire to seize it palpable. Long Qingchen, with a beaming countenance, reached out for the vial, remarking on Elder Lei Ming's excessive courtesy. However, Elder Long Lei Ming coolly withdrew the vial, evading his grasp. I apologize, but this gift is intended for the chief of the Azure Dragon Clan. Long Qingchen's hand froze, his smile faltering as his expression darkened. I am the chief of the Azure Dragon Clan. What does Elder Lei Ming mean by this? With a cold smirk, Long Lei Ming replied, it means precisely what it states. In my eyes, the only chief of the Azure Dragon Clan is Chief Long Qingchen, and this gift is meant solely for him. Long Bingling could not suppress a chuckle, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Upon noticing the disapproving glares from the elders of the Ice Dragon Clan, she quickly covered her mouth. This only served to deepen Long Qingchen's embarrassment as he glared at Long Lei Ming. Elder Lei Ming, I hold you in high regard. Yet you choose to humiliate me thus. If so, I must ask you to leave the Azure Dragon Valley. You are not welcome here. The Azure Dragon Valley belongs to the entire Azure Dragon Clan, not to you. You do not represent us all. Elder Long Lei Ming's gaze remained indifferent as he turned towards the abode of Long Qingchen. Elder Lei Ming, wait for me. Long Bingling hurriedly followed after him. As Long Lei Ming and Long Bingling arrived at Long Qingchen's cave, they coincidentally encountered Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen emerging. Greetings, uncle, Long Bingling said demurely, bowing to Long Qingchen. Bingling has come, Long Qingchen smiled. I recall you were quite the playful child, often visiting the Azure Dragon Clan to see Xuan'er. It has been several years. You have grown into a fine young lady. How swiftly time passes. He cast a meaningful glance at Long Qingchen. Indeed, it has passed rather quickly. Long Bingling's cheeks flushed as she too glanced at Long Qingchen. What are you looking at me for? Long Qingchen replied, bewildered, as if he had committed some unspeakable act. Long Qingchen sighed, expressing his surprise at the news of your engagement to Long Fingya of the Wind Dragon Clan. A certain foolish young man, who fails to appreciate such a treasure, is bound to regret his actions. Long Bingling's expression turned somber as she remained silent. Who might this foolish young man be? Long Qingchen fell into silence, fully aware of his father's insinuations. At that time, his focus was solely on Long Qingchen, leaving no room for consideration of Long Bingling. Moreover, even in the absence of Long Qingchen, he held no particular feelings for Long Bingling, merely viewing her as a good friend. Chief Qingchen, what brings you here? Upon seeing Long Qingchen, who was similarly adorned in splendid attire as Long Qingchen, Long Lei Ming's gaze shifted intriguingly. Long Qingchen smirked. Of course, I am here to attend the ceremony for the chief's succession. My father, as the chief, cannot be absent. Long Lei Ming paused in surprise. His earlier gesture of presenting a congratulatory gift was merely an attempt to embarrass Long Qingchen and assert his own stance. He had not anticipated that Long Qingchen would indeed attend the succession ceremony. Thus, the question arose, who truly was the chief? Let us proceed. Long Qingchen laughed heartily, leading the way to the martial arena of the Qinglong Valley. Chapter 17, The Supplementary Ceremony. Upon witnessing the imposing and spirited Long Qingchen, the previously lively Qinglong Valley fell into an abrupt silence, each dragon gazing at him in astonishment. Chief, Chief. The elders of the Qinglong clan hesitated momentarily before offering their greetings, acknowledging him as the former chief, which warranted a modicum of respect. The elders from the Water Dragon, Ice Dragon, White Dragon, and Earth Dragon clans exchanged peculiar glances at Long Qingchen, subsequently extending their salutations to Long Qingchen. Long Qingyi's countenance darkened, and in a hushed tone, he observed Long Qingchen's apparent recovery. If his cultivation had also returned to form, it would spell trouble. Let us observe the developments, Long Qingchen murmured, his expression shadowed, yet soon replaced by a radiant smile as he stepped forward to warmly grasp Long Qingchen's hand, as if they were brothers. Today marks my ascension to the position of chief. I am profoundly grateful for the presence of the former chief to offer congratulations. He emphasized the term former chief, clearly reminding Long Qingchen of his previous status, with a crackling sound of bones. The eyes of the assembled dragons fixated on the clasped hands of Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen, indicating an unspoken contest of strength. It appears the former chief has recovered quite well. That puts my mind at ease. Long Qingchen's smile faltered as he released his grip and slowly retreated a step. Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened, noticing a slight tremor in Long Qingchen's hand, indicating he had not gained any advantage. A silent amusement welled within him. His father's prowess had always surpassed Long Qingchen's, and now that his father's cultivation had been fully restored, Long Qingchen would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage in their rivalry. Suddenly inspired, he respectfully bowed to the elders of the Qinglong clan, stating, 10 years ago, when my father ascended to the position of chief, no ceremony was held for the sake of frugality. Today, I express my gratitude on behalf of my father to all the esteemed elders for arranging this supplementary ceremony. Thank you very much. A supplementary ceremony? The ceremony for Long Qingchen's reinstatement left the elders of the Qinglong clan in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't today meant to be the day Long Qingchen assumed the role of clan leader? When did it transform into a ceremony for Long Qingchen? The elders from the Water Dragon Clan, Ice Dragon Clan, White Dragon Clan, and Earth Dragon Clan were equally perplexed. Whose ceremony was it, after all? With a hearty laugh, Long Laming interjected, 10 years ago, when clan leader Long Qingchen took office, our Thunder Dragon Clan did not extend our congratulations. Consider this gift a belated token of our respect. He quickly retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring and presented it to Long Qingchen. Long Bingling stepped forward, grasping the arm of the Ice Dragon Clan elder, and playfully remarked, Uncle, did you not bring a gift? It is time to present it to my father. The elder shot her a disapproving glance, then shifted his gaze between Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a gift and, with a smile, handed it to Long Qingchen, stating, our offering from the Ice Dragon Clan may not compare to Elder Laming's. But we hope clan leader Long Qingchen will not think too little of it. It is already an honor for me that both elders are present. You are far too kind, Long Qingchen replied, momentarily taken aback. Before a smile graced his face as he accepted the gifts from the Ice Dragon Clan elder and Long Laming. The elders from the Water Dragon, White Dragon, and Earth Dragon clans exchanged glances and subsequently offered their own gifts to Long Qingchen. The elder from the Water Dragon Clan regarded Long Qingchen with approval and remarked, Clan leader Long Qingchen is blessed with an exceptional son, regardless of his innate talent. His cleverness at such a young age is remarkable and sets him apart from his contemporaries. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. The elder from the White Dragon Clan and the elder from the Earth Dragon Clan could not help but cast a few admiring glances at Long Qingchen. With just a simple phrase, he had turned the tables on Long Qingchen, shifting him from a passive to an active role, while simultaneously placing Long Qingchen in an awkward position. It was indeed a masterstroke. It is hard to believe such a feat could be accomplished by a lad still in his teens. The elder's compliments felt excessive to Long Qingchen. He perceived it as merely a display of cleverness. He shot a mild glare at Long Qingchen, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of pride and satisfaction. Long Qingchen's audacity was astonishing, almost leaving him speechless. Today a ceremony is meant for my father, not for the purpose of reinstating yours. Long Qingze glared at Long Qingchen, his voice rising in fury. This is indeed a ceremony for my father's reinstatement, Long Qingchen retorted calmly, standing firm in his assertion. Long Qingchen cast a cold, penetrating gaze at him before turning his attention back to Long Qingchen, his voice laced with frost. I respect you as the former clan leader, and your monthly stipend will not diminish in the slightest. Must you escalate matters to this extent? Long Qingchen maintained an unperturbed demeanor, replying, I am the clan leader of the Qinglong clan. When did I become merely a former leader? I do not recall such a change. Long Qingchen, seething with anger, declared, the position of clan leader has always been determined by the elders, and at that time, the elders decided that I would take on this role. Long Qingyi chuckled coldly. At that moment, all the elders were present. Long Qingchen, do you intend to play tricks? Long Qingchen replied indifferently, at that time. I was gravely injured and my mind was clouded. I had no clear understanding of what transpired. Long Qingchen secretly found it amusing and immensely admired his father. His ability to feign ignorance was indeed remarkable. Long Qinghao's gaze sharpened as he scanned the elders of the Qinglong clan one by one. According to the clan's regulations, a two-thirds majority of the elders must consent in order to depose the clan leader. Did all of you elders ever agree to dismiss me? He inquired. I had consumed a bit of wine and my mind was a bit muddled. I cannot recall, he continued. On that day, I encountered a slight mishap during my cultivation. leaving me mentally exhausted and unable to remember. The elders of the Qinglong clan exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. If they agreed to depose Long Qinghao, they would offend him, and given that he was the strongest among the middle generation, having regained his powers, it was wise not to provoke him. Conversely, if they did not agree, they would incur the wrath of Long Qingyang. Thus, they too feigned ignorance. Did you hear that? Long Qinghao's piercing gaze fixed upon Long Qingyang and Long Qingyi. The elders did not consent to my dismissal. What punishment do you deserve for coveting the position of clan leader? Long Qingchen proclaimed emphatically, according to the clan's regulations. Usurping the position of clan leader is akin to treason, punishable by expulsion from the Dragon Clan or even execution on the dragon-slaying platform. Thud. Long Qingyi trembled, his face ashen as he knelt on the ground, panic evident in his eyes as he pleaded for mercy from the clan leader. Long Qingyang promised that once he ascended to the position of clan leader, he would grant Long Qingyi the position of Grand Elder. I was momentarily confused and fell under Long Qingyang's influence, he confessed. Long Qingyang's face turned ashen, and he slowly closed his eyes, saying nothing. Chenggu, save my father. Long Qinghu implored, his eyes red with emotion. Long Qingchen pondered for a moment and said, Elder Long Qingyi is merely an accomplice. His crime does not warrant death nor expulsion from the Dragon Clan. Long Qingyi hastily nodded. Yes, I am merely an accomplice. Chapter 18. The Path of Dragon Blood. Long Qinghao suddenly inquired, Xuan'er, how do you think we should deal with the two elders? Long Qingchen was taken aback. His father had not consulted the elders, but instead sought his opinion, clearly testing him. Long Qingyang, the mastermind behind the plot to usurp the clan leader's position, should, according to the clan's regulations, be expelled from the Dragon Clan. However, considering his loyalty to the Qinglong clan, a lighter punishment could be imposed, allowing him to reflect in solitude for 300 years. As for Elder Long Qingyi, being merely an accomplice, he could be confined for 50 years of reflection. After a moment's consideration, he proposed this course of action. A hint of approval flickered across Long Qinghao's face as he waved his hand. Let it be so. Thank you for your mercy, clan leader. Long Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The lifespan of the Dragon Clan is long, and 50 years is hardly significant. It is indeed a light punishment. Long Qingyang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze complex as he regarded Long Qinghao. He and Long Qinghao had been adversaries since childhood. He had expected Long Qinghao to seize this opportunity to expel him from the clan, but to his surprise, he was only sentenced to solitary reflection. I accept the punishment. Seizing the moment while everyone is present, let us also establish the quota for the Dragon Blood Martial House. Long Qinghao's gaze shifted towards the young members of the Qinglong clan, who immediately tensed up. The Dragon Blood Martial House, renowned for its abundant cultivation resources, is regarded as the coveted sanctuary for the youth. Gaining entry into the Dragon Blood Martial House signifies the initiation of a path toward strength. However, before one can enter, securing a quota is imperative. Otherwise, one would lack even the qualification to partake in the entrance examination. This year, the Qinglong clan has only 2 quotas available, and should one miss this opportunity, they must wait another year, resulting in fierce competition. Ziege is the foremost prodigy of our Qinglong clan, possessing unparalleled strength, and he will undoubtedly claim 1 quota. Thus, the remaining quota, who shall seize it? Long Qingchen has fully restored his cultivation. He will pose a significant challenge for us, and to secure the quota, one must triumph over him. The young members murmured among themselves, their gazes inevitably falling upon Long Qingchen, filled with hostility. Long Bingling, with a glimmer of brightness in her eyes, suddenly produced a blood-red jade token, flaunting it before Long Qingchen, declaring, I have secured a quota from the Ice Dragon Clan. The next move is yours. The young members gazed at her with envy, as they fretted over their own quotas, while she had already obtained one. Long Qingchen regarded her with skepticism. With your cultivation at the 9th level of the Xiaolong realm, how could you possibly secure a quota? Did you take the back door? The back door? Long Bingling paused momentarily, then shot him a glare, retorting, I did not take any back door. I earned it through my prowess. In the young competition of the Ice Dragon Clan, I ranked 4th, thus naturally securing a quota. The elder of the Ice Dragon Clan smiled gently, I can attest. Linger indeed achieved 4th place in the competition and performed admirably. Upon hearing the elder's praise, Long Bingling swelled with pride, nearly soaring with elation. Of course, in her current human form, she possessed no tail. Long Qingchen conceded, your Ice Dragon Clan has 4 quotas, double that of ours, making it comparatively easier. This is an unavoidable circumstance. The quotas allocated by the Dragon Blood Martial House vary among the different dragon clans, typically based on their rankings. The Qinglong clan ranks second to last among the clans, thus receiving only 2 quotas. Conversely, the Ice Dragon Clan, ranking 4th from the bottom, possesses 4 quotas. The Golden Dragon Clan, standing at the pinnacle, boasts 49 quotas. The most unfortunate is the Water Dragon Clan, ranked last, with a mere single quota. Long Qingchen could not help but glance towards the elder of the Water Dragon Clan, who indeed appeared quite troubled. The elder of the Water Dragon Clan coldly regarded the elder of the Ice Dragon Clan. In the past, our Water Dragon Clan had at least a dozen quotas. Ever since you traders emerged, the quotas have dwindled. The elder of the Ice Dragon Clan replied coolly, that merely underscores your Water Dragon Clan's incompetence. Without our Ice Dragon Clan, you are nothing. The elder of the Water Dragon Clan sneered, asserting that obtaining a quota does not equate to admission into the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. One must also pass its rigorous assessments. Although the Ice Dragon Clan possesses 4 quotas, their highest cultivation level is merely at the 5th tier of the Profound Dragon Realm, making it exceedingly unlikely for any of them to qualify. In contrast, our Water Dragon Clan, despite having only 1 quota, is assured of selection. For we have produced a genuine prodigy whose cultivation has already reached the Blood Dragon Realm. Gasp! The young men and women collectively inhaled sharply. The Blood Dragon Realm was a realm they dared not even dream of. Long Qingchen announced the rules for quota distribution, adhering to the customary principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. A grand competition would be held. Those wishing to contend for a quota could voluntarily sign up, and opponents would be determined by lot. The top 2 contenders in the competition would secure a quota. I volunteer. Long Qingze was the first to step forward, casting a provocative glance at Long Qingchen. The youth eagerly signed up, for the competition primarily relied on strength. However, the lottery system for determining opponents also introduced an element of chance. Should fortune favor them, and they avoid encountering formidable adversaries, securing a spot among the top 2 was certainly plausible. Are you not signing up? Long Qingchen inquired curiously, looking at Long Qingtiger. Long Qingtiger shook his head slightly, stating, with my current cultivation, I wouldn't even rank in the top 30. It's impossible for me to secure a top 2 position. Long Qingchen fell silent for a moment, patting his shoulder. Waiting another year may be beneficial. Sometimes, one cannot rely solely on luck. Even if you were to fortuitously obtain a quota, you would still be unable to pass the entrance assessment of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. Indeed, Long Qingtiger nodded earnestly. Xuan'er, Long Qingchen retrieved brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, diligently recording the names of the registrants. Finally, he turned his gaze towards Long Qingchen, evidently awaiting his enrollment. Could it be that his cultivation has not fully recovered? This is indeed good news. We have one less formidable rival. The youth looked at him in confusion, fervently wishing he would refrain from competing. Long Qingchen replied nonchalantly, I do not intend to participate in the competition. Long Qingchen frowned. With your cultivation level, the likelihood of securing a quota is substantial. Why abstain? Long Qingchen's gaze drifted into the distance. Let them vie for the quotas. I aspire to tread the path of the Dragon Blood. The path of the Dragon Blood? The youth stood in stunned silence. The elders of the Azure Dragon Clan, as well as those from the other 4 dragon clans, were equally astonished. There exist 2 avenues to enter the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. One path involves acquiring a quota from various dragon clans and subsequently undergoing the Academy's assessments. Passing these assessments grants access to cultivate within the Academy. The other path is the Dragon Blood Path. Those who can traverse the Dragon Blood Path may gain exceptional entry into the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, bypassing the need for a quota or assessment and receiving the Academy's most abundant cultivation resources. However, the Dragon Blood Path is notoriously arduous, with only a scant few geniuses historically succeeding in this endeavor. The most daunting aspect is the peril involved. There exists a grave risk of perishing. Moreover, failure results in eternal disqualification from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. It has been an eternity since anyone dared to traverse the Dragon Blood Path. Long Qingchen's expression grew solemn. Xuan'er, you must think this through. Long Qingchen's gaze was resolute. I have contemplated it thoroughly. Please have faith in me, Father. Chapter 19. If I fail to defeat you in a single strike, I concede defeat. Long Qingchen scrutinized Long Qingchen for a prolonged moment, then sighed despondently. You have always been strong-willed. Once you set your mind to something, not even a herd of 9 bulls could sway you. As long as you are certain, that is what matters. I am of the Dragon Clan. Even without training, the strength of a dragon's body is formidable enough to rival that of 90 bulls. Long Qingchen smiled faintly. Since his father's injury, he had endured hardships and was no longer as severe as before. Even the occasional jest was now acceptable. Long Qinghao shot him a glare, dismissing him, and then retrieved a drawing tube from his spatial ring, declaring, "We shall commence the first round of the elimination tournament. As per tradition, those who draw opponent slips shall face each other. Those who do not will advance to the next round." Over 100 young members of the Azure Dragon Clan stepped forward one by one to draw lots, each displaying palpable tension, as though fearing a venomous snake's bite. Clearly, they were anxious about facing a formidable opponent. Only Long Qingchen remained calm and collected, casually drawing a bamboo slip, appearing indifferent to any potential adversary. Long Qingchen, arms crossed, observed the unfolding competition with keen interest. He had chosen to traverse the Dragon Blood path to enter the Dragon Blood Martial House without requiring a slot. Thus, this tournament bore no significance for him. Number 13. Ziege is also number 13. How unfortunate. Suddenly, a young girl exclaimed, her face falling as she gazed at the bamboo slip in Long Qingche's hand. "You drew an opponent's slip like Ziege. There's no point in continuing, just concede." Ziege's cultivation had reached the first level of the profound dragon realm, while she was merely at the 6th level of the brave dragon realm. It was likely she could not withstand even a single strike from him. If Ziege chose to show leniency, perhaps she could endure a few more blows. The other youths regarded her with pity. Long Qingchen replied coolly, "I shall not show mercy. Regardless of my opponent, I shall exert my full strength. That is the respect I owe to my adversary." Number 1. The match begins. Long Qinghao presided over the tournament with measured composure. Boom. The two youths who had drawn number 1 ascended the martial arena, clasping their fists in salute before engaging in combat. Their cultivation levels were nearly identical, both at the 5th level of the brave dragon realm, and their martial skills were comparable, resulting in a fierce contest with no clear victor emerging in the short term. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air as Long Bingling approached, her light steps bringing her to Long Qingchen's side. Quietly, she glanced at his profile. "Given your strength, securing a position within the Azure Dragon Clan should be nearly guaranteed. I do not understand why you chose the Dragon Blood path. It is not too late to reconsider." Long Qingchen shook his head. "I have made my decision. Entering the Dragon Blood Martial House through the Dragon Blood path will grant me the most abundant cultivation resources." Long Bingling's expression tightened. "Why must you be so stubborn? Do you believe the Dragon Blood path is so easily traversed?" "I refrain from engaging in endeavors lacking certainty." Long Qingchen's gaze was profound. Had it been in the past, he would undoubtedly have shunned the Dragon Blood path. However, ever since acquiring the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, his strength has surged remarkably, making it conceivable to traverse the Dragon Blood path. Upon hearing this, Long Bingling was momentarily lost in thought and softly remarked, "I have realized that after 2 years apart, you have changed significantly." "How so? Am I more handsome?" Long Qingchen mused, stroking his chin with his elongated fingers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "In my youth, I was but a charming young lad. Now, I have blossomed into a striking young man, indeed a transformation." Long Bingling rolled her eyes, accustomed to his peculiar remarks. "Let me speak seriously. In the past, you were rather laid back and easygoing, but now you exude a sharp brilliance and an air of arrogance. That is called confidence. More like arrogance." "Very well. Let it be arrogance then." Long Qingchen, realizing the futility of arguing with a headstrong girl, conceded. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the contest in the martial arena reached its conclusion. Both formidable Azure dragons, stretching over 10 zhong, lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise. Clearly, they were equally matched in their defeat. Long Qingyuan and Long Qingping were both eliminated, as announced by Long Qinghao. In contests, there is never a tie. A draw results in the elimination of both contenders. The second round commenced, followed by the third and fourth. The ensuing duels progressed swiftly, likely due to the significant disparity in strength, with victories determined in fewer than 30 exchanges. Boom. By the time of the 13th duel, Long Qingze decisively defeated his opponent, a young girl, with a single, clean strike. The elder of the Water Dragon Clan praised him, declaring that the Azure Dragon Clan has produced a talent in its younger generation, destined for greatness in due time. As the first round concluded, victors were determined, advancing to the next stage. Then, the second round commenced with new draws for the matches. In every duel, Long Qingze emerged victorious with singular prowess, his performance exceedingly remarkable. By the 6th round, only Long Qingze and Long Qingwei remained. Long Qingyue smiled and conceded, "I yield. After all, I have already secured a place among the top 2. Long Qinghao announced the results of the tournament. First place, Long Qingze. Second place, Long Qingwei, each receiving a chance to participate in the Dragon Blood Martial Academy assessment. Suddenly, Long Qingchen knelt before Long Qingyang, bowing deeply. Father, in the near future, I shall achieve merit on the battlefield to secure your pardon, granting you freedom at last. Long Qingyang, filled with pride, helped him rise and said, 300 years of reflection behind closed doors is but a fleeting moment in the expanse of my long life. There is no need for you to shoulder excessive pressure, my son. Focus on your cultivation with peace of mind. Gradually, Long Qingze rose to his feet and abruptly turned to face Long Qingchen, directly challenging him. Long Qingchen, I seek to challenge you. The entire martial arena fell into a hushed silence, quickly followed by the excited murmurs of the young men and women present. Long Qingchen, with an unperturbed expression, replied, I have no interest. Are you afraid? Long Qingze sneered. Since childhood, you have been hailed as the foremost genius of the Qinglong clan's younger generation. Yet you have never bested me. What right do you have to claim the title of the first? Today, I have secured the top position in the grand competition. Having defeated all the young talents of the Qinglong clan, I am the true first. Long Qinghao frowned. Xuan'er has already decided to brave the dragon blood path and does not wish to compete with you for a position or participate in the grand competition. Your challenge to him is utterly meaningless. A trace of resentment flickered in Long Qingze's eyes. I am aware of its futility. I simply wish to prove that I am stronger than him. The children have grown up, and among the younger generation, a leader is indeed required. Long Qingyang smiled faintly, not only refraining from discouragement, but also exuding an air of encouragement. If you wish to humiliate yourself, then come forth. Long Qingchen's expression was indifferent as he made his way to the martial arena. I will only use one move. If I fail to defeat you with that, then I shall accept my loss. The young men and women were left in astonishment. One move? The elders of the Ice Dragon Clan, Water Dragon Clan, White Dragon Clan, and Earth Dragon Clan were equally taken aback. One move? Long Qingyang chuckled softly. The elder of the Ice Dragon Clan regarded Long Qinghao with a peculiar gaze. You, as the eldest son, are indeed confident. To defeat someone at the first level of the Qianlong realm with a single move, one must possess at least the cultivation of the 7th level of the Qianlong realm, wouldn't you agree? Long Qinghao offered a wry smile. Youthful exuberance can be tempered by hardship. Long Bingling stamped her foot, muttering, with such bold words, let us see how he extricates himself. However, Long Laming's eyes were filled with fervent admiration. Master is indeed a master, towering above his peers. Long Qinghu was also inexplicably excited, clenching his fists as if he were in battle. Brother Chun has always kept his word. If he claims he can defeat Long Qingze with one move, then he surely can. Chapter 20. A move is indeed a move. Boom. With a dull thud, Long Qingze's feet struck the ground, soaring into the air like a great rock, landing steadily in the martial arena. He coldly regarded Long Qingchen. Let me see how you intend to defeat me with just one move. Boom. He embraced the air with his arms, his body shaking as the profound power of the Qinglong surged forth, transforming into a towering mountain, causing the air to tremble with its immense weight. Atop the mountain, ancient trees flourished, with birds and beasts animatedly depicted. This was a top-tier martial technique of the Xian level, the embrace of the mountain. Ziege had mastered the embrace of the mountain to perfection, allowing him to manifest such a lifelike mountain. The young men and women gasped in awe, their eyes ablaze with admiration. Go! Long Qingze shouted, forcefully thrusting his arms. Boom! The mountain surged forth, shaking the air. Come at me. Long Qingchen's gaze remained indifferent as he activated the 9 reversal dragon art to its utmost limit. A resounding dragon's roar emanated from within him as he opened his palm. The power of the Qinglong flashing brilliantly, transforming into twin dragons that howled forth. Crack! They collided fiercely, unleashing a blinding radiance as the mountain was instantaneously shattered. Puff! Long Qingze's chest caved in, blood spewing from his mouth as his body was sent flying, hurtling straight out of the martial arena. With a single move, it was accomplished. Zaire! Long Qingyang's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly dashed forward to catch Long Qingze, hastily retrieving a medicinal pill to administer to him. The young boys and girls stood in a daze, observing this scene, while the entire martial arena fell into a profound silence. The strong figures of the intermediate generation also appeared momentarily entranced, lost in thought for an extended period. I knew it. Brother Chun could achieve this. Long Qinghu's face flushed with excitement as he abruptly raised his fist, as if the previous strike had been his own. Long Laming's gaze burned with intensity. His master's alchemical skills had reached an extraordinary level, coupled with such innate talent. Within a decade, he would undoubtedly gain renown throughout the ancient dragon domain, becoming a formidable force. The elder of the Water Dragon Clan regarded Long Qinghao with puzzlement, pondering what kind of martial technique this was. Having witnessed various techniques from different dragon clans, he had never encountered such a style. Despite Long Qinghao's eldest son possessing merely the cultivation of the 4th level of the profound dragon realm, he had displayed the strength akin to that of the 7th level after utilizing this technique, demonstrating an undeniable dominance. Long Qinghao chuckled bitterly within. It was his first encounter with such a martial art as well. He could only speculate that it originated from the old man's teachings. Yet he could not divulge this secret and merely offered a vague explanation, stating that Chun had comprehended it from an ancient tome, likely a rare Earth-grade technique. The elder of the Water Dragon clan's expression grew solemn. He had seen Earth-grade techniques before, yet none possessed such formidable power, indicating it was likely a Heaven-grade technique. Long Qinghao smiled lightly. I am not entirely certain. The elder of the White Dragon clan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, expressing a hint of regret. The eldest son of clan leader Qinghao is exceptionally gifted. In the future, he will not be an ordinary individual. I have a granddaughter who would be a perfect match for him, but alas, I have heard that he is already betrothed to the Golden Dragon clan. Long Qinghao sighed. In recent years, I have been on the battlefield, and I am not well informed about Chun's engagement with the Golden Dragon clan. Long Laming laughed heartily. What of it if he is already engaged? For the strong, having multiple wives is a commonplace affair. The elder of the White Dragon clan shook his head slightly. That is inappropriate. My granddaughter is proud and would never settle for being a secondary partner. Furthermore, the Golden Dragon clan would never accept such a role. I merely mentioned it in passing, so there is no need to take it seriously. Long Laming spoke with profound meaning. Currently, my master is still young and relatively unknown. If Elder Bai is genuinely interested in an alliance, it would be wise to act sooner rather than later. In the near future, once my master becomes a powerful figure, his standards will undoubtedly rise, and he may not even consider Elder Bai's granddaughter. Hearing this, the elder of the White Dragon clan hesitated, pondering for a moment. Upon my return, I shall have a word with that girl. Such is excellent. Long Laming replied with satisfaction. If my disciple were to act as a matchmaker for my master, it would certainly make for a delightful tale. With such a heavy-handed approach, do you not feel a shred of kinship? The physique of the Azure Dragon excels in recovery, and coupled with the efficacy of the medicinal pill, Long Qing's injuries rapidly healed, posing no threat to his life. Long Qingyang let out a long sigh of relief and suddenly raised his head, glaring furiously at Long Qingchen. Fists and feet are blind. It was he who challenged me. Whom can I blame? Long Qingchen replied with an indifferent gaze, leisurely descending from the martial arena. He was ambushed by Huang Jin Xuan'er, and at the brink of death, his kin, those brothers and sisters, not only failed to aid him but instead mocked him cruelly. From that moment forth, the so-called bond of kinship had utterly vanished. Let me see. Long Laming strode forward, grasping Long Qing's hand, casually checking his pulse. Then disdainfully letting go, noting that only a few bones were broken and some internal organs damaged. It was nothing serious. He would not perish. Long Qingyang's countenance darkened, his anger palpable. Long Qinghao asserted firmly, in the arena, life and death are borne by each. This is not merely the rule of the Qinglong clan, but of the entire dragon lineage. Xuan'er has done nothing wrong. Sooner or later, my son will seek your counsel again. Long Qingyang cast a cold, venomous glance at Long Qingchen, lifted Long Qingze, and hurriedly departed. I am always at your service. Long Qingchen remained indifferent, not troubled in the slightest. Long Qingze could hardly contend with him now, and with his pace of cultivation, Long Qingze would never surpass him. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. Having reclaimed the position of clan leader, Long Qinghao was in high spirits. Warmly inviting various elders of the Dragon clan to take their places at the head table, accompanied by several esteemed elders of the Qinglong clan, while the other elders of the Qinglong clan sequentially occupied the front seats. As Long Qingchen and Long Bingling were of the younger generation, they could only sit behind the elders. According to status and rank, Long Laming should have taken the prime seat, yet he declined, insisting on sitting in Long Qingchen's place, leaving Long Qinghao no choice but to acquiesce. Brother Chun is the foremost talent of our younger Qinglong clan. How dare Long Qingze challenge him? Such audacity. Brother Chun has always been our exemplar. I raise my glass to him. Recently, Brother Chun was injured, and we were misled by Long Qingze, bewitched and blind. Reflecting now, we feel profound remorse, and I hope Brother Chun will not take it to heart. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Many young men and women gathered around Long Qingchen's table, their faces radiant, akin to stars surrounding the moon, offering flattery and apologies. They were but fickle supporters. Whoever held the advantage, they would curry favor with. Long Qingchen initially wished to disregard their insincere gestures, but but upon further contemplation, he altered his stance. They were the sons and daughters of elders, and with his father as the clan leader, he could not afford to dismiss their support. Let us not dwell on the past. After this drink, we shall remain good brothers. He beamed brightly, slowly rising to lift his cup, draining it in one gulp. Internally, he scoffed. Since they were so hypocritical, he would indulge their pretense to the end. This, indeed, is the way of the world. To his left, Long Bingling regarded him with a peculiar gaze. His smile was far too faint. Chapter 21. The sixth level of the mysterious dragon realm. Do you know the origins of the dragon blood path? After the banquet dispersed, Long Qingchen asked earnestly. Long Qingchen replied, I know a bit. It is said that the highest record for traversing that path is the dragon blood realm. Hence it is called the dragon blood path. Long Qingchen nodded, acknowledging the reality. Given your current cultivation at the fourth level of the Xianlong realm, it is impossible for you to traverse the dragon blood road. With less than 2 months remaining until the assessment period of the dragon blood martial house, you must endeavor to enhance your cultivation as much as possible. If it proves too challenging, do not force it. Waiting a few more years is acceptable. After all, you are still young, and there is no need to rush into the dragon blood road this year. Long Qingchen's gaze was resolute. I must conquer the dragon blood road this year. Forget what I just said. Long Qinghao, with a sense of resignation, waved his hand. He understood his eldest son all too well. Once a decision was made, no amount of persuasion would sway him. Returning to his cave dwelling, Long Qingchen retrieved a spirit essence pill, glanced at it, and restrained the urge to consume it. Placing it back down, just 2 days prior, he had ingested the first spirit essence pill, propelling his cultivation to the fourth level of the Xianlong realm. His foundation was still unstable. Thus, he could not take the second pill just yet. He sat cross-legged, channeling the 9 reverse dragon technique to solidify his foundation. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar emanated from within him, echoing throughout the cave. His father had mentioned that while breaking through in cultivation was relatively simple, establishing a solid foundation was the true challenge. The 9 reverse dragon emperor also placed great emphasis on a firm foundation, and he was determined to fortify his own. It took him a full 8 days to thoroughly solidify his foundation. During this time, his father, Long Qinghu, and Long Bingling each visited once, observing his training before departing. Long Laming came twice, seemingly encountering some difficulties and seeking his counsel. Long Qingchen exited the cave to indulge in a hearty meal. With his current cultivation, he could not yet fast and still required sustenance. After checking in on his father, Long Qinghu, and Long Bingling, finding nothing of urgency, he made a trip to the Lingxiao Pavilion to offer guidance to Long Laming. Now that my foundation is secure, I can consume the second spirit essence pill. Returning to his cave, he prepared to enter seclusion once more, retrieving a spirit essence pill and swallowing it. Roar! Immediately, it transformed into a massive surge of warmth, flooding his internal organs and permeating the 8 extraordinary meridians, reaching every limb and bone, and under the guidance of the 9 reverse dragon technique. It was transmuted into pure dragon power. Boom! As the dragon power increased, his cultivation soared, reaching the 5th level of the Xianlong realm. At this point, nearly half of the pill's warmth had been expended. Roar! The 9 reverse dragon technique operated at a rapid pace, continuing to convert the pill's warmth into dragon power. Boom! Several hours later, he broke through to the 6th level of the Xianlong realm. During his first consumption of the spirit essence pill, he effortlessly advanced 3 levels. However, during the second consumption, he barely managed to ascend 2 levels, indicating a significant reduction in the pill's efficacy. Long Qingchen felt somewhat dissatisfied. It seemed that achieving the blood dragon realm within 2 months was becoming increasingly improbable. He may have overestimated his cultivation speed. Of course, this was primarily due to his lofty expectations. In just over 10 days, he had ascended from the 9th level of the Xiaolong realm to the 6th level of the Xianlong realm, a remarkable increase of 7 levels, an astonishing rate of progress. However, there was also good news. The operational speed of the 9 reverse dragon technique had now reached over 900 turns. To comprehend the operational velocity of Earth-tier martial arts, it ranges from 100 to 1,000 revolutions. In other words, the current rotational speed of his 9 reversal dragon technique is already comparable to the pinnacle of Earth-tier martial arts. Furthermore, the swifter the main cultivation technique, the more rapidly one can restore dragon power, resulting in a more formidable explosive force, an abundance of benefits. Additionally, with the enhancement of his cultivation, the might of the Overlord's 10,000 dragons palm has intensified, enabling him to harness the power of 3 dragons. while the usage of Dragon Wing Flash has reached over 40 instances. With my current cultivation at the 6th level of the Xinlong realm, beneath the Blood Dragon realm, I can scarcely find a worthy opponent. I could even contend with those of the 1st level of the Blood Dragon realm without haste to break through into it. Long Qingchen assessed his present strength and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Rather than hastily advancing in cultivation, he devoted the remainder of his time to solidifying his foundation. As the day for the recruitment of the Dragon Blood Martial House arrived, Long Bingling arrived early in the morning, carrying a bundle, and entered Long Qingchen's cave abode with the casualness of returning home, carelessly tossing her bundle before him. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, clad in a pure blue long dress adorned with embroidered patterns of fluttering snowflakes, perfectly complementing her identity as a member of the Ice Dragon Clan and accentuating her fair skin, resembling an ethereal spirit descended from the snow-capped mountains. This was not a beauty pageant for the assessment at the Dragon Blood Martial House, and such elaborate adornment might prove inconvenient during the evaluation. After placing her bundle into a spatial ring, Long Qingchen couldn't help but gaze at her a moment longer, particularly at her strikingly fair and elongated legs beneath the dress. One could only imagine the spectacle if her skirt were to billow during the assessment. Many young prodigies might find themselves at a loss. Long Bingling brushed her hair aside, stating that she wished to look beautiful for her betrothed today. Long Qingchen, puzzled, inquired whether she did not want him to assist in eliminating him. Had she changed her mind? With a gentle smile, Long Bingling remarked that she wanted him to witness her beauty before meeting his demise, ensuring no regrets remained. A shiver ran down Long Qingchen's spine. The sting of a wasp's tail is nothing compared to the venom of a woman's heart. I was merely jesting. And yet you took it to heart, he replied. Long Bingling shot him a glance. You have yet to witness the assessment at the Dragon Blood Martial House. I have seen it once and was deeply impressed. The various Dragon Clan girls participating in the assessment always adorn themselves beautifully. On one hand, it allows them to select suitable partners among the many talents. On the other, it encourages mercy during duels. Realization dawned on Long Qingchen. Upon exiting the cave, he noticed the elders of the Azure Dragon Clan had come to see him off. Our Azure Dragon Clan has not been selected for the Dragon Blood Martial House in many years. Qingze, you must exert every effort to bring honor to our clan, they urged. Participating in the assessment is not solely for selection. It is also vital to interact well with the talents of other dragon clans. Cultivating friendships rather than enmities will ultimately benefit both the Azure Dragon Clan and yourself. The elders earnestly imparted their advice to Long Qingze. Regarding Long Qingwe, they had little to say. Her cultivation was too meager, rendering her chances of being selected for the Dragon Blood Martial House exceedingly slim, and they held no hope for her. As for Long Qingchen, they had even less to express to them. Attempting to traverse the Dragon Blood path was merely an exercise in hubris, and it would be a relief if he did not bring shame upon the Xinlong clan. Thus, the hopes of the younger generation of the Xinlong clan rested solely upon Long Qingze. With unwavering determination, Long Qingze vowed to exert every effort to gain entry into the Dragon Blood Martial House, striving to live up to the elders' expectations. Long Qingchen was slightly taken aback. In the 2 months since they last met, Long Qingze had fully recovered from his injuries and made significant strides in his cultivation, achieving the 3rd level of the Xinlong realm. Act within your means, remember this. Long Qinghao's words left Long Qingchen somewhat disheartened, clearly indicating a lack of hope for his success in traversing the Dragon Blood path. Chapter 22. Long Qingchen, I shall not coexist with you. Before the elders, Long Qingchen, Long Qingze, and Long Qingwe maintained a facade of cordiality. Zige, let us depart. He is not one of us. As soon as they left the Qinglong Valley, Long Qingyue's demeanor shifted dramatically, her eyes filled with bitterness. Long Qingze cast a cold glance at Long Qingchen before transforming into his dragon form and soaring into the sky. Departing with Long Qingwe, Long Bingling observed with keen interest, noting that the strained relations with the younger generation of the Xinlong clan could prove detrimental to his future. If he aspired to lead the Xinlong clan, he would require their support. A sparrow cannot comprehend the ambitions of a swan, Long Qingchen mused, resolved to become a formidable force and seize control of his destiny. He held no interest in leading the Xinlong clan. Thus, he was indifferent to his relations with their younger generation. His cordiality towards them was merely a facade to secure the elders' backing for his father. A sparrow cannot comprehend the ambitions of a swan, Long Bingling murmured. After a moment, she grasped the implication and lunged at Long Qingchen, seething. You dare compare me to a sparrow? With a chuckle, Long Qingchen deftly evaded, transforming into his dragon form and soaring into the distance. Long Bingling, of the Ice Dragon Clan, possessed a crystalline physique, stunningly beautiful and regarded as a paragon of beauty among dragonkind. Though such admiration could only be appreciated through the lens of their own kind. This principle is simple. For instance, no matter how lovely a cat may be, humans would not consider it a beauty, as aesthetic sensibilities differ across species. During their flight, they frequently encountered talented individuals from various dragon clans, all evidently en route to participate in the recruitment examination for the Dragon Blood Martial House. Long Qingchen seldom left the Qinglong clan. Thus, he was not well acquainted with the younger generation of other clans, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Having only seen them during the Dragon Vein awakening ceremony in their childhood, hardly a foundation for camaraderie. In contrast, Long Bingling enjoyed amiable relations with talents from diverse dragon clans. Whenever they crossed paths, she would engage in conversation, reminiscing about old times. Primarily due to the Ice Dragon Clan's reputation for fostering goodwill and maintaining harmonious relations with other dragon clans. As they soared to an altitude exceeding 5,000 miles, Long Qingchen and Long Bingling abruptly halted. It appeared that Long Qingze and Long Qingwei had encountered a predicament. Long Bingling, intrigued, gazed ahead. Before them stood Long Qingze and Long Qingwei, obstructed by 5 emerald dragons. Although the territories of the Azure Dragon Clan and the Green Dragon Clan did not border one another, a deep-seated animosity persisted between them. In ancient times, an ancestor of the Green Dragon Clan was slain by an ancestor of the Azure Dragon Clan, and this grudge had remained unresolved, extending into the present day. The Green Dragon Clan harbored resentment, impervious to the mediation of various dragon clans, perpetually viewing the Azure Dragon Clan with hostility. Long Qingze inquired, "What is your intention?" The leader of the Green Dragon sneered, "This is the sovereign airspace of the Green Dragon Clan. Other dragon clans may pass through, but your Azure Dragon Clan cannot." Infuriated, Long Qingze retorted, "According to the regulations of the dragon clans, all dragon types are permitted to fly freely within the entirety of the ancient dragon domain's airspace. Are you prepared to violate these regulations?" The leader of the Green Dragon scoffed, "Do not attempt to intimidate me with your clan's rules. I am not swayed by such tactics. Depart immediately, or do not blame us for being ungracious." Long Qingwei murmured, "Ziki, let it go. We should take a detour. There are 5 of them, and we are merely 2, no match for them. Moreover, below lies the territory of the Green Dragon Clan, where they will have more allies." Long Qingze shook his head. "The territory of the Green Dragon Clan is vast. Detouring would consume considerable time. The assessment of the Dragon Blood Martial House is scheduled for tomorrow morning, and we may not make it in time." Hearing this, Long Qingwei became anxious. "What shall we do then?" The leader of the Green Dragons grinned malevolently. "I intend for you to miss the assessment of the Dragon Blood Martial House." The other 4 Green Dragons erupted in laughter, reveling in their mischief. "What are you contemplating?" Noticing Long Qingchen lost in thought, Long Bingling inquired curiously. Long Qingchen replied slowly, "All dragon types transform into human form, their hair differing in color. I ponder why, when the Azure Dragon Clan transforms, their hair ought to be azure. Yet mine is black." In truth, this question had troubled him for many years. What is so peculiar about that? Long Bingling rolled her eyes. "Your mother belongs to the Black Dragon Clan, and your father is of the Azure Dragon Clan. In human form, your hair must either be azure or black." Long Qingchen fell silent. He had previously inquired with some elders of the Azure Dragon Clan, discovering that his mother did not hail from the Black Dragon Clan. 16 years prior, his father had ventured beyond the ancient dragon domain to train and returned with a young dragon. He had traversed into that young dragon's body, but regrettably, he was unaware of the identity of its progenitor. "Let us proceed." He moved forward to fly. "Halt." The leader of the Green Dragons charged forward, blocking his path. Casting a glance at Long Bingling, he declared, "You may pass," but he cannot. Long Bingling, incensed, retorted, "What if I insist on bringing him along?" The leader of the Green Dragons hesitated. "Please, Sister Bingling, do not put me in a difficult position. Who is your sister?" Long Bingling exuded an aura of frost. Long Qingchen gazed indifferently at the Green Dragon, warning, "Good dogs should not obstruct the path. You seek death." The leading Green Dragon, infuriated, unleashed a torrent of emerald breath, akin to green flames scorching the air. With a flash of determination, Long Qingchen activated Dragon Wing Flash, channeling Azure Dragon power that manifested as a colossal pair of wings. With a slight tremor, he evaded the onslaught. Suddenly appearing above the Green Dragon, he struck down with a mighty claw, crushing the creature's spine, which let out a pained wail as it plummeted to the ground. The impact created a dragon-shaped crater, sending clouds of dust into the air. Long Qingchen, You dare to wage battle in the skies of our Green Dragon Clan. Your demise is certain. Kill him. At this, the other 4 green dragons abandoned Long Qingchen and Long Qingwen, charging furiously at Long Qingchen. They sought a swift resolution, for disturbing the elders of the Green Dragon Clan would be dire. Long Qingchen advanced to meet them, raising her tail like a massive battle blade, concentrating the frigid power of the ice dragon. With a resounding whip of her tail, she sent one green dragon tumbling through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Long Qingchen, moving with unmatched speed, beat his wings thrice, conjuring 3 dragon phantoms above the 3 green dragons. Crack, crack, crack. Each phantom lifted a claw and struck down fiercely upon the backs of the green dragons, producing sounds of shattering bones as they fell. Swoosh, swoosh. Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen soared into the distant skies at a breakneck pace. Long Qingchen and Long Qingwen exchanged glances at the chaotic scene below in the green dragon territory, shivering as if their tails had been trodden upon, and hurriedly followed suit into the sky. Long Qingchen, we shall not coexist. On the ground, the leading green dragon struggled out of the crater, unsteady and coughing blood, glaring at the retreating figures and howling to the heavens. Chapter 23. Dragon Wind, Wild Swoosh. After flying for over 10,000 miles, Long Qingchen finally slowed his pace. Long Qingchen, panting heavily, took a moment to rest. Long Qingchen, equally exhausted, was enveloped in steam, perspiration pouring down like rain. Long Qingwen fared the worst, her body swaying precariously on the brink of collapse. Upon landing, they rested briefly before continuing their journey. This time, Long Qingchen and Long Qingwen had learned their lesson. They refrained from leading the way and instead followed Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen, clearly concerned about encountering further troubles. The strength of Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen offered them a safeguard against potential dangers. Thank you. Long Qingchen hesitated for a long while before finally uttering these words, as if summoning great courage. Long Qingchen paused, taken aback by his expression of gratitude, and replied coolly, "The 4 green dragons obstructed my path. I acted not out of benevolence, but necessity. Without you, neither Qingwen nor I could have ventured through that place. We would have had to take a detour, which would consume considerable time and potentially cause us to miss the examination of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you." Long Qingchen spoke earnestly, yet added, "Should we face each other in the future, I shall not show you any leniency." Long Qingchen chuckled. "Do I require your indulgence? Not even a word of thanks." Long Qingchen cast an annoyed glance at Long Qingwen. Long Qingwen scoffed. "I did not implore you to intervene. I would rather forego the examination of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion than express gratitude to you." Long Qingchen rolled her eyes. "Then you may return and abstain from participating in the examination." Long Qingwen huffed, but did not turn back. Long Qingchen observed Long Qingwen and then Long Qingchen. "Compared to some ungrateful wolves, you are relatively decent. At least you know the distinction between gratitude and grievance." He had always taken great care of Long Qingwen and Long Qingmu. However, during his most dire moments, it was Long Qingwen and Long Qingmu who were the first to conspire against him, seeking to seize his lair. In contrast, Long Qingchen had an intense competitive spirit from a young age, desiring to compare himself with him in every endeavor, rendering him a true rival, devoid of compassion or obligation. Whoosh! As dusk fell, they arrived at Golden Dragon City. Transforming into human form, they descended to the ground. Golden Dragon City, constructed by the Golden Dragon Clan, is one of the largest among the 99 cities in the ancient Dragon Domain, situated adjacent to the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. The city teemed with vitality, bustling with various dragon clans. Countless young men and women, some bearing long swords, others wielding long knives, hurriedly made their way, evidently on their way to participate in the examination at the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. Let us first find an inn in Golden Dragon City to stay for the night. We shall visit the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion early tomorrow morning. Long Qingchen took the lead towards the city gate, paused abruptly, turned back to gaze at Long Qingchen, and playfully winked, expressing keen interest. "I have heard that since your arrival in Golden Dragon City, will Long Qingchen come to see you?" "Not at all." Long Qingchen surpassed her, entering the city gate ahead. "How can you be so certain?" Long Qingchen hastened to keep up, adopting the demeanor of a gossip reporter. "Have you had a falling out? Last time, I asked you, and you still haven't answered." "You shall know tomorrow." Long Qingchen resolved to traverse the Dragon Blood path. Firstly, to acquire more cultivation resources from the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion, and secondly, to confront Long Jin Xuan'er. Tomorrow? Long Qingchen was perplexed, unable to comprehend his meaning. After searching several inns in succession, All were fully booked. Long Bingling remarked, "The Ice Dragon Clan has an inn in Golden Dragon City. There should be available rooms." Under her guidance, they arrived at the inn run by the Ice Dragon Clan. Long Qingchen looked up at the sign above the inn's entrance, Ice Dragon Inn. Simple and straightforward, it aptly reflected the style of the Ice Dragon Clan. Upon seeing Long Bingling arrive, the lady innkeeper greeted her with a beaming smile. "Third miss. You have come. I have already reserved a room for you." Long Bingling furrowed her brows. One guest room was insufficient. The female innkeeper smiled and said, "I anticipated that you might bring friends along, so I reserved several additional rooms." Long Bingling glanced at her appreciatively and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite capable. Should the opportunity arise, I shall mention your name to my father and recommend you for the position of chief innkeeper at the Golden Dragon City branch." "Thank you, third miss, for your elevation," the innkeeper responded with delight. Long Qingchen observed the interaction with a hint of peculiarity. This was rather direct. The innkeeper whispered, "Young Master Fengya has also arrived with companions. What is he doing here?" Long Bingling's expression darkened. "Tell him to leave." The innkeeper hesitated. "I understand that third miss is not fond of young Master Fengya. Yet, after all, he is your fiancé. Since he is here, it would not be appropriate for me to dismiss him." Long Bingling's gaze turned icy. "What benefit have you received from him?" The innkeeper quickly shook her head. "Nothing. Truly nothing. The elders hope for a union between you and young Master Fengya. If I were to expel him, I doubt I could satisfactorily explain it to them. Since you lack the courage to send him away, I shall take matters into my own hands." Long Bingling stormed toward the back courtyard, concerned for her well-being. Long Qingchen hurriedly followed her inside. In the courtyard, a striking young man clad in a fitted outfit was practicing swordplay, his blade gleaming as leaves danced around him. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his sword, causing the fallen leaves to halt mid-air before shattering into fragments. "Bravo!" Long Guangjue applauded, grinning. "Fengya, your hurricane sword technique has reached an exquisite level. During the assessment, you will undoubtedly shine, securing a place in the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. Even if I were to face you, my chances of victory would be slim." The young swordsman sheathed his sword and stood tall as a maid approached, holding a tray with a neatly folded white towel. He picked up the towel, not to wipe his sweat, but to gently caress his sword, as if tenderly stroking a beloved. "Your holy light spear technique is commendable as well. However, your cultivation is at the 9th level of the mysterious dragon realm, which is one level beneath mine. Should we duel, you would certainly lose, so you had best pray not to encounter me during the assessment." After meticulously cleaning his sword and returning it to its sheath, he finally raised his head to regard Long Guangjue earnestly. Long Guangjue laughed heartily. "Fengya, you truly show no mercy. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mysterious dragon realm, and I could break through at any moment. There is a possibility I may ascend to the blood dragon realm during the assessment." Long Fengya shook his head. "I reached the blood dragon realm 6 months ago. Even if you managed to advance during the assessment, you would still not be my match." Long Guangjue conceded. "Very well, let us hope I do not face you. This prodigy, during the assessment. You are not welcome here. I implore you to gather your belongings and leave immediately." Long Bingling entered, her gaze as frigid as ice. Long Fengya fixed his eyes on Long Bingling's enchanting visage and slowly said, "Do you know what I admire about you? I appreciate your bold and fiery character." Long Guangjue chuckled, raising his hands. "Sister-in-law, this is an inn. We have already paid our rent, so we are not here for free." Chapter 24. Indeed. "It is you return the rent to them," Long Bingling instructed the innkeeper with a glance. The innkeeper retrieved a silver ingot weighing 5 taels and presented it to Long Guangjue, bowing apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I must ask you gentlemen to find accommodations elsewhere." Long Guangjue cast a mild smile at the silver, but made no move to accept it. "This is an inn. Driving away guests is hardly the best reputation to cultivate, is it? Who would dare stay here in the future?" The innkeeper, caught in a dilemma, replied, "This is the third young lady's directive. I am left with no choice. I hope you can understand." Long Bingling scoffed, snatching the silver and casting it aside. "I would sooner shut down this and then allow you to stay here. Take your silver and leave." Long Fengya grasped her wrist gently, his expression warm and affectionate. A hint of indulgence glimmered in his eyes. "Tonight, you shall share a room with me. Consider it an early consummation of our marriage. Rest assured, I shall be very gentle. Let go." Long Bingling struggled against his hold, but to no avail. Her other hand clenched into a fist, angrily aimed at his face, only to be captured by Long Fengya as well, rendering her immobile. "Release her," Long Qingchen stated flatly. The smile on Long Fengya's face gradually faded, replaced by a piercing gaze. "Are you addressing me?" "Indeed, It is you, Long Qingchen replied coolly. A smirk danced at the corner of Long Qingche's mouth, tinged with self-deprecation. What if I refuse? There is no what if, Long Qingchen replied indifferently, advancing forward. His steps were unhurried yet seemed to resonate with the very rhythm of the earth, an invisible aura radiating outward, causing the surrounding fallen leaves to retreat. Long Qingche released Long Bingling, his expression turning serious as he focused intently on Long Qingchen. To possess such formidable presence at merely the 6th level of the Qianlong realm is rather intriguing. Boom. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, unleashing his blood dragon realm power. Enveloped in a crimson glow as he thrust out a powerful punch, cleaving through the air. Boom. Within Long Qingchen, the 9 reversing dragon technique surged instantaneously to over 900 revolutions, and he too delivered a punch. There was no flourish. It was merely a clash of brute force. Bang. Fist met fist with a thunderous impact, akin to 2 wild bulls colliding, echoing with a resounding crash that shook the entire courtyard. Crack, crack, crack. Long Qingche was sent staggering back 8 paces, each step shattering the bluestone floor beneath him. Long Qingchen experienced a similar fate, also pushed back 8 steps. Long Guangjue's expression shifted, uncertainty clouding his gaze as he scrutinized Long Qingchen. Something was amiss. How could one at the 6th level of the Qianlong realm possess such strength? Long Qingze was similarly taken aback, a wry smile surfacing. It seemed his cultivation had indeed reached the 6th level of the Qianlong realm, with true power rivaling that of the blood dragon realm. It appears my defeat is well-deserved. Long Qingjue's eyes flickered. Ziege, do you not find it peculiar? Just 2 months ago, his cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Xiaolong realm, yet in this brief span, he has ascended to the 6th level of the Qianlong realm, a full 7 levels. Who in history has ever achieved such a feat in merely 2 months? Long Qingze shook his head slightly, finding nothing particularly strange. He possessed the celestial dragon vein, which inherently facilitated rapid cultivation. Over the past 2 years, he had been channeling the power of the Azure Dragon to Huang Jin Xuan'er daily, resulting in a slower progression in his own cultivation. 2 months prior, it was likely that Huang Jin Xuan'er had already attained the blood dragon realm, rendering his contributions unnecessary. Consequently, the cultivation he had suppressed for 2 years erupted all at once, resulting in remarkable advancement. Long Qingjue's eyes brimmed with jealousy. Their Azure Dragon Clan had not produced a celestial dragon vein for several millennia, yet it had manifested in him. The heavens were truly unjust. Come again, Long Qingche bellowed. I wish to see how many of my punches you can withstand. Boom. He surged forth, akin to a cannonball, unleashing another punch that reverberated through the air. Long Qingchen swiftly moved his feet, his body spinning in a rapid motion, leveraging the centrifugal force to deliver a powerful strike. Bang! Their fists collided once more, both he and Long Qingche being pushed back, evenly matched in strength. Bang! 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 The collisions continued, each impact forcing them back repeatedly. After several dozen exchanges, the once pristine bluestone floor of the courtyard lay in ruin. Long Qingchen's fist split open, blood seeping from it, and his mouth bore traces of blood as internal injuries began to manifest. Long Qingche, too, coughed up blood, his arm marred with cracks and trembling slightly. Neither had resorted to martial techniques, nor had they employed agility. This was a pure contest of dragon power. Long Qingchen was not surprised by the outcome. In terms of cultivation, Long Qingche had reached the blood dragon realm, surpassing him by a full 4 levels, holding a distinct advantage. However, in terms of techniques, he had the upper hand. The 9 reverse dragon technique was crafted during the peak of the 9 reverse dragon emperor's reign, far surpassing any ordinary dragon clan technique. Let them stay if they wish, Long Bingxing said, her brow furrowed as she gazed at Long Qingchen with concern. Long Guangjue smiled gently. Since our little sister-in-law is so unwelcoming, Qingche, let us take our leave and find lodging at the inn run by the Light Dragon Clan. Long Qingche fixed his gaze upon Long Qingchen. Your strength is commendable. However, I have not employed any martial techniques. Otherwise, your defeat would be inevitable. With your lower cultivation, no one can surpass me. Long Qingchen remained indifferent. You haven't used martial techniques. Does that mean I have? Very well, tomorrow. Let us determine the victor at the Dragon Blood Martial House's assessment. Long Qingche, accompanied by Long Guangjue, turned to leave, but paused momentarily to cast one last look at Long Qingchen. He spoke deliberately. I warn you, keep your distance from her, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. With that, he strode away. As for the silver scattered on the ground, none made an effort to retrieve it. The female shopkeeper bent down to collect it, brushing off the dust. Throw it away, Long Bingxing exclaimed disdainfully. The shopkeeper complied, tossing the silver into a nearby gutter. Long Qingchen fetched a clean strip of cloth, applying healing ointment to Long Qingchen's injured fist before wrapping it carefully. In a low voice, she said, "I retract my earlier words. You need not assist me in dealing with Long Qingye. What's wrong? Do you lack confidence in me?" Long Qingchen smiled faintly, stating that he had refrained from employing martial techniques or agility. Had he done so, he would have held at least a 90% assurance of eliminating him. Long Bingling shook her head, acknowledging his capability, yet expressing her concern that should he take the life of Long Qingye, the Wind Dragon Clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. "I do not wish for you to be subjected to their retribution," she said. "Rest assured, I will find an opportune moment to dispose of him while ensuring that the Wind Dragon Clan is rendered incapable of retaliating against me." A flicker of understanding crossed Long Qingchen's eyes. This was precisely the rationale behind his earlier hesitation to eliminate Long Qingye. The act of slaying Long Qingye was not inherently difficult. The true challenge lay in evading the inevitable wrath of the Wind Dragon Clan. Judging by their rankings, the Wind Dragon Clan held a significantly superior position compared to the Azure Dragon Clan, indicating their formidable strength. A reckless assassination of Long Qingye would compel the Wind Dragon Clan to demand his sacrifice upon the dragon-slaying platform. In such a scenario, his father would undoubtedly shield him, yet it would escalate into a conflict between the Azure and Wind Dragon clans, an outcome he wished to avoid. Thus, he required a suitable opportunity to eliminate Long Qingye, one that would leave the Wind Dragon Clan at a loss without the capacity for retaliation. Chapter 25. I venture into the Dragon Blood Path. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze that was quite comfortable. In total, 1,176 young prodigies from various dragon clans gathered at the entrance of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion, awaiting their assessment. Some formed small clusters, engaging in discussions about their cultivation experiences, while others stood with arms crossed, eyes closed in serene contemplation, exuding an air of distinction. Additionally, some sat cross-legged, adjusting their states to the optimal level. "Ah, it appears you have dismissed my warning from yesterday as mere noise. How delightful." Noticing the camaraderie and laughter shared between Long Qingchen and Long Bingling, Long Qingye approached with his battle sword in hand, his gaze icy and fixed upon Long Qingchen, his murderous intent unmasked. Long Bingling frowned, asserting, "Who I associate with is none of your concern." Long Guangjue, wielding a spear, remarked meaningfully, "Sister-in-law, I understand that your relationship with Long Qingchen is purely platonic. Under normal circumstances, this is inconsequential. However, in the presence of so many talented youths, it would be wise to consider your standing and spare a thought for Qingye's dignity." His words carried an underlying implication that only Long Qingchen and Long Bingling could decipher. He had not disclosed the incident from 2 months prior, when he caught them in a compromising situation in the Wild Mountain Range. The reason behind his silence remained unclear. Perhaps he sought to elicit a sense of indebtedness from them. Long Qingye's voice was frigid, declaring, "At no time is it permissible. Even friends must maintain their distance. We are neither friends nor innocent." Long Bingling stubbornly intertwined her arm with Long Qingchen's, to which he willingly acted as her shield, smiling gently. "Do not be upset. Be wary of stirring the fetal energy." "Fetal energy?" Long Guangjue was taken aback. Crack. Long Qingye's grip tightened around his sword, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Long Qingchen, fury igniting within him, akin to a raging lion. "I shall ensure your demise." "Is that Long Qingchen of the Azure Dragon Clan?" "It must be him. He looks just as he did in childhood, scarcely altered. Does he dare to flirt even with the fiancée of Long Qingye? Is he truly so weary of life?" The Azure Dragon Clan ranks second to last among the various dragon clans, with only 2 spots available for the examination. Why, then, are Long Qingchen, Long Qingze, and Long Qingye all present? Who has failed to secure a place? The tremendous commotion has drawn the attention of talented individuals from various dragon clans, who now gaze curiously at Long Qingchen, Long Bingling, and Long Qingye. The Longxue Martial Pavilion serves as the sacred training ground for the youth of the dragon lineage. Anyone who dares to act recklessly here will have their qualifications for the examination revoked. As the doors of the Longxue Martial Pavilion creaked open, an elderly man in a white robe emerged slowly. His hair was as white as snow, yet his complexion remained vibrant and youthful, reminiscent of an infant's skin. His voice resonated powerfully throughout the venue, and his eyes sparkled with an intensity that made the young talents reluctant to meet his gaze. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to utter a word. The elder raised his right hand, brushing against the spatial ring on his left hand, and a scroll appeared in his palm. He unfurled it with a flourish and began to announce the rules of the Longxue Martial Pavilion examination. Firstly, participants must possess a recommendation token from their respective dragon clans. Otherwise, they are disqualified from the examination. Secondly, the examination will proceed in a knockout format, with pairs of contestants facing off. The top 300 will be selected to enter the Long Qingchen Martial Pavilion. Thirdly, once on the examination stage, each participant bears full responsibility for their life and death, and no vendettas are permitted thereafter. Fourthly, during the examination, participants must refrain from using tools beyond their cultivation level and from employing forbidden techniques to maintain fairness. Fifthly, any violation of the aforementioned rules will result in disqualification. Lastly, should any other circumstances arise that may breach the rules, the presiding elder, namely myself, shall make the final judgment. Is that understood by all? In truth, the young talents from various dragon clans were already familiar with the examination rules of the Long Qingchen Martial Pavilion, yet they listened attentively once more. Understood. The crowd of talented individuals responded in unison. The elder in white nodded slightly. Very well. Present your recommendation tokens and follow me to the martial arena to prepare for the examination. One by one, the young talents from the different dragon clans displayed their recommendation tokens. Although the tokens bore the same design, they differed in color. The Azure Dragon Clans was blue, the Black Dragon Clans was black, and the Earth Dragon Clans was gray, among others. Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen held 2 Azure tokens, yet Long Qingchen had none. Since he had not secured a place from the Azure Dragon Clan, what purpose does he serve here? Many dragons noticed that Long Qingchen was empty-handed and began to whisper amongst themselves. The elder's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Long Qingchen. Since you lack a recommendation token, why have you come here? Do you intend to deceive us? Do you think the Long Qingchen Martial Pavilion is a mere playground? Depart at once, or do not blame me for being merciless. Long Qingchen sneered coldly, for he had failed to obtain the recommendation token, yet sought to deceive his way through, revealing his utter disrespect for the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. He urged the Deputy Mansion Master to punish him severely as a warning to others. Long Qingchen's gaze remained indifferent as he slightly raised his hands, affirming, indeed, I did not acquire the recommendation token, but I have come here. Without a recommendation token, you have no right to participate in the assessment. Do not attempt to argue. Before he could finish his words, the elder in white interrupted him, roaring in fury, do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? With a tremendous aura emanating from him, resembling a war dragon unleashed, he exuded an immense pressure that forced various talented youths to take a step back. Long Qingchen, having absorbed the memories of the 9 reversal dragon emperor, unknowingly possessed a fragment of the supreme dragon might, rendering the elder's intimidation ineffective. With an expression of indifference, he remarked, the Deputy Mansion Master has hastily drawn conclusions without fully understanding the situation. Is that not rather biased? The array of Dragon Clan prodigies gazed at him in astonishment. Impudent, Long Qingchen rebuked. You lack a recommendation token, yet dare to attempt to deceive your way into the assessment. This is a grave error. How audacious of you to question the Deputy Mansion Master. The elder in white appeared somewhat surprised, noting, you are at the 6th level of the Xianlong realm, yet can disregard my dragon might. You possess a measure of courage. His gaze sharpened as he continued, very well. I wish to hear your explanation. Should your reasoning fail to satisfy me, I shall strip you of your powers, and the Qianlong clan will not dare to protest. Upon hearing this, various Dragon Clan prodigies shuddered, pitying Long Qingchen. I have come to traverse the Dragon Blood Road, Long Qingchen stated calmly. Though it was but a single phrase, it sufficed. As long as he could conquer the Dragon Blood Road, he could enter the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion without the need for a recommendation token. The Dragon Blood Road. The array of Dragon Clan prodigies were left astounded. The elder in white was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, it has been over 8,000 years since anyone dared to traverse the Dragon Blood Road. I had nearly forgotten. Chapter 26. Long Qingchen made him aware of hypocrisy. The ancient path, known as the Dragon Blood Road, had its name derived from the prerequisite that only those at the Dragon Blood Realm could attempt to traverse it. Only by reaching the Dragon Blood Realm could one have a slim chance of successfully navigating that ancient road, and even that was merely a faint possibility. With his 6th level Xianlong realm cultivation, what confidence did he possess to attempt the ancient path? The Qianlong clan, being the least esteemed among the various dragon clans, boasted a heavenly dragon vein. However, it was merely the Qianlong vein, which was not considered a premier dragon vein. To think that with his 6th level Xianlong realm cultivation, he could traverse the Dragon Blood Road was somewhat laughable. The various Dragon Clan prodigies whispered among themselves, casting peculiar glances at Long Qingchen. The elder in white scrutinized Long Qingchen with skepticism, asking, are you certain you wish to challenge the Dragon Blood Road? Absolutely, Long Qingchen affirmed. Have you thought this through? I have given it considerable thought. Long Qingchen replied, somewhat impatiently. Each time he expressed his intent to traverse the Dragon Blood Road, he was met with doubt, primarily due to his insufficient cultivation level, which seemed incompatible with the formidable challenge ahead. Certainly, there exists another rationale. Throughout history, even the most distinguished prodigies of the dragon lineage have found it exceedingly challenging to traverse the dragon blood path, let alone those of lesser rank. The elderly man in the white robe shook his head slightly, stating, while your chances of successfully navigating the dragon blood path are nearly non-existent, your courage is commendable. As the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, you ought to be bold and tenacious. He then turned his gaze toward the various talented and beautiful members of the dragon lineage, adding, this is a lesson for you all. Remember the teachings of the Deputy Lord. We shall certainly take him as our exemplar. The talented individuals of the Dragon Clan displayed a demeanor of humility. However, when their eyes fell upon Long Qingchen, a flicker of disdain was evident, suggesting a dissonance between their words and thoughts. As they clearly did not regard the sixth level of the Xianlong realm, represented by Long Qingchen, with any seriousness. Let us first conduct the assessment. Once it concludes, I shall escort you to the Dragon Blood Path, the elderly man in white said with a faint smile, gently patting Long Qingchen's shoulder. Long Qingchen nodded slightly, sensing a shift in the Deputy Lord's attitude. As it appeared, he held a certain fondness for the Dragon Blood Path. The various talented individuals of the Dragon Clan also noticed this change, and a hint of jealousy crept into their gazes. Following the elderly man in white, they entered the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. The talented individuals glanced around curiously, taking in the surroundings. Long Qingchen, too, felt a sense of intrigue toward this renowned sanctuary of cultivation for the younger generation of dragons. He observed the low courtyards, their blue bricks faded and their red paint peeling, exuding an air of antiquity and history. Of course, this was merely the outer courtyard. It was said that the inner courtyard, situated on the rear mountain, housed the true prodigies, those exceptional talents worthy of distinction. Within the outer courtyard, the most striking feature was a vast martial arena that seemed to stretch endlessly. In this expansive arena, many senior disciples, bare-chested and exhibiting muscles as solid as rock, were diligently training, their bodies glistening with sweat. Some engaged in duels, honing their martial skills, while others practiced techniques repetitively in solitude. Truly, the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion was remarkable. The senior brothers and sisters not only possessed outstanding talents, but also displayed relentless dedication. At present, we are not yet entitled to address them as senior brothers and sisters. Only through the assessment shall we earn the right to be considered disciples of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. This scene filled the gathering of Dragon Clan talents with admiration and reverence. However, their adulation was short-lived, as many senior disciples ceased their training, casting keen glances their way, akin to a pack of hungry wolves eyeing sheep. Look, a group of defenseless novices has arrived. One exclaimed, Hey, rookies, welcome to the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. I hereby declare that your good days are over. Henceforth, you shall become my training dummies. The long-haired ice dragon girl, strikingly beautiful, sparked an unexpected desire for romance within him. Moreover, the golden dragon girl also caught his eye. However, her cultivation level was rather high, having reached the third level of the Dragon Blood realm, making her a formidable presence. He felt a twinge of trepidation. The young lad from the Azure Dragon Clan, fair and delicate, resembles a pretty boy. However, I have a penchant for such charming figures. Listen well. Anyone who dares to bully him shall find themselves at odds with me. I shall not overlook the dignity of Sister Yu. The young Azure Dragon only possesses the cultivation of the sixth level of the profound dragon realm, making his chances of passing the assessment quite uncertain. Some let out whistles, while others struck fierce poses, flaunting their muscles. Some even danced with reckless abandon. This left the talented and beautiful onlookers utterly speechless, significantly diminishing their impression of these senior disciples and causing their aspirations toward this sanctuary of cultivation to plummet, even leading them to question if they had come to the wrong place. The old man in the white robe darkened his expression and barked. This is none of your concern. What a serious atmosphere. It is rather disheartening. We have painstakingly endeavored to help these novices adapt to the environment of the Dragon Blood Martial House. Is that not so? The senior disciples swiftly dispersed, returning to their training as if the earlier incident had never occurred. The white-robed elder, with a grave demeanor, addressed the various talented youths, warning them not to emulate such behavior as it would tarnish the reputation of the outer courtyard. Your aim should be the inner courtyard, for the disciples therein are the true elites of the Dragon Blood Martial House. Do you understand? The talented youths responded in unison. Arriving at a vast arena, the white-robed elder announced, "This arena is designated for the assessments. We shall now commence the first round of drawing lots." With that, he produced a draw tube, and the talented youths lined up to draw their lots in turn. Long Qingchen need not participate in the assessment and stood aside to observe. 2 months prior, he had gifted Long Bingling 3 spirit essence pills, greatly aiding her progress. Her cultivation had risen from the 9th level of the Brave Dragon Realm to the 4th level of the Profound Dragon Realm. This level positioned her among the mid-tier of the various talented youths, and whether she could pass the assessment would depend on luck. Since his defeat at Long Qingchen's hands, Long Qingze had diligently trained, increasing his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Profound Dragon Realm, thus enhancing his chances of passing. As for Long Qingwe, she had yet to reach the Profound Dragon Realm, making her chances of success nearly impossible. The elders of the Azure Dragon Clan held little hope for her, viewing this endeavor merely as an opportunity for her to broaden her horizons and gain experience. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, sharpening Long Qingchen's gaze like a sword, snapping him back to attention. After 2 years of acquaintance, he was all too familiar with this aromatic incense. Suddenly, he turned to see Long Qingchen approaching, her fair, exquisite face adorned with a charming smile, the jade pearls at her ears seemingly paling in comparison. Clad in a white training outfit, a black sash accentuated her slender waist, the black and white ensemble elegant in its simplicity. Previously, Long Qingchen had been enamored by her smile, yet now only disdain remained. A torrent of anger surged within him. Yet his demeanor remained eerily calm, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he swiftly approached her, gently taking Long Qingxuan's delicate hand. "Sister Xian, you look stunning today." It must be acknowledged, Long Qingchen had taught him the art of pretense. When dealing with adversaries, one must understand the art of duplicity. Chapter 27. The heart of a wolf in the lungs of a dog. Long Qingchen's smile faltered for a moment as a flicker of confusion danced in his pale golden eyes. He gazed intently at Long Jin Xuan'er. "Brother Qin, how have you been these past 2 months?" Long Qingchen replied with a grin, "Very well, though I miss Sister Xian. Why haven't you come to find me at the Qinglong clan?" Long Jin Xuan'er playfully intertwined her delicate fingers with his, casting him a flirtatious glance. "If I didn't visit the Qinglong clan, would you not come to the Huanglong clan to seek me out? It is my fault. I should have taken the initiative to find you," Long Qingchen responded, tightening his grip on her hand. The various talented youths of the dragon clans looked on with envy at this pair of golden youth and jade beauty. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath their seemingly perfect union lay a tempest of dragon power and concealed malice, each wishing to pierce the other with a blade. "Brother Chun, you have changed significantly in these 2 months, becoming far more composed, and your cultivation has improved immensely," Long Jin Xuan'er observed, abruptly releasing his hand and stepping back, her fingers trembling slightly, though her smile remained radiant. "Sister Xian, you have not changed at all. You remain as beautiful as 2 months ago. Moreover, your progress is commendable. You can now adeptly control the Huanglong power without harming yourself, which reassures me," Long Qingchen replied, maintaining his smile while subtly clenching his fist to conceal the marred bloodstains on his palm. In this unspoken contest, Long Jin Xuan'er relied on her 3rd level of Blood Dragon Realm and her unparalleled Huanglong power, while he depended on the 9 reversal dragon technique, achieving a remarkable rotational speed of over 900 revolutions. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels had caused him to suffer a minor setback, allowing Long Jin Xuan'er to gain a slight advantage. Casting a glance towards Long Bingling, Long Jin Xuan'er lamented, "I don't mind if a man is a bit flirtatious, but Brother Qin should be mindful of his reputation. That girl, after all, is Long Fengye's fiancée, which could tarnish your name." Long Qingchen's gaze remained unfazed. "I only seek to act with a clear conscience. As for reputation, I have never held it in high regard." Sensing Long Jin Xuan'er's scrutiny, Long Bingling suddenly turned to glare at her with palpable hostility. Match number 12. Long Jin Xuan'er versus Long Tumming. The duels unfolded with fervor, presided over methodically by an elder in white robes. A youth ascended the stage, his face contorted in despair, seemingly at a loss. The Huanglong power, unmatched in its sharpness and ideal for combat, combined with Long Jin Xuan'er's 3rd level of Blood Dragon Realm, rendered her an insurmountable opponent. Long Tumming's luck had run dry. Facing Long Jin Xuan'er in the 1st round, he would have to return home prematurely. Long Jin Xuan'er's prowess was overwhelming. Anyone who faced her would inevitably leave the arena early. The gathering of talented beauties began to murmur amongst themselves. "Brother Chun, it's my turn to take the stage. Do you have any words of encouragement for me?" Long Jin Xuan'er beamed, a hint of provocation glimmering in her beautiful eyes, visible only from Long Qingchen's perspective. A flash of cold light crossed Long Qingchen's gaze as he chuckled. There's nothing much to say. Given Sister Xian's strength, I doubt Long Tuming will withstand even a single strike. Long Jin Xuan'er felt a tinge of regret. It had been 2 months since she last sparred with Chen Di, and she longed for the opportunity to engage with him once more. Alas, Chen Di chose not to participate in the assessment. Time is plentiful, and there will surely be another chance. Long Qingchen smiled faintly. Even if he were to partake in the assessment, the likelihood of encountering Long Jin Xuan'er would still hinge on the whims of chance. The Dragon Blood Path, however, was the trap he had devised specifically for her. He was confident that her insatiable greed would inevitably lead her to fall for it. What is going on between you and Long Jin Xuan'er? As Long Jin Xuan'er took to the stage, Long Bingling hastily approached, her expression laced with confusion. It's nothing, Long Qingchen replied with an indifferent demeanor. Long Bingling, skeptical, remarked, your smile just now was, what? Too faint, was it? Long Qingchen mused, stroking his chin. It seemed his acting skills fell short, but such was the fate of one who was not a professional performer. It was indeed far too insincere. Long Bingling nodded earnestly. They may not discern it, but I know you far too well to be fooled by your false smile. Long Qingchen inquired, how did Long Jin Xuan'er appear when she smiled? Long Bingling pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. I am not familiar with Long Jin Xuan'er, so I couldn't tell. Long Qingchen sighed inwardly. It appeared that in the realm of acting, he still lagged behind Long Jin Xuan'er and would need to learn from her mastery. With a resounding boom, the arena declared its victor. As anticipated, Long Jin Xuan'er had easily triumphed over Long Tu Ming with a single strike. Chen Di, how did I perform? Long Jin Xuan'er descended from the platform, beaming as she approached. Noticing that the gazes of the assembled talents were captivated by the contest, none paid heed to her. Long Qingchen, weary of the charade, coldly stated, what I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands, and double it. Long Jin Xuan'er smiled nonchalantly. It seems I underestimated you. I did not foresee your resilience. Not only have you reunited the Dragon Pearl and restored your powers, but your progress is remarkable. In hindsight, I was far too merciful. I should have eliminated you outright to prevent future troubles. Long Bingling was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure, glaring fiercely at Long Jin Xuan'er. Clarify your words. What have you done to Qinggu? Her voice was raised too high, drawing the attention of the other talented individuals who now looked on with curiosity at Long Qingchen, Long Jin Xuan'er, and Long Bingling. Bewildered by the unfolding drama, Long Jin Xuan'er responded loudly, Bingling, do not be so agitated. As Chen Di's fiancée, I have overlooked your interactions with him, yet you dare to accuse me? Is that not unreasonable? Long Bingling was incensed. You have no shame. Long Jin Xuan'er feigned a look of grievance. You, as Long Fengye's fiancée, yet you pursue my betrothed. Who is truly shameless here? Perhaps we should let everyone judge the matter. Long Bingling was trembling with fury and raised her hand to slap her. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed, and Long Jin Xuan'er received the blow squarely. Long Bingling stared blankly at her own hand, momentarily stunned. Long Qingchen's gaze hardened. He had anticipated that Long Jin Xuan would either block or evade the attack. To his surprise, she had deliberately taken the blow, a testament to her profound cunning. Chen, I have cherished you as my beloved. I have always regarded you as a friend. Your actions have left me utterly disheartened. Long Jin Xuan's enchanting eyes filled with sorrow as tears cascaded down her cheeks, her delicate hands covering her face as she ran away sobbing. Long Qingchen, Long Ice Spirit, your behavior is truly unforgivable. Sister Xian, we stand by your side in breaking off the engagement with this heartless scoundrel. Sister Xian, forsaking her identity as a member of the Golden Dragon Clan to ally with the Azure Dragon Clan, had been taken for granted, and now faced such shameless treatment. She was worse than a mere beast. All the talented maidens glared at Long Qingchen and Long Ice Spirit, rallying in support of Long Jin Xuan. Chapter 28. My determination. Long Ice Spirit gritted her teeth, taken aback by Long Jin Xuan's treachery. She had provocatively invited a slap, leading all to mistakenly believe that Qingchen had betrayed her. Your reputation is utterly tarnished. What shall we do now? Long Qingchen remained unfazed. Reputation? I am indifferent to their opinions. Long Ice Spirit, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more captivating when she smiled, her large eyes curving like crescent moons. Boom, boom, boom. The series of duels progressed swiftly, primarily due to the varied cultivation levels among the Dragon Clan's talented maidens, with the lowest at the 8th level of the Brave Dragon realm and the highest reaching the 5th level of the Blood Dragon realm, rarely encountering evenly matched opponents. After 2 rounds of competition, 300 victors emerged, successfully passing the Dragon Blood Martial Academy's assessment, officially becoming its outer disciples. Those beyond the 300 were eliminated, forced to return to their respective dragon clans, awaiting next year's opportunity or seeking alternate paths. The path of cultivation is indeed harsh. Do not be disheartened by elimination, but rather strive onward. The elder in white robes turned to the more than 800 eliminated candidates, offering words of encouragement. As they departed in dejection, they cast envious glances at the 300 victors, who would soon benefit from the cultivation resources of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, inevitably widening the gap between them and elevating them to a higher echelon. The 300 victors were naturally overjoyed, embracing each other in celebration. Observing the sweat glistening on Long Ice Spirit's fair forehead, Long Qingchen felt a surge of happiness. Congratulations on passing the assessment. That was a piece of cake. Long Ice Spirit beamed with pride, arching her snow-white neck like an imperious swan. Long Qingchen shook his head with a smile, reluctant to dampen her spirits. Her success was primarily due to luck, as she had not encountered any formidable opponents in her 2 duels. Suddenly recalling something, Long Ice Spirit's smile slowly faded, her countenance dimming. If I, at the 4th level of the Mystic Dragon Realm, can pass the assessment, surely you at the 6th level can too. Yet you chose the path of dragon blood. If you do not enter the academy, my success would be meaningless. Long Qingchen gently patted her slender shoulder, reassuring her. Do not worry, I shall surely traverse the dragon blood path. Upon hearing his words, Long Bingling frowned, as the dragon blood path was exceedingly perilous. It was unwise to push oneself beyond limits, for safety was of utmost importance. Long Qingchen smiled, I understand. Meanwhile, Long Qingze wore a broad smile, for fortune favored him as he had passed the assessment. Zhe, do you have any message for the Great Elder? Long Qingwei gazed at his smile with keen interest. Long Qingze replied, please convey to my father that I have successfully passed the assessment and been selected for the Dragon Blood Martial House, and that he need not worry. Understood. Long Qingwei had anticipated her elimination in the 1st round and appeared mentally prepared, showing no signs of disappointment. Here, take this. It contains powdered sandalwood, which can invigorate the spirit and aid in cultivation. As she departed, she pressed a sachet into Long Qingze's hand, embroidered with the design of a red peony. Albeit not exquisitely crafted, do not mock my handiwork. Long Qingze held the sachet, momentarily lost in thought as he watched her hurriedly leave. Observing this scene, Long Qingchen sighed inwardly. It seemed that Qinghu was not particularly fortunate. The white-robed elder cast a stern glance at the victors, admonishing them, do not rejoice too soon. Entering the Dragon Blood Martial House for training is merely the first step of your journey. The road ahead is long, and you must not become complacent. Strive to be selected for the inner court as soon as possible. We shall heed the deputy head's teachings. The victors responded earnestly, their initial fervor starting to subside. The white-robed elder then turned to Long Qingchen, follow me. With his cultivation at the 6th level of the profound dragon realm, his chances of passing the assessment were considerable. Yet, he had chosen the dragon blood path, courting trouble for himself. His possession of a heavenly dragon vein had led him to consider himself remarkable. Soon, they would witness his folly. Due to Long Qingchen's betrayal of Huang Jin Xuan'er, his reputation had been irrevocably tarnished, and the victors regarded him with disdain. Following the white-robed elder, they made their way towards a cliff. Having passed the assessment, they were to go to the storeroom to receive their identity tokens, swords, garments, and elixirs. What purpose did they have to venture onto the dragon blood path? Could it be that someone intended to challenge it? There was that possibility. Let us go and see. This piqued the interest of the senior disciples, who were all astonished and flocked to follow. Arriving at the base of the cliff, Long Qingchen looked up to behold a stone staircase leading to the summit, consisting of 99 steps, strewn with fallen leaves. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, and he murmured to himself, so this is the dragon blood path. Throughout history, of all the prodigies who dared to traverse the dragon blood path, approximately half had perished upon it, while the other half suffered grave injuries. Only 7 had successfully completed the journey. The white-robed elder fixed his gaze upon Long Qingchen. I will ask you one last time. Do you truly wish to challenge the dragon blood path? If you regret your decision now, it is not too late. Sister Yu, that young dandy you fancy intends to brave the dragon blood path. He has not even reached the dragon blood realm. Is he not courting death? The senior disciples gazed at Long Qingchen in astonishment. Have you ever seen a pretty boy bold enough to tread the dragon blood path? A tall female disciple with snow-white hair, possessing a strikingly beautiful visage yet exuding a valiant aura, declared fiercely, from this moment on. Whoever dares to call him a pretty boy will have to contend with me. Yujia, you were the one who called him a pretty boy first, came a retort. Indeed, you cannot wrongfully accuse us, the senior disciples chimed in. The tall woman's face flushed slightly, her hands resting on her hips, as she huffed. I shall refrain from that term in the future, but you must not refer to him as a pretty boy. Junior brother, I stand with you, she proclaimed, cupping her hands around her mouth to amplify her voice. Long Qingchen paid no heed to the senior disciples, his gaze unwavering. He declared, I am determined to proceed. The elder in white robes suddenly erupted in laughter, patting him on the shoulder. Ah, I admire your courage. Should you fail? According to the regulations of the Dragon Blood Martial House, you shall never be accepted. However, I can take you as my direct disciple. The Vice Master truly valued him. Although he might not gain entry into the Dragon Blood Martial House, he could still be taken under the Vice Master's wing. A direct disciple of the Vice Master held considerable prestige, rivaling that of the inner court disciples, provided he could survive the Dragon Blood path. The senior disciples couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Long Bingxing's complexion turned pale as she clutched Long Qingchen's sleeve tightly. Trust me. He offered her a reassuring glance, gently removing her hand. Long Qingchen stepped forward, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Chendi, you must survive. I can overlook your relationship with Bingxing. How could he, with such a kind fiancée, still be unsatisfied? It was truly vexing. Many talented individuals felt their eyes redden. Long Bingxing glared at Long Qingchen, hypocrite. Long Jinxuan's expression was forlorn. I do not mind your relationship with Chendi. What more do you wish from me? Long Bingxing, furious, spat. I want you to perish. Long Bingxing, do not go too far. Sister Jinxian is showing you leniency. Do not push your luck. Many talented disciples were thoroughly incensed, rolling up their sleeves, prepared to confront her. Long Bingxing, gritting her teeth in anger, felt an urge to pounce on Long Qingchen and take a bite out of her. Long Qingchen subtly shook his head, urging her to cease the quarrel. She could never best the cunning Long Qingchen. Chapter 29. The lowest record of the Dragon Blood path? Buzz. As he stepped onto the first tier, Long Qingchen's entire body trembled, as an invisible pressure enveloped him, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down upon his shoulders. All eyes were fixed upon him. Long Bingxing furrowed her brow, holding her breath, her small hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. Long Qing's expression was complex, lost in thought. Long Qingchen wore a worried expression. However, a fleeting glint of coldness flickered in her pale golden eyes as she called out loudly, Chendi, be careful, be silent. Long Bingling glared at her, questioning her intentions behind deliberately disturbing his peace of mind. The elder in white furrowed his brow, casting an irked glance at Long Jin Xuan'er. Tears welled in Long Jin Xuan'er's beautiful eyes as she lowered her head, filled with self-reproach, lamenting that it was her fault for nearly endangering Chendi. If anything were to happen to him, she would bear the burden of guilt for the rest of her life. Long Bingling, incensed, accused her of doing so on purpose. Sister Xuan'er has already acknowledged her mistake. What more do you want? She retorted. Sister Xuan'er was simply overly concerned for him, leading her to involuntarily voice her worries. Must you really make a mountain out of a molehill? Many talented individuals expressed their outrage, rallying in defense of Long Jin Xuan'er. Enough. Silence. The elder in white glared at them disapprovingly. Taking a deep breath, Long Qingchen adjusted his breath to acclimatize to the invisible pressure, slowly ascending the second stone step. Suddenly, an even more formidable pressure enveloped him, bending his body like a bow, his bones creaking as if they might shatter at any moment. Witnessing this, Long Bingling's complexion paled. It was only the second step, yet the pressure was so overwhelming. She urged him to retreat. Long Jin Xuan'er's beautiful eyes flickered with concern as she implored, Chendi, if it's too much, step back. Don't push yourself. While her words seemed to express care, Long Qingchen, familiar with her tone, discerned an undertone of mockery. It was absurd that he was struggling at merely the second step. Indeed, it was laughable. Daring to traverse the Dragon Blood path with a mere 6th level of the Xian Dragon realm was commendable in spirit, yet profoundly foolish, as he was tarnishing the reputation of the Azure Dragon Clan. Historically, the lowest record for conquering the Dragon Blood path was the 6th step. If he were to retreat at the second, he would shatter the minimum record. Many talents scoffed, having long since disdained Long Qingchen for disappointing Long Jin Xuan'er. Witnessing his embarrassment, they naturally reveled in schadenfreude. The senior disciples shook their heads in quiet dismay. The Dragon Blood path was exceedingly arduous. It had been 8,000 years since anyone dared to challenge it, and failure was to be expected. The minimum qualification to attempt the Dragon Blood path was the Dragon Blood realm. In fact, even the Frenzied Dragon realm found it difficult to succeed. For someone of the 6th level of the Xian Dragon realm to attempt this was indeed reckless. A tall female disciple jested, "Junior brother, retreat. After all, the deputy head has already promised to accept you as a direct disciple. You 1T lose out." The elder in white shot her an annoyed look, asserting, "Having made my promise, I shall not retract it. There is no need for your reminders." The deputy head, a man of his word, commanded respect among the disciples. The tall female disciple smiled, unabashedly flattering him. With unwavering determination and focus, Long Qingchen pressed onward. He quickened his pace, ascending 8 steps to reach the 10th step. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying pressure rendered him unstable, causing one knee to crash heavily against the stone step, echoing with a deep thud that shook the entire staircase. His skin flushed crimson, veins bulging, as if he might explode at any moment. The tall woman cast a glance at those arrogant geniuses, who had just proclaimed that he would shatter the lowest record of the Dragon Blood Road. Now he has surpassed that very record. The faces of those geniuses flushed with embarrassment, as if they had been slapped. Observing Long Qingchen's disheveled state, Long Bingling's eyes brimmed with tears. She urged him not to ascend any further, for he had already proven himself. With great difficulty, Long Qingchen turned back. His black eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I traversed the Dragon Blood Road not to prove myself to anyone, but to earn the rewards it bestows." There was another reason he refrained from expressing. He wished to ensnare Huang Jin Xuan'er, to make her his quarry. For beyond the Dragon Blood Road lies the Dragon Blood Arena. Should any other genius dispute his prowess, they may ascend the arena to challenge him. If they triumph, they may claim his rewards from the Dragon Blood Road. To put it plainly, it is akin to a game of mahjong on Earth, intercepting opportunities. Thus, he resolved to become a hunter. The Dragon Blood Road was his trap, awaiting Huang Jin Xuan'er to fall into it. Of course, this was contingent upon his successful navigation of the Dragon Blood Road. Otherwise, all plans would be in vain. Merely reaching the 10th level and dreaming of the rewards was nothing short of folly. Long Fengye's gaze was filled with malice, akin to a venomous serpent revealing its fangs. Long Guangjue patted his shoulder, sighing meaningfully. The little sister-in-law is entangled with him. Any man would find it intolerable. "Fengye, I empathize with your feelings. Try to let it go." Those words, though unspoken, made Long Qingchen tremble, his fists clenched tightly, bloodshot eyes glimmering with a fierce intensity, akin to a wounded beast. In a low growl, he declared, "I will surely slay him." Long Qingchen struggled to lift his body, continuing his ascent. Boom, boom, boom. With every step upward, the invisible pressure doubled. He could not discern how many times he had been overwhelmed, yet he persevered, rising time and again. The journey was arduous, yet he never retreated. He held steadfast to a single belief: to ascend. This reminded him of 2 months prior, when he had been ambushed by Long Jin Xuan'er, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, taking over 7 hours to return to Qinglong Valley, a situation strikingly similar to this Dragon Blood Road. 11th step, 12th step, 13th step. Every gaze was awestruck, fixed upon the figure on the ancient path, unyielding and resilient, as though nothing in this world could halt his advance. Roar! Unbeknownst to him, Long Qingchen had reached the 89th step, the overwhelming pressure causing the 9 reverse dragon technique to surge into a frenzy, its speed surpassing limits, exceeding 1,000 revolutions, echoing with a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated through the ancient path. Boom! The celestial level Azure Dragon vein within him surged with a torrent of heat, unleashing boundless potential, propelling his cultivation from the 6th level of the profound dragon realm to a remarkable breakthrough into the 7th level. His cultivation had ascended since ancient times. Has anyone truly managed to transcend their cultivation on the Dragon Blood ancient path? It seems that no one has. The senior disciples stared in astonishment. Excellent. The elder in white robes rarely allowed a smile to grace his lips. This direct disciple is certainly mine. A tall female disciple rolled her eyes. He could only seek your mentorship because he cannot overcome the Dragon Blood path. What if he actually succeeds? The elder in white gazed intently at Long Qingchen's silhouette, slowly shaking his head. The most formidable challenge of the Dragon Blood path lies in the final 9 tiers. Though he has broken through a level of cultivation, the likelihood of him conquering the Dragon Blood path remains exceedingly slim. Upon hearing this, the tall female disciple fell silent. Chapter 30. The final 9 tiers. Boom. As he set foot on the 90th tier, the pressure abruptly dissipated, and the entire Dragon Blood ancient path vanished. Long Qingchen found himself enveloped in a wondrous enclosed space. Surrounding him were densely packed golden swords, sharp as razors, gradually encroaching upon him. sending chills down his spine and inducing a sensation of piercing pain. Open! Long Qingchen roared, channeling the 9 reverse dragon art to its utmost, unleashing the Overlord's 10,000 dragons' palm as the power of 3 dragons surged forth with a deafening roar. Clang! 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 The might of the 3 dragons collided fiercely with the golden swords, erupting a multitude of sparks and emitting a jarring resonance. Yet, the golden swords remained unyielding, showing no signs of damage, continuing their advance toward him. Why can't these golden swords be destroyed? This is truly bizarre. Long Qingchen furrowed his brow and unleashed the Overlord's 10,000 dragons' palm once more. Clang! 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 Sparks flew, and the jarring sound persisted, while the golden swords remained unscathed, inching closer, as if no degree of strength could obliterate them. What is he doing? Why is he attacking the air? The senior disciples were perplexed. The elder in white elucidated. The 90th tier is an enclosed space of golden dragon power. One can only perceive this power while within it, for the outside world cannot witness it. The tall female disciple speculated, if the golden dragon power embodies the essence of gold, then could the 91st tier perhaps represent the power of wood? The elder in white cast her an approving glance. Indeed, I previously mentioned that the most challenging aspect lies in the final 9 tiers. Only by passing the trials of the 5 elemental powers and the 4 symbolic forces can one ascend to the pinnacle of the dragon blood path. The tall female disciple gasped in disbelief. This is exceedingly difficult. The 5 elemental powers, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the 4 symbolic forces, wind, thunder, light, darkness, are collectively known as the 9 fundamental forces of the world. Who can contend with these primordial energies? The elder in white's expression turned somber. Indeed, it is akin to scaling the heavens. Throughout history, various dragon clans have produced countless prodigies. Yet the number of unparalleled geniuses who have traversed the dragon blood path is exceedingly few. In the past 8,000 years, none have succeeded. Puff, puff, puff. Countless golden swords pierced Long Qingchen's skin, slowly embedding themselves, causing him to bleed dragon blood. This agony surpassed that of 1,000 swords piercing the heart, for while the latter occurs in an instant, these golden swords penetrated gradually. Long Qingchen could not help but laugh heartily, as though he were personally inflicting torment upon Long Qingchen. How exhilarating! How delightful! When Xuan'er initially decided to enter into a union with him, she unknowingly stirred envy among countless talented youths. Yet he foolishly engaged in a scandalous affair with Long Bingling. He deserved his fate. Many prodigies above the dragon blood realm dared not tread the perilous dragon blood path. Yet he, with merely a 6th level cultivation in the Xianlong realm, sought to challenge it, an act of sheer arrogance. The geniuses scoffed derisively. Long Jin Xuan'er delicately wiped her eyes, tears welling up as she lamented. I do not blame my brother Chun. He is merely too young to resist temptation. I only wish for his safe return from the dragon blood path. Upon hearing her words, the prodigies gritted their teeth in jealousy. If I had such a fiancée, I would have no regrets. Yet Long Qingchen fails to cherish her. What a fool. Long Bingling was equally detestable. Despite being engaged to Long Qingchen, she still sought to seduce Long Qingchen, a pair of wretched souls. In a state of turmoil, Long Bingling felt like a restless ant on a hot pan, utterly indifferent to the idle gossip swirling around her. She implored the elder in white robes, having already faced failure, to rescue her. This is against protocol. Once one steps onto the dragon blood path, their fate is sealed, and no one can intervene, the elder replied, shaking his head slowly with a bitter smile. Moreover, even if I wished to intervene, I would be powerless. The dragon blood path is imbued with the laws left by generations of ancestral dragons, making it impassable for anyone. Long Bingling, distressed, questioned, what shall we do? Shall we merely watch him perish? The elder sighed, whether he survives depends solely on him. Suddenly, a black vortex manifested above Long Qingchen's head, resembling the entrance to hell, embodying boundless devouring power. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, all golden swords were shredded to pieces. The power of the devouring martial vein. Emerging from the confined space, Long Qingchen was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. He had severely underestimated the challenges of the dragon blood path, particularly this 90th level, far beyond his expectations. Usually, I sense no presence of the devouring martial vein. It seems to only emerge when life hangs in the balance. He pondered deeply. From the memories of the 9 reversal dragon emperor, he learned that the devouring martial vein belonged to an unparalleled divine lineage, yet he, an ordinary Azure dragon, wondered why it manifested within him. He resolved to inquire with his father upon his return. Perhaps only his father held the key to the origin of the devouring martial vein. What power is this? Gazing at the black vortex, the tall woman's autumn eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed to be a form of martial vein power. However, the Dragon Clan possessed only dragon veins, not martial veins. Strange indeed. The elder in white robes also brightened momentarily, intermittently frowning and relaxing, deep in contemplation. The tall woman could not help but gaze curiously at Long Qingchen, realizing that this young disciple of the Azure Dragon Clan harbored formidable secrets. Explaining his audacity to traverse the dragon blood path with merely a 6th-level cultivation in the Xianlong realm. Long Bingling's tears streamed down, and she covered her mouth, striving to suppress her sobs. In Long Jin Xuan'er's enchanting eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered, and a rigid smile graced her exquisite visage. It was fortunate that he survived. Indeed, what a stroke of luck. The 9th level failed to vanquish him, and there are still 8 levels remaining. Let us see how many lives he possesses. The expressions of the geniuses were far from pleasant. Cursed be it. Long Qingche's countenance darkened further, his fists clenched tightly. The elder in white, hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow and cast a stern glance at him, admonishing firmly, "I care not for the grievances between you. Do not bring your enmity into the Long blood martial house, understand?" Long Guangjue quickly smiled and explained, "The deputy master has misunderstood. Qingche did not mean it that way. He was merely indicating that, even in the face of certain death, Long Qingchen manages to turn peril into safety, his fate not yet sealed." "Let us hope so," the elder in white snorted coldly. Roar. Long Qingchen did not hasten to ascend to the 91st level. Instead, he seated himself cross-legged and began to circulate the 9 reverse dragon technique to its utmost, initiating his healing. The healing speed of the 9 reverse dragon technique was remarkable, and coupled with his inherent strength as a member of the Azure Dragon Clan, he fully recovered within a mere cup of tea's time. Buzz. Upon stepping into the 91st level, it was as though he had entered an entirely different realm, where ancient trees flourished and wild grasses thrived, exuding a primitive and vibrant aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the weeds grew wildly, ensnaring his legs, while countless vines surged towards him. Chapter 31, The Dragon Blood Path, Our Backyard. The 90th level was a confined space of gold power, while the 91st level revealed a world of wood power. Could it be that the final 9 levels are a trial of the 9 primal forces? Long Qingchen began to grasp the essence. Roar. He summoned the power of the Azure Dragon, executing the Overlord's 10,000 Dragon Palm, unleashing a tempest of dragon force that collided fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. These ancient vines were merely brushed aside, yet they remained unbroken, showing not a hint of damage. Long Qingchen was taken aback. His 3 dragon forces were sufficient to shatter mountains, yet they could not fracture these ancient vines, revealing their remarkable resilience. He strained against the weeds, attempting to break free, but these weeds were equally peculiar, resembling iron chains, astonishingly tough and unyielding. The weeds emitted a ghostly glow, rapidly growing and creeping up his legs, binding his entire body tightly, rendering him immobile. Crack, crack, crack. The ancient vines surged forth once more, akin to azure pythons, ensnaring his form with relentless tenacity. Roar. Long Qingchen's body trembled as he propelled the 9 reverse dragon technique to its zenith. His rotation speed soaring above 1,000 revolutions per minute, every muscle in his body swelling. Yet he remained unable to sever these bizarre weeds and ancient vines, which constricted tighter and tighter, digging deeply into his flesh, suffocating him, as though his entire being were on the verge of bursting. Boom. In this life and death moment, a black vortex phenomenon emerged once more, instantly shredding all the weeds and ancient vines, causing the entire world of wood power to collapse and vanish without a trace. Very well. Long Qingchen smiled bitterly, as if the devouring heaven martial vein had set itself against him, appearing only at the brink of life and death. This time, he sustained minimal injuries and continued his ascent, stepping onto the 92nd stair. The chill, the frigid air was piercing. He found himself in a world of ice and snow, an expanse of white, boundless and vast. The snow and ice represented a form of water's power, just as he had surmised. Indeed, the final 9 tiers posed a trial of the 9 primordial forces. Within mere moments, he was encased in ice, a frozen sculpture. Even the strength of the Azure Dragon was subdued by this terrifying cold. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he anticipated the emergence of the devouring heaven martial vein's power. Boom. Indeed, the black vortex phenomenon reappeared, causing the icy realm to collapse instantaneously. This devouring heaven martial vein seemed capable of consuming all, with only a few tears remaining. Would Long Blood Road be traversed by him in this manner? No force from the 9 primordial powers could hinder his progress. Gazing at Long Qingchen as he ascended, all eyes were captivated. Long Blood Road lay beneath his feet, as if it were merely his own backyard, a leisurely stroll. What power lay behind that black vortex? It instilled a sense of trepidation within me. I too felt an unsettling anxiety. In that moment, the figure appeared as the most resplendent sun, casting all other prodigies into the shadows of insignificance. At the 93rd stair, the fire power blazed, yet it could not impede his advance. At the 94th stair, the earth power bore down heavily, but he did not falter for an instant. The 95th, 96th, and 99th stairs, Long Blood Road, he reached the summit. Clang! At the mountain's peak, an ancient bronze bell chimed without being struck, resonating with a melodious sound that echoed throughout every corner of the Long Blood Martial House. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All gazes within the Long Blood Martial House were fixated upon the summit, upon that youth, ethereal, as though a celestial being. Long Blood Road had been conquered by him. He would acquire tenfold the cultivation resources compared to us. The eyes of the geniuses turned red with envy. Hooray! Long Bingling leapt joyously, as if she had herself traversed Long Blood Road. Long Jin Xuan'er's exquisite visage stiffened, her beautiful eyes lost in a trance. Brother Chun has conquered Long Blood Road. How wonderful! Alas, we are finished. From this day forth, an unparalleled prodigy has emerged from the outer academy, and the already scarce slots in the inner academy are now completely beyond our reach. Fortunately, not every newcomer in this cohort is as monstrous as he. Otherwise, we would have no hope of survival. The senior disciples exchanged astonished glances. A tall female disciple turned to the elder in white robes and remarked with a smile, "The most challenging 9th tier seems to pose no difficulty for him at all." The elder's eyes brimmed with tears, the murky old tears spilling forth. After more than 8,000 years, that ancient bell has finally rung again. Our Dragon Clan's younger generation has produced a supreme genius, a blessing for the dragon lineage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the rear mountains of the Dragon Blood Martial Estate, shadows soared into the air like phantoms, and in the blink of an eye, they hovered above the martial arena. There, an assembly of venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, emanated an aura of formidable strength. We pay our respects to the dean and esteemed scholars. The normally jovial senior disciples now wore solemn expressions, bowing respectfully. The talented and exquisite young women also hurriedly followed suit, acknowledging the presence of the dean and the esteemed scholars. However, the venerable elders appeared oblivious to their greetings. Their attention fixated solely on the youth at the end of the Dragon Blood path, their eyes gleaming as if they had encountered an unparalleled treasure. Unable to tear their gaze away, having traversed the Dragon Blood path, one could be selected for the Dragon Blood Martial Estate, gaining access to an abundance of cultivation resources. A disheveled elder in black floated forward, his gaze burning with intensity as he regarded the youth at the path's end. "I intend to personally instruct you. Would you accept?" Long Qingchen raised his eyes, his expression indifferent. "Who are you?" The elder in white cleared his throat, interjecting, "This is the master of our Dragon Blood Martial Estate." Long Qingchen scrutinized the disheveled elder for a moment. His unkempt appearance suggested he had not fared well in life. Frowning slightly, he replied, "I decline." The elder in black swayed, nearly toppling from the air. The tall female disciple paused, taken aback. "Such character. You refuse?" The senior disciples glared with fiery eyes, wishing to eliminate Long Qingchen and take his place. "Do you comprehend who the master is? The most esteemed, powerful figure within the Dragon Blood Martial Estate. A paragon among the various dragon clans. How could he simply refuse? Have you considered this thoroughly? If you miss this opportunity today, acquiring my personal guidance will not be so easily attainable." "I have considered it quite clearly," Long Qingchen replied after a moment's thought, once again declining. On one hand, he possessed the complete memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor and had no need for instruction. Even if this master was formidable, he likely could not surpass the strength of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor. On the other hand, he harbored too many secrets. While ordinary cultivators might not detect them, frequent interactions with a powerful figure like the master could lead to exposure. Until his own strength was sufficient, he was unwilling to risk revealing the secrets of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor. Thus, his refusal was resolute. Chapter 32. He is a hunter. Very well, very well. The elder in black sighed, waving his sleeve as he elegantly departed. "You are truly obstinate, young man. How many geniuses yearn for the old master's personal guidance, but find no avenue. And yet, you fail to recognize the opportunity before you. Do you know who the master's first two disciples were? One is the chief of the clan. The other is a 9-star general. The old master has not taken disciples for thousands of years, and you, with your commendable talent for having traversed the dragon blood path, have caught his rare favor. Do you understand what you have missed? The unparalleled genius inevitably carries a hint of arrogance. It is what it is. The elders expressed their regret, casting one last glance at Long Qingchen before departing. Long Bilan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Why are you so foolish? Hurry to the back mountain and plead with the old lord. Perhaps there is still a chance to salvage the situation. I never regret my decisions." Long Qingchen replied with a serene smile as he descended from the dragon blood path. Having already traversed the dragon blood path, he now walked it again without fear, as it posed no danger to him, resembling an ordinary road. However, this privilege was exclusive to him. Any dragon who had not braved the path would face peril. What rewards awaited him for conquering the dragon blood path? A flicker of light danced in Long Qingchen's eyes. Next, the dragon blood arena awaited. Like a hunter, he viewed the arena as his trap, meticulously set to ensnare his quarry, Huang Jin Xuan'er. Yet, he refrained from directly mentioning the dragon blood arena. Wishing to avoid arousing her suspicion, instead, he tactfully inquired about the rewards. "You must defend the dragon blood arena to claim your rewards." As anticipated, the elder in white brought it up. Having traversed the dragon blood path, you are akin to the king of the younger generation. You must accept challenges from your peers and conquer them to secure your position as the youthful sovereign. He then turned his gaze to the talented beauties gathered, declaring, "Having traversed the dragon blood path, I will receive the utmost cultivation resources from the dragon blood martial house. Who among you dares to contest this?" "I am the first to contest," Long Qingchen sneered, stepping forward. "I shall challenge him and seize the rewards of the dragon blood path." "I am second to contest." "I am third." Many self-proclaimed powerful geniuses emerged, brimming with fighting spirit, defiantly staring down Long Qingchen. The elder in white sighed. Historically, those who could traverse the dragon blood path were unparalleled prodigies, often at or beyond the dragon blood realm, with few challengers. Yet here was Long Qingchen, at the 6th level of the Xin dragon realm, causing unrest among the talented crowd, leading to a multitude of challengers. Long Qingchen furrowed his brow, noticing that Long Jin Xuan'er was absent among those challenging him. Instead, she stood aside with a charming smile, seemingly uninterested in the rewards of the dragon blood path. This surprised him. Given Long Jin Xuan'er's greedy nature, one would expect her to covet the rewards. He had laid the trap of the dragon blood arena specifically to confront her. If she did not step into the snare, his chance for a righteous revenge would vanish. What rewards did the dragon blood path offer? A thought sparked in Long Qingchen's mind. He resolved to stoke the flames, urging the deputy lord to publicly announce the rewards of the dragon blood path, hoping to entice Long Jin Xuan'er into his trap. The elder in the white robe regarded him with a puzzled glance. His inquiry regarding the rewards of the dragon blood path would undoubtedly incite the ambition of many talented individuals to challenge it. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to disclose the details. One could bathe in the ancestral dragon's blood, receive personal guidance from all the academicians, peruse the martial arts of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, access all the blessed realms within the academy, and much more. In essence, one could acquire the most abundant cultivation resources from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. I am the 17th to challenge. I am the 18th to challenge. Upon hearing the rewards of the dragon blood path, the eyes of the talented glimmered with fervor, and numerous individuals stepped forward to propose their challenges. From the corner of his eye, Long Qingchen glanced at Huang Jin Xuan'er, who remained remarkably composed, refraining from issuing a challenge. He continued to inquire, "What would be my fate should I be defeated by a challenger?" The elder in the white robe replied, "Having traversed the dragon blood path, you have already earned the qualification to cultivate within the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. However, should you fall in the Dragon Blood arena, you shall forfeit all rewards from the Dragon Blood path, which will instead be awarded to the victorious challenger." One of the challengers posed a question. If several challengers defeat him, who will receive the rewards? The elder responded nonchalantly, "In that case, the challengers shall compete amongst themselves once more. The final victor will claim the rewards." Noticing that Long Jin Xuan'er had yet to issue a challenge, Long Qingchen felt helpless. It seemed that the trap of the Dragon Blood arena was ineffective against her, and he would need to seek another opportunity. Let us begin. Returning to the previous testing arena, the elder in the white robe turned his attention to Long Qingchen, announcing, among the 22 challengers, "You shall be the first to propose a challenge." Long Qingchen ascended the stage step by step. Initially, he had intended to use the Dragon Blood arena to confront Long Jin Xuan'er, but alas, she was not taking the bait. Thus, he had to settle for confronting Long Qingchen. which was not without merit. Long Bingling was betrothed to Long Qingchen, yet she was unwilling to marry him and sought to dissolve the engagement, a complicated affair. The simplest and most direct solution would be to eliminate Long Qingchen. In truth, he bore no personal animosity towards Long Qingchen. However, as Long Bingling was his friend, he had no qualms about removing Long Qingchen from the equation for her sake. With a resounding thud, Long Qingchen's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. He leaped into the air and landed firmly on the arena, his cold gaze fixed on Long Qingchen. Once atop this stage, it was a matter of life and death. Even if I were to kill you, the Qinglong clan would not be able to take action against me. Seizing this opportunity, I intend to demonstrate to the entire Dragon Clan the consequences of entangling with my betrothed. Possessing a heavenly dragon vein and a cultivation level of the 6th tier of the Xinlong realm, he had indeed accomplished much by traversing the dragon blood path. However, his entanglements with Long Bingling and his betrayal of Jin Xuan'er rendered him unworthy of being revered as a young champion. Eliminate him, many envious talents shouted. Rallying in support of Long Qingchen, a tall female disciple cast a peculiar glance at Long Bingling, for it was because of her that he had become the enemy of many talented individuals. Surprisingly, Long Bingling displayed no signs of anger. Rather, she appeared somewhat pleased, her large eyes curving into an adorable crescent shape. I intend to bring him down. The tall female disciple gazed deeply at her, as if attempting to see through her soul. No, it was not a desire to harm him. Rather, she wished for everyone to acknowledge the bond between them, thereby claiming him as her own, reveling in the sensation of his unwavering loyalty in battle. Long Bingling rolled her eyes, as if to say, "Do you truly know me better than I know myself?" Chapter 33. I have yet to lose. Where is your weapon? Long Qingchen slowly unsheathed his battle sword, which shimmered with a dazzling cold light under the sun's rays. I do not require a weapon, Long Qingchen replied indifferently. The martial technique he practiced, the Overlord's 10,000 Dragon's Palm, was a palm technique ill-suited for weaponry, hence he had not equipped himself with one for the time being. The rules of the Dragon Blood Arena were akin to those of the examinations, permitting the use of weapons, yet stipulating that their grade must not exceed one's own cultivation level to ensure fairness. After all, some weapons possessed overwhelming power that could skew the outcomes of the contests. Long Qingchen's sword, being a superior grade treasure, could unleash his full potential and conform to the regulations of the Dragon Blood realm, thus not violating any rules. Last time, you withstood dozens of my punches. Your strength is commendable. However, if you believe you can match me, you are gravely mistaken. This time, I shall employ my martial skills to their utmost capacity, leaving you no chance. Long Qingchen grasped the sword with both hands. Boom. The first layer of Dragon Blood realm erupted within him, and the azure power of the wind dragon surged from his palms, winding up the sword's hilt. Exuding a formidable aura, eagle strike in the sky, he bellowed, raising the sword and delivering a powerful slash. Screech. The brilliant sword light instantaneously transformed into the form of a great eagle, emitting a piercing cry as it soared forth, tearing through the air and causing the entire arena to tremble. That was the Wind Dragon Clan's advanced technique, the Eagle Strike Sword Style. The complexity of the Eagle Strike Sword Style was immense, achievable only by those who had reached the frenzied dragon realm. Yet, astonishingly, Long Qingchen had mastered it at the Dragon Blood realm. His comprehension was truly astonishing. The talented beauties were left in shock. Among the disciples of the Wind Dragon Clan in the outer court, few had mastered the Eagle Strike Sword Style. Long Qingchen was indeed remarkable. This year's intake of new disciples included many who had already attained the Dragon Blood realm, and our days ahead may prove to be quite challenging. The senior disciples also exhibited surprise. Long Bingling furrowed her delicate brows, beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead as she clasped her small hands. Sensing her concern, the tall female disciple gently patted her slender shoulder, smiling softly. He has traversed the Dragon Blood path, undoubtedly possessing formidable means. Rest assured, it will not be an easy feat for Long Qingchen to defeat him. I am not worried about his defeat, but rather that he may push himself to the brink against Long Qingchen. Long Bingling's beautiful eyes remained fixed on the arena. The tall female disciple chuckled lightly. You are quite peculiar. You hope for him to fight for you while wishing to shield him from danger. Is there such a perfect scenario in this world? Roar. The fabric of his attire billowed in the fierce wind, producing a resonant sound. Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened, and the revolutions of the 9 reverse dragon technique within him surged instantaneously beyond 1,000 turns. To his eyes, Long Qingchen's movements appeared to slow considerably. Were he to employ the dragon wing flash and maneuver behind Long Qingchen, coupled with the Overlord's 10,000 Dragon's Palm, he could undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. However, The Wind Dragon Clan would not let this transgression go unpunished. They would seek retribution, potentially implicating the Azure Dragon Clan. He had to contemplate such repercussions. For the Azure Dragon Clan was too feeble to offend other dragon tribes. Thus, he could not directly slay Long Qingchen. He must create an illusion of parity, being compelled to eliminate Long Qingchen. Only in this manner could the Wind Dragon Clan have no grounds to trouble the Azure Dragon Clan, forced to swallow their grievances in silence. In an instant, these thoughts flickered through his mind as he swiftly evaded the attack, darting several paces away. The eagle's strike from above would never miss its mark. Long Qingchen sneered. If the eagle's strike could be easily evaded, it would not be termed an eagle's strike. Howling. The sharp cries echoed behind Long Qingchen as the sword's brilliance in the form of an eagle reversed its course, returning with a vengeance. Once more, Long Qingchen raised his battle sword and unleashed another eagle's strike, sandwiching Long Qingchen from both fronts. To evade the eagle's strike was the most foolish course of action. He had made a grievous error. Long Qingchen's strength was formidable, and his combat experience was vast, steadily suppressing Long Qingchen. I would rather Long Qingchen claim the rewards of the Dragon Blood Path than see those rewards used to nurture this shameless wretch. The talented beauties were filled with excitement, as if they were the ones personally subduing Long Qingchen. Witnessing Long Qingchen being overwhelmed, Long Bingling anxiously sought assistance from a tall female disciple. Senior sister, how can we counter this eagle strike? The tall disciple shook her head slightly. The eagle's strike can lock onto its target. One can only confront it head-on. Avoidance is to be strictly avoided. He should not commit such a rudimentary blunder. One misstep leads to another. Long Qingchen has seized the initiative, and it is challenging for him to recover. Long Bingling was greatly dissatisfied with this response, wondering if there was truly no solution. The tall disciple pondered briefly before speaking slowly. Unless he employs the power of that black vortex to devour the two eagles' strikes directly. Long Bingling's eyes brightened, and she shouted towards the martial arena. Use the power of the black vortex to swallow the eagle's strikes. Interference in the contest is prohibited. The elder in white robes glared fiercely at her. Long Bingling stuck out her tongue, gently covering her mouth with her hand. Long Qingchen, of course, heard Long Bingling's voice but paid it little heed. The power of the celestial devouring martial vein was beyond his control and thus could not be utilized. Moreover, he had intentionally orchestrated this situation to project the semblance of Long Qingchen's dominance. With a swift motion, he evaded the two eagles' strikes once more, daring to evade again. Seeking death, Long Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, then elated, as he unleashed yet another eagle's strike. Howl! 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 As Long Qingchen continued to evade, Long Qingchen unleashed an increasing barrage of eagle strikes, ultimately summoning 9 formidable sword auras in the shape of great eagles that circled ominously above the arena, firmly locking onto Long Qingchen's presence. With 9 eagle strikes pursuing him, how much longer could he possibly dodge? Ha ha ha, his defeat is inevitable. Many envious geniuses laughed heartily, reveling in his plight. I had warned him, yet he chose to ignore it. Long Bingling's expression turned pale with frustration as she gazed at Long Qingchen, relentlessly pursued by the 9 eagle strikes. The tall female disciple offered a bitter smile, although he had traversed the dragon blood path and was hailed as an unparalleled genius. His lack of combat experience allowed Long Qingchen to amass 9 eagle strikes, sealing his fate. The elder in white could only shake his head, soaring into the air to hover above the arena, addressing Long Qingchen. Yield now. With 9 eagle strikes accumulated, there is no need to continue this fight. I can help disperse the 9 eagle strikes, and you will face no danger. I have not yet lost. Long Qingchen's eyes glimmered. It was time for a counterattack. Whoosh. He swiftly darted to a corner of the arena. Roar. The 9 reverse dragon art surged within him, emanating a resounding dragon's roar. As the power of the Azure Dragon surged forth from his palm, flashing like thunder. From the perspective of the onlookers, it appeared as if he had been cornered. Chapter 34. The Death of Long Qingchen. Roar. He unleashed the Overlord's 10,000 dragon palm, and 3 dragon powers erupted from Long Qingchen's palm with a deafening howl. Boom. The collision with the 9 eagle strikes unleashed a blinding radiance, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the entire arena. Puff, puff, puff. Like melting ice and snow, the 9 eagle strikes were utterly shattered, unstoppable. The 3 dragon powers surged forward, crashing towards Long Qingchen. Open. Long Qingchen's face paled in horror as he hastily raised his battle sword, slashing down fiercely. Crack. Yet, the 3 dragon powers were not cleaved apart. Instead, his sword broke off a segment under the force, and the 3 dragon powers collided with him, sending his entire body flying backwards, landing in a corner of the arena. Deputy Master, he has lost. Please announce the result. Long Qingchen's gaze flickered, choosing not to pursue his advantage but instead turning to the elder in white. I have not yet lost. Long Qingche's eyes burned with resentment as he sprang up like lightning, gripping his broken sword and viciously lunging towards Long Qingchen's back. Be careful, Long Bingling exclaimed, her face ashen. Puff! A spray of blood erupted as Long Qingche's broken sword plunged deep into Long Qingchen's back, waiting for this very opportunity. Long Qingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. As if his back had eyes, he reacted with astonishing speed, unleashing the Azure Dragon's power that instantly transformed into 3 dragon powers, striking back with ferocity. Crack! Long Qingche's chest caved in as he coughed blood, his body propelled backward, falling outside the arena, motionless. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed in stunned disbelief at this unfolding scene. From the very onset of the challenge, Long Qingche maintained a firm grip over Long Qingchen, leading many to believe that victory was assured for him. However, in a sudden turn of events, Long Qingche was unexpectedly defeated. The shift occurred so swiftly that no one could react in time. Even the elderly figure in white robes hovering at the edge of the martial arena was momentarily taken aback. A talented individual from the Wind Dragon Clan was the first to regain his composure, hastily rushing to Long Qingche's side to assess the situation. Upon realizing that Long Qingche had already lost his life, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, Long Qingchen, you have deliberately murdered Yi Ge. What punishment shall you face for this transgression? Preposterous. The elder in white, having regained his senses, directed his piercing gaze upon the young genius of the Wind Dragon Clan instead of reprimanding Long Qingchen. Once one steps onto the martial arena, life and death are one's own responsibility. This has been the ancient rule of the Longxue martial house. Moreover, Long Qingche, having already been defeated, took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and was subsequently killed in retaliation. Who can he blame for that? Should the Wind Dragon Clan dare to seek vengeance, they would be opposing the entirety of the Longxue martial house. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the arena. The young genius of the Wind Dragon Clan turned pale, cold sweat forming on his brow as he implored, I beg the deputy house master for forgiveness. I spoke out of turn. The elder in white snorted coldly and announced, in the first challenge, the victor is Long Qingchen. Long Bingling stood in a daze, murmuring to herself. He said he would help me eliminate Long Qingche and ensure the Wind Dragon Clan suffers a silent loss. Could it be that all of this was part of his scheme? If so, this fellow is truly formidable. Although he possesses an undeniable charm now, I still prefer the neighborly brother he was in my childhood. What did you say? The tall female disciple cast a curious glance at Long Bingling, whose face was flushed. Nothing. Long Bingling quickly shook her head. The tall female disciple found it perplexing. It was indeed impressive that he could turn the tide under such circumstances. Long Jin Xuan'er's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Long Qingchen, remarking, Chun, you always manage to turn danger into safety. Long Bingling's voice turned icy. You would have preferred for Long Qingche to kill him, but alas, your hopes have been dashed. A trace of mockery appeared on Long Jin Xuan'er's face as she replied, You are Long Qingche's fiancée, yet, upon his death, you show no sorrow, but rather seem quite pleased. Surely, that cannot be right. At her words, many around them cast peculiar looks at Long Bingling. Long Bingling gritted her teeth, clearly infuriated. The elder in white descended onto the martial arena to examine the injuries on Long Qingchen's back, discovering they were merely superficial wounds. He inquired, Do you need to rest for a moment? Long Qingchen replied nonchalantly, No need. The elder ceased his inquiries and turned his attention to the second challenger. It is your turn to face Long Qingchen. Casting a glance at Long Qingche's lifeless body, the young woman turned pale and quickly shook her head. I forfeit the challenge. The elder in white retorted with anger. According to the rules of the Longxue arena, once a challenge is issued, it cannot be rescinded. Otherwise, your qualification to enter the Longxue martial house will be revoked. With a distressed expression, the young woman had no choice but to step onto the martial arena. Feeling as though she were walking to her execution, she deeply bowed to Long Qingchen, saying, Brother Chun, you have traversed the perilous path of Longxue and are truly a peerless genius. It is not that I can test your abilities. I merely seek your guidance. I kindly ask you to show mercy. Long Qingchen's gaze was calm as he addressed his challengers, assuring them that he would show mercy. Prior to his decisive blow against Long Qingche, these contenders had boasted of their intent to seize his dragon blood route rewards, yet now, their bravado had vanished. What does it mean to be revered as a strong warrior? This is the essence of such reverence. Thank you, Brother Chun. The girl exhaled in relief upon hearing his words. Brother Chun, I shall make my move now. Gradually, She raised her fist and charged at Long Qingchen, delivering a light punch, clearly intending to take it easy. With a roar, Long Qingchen raised his palm, unleashing a ferocious dragon's might. The impact sent the girl soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily outside the arena, leaving her momentarily incapacitated. All eyes widened in astonishment. Where was the promised mercy? Thank you, Brother Chun, for your leniency. The girl slowly got to her feet, spitting out the dust from her mouth. She bowed once more, fully aware that Long Qingchen had indeed shown restraint, employing only 30% of his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, she would have met the same fate as Long Qingchen. Next, the elder in white turned his gaze to the remaining 20 challengers, all of whom turned pale, their scalps tingling with dread. Boom, boom, boom. Without exception, each challenger was defeated in a single blow from Long Qingchen. Before stepping into the arena, they had all pleaded for mercy, and after the encounter, they were left thanking him for his restraint. Such exhilarating dominance. What kind of palm technique was that? It was utterly overwhelming. The Azure Dragon's power, while typically gentle and restorative, exhibited an extraordinary ferocity in Long Qingchen's hands. As each challenger fell, the senior disciples watched in stunned silence, while the talented beauties dared not utter a word against Long Qingchen. A rare smile graced the elder's face as he announced loudly, Long Qingchen has successfully traversed the Dragon Blood route, earning a place in the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, and has claimed victory in the Dragon Blood Arena, becoming the newly appointed chief disciple, receiving both the rewards of the Dragon Blood route and the Academy's most abundant cultivation resources. Long Qingchen descended from the arena, casting a fleeting glance at Long Jin Xuan'er, feeling a tinge of regret. He had set the Dragon Blood Arena trap specifically for her, but alas, she had not taken the bait. Long Qingchen was merely an unwitting victim of the trap, easily dispatched. However, since both he and Long Jin Xuan'er would be cultivating at the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, he was confident that an opportunity would soon present itself. Chapter 35. Bathe in the Ancestor Dragon Blood. Follow me. The elder in white beckoned as he led the way deeper into the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. I truly miss the Dragon Blood pool. Don't dwell on it. Only newly appointed disciples are permitted to bathe in the Dragon Blood pool. Do you not wish to? Of course I do. Then why even speak? The senior disciples looked on enviously at these talented beauties. Under the guidance of the elder in white, the talented beauties arrived before an ancient courtyard. Long Qingchen raised his eyes and beheld an expansive courtyard, barren save for 50 blood pools, with a translucent barrier enveloping it like a veil. A low hum resonated as the elder in white summoned dragon power, casting intricate seals that slowly dissipated the barrier at the entrance, revealing a passageway. Every newly initiated disciple of the Dragon Blood Martial House was granted a singular opportunity to immerse themselves in dragon blood, enriched with various spiritual herbs, bestowing immense benefits upon them. He stepped forward into the courtyard, gesturing toward a stone tablet beside one of the pools. The 49 blood pools corresponded to 49 distinct dragon clans, and he cautioned them not to enter the wrong pool. Long Qingchen glanced at the stone tablet, where 4 powerful characters were inscribed, Golden Dragon Clan, indicating that this was the blood pool for the Golden Dragon Clan. With enthusiasm, the talented maidens eagerly leaped into their respective dragon blood pools. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed, as if venomous serpents lurked within the pools, causing many of the maidens to instinctively leap back. Once one entered a blood pool, they could not emerge. Doing so would equate to relinquishing their chance to bathe in the dragon blood. The elder's stern voice rang out, "If you cannot endure this modicum of pain, you are unworthy of being a cultivator." Faced with his admonition, the maidens reluctantly submerged themselves once more, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they gritted their teeth. Enduring the agonizing process of bathing in dragon blood, each determined not to forfeit such a precious opportunity. Long Qingchen cast a glance at Huang Jin Xuan'er, who sat in tranquil composure within the Golden Dragon Clan's blood pool, her beautiful eyes gently closed, long lashes resembling delicate fans. Her exquisite face serene as if untouched by the pain of the dragon blood. It was undeniable that Long Qingchen Xuan'er was a formidable rival when she chose to be inscrutable. Her true thoughts remained concealed, and when she needed to be ruthless, she showed no mercy. In moments of resolute determination, her willpower was astonishingly formidable. In a contrasting scene, Long Bingling was in the Ice Dragon Clan's blood pool, wailing like a waterlogged lark, flailing her arms yet unwilling to surface, which elicited exasperated eye rolls from another girl of the Ice Dragon Clan. He also noticed that several Dragon Clan blood pools were empty, a testament to the elimination of their talented members who failed the assessment. "Your blood pool is over there," the elder in white remarked. a gentle smile accompanying his pat on Long Qingchen's shoulder as he pointed to the innermost blood pool. Long Qingchen approached, and the elder retrieved a jade vial of deep green from his spatial ring, slowly uncorking it. A resounding dragon roar erupted from the vial, imbued with unparalleled might and a vibrant life force. The blood of the ancestor dragon. Alas, only those who have traversed the dragon blood path may have the chance to immerse themselves in it. The eyes of the talented maidens glimmered with desire as they fixated upon the jade vial. With earnest gravity, the elder cautioned, "The blood of the ancestor dragon is extraordinarily precious, dwindling within the dragon lineage. Seize this opportunity. Endure for as long as you can." "I understand," Long Qingchen replied. Long Qingchen's gaze was resolute. With a swift motion, the elder in white raised his hand, tilting a jade vial, from which a single drop of crystalline dragon blood slowly emerged and fell into the blood pool, filling it entirely with just that one drop. Long Qingchen leaped into the pool. Boom! The ancestral dragon blood instantly surged, penetrating his body like countless sharp needles. The excruciating pain made him tremble. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Roar! He settled into a cross-legged position, gradually closing his eyes, calming his mind as he operated the 9 reverse dragon art to its utmost, striving to maximize the efficacy of the ancestral dragon blood. In moments of agony, time seemed to stretch infinitely. What felt like mere minutes could have been an entire year. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous talented individuals broke through their cultivation, unleashing even more formidable dragon might. Long Qingchen opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, noticing that Long Bingling, Long Qingze, and Long Guangjue had all made breakthroughs, while only Long Jinxian remained stagnant, seemingly consolidating her foundation. This heightened his wariness toward Long Jinxian, a truly fearsome woman. As if sensing his gaze, Long Jinxian suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, locking eyes with him for a fleeting moment, a hint of a smile gracing her lips before she closed her eyes once more. Long Qingchen took a deep breath, closing his eyes again, refocusing on his cultivation. During his passage through the dragon blood path, he had reached the 7th level of the Xianlong realm. Now, he was not in haste to advance further, but instead aimed to solidify his foundation and refine his physique with the ancestral dragon blood. Observing his diligence, the elder in white nodded slightly, a look of admiration crossing his face as he murmured to himself. Breaking the record of the dragon blood path at the 6th level of the Xianlong realm was no mere coincidence. It was intrinsically linked to his solid foundation, a rarity among the younger generation who could calm themselves to strengthen their roots. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, more talented individuals made breakthroughs. He was bathing in ancestral dragon blood, and yet, after such a long time, there was no sign of progress. What a waste of precious ancestral dragon blood. If I were to bathe in it, I could easily break through 3 levels. Having already surpassed 2 levels with mere dragon blood, I could at least achieve 4 with ancestral dragon blood. Their envy for the ancestral dragon blood was palpable as they kept their eyes glued to Long Qingchen in the blood pool, where he appeared as a statue, seemingly asleep, inciting murmurs among them. The elder in white furrowed his brow, asserting that what was meant for them should rightfully belong to them, and they should not covet what was not theirs. The talented individuals quieted down at last. The elder's gaze swept over them, chiding, "I initially refrained from commenting. Yet here you are, celebrating your minor breakthroughs, oblivious to the importance of a solid foundation." Boom, boom, boom. A few more talented individuals broke through, and the elder's frustration was evident, clearly indicating that his words had fallen on deaf ears. The elders of the prodigious beauty. Did they not impart the significance of a solid foundation? Surely they did. It is not that they are unaware of its importance. Rather, they are unable to resist the allure of immediate cultivation. After all, only through elevated cultivation can one distinguish oneself among the youth, swiftly emerging into prominence and securing more resources for training. Thus, their pursuit of higher cultivation is not entirely misguided. Chapter 36, Fool. Until the end of the dragon bloodbath, Long Qingchen did not achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. Yet, his heart brimmed with elation, for the ancestral dragon blood had fortified his foundation to an unprecedented degree, as steadfast as a mountain, laying a solid groundwork for future endeavors. He observed that Long Jinxian had also not advanced in her cultivation, as if they shared an unspoken understanding. When their gazes met once more, a mutual flicker of deep apprehension was evident in their eyes. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Long Qingchen's eyes as he slowly raised his hand, making a gesture across his throat. Long Jinxian maintained her usual serene smile, her red lips parting slightly, though no sound emerged. Yet, her lips clearly formed the word fool. Long Qingchen felt a surge of anger, clenching his fists. It was evident that Long Jin Xuan'er was mocking him. However, she was not entirely incorrect. After 2 years of ceaselessly supplying her with the power of the Azure Dragon, he indeed felt foolish. Such short-sighted geniuses, who relentlessly chase after high cultivation, he has never regarded as true adversaries. It is only those like Long Jin Xuan'er, possessing unparalleled talent, extraordinary wisdom, and the willingness to diligently cultivate, that present the gravest threat. For one can never predict when such a rival might unleash their full potential. One can imagine that once such an opponent erupts, the ensuing danger would be overwhelming. A relentless tide of lethal intent. Nevertheless, he possesses his own trump card, the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor and the extraordinary devouring martial vein. But what are Long Qingchen Xuan'er's hidden strengths? Her golden celestial dragon vein, unmatched in cultivation speed and peerless in offensive power. Her beauty, capable of driving countless suitors to madness, which she can exploit. The Golden Dragon Clan standing behind her, a royal lineage among dragons, providing her with abundant cultivation resources and formidable protection. These are the few advantages Long Qingchen could conceive. As for what other hidden strengths Long Jin Xuan'er may possess, they elude his speculation. The Dragon Blood Martial House lives up to its reputation as a sanctuary for youthful cultivation. Upon entering, I have already attained a 2-fold breakthrough. I have achieved a 3-fold breakthrough. Alas, this dragon blood is the legacy of past dragon kings, with only a limited supply remaining at the Dragon Blood Martial House. Unlike other dragon clans, otherwise, I would surely indulge in the experience multiple times. The breakthroughs in cultivation filled the prodigious beauties with exuberance. Buzz. The elder in white robes instructed the prodigious beauties to leave the courtyard while he performed a secret seal, causing the barrier to close. The rewards for passing the assessment have already been distributed to you. Next, I shall lead you to the storeroom to receive the disciples' token, clothing, sword, and most importantly, the monthly allowance. You should be aware of what the monthly allowance entails, correct? The monthly allocation of cultivation resources provided by the Dragon Blood Martial House is referred to as the monthly supply. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as formal disciples of the Dragon Blood Martial House. As for the achievements you may attain in the future, that will depend solely on your individual fortunes. With that, he led the way, and the talented beauties hastily followed, brimming with excitement as if invigorated by an elixir. The term monthly supply caused Long Qingchen to slow his pace, falling to the back of the group, his gaze somewhat peculiar. It reminded him of the mortgage system on Earth, and he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Living in this world free from mortgages felt remarkably liberating. This realm, devoid of Earth civilization, adhered to the savage principles of the jungle. He shook his head slightly, dismissing such thoughts. No matter how much he yearned for Earth, it was a distant memory. While a solid foundation is undoubtedly vital, cultivation is even more crucial. Lacking sufficient cultivation would result in being surpassed by peers, and the resources for training would be seized by contemporaries. Long Qingchen intentionally lagged behind a few steps, muttering to himself. Long Qingchen understood that this remark was directed at him, casting a glance at Long Qingchen. After bathing in the blood of the Dragon King, Long Qingchen's cultivation had soared by 3 levels, reaching the 6th stage of the Xianlong realm, just 1 level beneath his own. I am fully aware of this principle. However, I am confident that I can establish a solid foundation without neglecting my cultivation, Long Qingchen replied calmly. Regardless of our past grievances, now that we have entered the Dragon Blood Martial House, we should unite and not allow anyone to underestimate our Azure Dragon Clan. I share the same sentiment. Long Qingchen remarked with a faint smile, arms crossed. As they passed through the territory of the Green Dragon Clan, he lent assistance to Long Qingchen. Since that day, Long Qingchen's attitude toward him seemed to have shifted somewhat, no longer filled with overt animosity. Of course, Long Qingchen's hostility could not be entirely eradicated. If given the right opportunity, he would undoubtedly seize the chance to trample Long Qingchen underfoot. That's good to understand. Long Qingchen quickened his pace to rejoin the group. Under the guidance of the white-robed elder, they arrived at the storeroom. The storeroom of the Dragon Blood Martial House is so small, it resembles my family's outhouse. The talented beauties expressed their disappointment upon observing the stone structure. Long Qingchen, however, narrowed his eyes, fixating on the intricate patterns adorning the stone. The entire stone room was covered in a dense array of engravings, inscriptions, from the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor. He recognized a similar inscription known as the Rock Inscription, renowned for its formidable resilience, making it exceedingly difficult for even formidable true Dragon Realm experts to breach. Upon seeing the white-robed elder, a middle-aged man with a goatee quickly approached, smiling. "Deputy Master, you have brought these youngsters to collect their items, I presume?" The white-robed elder nodded slightly. "They are all newly admitted disciples, and according to tradition, they shall receive their allocations." He then gestured toward Long Qingchen. "He has traversed the dragon blood path and will receive his distribution according to its standards." A middle-aged man cast a surprised glance at Long Qingchen, exclaiming, "I too have heard the bell tolling for the ascent of the dragon blood path. Just a moment ago, I was curious as to which unparalleled genius had traversed it. It turns out to be a young lad from the Azure Dragon Clan. Truly, the Azure Dragon Clan is remarkable. In the future, it shall undoubtedly rise to prominence among the dragon clans." He had received ample praise already, so it would be prudent not to laud him further, lest he become complacent and forget his roots. The elderly man in white chuckled softly, while he reprimanded the steward of the storeroom. His gaze toward Long Qingchen betrayed an unmistakable admiration. After receiving their items, he instructed, "Tomorrow morning, you shall report punctually to the Martial Arts Academy." After exchanging a few pleasantries with the steward, he offered a final word of advice to the talented young women before taking his leave. Once the elder departed, the steward's smile grew increasingly amiable. "Ah, how I reminisce about my youth. I was once like you, all promising young members of our dragon clan. Splendid. Please line up orderly, one by one, to collect your items. There is no need to rush. None shall be shortchanged." Long Bingling quietly approached Long Qingchen and observed the steward for a moment before whispering, "Be cautious. He is an elder from the Green Dragon Clan, and there is a long-standing enmity between your Azure Dragon Clan and the Green Dragon Clan. I can't shake the feeling that he harbors ill intentions. This is the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. What can he possibly do to me?" Long Qingchen replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. Long Bingling pondered for a moment, conceding, "That is indeed a point. Having traversed the Dragon Blood path, you are regarded as a treasure by the Mansion Master, the Vice Mansion Master, and the scholars. He surely lacks the audacity to act against you." In Chapter 37, I Did Not See, Long Qingchen noted a row of spatial rings arranged within the stone chamber. Evidently, the items were stored within these rings, thus requiring minimal space in the storeroom. The talented young women queued up, approaching in sequence. With each spatial ring the steward retrieved, he extracted an item, 5 in total, distributing 3 initially, followed by 2. The first item was a disciple's badge of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion, crafted from sandalwood, a material that exudes a fragrant aroma, serving as a reminder during cultivation. The second item was a standardized gray robe of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion, adorned with the emblem of the mansion at the left chest, a set of 3, intended for change. The third item was a long sword, forged from cold iron, measuring 3 feet 3 inches in length and 2 inches in width. The fourth item was a vial of elixirs, from the fragrant aroma wafting forth. It could be deduced that it contained gathering chi pills, which accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy during cultivation. The fifth item comprised 2 spirit stones, the currency of cultivators. A hard commodity. For certain precious cultivation materials, no amount of gold would suffice. Only spirit stones hold value. The first 3 items are accessible to every disciple of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. Should they be damaged or lost, you may retrieve replacements from me, though compensation will be required. As the steward distributed the items, he elaborated, "The last 2 items are part of your monthly allowance. As newly accepted disciples, you will receive a month's supply initially, with subsequent distributions occurring in the middle of each month henceforth." The talented beauties who received their items were filled with elation. Aside from the elixirs and spirit stones, the first 3 items were not particularly precious. However, they symbolized the identity of disciples from the Dragon Blood Martial House. Just imagine donning the garments, hanging the insignia at the waist, and wielding the longsword. Wherever they ventured, they would be the center of attention, exuding an air of superiority. Not for any particular reason, but simply because they were disciples of the Dragon Blood Martial House. Indeed, the Azure Dragon Clan is truly a fountain of talent. When it was Long Qingche's turn to receive his items, the warehouse steward's smile grew warmer, and he gently patted his shoulder as though to encourage him. Long Qingche was taken aback by the attention and quickly expressed his gratitude, calling it an overstatement. Long Bingling, somewhat surprised, murmured to herself, "Historically, there has been animosity between the Azure Dragon Clan and the Green Dragon Clan. As an elder of the Green Dragon Clan, she should have harbored resentment towards the Azure Dragon Clan. Why then was she particularly favoring Long Qingche? Could it be that she was mistaken, and he truly could act with impartiality?" Once the last genius had collected their items, Long Qingchen stepped forward. This spatial ring had not been touched for over 8,000 years. Today, it was finally to be used. The warehouse steward, with a hint of nostalgia, squinted his eyes into mere slits as he picked up an ancient ring covered in dust. He extracted 3 items, a waist insignia, 3 garments, and a longsword. From the compartment containing elixirs, he retrieved 10 vials, and from the compartment of spirit stones, he produced 20 spirit stones, which he solemnly offered to Long Qingchen with both hands. His waist insignia was forged from dragon-patterned ebony, his garments were a strong outfit adorned with dragon motifs, and his sword was a spiritual artifact crafted from purple meteorite cold iron. The monthly supply he received was tenfold greater than that of others. With such abundant cultivation resources, if this continued, we would be left far behind. The eyes of the talented beauties glistened with envy once again. Today, they had lost count of how many times they felt this way. Although they were already aware that the rewards for traversing the dragon blood path were exceedingly generous. Witnessing these rewards firsthand made their jealousy irresistible. Their gazes seemed to convey a desire to rush forward, to seize Long Qingchen by the throat and eliminate him, all to claim what was rightfully his. Long Bingling's eyes sparkled with a crescent-shaped smile, her attention solely focused on Long Qingchen. As if all the other talented beauties had vanished, leaving only her and him. Long Qing's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Long Qingchen appeared indifferent, as though she cared little for these treasures. Clang! Just as Long Qingchen reached out to accept the items, the warehouse steward suddenly let go, causing all 5 items to fall to the ground. A slip of the hand. He maintained his broad smile, but showed no intention of picking them up. Standing tall on the steps. A slip of the hand. The talented beauties exchanged glances, puzzled. They had just received their own items, and the steward's hands had been steady. Such a mishap had never occurred during the distribution of items. Why, then, did it happen when distributing the rewards for the Dragon Blood Path? Moreover, judging by the steward's smile, it was evident that it was not merely a slip of the hand. He was clearly intent on humiliating Long Qingchen. Having committed an act of betrayal against Sister Xuan'er, he never anticipated that retribution would arrive so swiftly. How would he respond? If he were to pick it up, it would signify his capitulation. After all, he was a peerless genius who had traversed the Dragon Blood Path. Nothing more than that. Yet, should he choose not to retrieve it? These items were treasures. Could he truly bear to let them go? Many talented individuals, who had long harbored disdain for Long Qingchen, could not help but revel in his misfortune, their faces alight with mockery. Long Bingling glared at the steward of the storeroom, demanding an explanation for his actions. The steward, with a smile, shrugged his shoulders, claiming it was merely a slip. Long Bingling countered, exposing the underlying animosity between the Green Dragon Clan and the Azure Dragon Clan, accusing him of seeking personal revenge and deliberately humiliating the Azure Dragon Clan. The steward, unfazed, responded, "Little girl from the Ice Dragon Clan, out of respect for your youth, I shall not hold this against you, but do refrain from making baseless accusations." He then turned serious, pointing at Long Qingchen, asserting, "Just moments ago, when I distributed rewards to him, everyone witnessed it. Did I intentionally humiliate him? No, I did not. Indeed, I can attest to that." Others chimed in, some even expressing encouragement towards him. The other talented individuals remained silent, offering no defense for Long Qingchen. Long Bingling trembled with indignation. Approaching him, Long Qingchen grasped her arm and calmly advised, "Do not pick it up. Since he refuses to grant me the reward for the Dragon Blood Path, I shall seek the estate lord instead." Long Bingling paused for a moment. Then her large eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent. Let us seek the estate lord." Seek the estate lord for the reward of the Dragon Blood Path? That is a matter for the storeroom. What concern is it of the estate lord? The talented individuals were momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. If Long Qingchen truly sought the estate lord for the reward, how would the steward withstand the repercussions from the estate lord? This steward was indeed cunning, yet Long Qingchen was even more so. "I have already granted you the reward for the Dragon Blood Path. It is you who chose to refuse it. Who can you blame for that?" As Long Qingchen prepared to depart, the steward panicked and shouted angrily. Long Qingchen halted in his tracks, casting a cold glance back at him and dismissively shrugged. "I did not see anything." The steward, gritting his teeth, pointed at the 5 items on the steps, insisting, "They are right here. I did not see anything." Long Qingchen reiterated, striding towards the back mountain. "In the past, during my elementary school days on Earth, class monitors and discipline officers often reported to teachers about their peers. Such childish tactics, while amusing, effectively dealt with the troublemakers in class. A seasoned troublemaker like the storeroom steward could certainly be managed in the same way. He had no qualms about employing such methods. Chapter 38, Depart. Wait. The steward hurriedly picked up the 5 items from the steps and rushed after Long Qingchen, presenting them with a forced smile. You are a disciple of the Dragon Blood Martial House. I am the steward of the storeroom. In the future, you must come to collect your monthly supplies. Why resort to such extremes? Long Qingchen's gaze was unyielding. Are you threatening me? The warehouse manager quickly replied. I absolutely do not mean that. I believe you do, Long Qingchen remarked indifferently, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. The warehouse manager furrowed his brows. What exactly do you want? Long Qingchen cast a casual glance at the 5 items he held. I have no fondness for items covered in dust. I will exchange them. The warehouse manager hurried back to the storeroom to procure new items. Long Qingchen gazed at the spiritual stones for a moment. They were valuable assets, essential for cultivation, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy within them, and useful for trading other cultivation resources. He mused that 20 spiritual stones felt inadequate. Receiving 40 per month would certainly elevate his spirits. The warehouse manager's face turned ashen. Every item in the storeroom is accounted for. The deputy lord conducts a monthly inventory. How do you expect me to gather an additional 20 spiritual stones for you? Long Qingchen replied coolly. That is your concern. The warehouse manager clenched his teeth. Do not overstep. It appeared he had no intention of improving Long Qingchen's mood, prompting Long Qingchen to consider discussing the matter with the old lord to alleviate his own spirits. He continued his journey toward the back mountain. Suddenly, Long Bingling couldn't contain a laugh, her large eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a pair of adorable little tiger teeth. The talented beauties around them were left speechless. He was already entitled to 20 spiritual stones each month, which was ample, yet he sought 40. Where would the additional 20 come from? Clearly, he intended for the warehouse manager to take them from his monthly allowance as a supplement. How audacious! 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Long Qingchen counted his strides. Not genuinely intending to report to the lord, merely trying to intimidate the warehouse manager. He surmised that within 20 steps, the manager would surely call out to him. Wait! The warehouse manager shouted darkly. Long Qingchen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had only taken 8 steps before the manager could no longer endure. His psychological fortitude weaker than anticipated. Let today's events be forgotten. The warehouse manager rushed after him, retrieving 20 spiritual stones from his spatial ring and presenting them to Long Qingchen. Long Qingchen glanced at the manager's spatial ring, surprised that a mere manager could so easily produce 20 spiritual stones. It seemed the position held considerable perks. Did he have fewer stones than expected? After a moment's reflection, he decided against pressing further. A steady stream was preferable. If he cornered the warehouse manager too harshly, he might end up with nothing. Today was bright and sunny, with a refreshing breeze. His mood was splendid, and nothing untoward had transpired. Long Qingchen smiled faintly, sweeping his hand, causing the 5 items in the warehouse manager's grasp to vanish without a trace. Bang! The warehouse manager hurried back to the storeroom, slamming the door with force, evidently in a foul mood. The spatial ring. He possesses a spatial ring. Previously, I found it peculiar that among all the young candidates participating in the assessment, only he and Long Bingling were empty-handed, devoid of any burdens. It turns out he possesses a spatial ring. The talented beauties gazed fervently at his left hand, where a ring as dark as ink adorned his ring finger. Long Bingling raised her snow-white neck, resembling a proud swan. The spatial ring is a rare treasure, attainable only by mid-tier powerhouses, and few among the younger generation possess such a ring. Long Qingchen's expression was one of bewilderment. This was his spatial ring. So why was Long Bingling so smug? As if sensing his thoughts, Long Bingling shot him a glare, implying, "What's yours is essentially mine." Very well. Long Qingchen wisely chose silence. There was little room for dialogue with an unreasonable girl. That towering 10-story building was likely the Dragon Blood Martial Pavilion's library, said to house the finest techniques of various dragon clans. I am in need of a movement technique. I must certainly pay a visit when time permits. Over there lies the 10,000 Dragon Pool, where a grand waterfall utilizes the force of rushing water to temper one's physique, proving to be remarkably effective. It is rumored that beneath that mountain lies a vein of spiritual energy, rich and abundant, where the training rooms must be located. The talented beauties made their way towards the new disciples' caves, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their eyes darting with curiosity, captivated by all things related to the Dragon Blood Martial Pavilion. As they passed the martial arena, many senior disciples paused their training, rushing over with beaming smiles. This junior sister, allow me to carry your burden. This junior sister, may I escort you on a tour of the Dragon Blood Martial Pavilion? They were exceedingly warm, eagerly taking the beauties' burdens upon their backs, while the burdens of the geniuses went unnoticed. The geniuses seethed with indignation, fully aware of their intentions. Strange, junior sister. Where is your burden? A handsome male disciple circled Long Bingling, perplexed by the absence of any load. Long Bingling rolled her eyes. It is within my spatial ring. The handsome male disciple felt a tinge of disappointment, his gaze shifting to Long Qingchen Xuan'er's burden. Leave. Long Qingchen Xuan'er's exquisite face bore an expression of indifference. Her lips parted slightly to utter a single word, as though uttering another would be a waste. Clearly not one to be trifled with. The handsome male disciple could only retreat awkwardly. Arriving at the foot of a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds, Long Qingchen looked up in awe. The mountain resembled a colossal beehive. The stone wall was inscribed with 4 imposing characters, heaven and earth, exuding a vast dragon's might. Undoubtedly the work of a formidable Dragon Clan expert. Beside each character, there was a row of caves. The talented beauties then dispersed, each in search of her own cave. Long Bingling glanced at Long Qingchen and extended her delicate hand. Long Qingchen retrieved her burden from the spatial ring and placed it in her palm. With a spring in her step, Long Bingling ascended the mountain, humming an unknown tune, seemingly in high spirits. Long Qingchen took out the dragon-patterned ebony waist token, bearing the inscription Tian-E, evidently referring to the number 1 cave abode, situated at the pinnacle. With a swift motion, he ascended the stone steps. Upon reaching the highest level, he beheld 33 cave abodes, all shrouded in dust, clearly long abandoned. Curiously, he was the sole occupant assigned to the top tier. Perhaps only those who had traversed the Dragon Blood Martial Palace were accorded such a privilege. Was it possible that during the zenith of the Dragon Clan, there existed 33 unparalleled prodigies who had successfully navigated the Dragon Blood path? Long Qingchen felt a profound shock. Having been hailed as a prodigy after his own passage through the Dragon Blood path, his mindset had shifted, becoming somewhat restless, or in other words, slightly unmoored. The sight of these 33 cave abodes brought a sense of tranquility to his spirit in the glorious era of the Dragon Clan. Overcoming the Dragon Blood path was not an extraordinary feat. Chapter 39. Woman with a resounding boom. He approached the corner cave, the number 1 cave abode, and pushed open the heavy stone door. Inside lay a stone chamber, furnished only with a stone bed and a stone table, devoid of any other items. A hum resonated through the air, dust swirled about, and it was impossible to clean, a task that would never be accomplished in this lifetime. Long Qingchen's body trembled as a surge of energy emanated from him, causing the dust to rise as if drawn by an invisible force, gradually coalescing into a lump of mud. With a flick of his hand, the mud flew forth. "Who dares to litter?" came a voice from below the mountain. Laced with ire, Long Qingchen recognized it as that of the handsome male disciple who had earlier attempted to retrieve his belongings, likely struck on the head by the mud. An apology was out of the question. Such a thing would never occur. Only an inward lament for the unfortunate luck of that gentleman remained. Suddenly, the 9 reversal dragon technique activated autonomously, raising the hair on the back of his neck, instilling a sense of alertness, as if he were being watched from behind. His gaze sharpened, and he turned abruptly. There, at the doorway, stood a captivating figure, silent and graceful. Her beauty was enchanting, adorned with a light touch of makeup, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, possessing the power to bewitch nations and bring calamity. Her long hair cascaded like a golden waterfall, framing her slender figure with exquisite curves. "Your vigilance has improved remarkably," she noted, a glimmer of approval flickering in her beautiful eyes. Seemingly flawless. Yet Long Qingchen felt a surge of disdain, his gaze turning cold. "What brings you here?" "I am your fiancée, merely visiting your cave abode." "Is that not a perfectly normal occurrence?" The fragrant breeze swirled as Long Qingchen Xuan'er entered the cave with a gentle smile, clad in a white training outfit, cinched at the waist with a slender black belt, exuding elegance and simplicity. Oblivious to the owner's aversion, she seemed entirely unperturbed. "Are you not concerned about your reputation?" Long Qingchen's body was taut, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, akin to a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, ever ready to strike. On the surface, Long Qingchen appeared to be as delicate as a flower, yet he knew all too well that a formidable explosive power lay within her seemingly frail form. And he did not let his guard down. "In times past, I would never have approached you, for associating too closely with a waste would undoubtedly tarnish my reputation. However, the current you is transformed, having traversed the Dragon Blood path and earning the title of a once-in-8,000 years prodigy. Cultivating a closer relationship with such a remarkable talent can only enhance my standing, possibly even becoming a celebrated tale of beauty and genius," he mused. Long Qingchen gracefully settled onto the stone bed, exuding an air of ownership over the cave. Long Qingchen sneered. "Ah, women." Unfazed, Long Qingchen retorted. "Being pragmatic is hardly a fault. What woman does not desire a strong companion? What woman favors the weak? Long Qingchen's eyes grew cold. There is nothing wrong with that. Yet I am not fond of overly pragmatic women. After a moment of contemplation, Long Qingchen spoke slowly. You forego the entrance examination only to brave the perilous dragon blood path, intending to lure me into a trap on the arena. Is that your scheme? In the solitude of their conversation, Long Qingchen candidly replied, Indeed, my aim is to confront you and personally shatter your dreams into a nightmare. Long Qingchen scrutinized him. You still harbor resentment over past events. Cannot you be more magnanimous? Such words are easy to utter. Long Qingchen's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Should I destroy your dragon pearl, rendering your cultivation null and void, would you still be magnanimous? With a smile, Long Qingchen replied, I would go to great lengths for revenge, sparing no expense to ensure your demise. Well, it is good to know. I too shall destroy you at any cost. Long Qingchen stated coldly, I find it perplexing. Given your avarice, why do you not challenge me on the dragon blood arena for the rewards? Long Qingchen chuckled lightly. Having spent 2 years in close quarters with me, it seems you still do not fully grasp my situation. I hail from the Golden Dragon Clan, which provides me with abundant cultivation resources. I have no need for the rewards from the dragon blood path. Moreover, your success in traversing the dragon blood path surprises me, particularly that black vortex phenomenon. I have no confidence in overcoming it, thus I shall refrain from intervening. Long Qingchen was inwardly astonished. Long Qingchen was indeed astute, and finding an opportunity to eliminate her would not be an easy task. Long Qingchen regarded him earnestly. Had I known of your potential earlier, I would not have plotted against you. What must you see for you to let go of the past? Long Qingchen replied coldly. I demand that you forfeit your cultivation and leave the dragon blood martial house. That is impossible, Long Qingchen responded with a resigned smile. Since resolution seems unattainable, whether you can strip me of my powers will depend on your abilities. However, let me warn you, should you fail to find an opportune moment, it would be wise not to act against me lightly, for the retribution of the Golden Dragon Clan is beyond your endurance, and the Azure Dragon Clan will face catastrophic consequences due to your actions. I shall ensure that the Golden Dragon Clan finds no justification for seeking vengeance against me. Long Qingchen sneered, for this was precisely the reason he had refrained from taking action against Long Jin Xuan'er. It was not a matter of insufficient strength. Rather, the Golden Dragon's might was so formidable that he had to contemplate the repercussions. Even if he were to disregard his own interests, he had to consider his father and the Qinglong clan as well. Long Jin Xuan'er spoke with confidence. I shall not afford you such an opportunity. Soft footsteps echoed through the corridor. The view from the top floor is exquisite. One can see the entire outer courtyard. How I long to reside here. A voice, as melodious as silver bells, floated in, followed by a graceful figure bursting into the room. What brings you here? Upon encountering Long Jin Xuan'er, Long Bingling momentarily froze, her delicate face instantly turning cold. Long Jin Xuan'er replied with a faint smile, repeating her earlier words, I am his fiancée. Is it not entirely natural for me to be here? She scrutinized Long Bingling, teasingly stating, with you adorned so flamboyantly, had I not been present, what would others think of you and my fiancé spending time alone together? It would hardly be a favorable rumor, would it? You. Long Bingling trembled with anger, clearly incensed. Each time she sparred with Long Jin Xuan'er, it seemed she could never gain the upper hand. The crux of the matter lay in their titles. Nominally, Long Jin Xuan'er was indeed Long Qingchen's fiancée, while Long Bingling could at best be considered a third party, thus inevitably placing her at a disadvantage. Please vacate my dwelling. You are not welcome here. Long Qingchen cast a dispassionate glance at Long Jin Xuan'er. I shall not intrude upon your romantic rendezvous any longer. Long Jin Xuan'er smiled charmingly, rising and walking toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, she halted abruptly and glanced back at Long Qingchen. Though I remain indifferent, I must remind you that, in name, I am still your fiancée, while she is still Long Fengye's betrothed. Your association with her will undoubtedly incite gossip, which could prove detrimental to you, her, the Qinglong clan, and the Binglong clan. It would be prudent to exercise caution. With that, she departed. Chapter 40. Is it interesting? The following day, as dawn broke, Long Qingchen, seated cross-legged upon the stone bed, abruptly opened his eyes, his black irises shimmering like the brightest stars in the night sky, brimming with vitality. He fetched water, washed up, and produced a body-nourishing pill, tossing it into the air and catching it effortlessly, treating it as his breakfast. The body-nourishing pill, inexpensive at half a tael of silver each, was the most basic of pills, devoid of rank, and offered no benefits to cultivation, primarily serving to replenish energy. Given the Dragon Clan's immense physique, Their energy expenditure was substantial, resulting in a considerable appetite. A wild ox would barely suffice to sate their hunger. If every meal necessitated such consumption, it would be exceedingly troublesome. In ancient times, a remarkably gifted genius from the Dragon Clan invented the body-nourishing pill, resolving the issue of their sustenance. One pill could replace an entire meal, banishing hunger and invigorating them for much of the day. Exiting the cave, he descended the stone steps along the cliffside. Long Qingchen observed that the talented beauties radiated vitality, evidently having consumed the nourishing pills that vanquished hunger. Hypocrites. Scoundrels. Many of these gifted maidens cast their gazes, intentionally or otherwise, upon him. Dressed in a black and yellow dragon-patterned attire, with a dragon-engraved ebony token at his waist, and wielding a spirit-level purple meteor sword, he stood out like a crane amidst a flock of chickens, exuding an exceptional presence that only intensified their envy. With an indifferent expression, Long Qingchen chose to disregard them and proceeded towards the martial arts hall. Ahead, beneath a century-old maple tree, its crimson leaves swirling, a stunning beauty awaited him. Her light golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and despite her unremarkable gray outer attire, her beauty shone through, lending her an air of understated elegance. Her enchanting gaze met Long Qingchen's, and a delicate smile graced her lips as she approached him leisurely. Long Qingchen frowned. Though he harbored disdain, he could not deny that Long Jin Xuan'er was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, her every gesture captivating. This attire, seemingly tailored for him, fit perfectly. With a light laugh, Long Jin Xuan'er naturally linked her arm with his, as if returning to a time over 2 months ago when nothing had transpired. A surge of anger welled within Long Qingchen. It was evident that before the crowd, Long Jin Xuan'er intended to feign affection again. He could not help but grasp her slender waist tightly, as if attempting to break it. Sister Xuan, you remain as beautiful as ever. Seemingly sensing the discomfort, Long Jin Xuan'er furrowed her brow slightly before relaxing, her smile unwavering. Let us go? They walked side by side, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Sister Xuan, you are truly foolish to be with him. What merits does he possess? Many gifted individuals watched this scene, their eyes turning red with envy. Do you not fear that I might slay you with a single strike at such close proximity? Long Qingchen remarked coldly once they had distanced themselves. At this range, I am 90% certain I could achieve a lethal blow. Long Jin Xuan'er chuckled lightly. I know you want tea. Within the Dragon Blood Martial House, it is strictly forbidden for disciples to harm one another. Should you openly kill me, you would be expelled from the Dragon Blood Martial House. Besides, I informed you yesterday that the Golden Dragon Clan would seek revenge against your father and the Azure Dragon Clan. You are well aware of the consequences. Moreover, as the most gifted prodigy of the younger generation of the Golden Dragon Clan, do you think they Haven Tea provided me with a few treasures for my protection? You could never kill me with a single strike. At her words, Long Qingchen was taken aback, having indeed overlooked this crucial point. Suddenly, Long Jin Xuan'er swiftly encircled his neck, her red lips imprinting upon his, a faint fragrance enveloping him, causing his eyes to widen. Consider this a compensation. Like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, Long Jin Xuan'er released him almost immediately, her smile radiant. Heaven, what have I witnessed? Sister Xuan has already progressed to such an extent with him. May a bolt of divine retribution strike him down. For many days, Dragon Qingchen had been acutely aware of the cries and lamentations of the talented Dragon Jin Xuan'er and Dragon Qingling, steeped in utter despair. From a distance, a graceful figure approached, her delicate face as cold as ice. Dragon Bingling cast a frosty glance at Dragon Qingchen as she brushed past him, their paths crossing like strangers, and made her way alone to the martial arts hall. Though she appeared resolute, her slender silhouette carried a touch of melancholy and solitude. Dragon Qingchen opened his mouth, intending to call out to her, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He could certainly sense Dragon Bingling's affection for him. However, he had always regarded her merely as a friend, devoid of any deeper sentiments. To borrow a popular phrase from Earth, their relationship had traversed the realm of friendship. It had not blossomed into romance. Perhaps it was for the best, better for Dragon Bingling to grasp this sooner rather than later, sparing her from unnecessary heartache. Was it truly worthwhile to engage in such trivial games? Dragon Qingchen's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he turned towards Dragon Jin Xuan'er, who had evidently seen Dragon Bingling first and had deliberately kissed him, revealing her cunning intentions. How intriguing. Dragon Jin Xuan'er wore a charming smile, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. Women, after all, must master a few cunning tricks to navigate life successfully. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Dragon Qingchen attempted to shake her off, quickening his pace. Being in the company of such a scheming woman made him uncomfortable. Undeterred, Dragon Jinxian jogged to catch up, once again linking her arm with his, and earnestly proclaimed, "The reason I acted this way isn't solely to provoke dragon bingling. There is an even more significant reason." "I have no desire to know," Dragon Qingchen retorted coldly, forcefully pulling his arm away. Yet, Dragon Jinxian clung on tenaciously, asserting, "Even if you wish to remain ignorant, I will inform you. I intend for the entire Dragon Blood Martial House to be aware of our relationship, thus ensuring you can never distance yourself from me." Before they knew it, they had arrived at the martial arts hall. Dragon Qingchen casually selected a seat, while Dragon Jinxian naturally settled beside him. He couldn't help but glance back at Dragon Bingling, who sat alone in a corner. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Her face was as frosty as ever, her gaze shifting towards the window. Dragon Jinxian spoke softly, "Since you harbor no fondness for that silly girl, it would be wise to maintain your distance," severing her hopes for both her sake and yours. Dragon Qingchen paused momentarily, though he disdained Dragon Jinxuan's manipulative tactics. He couldn't deny that she understood him better than anyone else, as if she could see through his innermost thoughts. An elderly man entered from outside, prompting the talented young ladies to fall silent. Observing this scene, the elder seemed quite satisfied, smiling as he introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 2 vice principals of the Dragon Blood Martial House. You have encountered the other vice principal, who oversees the recruitment of new disciples and daily affairs, while my responsibility lies in your training." He continued, "Let me outline the training arrangements for you. On the 1st, 3rd, and 5th days of each month, you may visit the academicians for guidance on any perplexities you encounter in your training. As for which academician you choose, that is entirely up to you. On the 2nd, 4th, and 6th days of each month, you are required to attend the Martial Arts Hall, where the Dragon Blood Martial House will assign an academician to impart knowledge to you. During every festive occasion, you may return home to visit your families or engage in self-cultivation within the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. As newly admitted disciples, having recently departed from your homes, I advise you to minimize familial visits and devote your energies to your training. Do you all understand?" Having spoken, he gazed quietly at the talented young women, his eyes sweeping slowly over them. "Understood." The gifted young women responded in unison, their spirits high and brimming with enthusiasm upon their arrival at the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. "That is good to hear. Today is the 4th of April, a double day, and the Academy has arranged for you a master alchemist to elucidate the art of alchemy. Please welcome Master Long Qingchen." With that, the elder hurriedly exited. Chapter 41. The 9-star Alchemy Master, Long Qingchen. It was unexpected that the inaugural lecture at the Martial Hall would be delivered by Master Long Qingchen. His reputation preceded him, and today I finally have the opportunity to meet him. Master Long Qingchen is among the few master alchemists of our Dragon Clan, possessing unparalleled expertise in alchemy. Even a few words of guidance from him could greatly benefit us, providing lifelong advantages. The talented young women gazed eagerly at the entrance, their eyes filled with admiration. Long Qingchen entered with his hands clasped behind him, walking directly to the podium with a serious demeanor, ready to commence his lecture. It is well known that aside from cultivation, there exist numerous auxiliary professions such as alchemy, artifact forging, formations, inscriptions, and talismans. Among these, alchemy, artifact forging, and formations are the most prevalent. Collectively known as the 3 principal auxiliary professions, alchemy, regarded as the foremost among them, plays a significant role in cultivation. The talented young women sat upright, attentively listening to his discourse. Long Qingchen felt drowsy but pretended to listen intently out of respect for Long Qingchen. The significance of alchemy is self-evident. You should be well aware of it. I do not express these sentiments to flatter the art of alchemy, nor do I insist that you must become alchemists. Even if you do not become alchemists, it is essential to possess a fundamental understanding of alchemical knowledge, including the properties and pharmacology of medicines. This knowledge will enable you to discern which pills are suitable for your consumption when purchasing them, to know how to respond in case of poisoning, and to recognize the properties of rare herbs and treasures when encountered. Thus, every cultivator should possess some understanding of auxiliary professions, which is precisely why the Dragon Blood Martial Academy entrusted me with the honor of being your first lecturer. The talented young women nodded in agreement, finding resonance in his words. Thanks to the memories of the 9 reverse dragon emperor, Long Qingchen was acutely aware of the wisdom in Long Qingchen's assertions. A cultivator need not become an alchemist, artifact forger, or formation master. Yet it is imperative for cultivators to comprehend auxiliary professions to know how to respond when faced with such matters. Long Qingchen stepped down from the podium, respectfully standing aside. Now, I invite my esteemed mentor, the 9-star alchemy master, Long Qingchen, to share insights into the art of alchemy with you all. The talented beauties widened their eyes, nearly bursting with astonishment. Beside Long Qingchen, Long Jin Xuan'er also gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, her expression peculiar. Only Long Qingze and Long Bingling remained relatively composed, having already been privy to the truth. Academician Long Laming, could it be that you misspoke? Shouldn't it be that you are his master and he is your disciple? Questioned a young genius from the Wind Dragon Clan, unable to contain his skepticism. I did not err. Long Laming replied earnestly. He is indeed my master, and I am his disciple. We are newly initiated disciples of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. In a certain sense, Academician Long Laming is our master, while he, in turn, is the master of Academician Long Laming. Thus, are we not his grand disciples? What merit does he possess to have Academician Long Laming refer to him as master? The talented beauties were momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to accept this revelation. Long Laming cast a stern glance at them. The alchemical prowess of my master far surpasses my own. I have already performed the rites of apprenticeship before him. You must not speak carelessly. The talented beauties wore expressions of discontent, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Yet they dared not voice their objections. Long Qingchen stood up and waved his hand slightly. I am merely a disciple of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. This is not in accordance with protocol. Please proceed. Long Laming chuckled. They are newly initiated disciples. It suffices to discuss some basic alchemical techniques. There is no need for my master to personally elaborate on advanced alchemy, so I shall not trouble him. Long Qingchen, appearing unperturbed, resumed his seat. It was evident that Long Laming understood this protocol and did not genuinely intend for him to speak, but rather showed him courtesy out of respect. Long Laming ascended the podium once more and continued his lecture, first discussing the properties of spiritual herbs, followed by the pharmacology of several commonly used elixirs. I had heard of Academician Long Laming taking him as a master, and I thought it was a ridiculous rumor. I never expected it to be true, whispered a few knowledgeable beauties. Originally attentive, the talented beauties now lost their focus, their heads drooping in a state of despair. Noticing this change, Long Qingchen couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The public acknowledgement of his relationship with Long Laming was indeed detrimental. It would tarnish Long Laming's esteemed image in the eyes of his disciples. As this revered image crumbled, the disciples' admiration for Long Laming evaporated, and naturally, they became indifferent to his teachings. By the end of the lecture, the talented beauties were all drowsy, having endured a long morning. As soon as Long Laming departed, they hurriedly left the martial hall, making their way to the cafeteria of the outer courtyard. Long Qingchen also headed towards the cafeteria. Although the body-nourishing pills could replenish energy expenditure, excessive consumption left a bland taste in one's mouth, and one still craved delicious food on occasion. Academician Long Laming, why did you choose him as your master? Has your alchemical skill truly reached the level of a 9-star alchemist? The art of alchemy is exceedingly intricate. I have devoted many years to its study, only to attain a modicum of understanding. Even if one were to begin their practice from the womb, it would be improbable to reach the mastery of a 9-star alchemist. Long Jin Xuan'er, ever the inquisitive spirit, followed closely, her enchanting eyes glimmering with curiosity as she incessantly probed for answers. Long Qingchen, indifferent to her inquiries, entered the dining hall, where a magnificent sight awaited him. Long tables adorned with an array of roasted beasts, cattle, sheep, deer, and more. The Dragon Clan's feasting rituals have always been breathtaking, a spectacle to behold, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Finding an empty seat, he tore off a leg of lamb and began to eat. The savory aroma wafted through the air as Long Jin Xuan'er seated herself beside him, deftly retrieving a dagger to slice a piece of lamb, savoring it with elegance. Yet, her pace was unhurried. In mere moments, she had consumed a substantial portion and continued to carve more meat. Long Bingling occupied a seat at the table laden with buffalo, casting a glance at Long Jin Xuan'er before viciously biting into her meal, her demeanor more akin to a fierce competitor than a diner. Suddenly, a large hand landed heavily on Long Qingchen's shoulder, the immense force reverberating through his frame, causing the ground to tremble as if issuing a command. This brother, vacate the seat. With so many vacant spots, why choose this one? Long Qingchen frowned slightly, yet his grip remained steady, the leg of lamb still secure in his hand as he turned to face the source of the disturbance. Behind him stood a boy, coldly scrutinizing him from above. Long Qingchen recognized him as a prodigy of the Wind Dragon Clan, a figure who had previously intervened during the Dragon Blood Arena to rescue Long Qingchen and had sought retribution against him. Furthermore, it was this very youth who had questioned Long Laming during the martial arts hall discussions. Indeed, I have claimed this seat. The Wind Dragon prodigy smirked. his tone leaving no room for debate. Long Qingchen understood that this was clearly an intentional provocation. Despite being merely at the 7th level of the Xianlong realm, Long Qingchen had traversed the Dragon Blood path, vanquishing Long Fengye and defeating 22 challengers, showcasing formidable strength. Was Long Fengxiu truly foolish enough to seek trouble with him? Or did he possess some hidden confidence? It must be noted that Long Fengxiu had reached the 2nd level of the Dragon Blood realm, making him somewhat stronger than Long Fengye. His challenge to Long Qingchen was not without its assurances. During the Dragon Blood arena, Long Fengye had attempted a sneak attack on Long Qingchen after his defeat, only to be met with retaliation. There was no one to blame for that. The Wind Dragon Clan had no legitimate reason to retaliate against Long Qingchen and could only swallow their pride. However, it was understandable that the younger generation of the Wind Dragon Clan sought to reclaim their honor, provided they did not take Long Qingchen's life, as it was likely the Dragon Blood martial house would remain uninvolved. The Wind Dragon prodigy's voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of talented individuals nearby, who began to whisper amongst themselves, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Senior disciples from the outer courtyard also turned their attention, excitement coursing through them like a surge of adrenaline. I bet on Long Qingchen's victory, 1 spirit stone. I too wager on Long Qingchen's triumph, 2 spirit stones. Long Qingchen traversed the Dragon Blood path, effortlessly defeating 22 challengers. His prowess, undeniable. He was heralded as the newly appointed chief disciple, with great expectations for his victory. Everyone placed their bets on him. Yet I chose to defy the tide and wager on Long Fengxiu, risking 5 spirit stones in the hope of transforming a mere iron sword into a spiritual weapon. They quickly gathered around a long table, inscribing the names of Long Qingchen and Long Fengxiu, each retrieving spirit stones from their pockets to place atop the names. The tall female disciple was particularly extravagant, declaring her bet of 10 spirit stones on Long Qingchen. Yu Jie, true to her reputation, displayed remarkable boldness, wagering her entire 2-month allowance. It seemed she possessed unwavering confidence in the strength of the handsome scion of the Azure Dragon Clan. The senior disciples erupted in laughter. The tall female disciple, hands on her hips, shot them an indignant glare. Who dares to call him a pretty boy? I shall take issue with you. The talented beauties were left speechless, marveling at their senior's playful banter. A senior disciple, casting a disdainful glance at them, beckoned. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and place your bets. This is the custom of our outer academy. Whenever 2 opponents clash, we always open a betting round. Now that you are also disciples of the outer academy, you must learn to adapt to its rules. Is there really such a custom in the outer academy? The talented beauties exchanged bewildered looks. After a moment's hesitation, a few could not resist and stepped forward to place their spirit stones. However, the majority hesitated, reluctant to part with their stones, having just received 2, still warm in their hands, and unwilling to take a risk. Betting is now closed. The tall female disciple raised a fair hand and announced loudly. The senior disciples immediately stepped back, distancing themselves from the long table laden with spirit stones. All eyes were fixed upon Long Qingchen and Long Fengxiu, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Long Qingchen shall crush him, teaching him the consequences of provoking the newly appointed chief disciple. The excitement among the senior disciples surged as they cheered for their favored contender. Quiet, it is about to begin. Upon seeing Long Qingchen rise slowly, the senior disciples fell into an expectant silence, their gazes locked in anticipation. Long Qingchen cast a neutral glance at Long Fengxiu. Do you truly desire this seat? Indeed, I do. Long Fengxiu replied with a cold smirk, summoning the power of the wind dragon in his palm, clearly prepared for battle. Since you are so eager for this seat, I shall gladly relinquish it to you. Long Qingchen maintained an indifferent demeanor as he walked slowly toward Long Bingling's table, taking a seat across from her, while Huang Jin Xuan'er sat beside him, making him feel decidedly uncomfortable. It was a fitting opportunity to change his position. All eyes were left aghast. What of the promised duel? What of the bets? As a prodigious talent who had triumphed through the Dragon Blood path and newly crowned chief disciple, did he not value his dignity? Was he truly willing to relinquish his seat so casually? Long Fengxiu's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe liver. He had prepared himself for this moment, prepared to exact vengeance upon the Wind Dragon Clan, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the newly appointed chief disciple. However, Long Qingchen offered him no opportunity, showing no interest in the confrontation. When an ant dares to provoke a mighty dragon, what is the dragon's response? The dragon remains indifferent to the insignificant ant's taunts, choosing to disregard it entirely. Clearly, Long Qingchen treated him with the same disdain as a lowly insect. What a character! The tall female disciple paused for a moment, murmuring to herself, The greatest contempt is not in defeating an opponent, but in ignoring them. What shall we do about our bets? What can we do but declare them void? The senior disciples wore expressions of dismay. Long Qingchen gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Since you choose to ignore me, I shall take your seat and flirt with your fiancée. Let us see if you can continue to disregard me. With a loud thud, he seated himself next to Long Qingchen Xuan'er, extending his hand towards her slender waist. The senior disciples and talented beauties were left speechless, casting bizarre glances at Long Qingchen. Can he endure this? Your fiancée is about to be toyed with, and you do not rush to her rescue? Long Bingling shot him a mocking look, clutching a large piece of wild beef, her small white fangs bared as she ferociously tore into it. Observing her voraciousness, chills ran down Long Qingchen's spine. He casually picked up a piece of beef and began to eat as well, mumbling, I worry for Long Qingchen. Crack. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a sharp sound of breaking bones echoed through the air, followed by Long Qingchen's agonized scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Boom. A dull thud reverberated as Long Qingchen's face bore a deep imprint from a fist. His entire body flying through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the cafeteria doors and landing heavily on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. Coughing up blood and several bloodied teeth, unable to rise for quite some time, the cafeteria fell into an instantaneous silence. Gulp. The senior disciples and talented beauties swallowed hard, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Long Qingchen Xuan'er slowly lowering her fist. What power is this? She incapacitated Long Qingchen, who was at the second level of the Dragon Blood realm, with a single strike. Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened as he regarded Long Qingchen Xuan'er, who, despite being at the third level of the Dragon Blood realm, possessed true strength equivalent to the 6th or 7th level. This was without utilizing any martial techniques. Should she unleash her skills, she might even display the might of a peak Dragon Blood realm warrior. It must be said, he had somewhat underestimated Long Qingchen Xuan'er. If she were to challenge him on the Dragon Blood arena, his chances of victory would be at most 30%. Of course, in a life-and-death situation, the Devouring Heaven Pulse might manifest, which would bolster his confidence. It is worth noting, however, that the Devouring Heaven Pulse is not omnipotent. Should the opponent's strength vastly exceed his own, even that would be of no avail. Chapter 43. The Thorny Tigress Long Qingchen. Have you not been a tad too harsh? The way you have battered Long Qingchen is akin to slapping the face of our Wind Dragon Clan. For a newly inducted disciple to strike with such ferocity, do you consider us non-existent? Apologize at once, or do not blame us for our rudeness. The expressions of several senior disciples from the Wind Dragon Clan darkened, their gazes fixed on Long Qingchen with ill intent. What is the meaning of this? Are you, Wind Dragon Clan, attempting to bully the less numerous? Come forth, for the Golden Dragon Clan has never feared anyone. 100 senior disciples from the Golden Dragon Clan stood up abruptly, their eyes coldly fixed on the dozen or so disciples from the Wind Dragon Clan. I am grateful for the protection from all my senior brothers and sisters. However, I possess a modicum of confidence in my own abilities. Should I find myself outmatched, I would not hesitate to call upon your assistance. Long Qingchen first cast a grateful glance at the 100 senior disciples of the Golden Dragon Clan, then strode confidently towards the group of Wind Dragon Clan disciples. Her slender figure appeared delicate, yet she emanated an undeniable aura of strength. The faces of the Wind Dragon Clan disciples shifted, instinctively retreating a few steps in surprise. You were the ones who threatened me, were you not? Long Qingchuan's exquisite visage remained as tranquil as water. You may strike now. Come forth. The talented beauties gazed at her in astonishment. What audacity to confront more than 10 senior disciples alone. What astounding self-assurance. The expressions of the Wind Dragon Clan disciples fluctuated between pallor and anger, their eyes revealing a hint of trepidation as they fell silent. The entire cafeteria fell into a hushed stillness. In the future, do not threaten me lightly, for I shall take you at your word. Long Qingchuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a faint golden hue, akin to a sword unsheathed, as her gaze swept slowly over the talented beauties and senior disciples. Each pair of eyes that met hers felt a sharp sting and hastily averted their gaze. The talented beauties exchanged glances, clearly recognizing this as Long Qingchuan's warning, not merely to them, but to all senior disciples. It is a first for us to be warned by a newly inducted disciple. This year, we witnessed the emergence of Long Qingchen who traversed the Dragon Blood Road, and now we have Long Qingchen. Are all new disciples this formidable? Compared to Long Qingchen, I believe she embodies the essence of a true newly appointed chief disciple. The senior disciples ceased their playful demeanor, their expressions becoming somewhat awkward. A tall female disciple approached Long Qingchen and Long Bingling's table, jesting, "Your fiancée is truly a thorny rose. Can you handle her?" "What rose? She is a tigress." Long Bingling scoffed. The tall female disciple chuckled, "Very well, a thorny tigress." Observing her radiant face, Long Bingling's lovely eyes flickered with a hint of wariness. It seemed her senior sister was indifferent to other new disciples, yet favored closeness with them. What could be the reason? The tall female disciple cast a glance at Long Qingchen, then suddenly reached out to pinch Long Bingling's cheek, as if she intended to extract water from it before relenting. "You too intrigue me, hence my inclination towards you. Do not misconstrue. I shall not covet your Qingji. He is not mine." Long Bingling's face flushed crimson, and in a fluster, she seized a piece of beef bone and began to gnaw on it, her words muffled. "By the way, I still do not know my senior sister's name." "I am called Long by you," the tall female disciple replied with a mysterious smile, taking the gnawed bone from Long Bingling's grasp and offering her a slice of beef instead. "You've already consumed this bone quite thoroughly. There's no need to gnaw on it further." Long Bingling's face reddened even more as she buried her head in the beef, seemingly wishing to vanish into it. "Remember my name, Long by you," the tall disciple reiterated, her autumn-like eyes fixated on Long Qingchen before she departed. "Long by you," Long Qingchen mused, somewhat perplexed, as the name evoked no recollection. "Ah," Long Bingling suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. What have you recalled?" Long Qingchen inquired, bewildered. Long Bingling, in a fit of anger, slammed the beef onto the table and gritted her teeth. "So it was her." Long Qingchen, puzzled, asked, "What on earth are you talking about?" Long Bingling surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for something, her gaze eventually landing on the tall female disciple, whom she glared at with animosity. "Do you recall? 2 months ago, your Qinglong clan hosted a ceremony for the succession of the clan leader, and an elder from the Bailong clan was sent over. That elder claimed to have a granddaughter who would be a perfect match for you. Your good disciple, Long Laming, discussed it with him and decided to take you a concubine. I am certain that Long by you is that elder's granddaughter. Ever since you arrived at the Long Blood Martial House, she has been deliberately drawing close to you, clearly with ulterior motives." With that, she tossed the beef Long by you had given her into the trash, cutting off another sizable piece with a fierce bite. "So that is how it is," Long Qingchen realized, then shook his head slightly. It seemed he would need to have a serious conversation with Long Laming to prevent any reckless arrangements. In principle, he did not oppose the idea of taking a concubine. However, Long Baiyu appeared to be exceedingly proud. How could she possibly accept a subordinate role? Therefore, he would need to counsel Long Laming to refrain from seeking out someone like Long Baiyu, and instead, find a few beautiful maids of less distinguished lineage. Only in this manner could he properly navigate the matter of taking a concubine. "Why don't you lend me a hand?" A gentle breeze wafted by as Long Jinxian approached, taking a seat beside Long Qingchen, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of melancholy. Long Bingling replied coldly, "A solitary fierce tigress dares to warn the entire outer courtyard. Do you require assistance?" Long Jinxian smiled sweetly. "A woman ought to be a bit fierce. That way, she won't be bullied." Long Bingling retorted sarcastically, "I fear being so fierce that I have no friends." "I do not require friends. Having a fiancé is sufficient." Long Jinxian maintained her smile, tilting her head gently as she leaned against Long Qingchen's shoulder. "Sitting at the same table as you makes me feel nauseous." Long Bingling was quite furious as she picked up a piece of beef and strode over to the other long table. Long Jinxian raised her delicate head and gazed at Long Qingchen with a lingering hope. It seemed she had not yet given up. "Should we enact a repeat of this morning's events to extinguish her hopes entirely?" "Go away." Long Qingchen's demeanor was cold as he tore off a piece of beef, devouring it ravenously. Compared to lamb, he had a distinct preference for beef, relishing its chewy texture. Long Jinxian smiled faintly, unperturbed. With her jade-like hand, she wielded a dagger, deftly slicing off a piece of beef, consuming it with graceful yet rapid bites. In the span of a mere tea time, the entire wild bull was reduced to nothing but a massive skeleton, devoured cleanly by Long Qingchen and her, still only partially satiated. Long Qingchen took out a body-nourishing pill and casually tossed it into his mouth before heading towards the martial hall, where an esteemed scholar was scheduled to deliver a lecture that afternoon. Chapter 44, Long Jinxuan's Confession. Upon returning to the martial hall, Long Qingchen deliberately seated himself in a position between two prodigies, effectively preventing Long Jinxian from sitting beside him. Long Jinxian was momentarily taken aback, but soon approached with a radiant smile. "You two, move to the back." Her voice was soft, yet brooked no argument. The two prodigies exchanged a fearful glance with her, rising in silence to vacate their seats. "Stay away from me." Seeing Long Qingchen attempt to sit beside him again sparked Long Qingchen's ire. He summoned the power of the Azure Dragon in his palm, clenched it into a fist, and struck towards her exquisite visage with ferocity. The sudden turn of events left the talented ladies in shock, instinctively closing their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing such a beautiful face marred. Long Qingchen maintained her calm demeanor, slowly extending her fair hand. Though it appeared languid, it was as swift as lightning, and the golden dragon power manifested instantaneously from her palm. Boom! The collision of fist and palm reverberated throughout the martial hall, akin to an earthquake. This was a clash between the 7th level of the profound dragon realm and the 3rd level of the dragon blood realm. In terms of cultivation, Long Qingchen held a 5-level advantage over Long Qingchen. This was a collision of the Azure Dragon's power and the Golden Dragon's might. Renowned for its sharpness, the Golden Dragon's power was known to be invincible, particularly suited for direct confrontation. In contrast, the Azure Dragon's power was more gentle, excelling in recovery, though its offensive capability was mediocre. Under ordinary circumstances, the Azure Dragon's power would not withstand a direct clash with the Golden Dragon's. Fortunately, Long Qingchen's Azure Dragon power had undergone a transformation, becoming exceedingly ferocious. Thus, in terms of power attributes, his Azure Dragon power was not inferior to that of the Golden Dragon. This was also a contest of primary cultivation techniques. Long Qingchen practiced the 9 reversal dragon art, an unparalleled technique established by the peak of the 9 reversal dragon emperor. Meanwhile, Long Qingchen was likely practicing the ancestral technique of the Golden Dragon Clan, the Golden Cannon, created by an ancient Golden Dragon King. It was akin to a battle across time and space between the 9 reversal dragon emperor and the Golden Dragon King. Clearly, the 9 reversal dragon emperor was the stronger of the two. Thus, in terms of martial prowess, Long Qingchen undoubtedly holds the upper hand. Overall, both Long Qingchen and Long Qingchen possess their own advantages, their fists and palms locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Early in the day, while on the road, one could observe Long Qingchen and Sister Xian in an affectionate exchange. In the morning, during the lecture by academician Long Laming, Long Qingchen and Sister Xian were also in harmonious rapport. At noon, while dining in the cafeteria, their laughter and conversation flowed freely. Why then, did Long Qingchen suddenly turn hostile? This Long Qingchen, with his capricious temperament, subjects Sister Xian, his betrothed, to undue hardship, as one never knows when he might unexpectedly lash out at her. Fortunately, Sister Xian possesses sufficient strength. Had it been another woman, she would have suffered greatly by now. The talented maidens, filled with indignation, reproached Long Qingchen, as they presumptively believed that he was entangled with Long Bingling, thereby betraying Long Qingchen. Consequently, they scrutinized his every move with disapproval. Sister Long Qingchen blinked her beautiful eyes, which quickly glistened with tears, her voice trembling. "Chun, are you still angry with me? It was my fault for not serving you properly last night. I will heed your every wish tonight. Is that acceptable?" Last night, Long Qingchen nearly spat blood. He had spent the entire night in cultivation. Upon hearing her words, many talented individuals, who already harbored feelings for her, were instantly incensed. "Long Qingchen, you beast! How could you mistreat such a wonderful fiancée as Sister Xian? I demand a duel. For such a shameless individual, there is no need for moral discourse. Let us unite against him. No matter how formidable his strength may be, we must eliminate this scourge and uphold justice for Sister Xian." They unsheathed their swords, converging with a palpable desire to overwhelm and slay Long Qingchen. Long Qingchen, with a sorrowful smile, expressed, "I appreciate your goodwill, but I am Long Qingchen's fiancée, and it is my duty to serve him wholeheartedly. I believe he will change, so there is no need for your concern. Out of respect for Sister Xian, this time shall be forgiven, but Long Qingchen, remember this. If you dare to bully Sister Xian again, do not blame me for being merciless. Count me in." Many talented individuals, filled with righteous indignation, regarded Long Qingchen with eyes akin to those of a vengeful enemy. Long Qingchen gradually calmed himself, retracting his fists and returning to his seat. Without a justifiable reason, openly striking at Long Qingchen would only lead him into her trap. The disciples of the Dragon Blood Martial House could spit enough to drown him, and various dragon clans would surely revile him. After all, in name, Long Qingchen is his betrothed, having undergone a grand engagement ceremony 2 years prior, known to all dragon clans. Long Jinchuan's public proclamations regarding his ambiguous relationship with Long Bingling had thoroughly tarnished his reputation, while she had repeatedly forgiven his transgressions, establishing a saintly image that rendered her practically invulnerable. Thus, engaging directly with Long Qingchen would yield him no advantage whatsoever. As the incense wafted through the air, Long Qingchen gracefully took her seat beside him, a subtle smile of triumph gracing her lips, unseen by the other talented beauties around them, visible only from his perspective. "Cheng Di," she began, "though your strength has seen substantial improvement, your composure remains lacking. You must remember that when confronting adversaries, tranquility is paramount. Regardless of the time or place, anger will only cloud your judgment and lead you into their snares. Maintain a serene mind, and with your potential, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse in the future will not be a daunting task." Long Qingchen felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that she had mastered the profound technique of condensing sound into lines. Coldly, he replied, "Thank you for your guidance. If you intend to mold me into an extraordinary warrior, are you not afraid I might turn against you?" Long Qingchen chuckled enigmatically, "Rest assured, I have my ways to ensure your hand remains idle." Long Qingchen fell into contemplation, pondering her unwavering confidence. What could be her trump card? His intuition hinted at complexities beneath her seemingly simple demeanor. There were surely secrets yet to be unveiled. "In the past, I utilized you for my own cultivation. Once I attained the dragon blood realm, you ceased to hold value for me, and I plotted to sever our engagement to preserve my reputation. Yet, I did not foresee your resurgence after the destruction of the dragon pearl, unleashing even greater potential and traversing the long-sealed dragon blood path that had remained dormant for 8 millennia. This has taken me by surprise. I have always prided myself on my intellect, every action meticulously orchestrated, but this is the sole instance that has eluded my grasp. I find myself regretting my earlier decisions and have resolved to maintain our engagement. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to compensate you, hoping to mend our relationship. Though I recognize the difficulty in restoring what has been fractured." In a sincere tone, she continued, "I find myself genuinely fond of you now. I hope you might grant me another chance." Her melodious voice held a seriousness as her beautiful eyes fixed upon him earnestly. Long Qingchen queried, "Are you professing your feelings for me?" Indeed, Long Qingchen seemed utterly sincere. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Long Qingchen's gaze, swiftly replaced by a gentle smile as he tenderly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "Very well, I shall consider granting you another opportunity, contingent upon your future actions." 2 possibilities emerged. The first, Long Qingchen truly regretted her past and wished to rekindle their bond. The second, she feigned remorse, intending to ensnare him once more. Regardless of her true intentions, his resolve to settle the score remained unwavering. Nearly falling victim to her schemes, did she expect his forgiveness? Though not a petty person, he was not so magnanimous. Chapter 45. The Scholar, the Underachiever, the Good Student. A robust elder strode confidently into the martial hall, standing over 9 feet tall. His dark, beardless visage bore an imposing presence, and his jet-black hair stood erect like steel needles, evoking a sensation akin to being pricked from afar. Clad in a simple tunic, his arms resembled those of a dragon, muscles like stone, seemingly brimming with boundless explosive potential. One of the 10 master craftsmen of the Dragon Clan, academician Long Yi, is renowned for his exceptional skill in forging exquisite tools. Each piece he creates is a masterpiece, and acquiring one is a rare feat. No price can guarantee possession. Many weapons wielded by venerable ancestors originate from the hands of academician Long Yi. Upon encountering this elder, the talented and beautiful individuals could scarcely contain their excitement, their reverence surpassing even their first meeting with Long Ming. The elder raised his hand, signaling for silence. His demeanor was stern and devoid of levity. Without further ado, he commenced the lesson on how to forge a most ordinary longsword. The first step is material selection. Different materials yield swords of varying properties, determined primarily by one's needs. For instance, if you belong to the Fire Dragon Clan, you should opt for materials imbued with fire attributes, such as red iron. A longsword forged from red iron will possess fire properties, and when combined with the power of the Fire Dragon, it can unleash formidable strength. This principle applies equally to weapons forged for other dragon clans. Once the materials are chosen, the next phase involves smelting. It is crucial to monitor the temperature. If it is too low, the resulting material will lack hardness. If too high, it may become brittle. Hence, one must adeptly control the temperature, as different materials require specific melting points. After the materials have been melted, pour them into the mold of the longsword, allowing it to solidify into a rough blade. As for crafting the mold, I shall not elaborate further. You may consult the tomes in the library for guidance on forging. The subsequent step is the most critical, tempering. The rough blade must be hammered to enhance its resilience, embodying the adage that it takes 100 forges to create steel. During this process, one must exercise caution with the force applied. Too light will fail to strengthen the blade, while too heavy may damage it. Finally, quenching is essential. And selecting the appropriate quenching liquid is paramount, as different materials necessitate different quenching solutions. This lesson spans over an hour. Long Qingchen found himself drowsy, akin to the sensation of attending an English class. In the morning, an initial greeting of "come here" and touch you felt inappropriate, while the afternoon "I yield to you" left him perplexed. However, there was one distinction. In English class, he comprehended nothing, whereas he fully grasped the forging techniques articulated by academician Long Yi, able to recite them from memory. Within the memories of the 9 reverse dragon emperor lay the pinnacle of forging knowledge. He could find resonance in every word spoken by academician Long Yi. He noticed that, unlike himself, the other talented individuals were attentively engaged, taking notes with pen and ink as they listened, truly a class of prodigies. He glanced at Long Qingchen Xuan'er. She was also focused on the lecture but had not taken any notes. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Sister Xian, why do you not take notes?" "Because I can remember everything after just one reading and one hearing, and I shall never forget. Notes are unnecessary." Long Qingchen Xuan'er replied with a sidelong glance before returning her attention to the lecture. An eidetic memory? An auditory retention that defies forgetfulness? Long Qingchen felt a surge of anxiety within. He could not help but acknowledge that if Long Qingchen Xuan'er were placed in a school on Earth, she would undoubtedly be a top student, one of exceptional brilliance. He turned to gaze at Long Qingchen, who appeared flustered, struggling to take notes in a sweat, likely overwhelmed by the rapid pace of academician Long Hi's lecture. This sight evoked a sense of reflection in him. It was clear that Long Qingchen was a diligent and hardworking student, yet he consistently fell short of passing grades. Turning his attention to the last row, where Long Bingling sat in the corner, he noticed she, too, was distracted, glancing around. When their eyes met, she shot him an exasperated look, leaving him somewhat speechless. A poor performer. Long Bingling was evidently someone who could only manage multiple choice questions, destined to score in the single digits. If there were an examination on forging with a total score of 100, he would undoubtedly achieve a perfect score. Long Qingchen would likely score 99, having answered every question correctly, but academician Long Hi would deduct a point to prevent her from becoming too arrogant. Long Qingchen would score between 55 and 59, teetering just below the passing mark. As for Long Bingling, she might scrape together a couple of correct answers purely by chance, landing below 20. The other gifted students mostly scored above 80, clearly belonging to the elite class. Thus, it was not inaccurate to label this class as a group of top achievers. Suddenly, as Long Qingchen was lost in thought, a resounding thud echoed from the podium. He looked up to see academician Long Hi striking the lectern with his palm, causing cracks to spread across the rigid surface, sending tremors throughout the lecture hall. The gifted students were startled. Academician Long Hi's icy gaze fixed upon Long Qingchen, a silent declaration of his long-held frustration. "I have endured your insolence for far too long. You have traversed the dragon blood path, sealed for over 8,000 years. And indeed, you are remarkable. The Lord and the academicians hold you in high regard, yet you have deeply disappointed me. Your arrogance and complacency will undoubtedly prevent you from becoming a formidable force. Instead, you shall be surpassed by your peers and ultimately rendered useless." Long Qingchen initially intended to apologize, but the increasingly harsh words of academician Long Hi stirred a spark of irritation within him. Today, it was time to clarify matters. He resolved not to attend future lectures conducted by academicians of auxiliary professions, as they were entirely unnecessary. "I comprehend everything you convey, and I understand concepts beyond your grasp, rendering your instruction redundant." He slowly rose, his gaze steady and devoid of emotion as he met the eyes of academician Long Hi. Challenging an academician? The gifted students were left in stunned silence. The entire lecture hall fell eerily quiet. "You understand what I do not." Academician Long Hi's countenance darkened further, the ire evident upon his already grim face. Long Qingchen delicately tugged at his sleeve, subtly shaking her head in a gesture urging him not to retort against the academician. Long Qingchen replied calmly, "Indeed." Academician Long Hujia, in a fit of rage, broke into a smile. "Since you are so arrogant, do you dare to compete with me in a contest of craftsmanship? Why would I hesitate?" Long Qingchen responded directly. The contest of craftsmanship involved 2 blacksmiths using identical materials to forge the same weapon, followed by a clash. The one who produced the superior weapon would emerge victorious. The rules were straightforward yet profound, testing the true skill of each blacksmith. "Excellent." Long Hujia, brimming with indignation, retrieved various materials and 2 complete sets of forging tools from his spatial ring, meticulously arranging them upon the podium. "You may choose the materials and the weapon to forge. Should I lose, The title of this academician will be yours. Should you lose, you shall be expelled from the Long Blood Martial Manor and never employed again." He gestured invitingly, a scholar of his stature deigning to extend such a gesture to a disciple, not out of respect, but rather as a deep-seated mockery of Long Qingchen's audacity to disregard his elders. Huang Jin Xuan'er's expression shifted, her voice laced with urgency as she implored. "Quickly apologize to Academician Long Hejia. The Manor Master and the Academicians hold you in high regard. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption if you admit your mistake." "Do not worry, Sister Xianyuan. I am confident in my abilities," Long Qingchen replied with a calm smile. Though he pondered whether Long Jin Xuan'er was genuinely concerned for him or merely feigning worry, he rose from his seat and approached the podium. Raising a finger as he stated, "If I lose, I shall naturally withdraw from the Long Blood Martial Manor. However, should you lose, I shall not claim your position as academician. I only ask for one condition. From then on, I need not attend your lectures." "Agreed," Long Hejia scoffed. "If I lose, I shall acquiesce to any condition you propose." Possessing the heavenly-level Azure Dragon vein and a formidable cultivation of the 7th layer of the profound dragon realm, he had indeed traversed the path of long blood, showcasing remarkable prowess. Yet, his arrogance was palpable. Daring to engage in a contest of craftsmanship with academician Long Hejia, a notion bordering on absurdity. Should word of this reach the public, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Long Blood Martial Manor, perhaps even the entire Primordial Dragon domain. For reasons unknown, Academician Long Laming referred to him as master, and while he might possess some knowledge of alchemy, blacksmithing and alchemy were entirely distinct realms. Did he truly believe himself to be omnipotent? Ultimately, he would pay the price for his hubris. This was fortuitous. With Academician Long Hejia's intervention, he could be expelled from the Long Blood Martial Manor, a prospect I had long anticipated. The talented and beautiful individuals regarded Long Qingchen's upright figure with icy stares, murmuring among themselves. Long Qingchen casually picked up a piece of red iron, tossing it into the air before weighing it in his hand. The iron weighed 6 pounds and 4 ounces, ideal for forging a longsword. If memory served correctly, he had just explained how to use red iron to forge a longsword. "Let us each forge a red iron longsword for this contest, shall we?" Long Hejia regarded the red iron in his hand with suspicion. "Every piece of material here has been weighed. Your piece of red iron indeed weighs 6 pounds and 4 ounces. How did you know?" Long Qingchen remained calm, effortlessly gauging the precise weight of the materials in his hand, a fundamental requirement for any skilled blacksmith. Long Hai's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, he lacked such an ability. And his frustration grew. As a 6-star blacksmith, how could he be unaware of such a standard? Long Qingchen's gaze was piercing, suggesting that it was due to Hai's own low expectations. Long Hai trembled with rage, pointing angrily at the other materials on the podium. "I refuse to believe you can accurately weigh every single material. 3 Jin and 3 Liang, 12 Jin and 7 Liang, 8 Jin flat." Long Qingchen lifted each material in turn, weighing it and declaring its weight. With each proclamation, Long Hai's eyelids twitched, ultimately leading to a complete paralysis of expression. Lost in stunned silence, could he truly ascertain the exact weight of each material? Observing Long Hai's reaction, it appeared there were no errors in Qingchen's claims. The talented beauties present were equally captivated by his skill. Long Jin Xuan'er's beautiful eyes sparkled, her thoughts obscured. Long Hai took a deep breath, his expression complex. The ability to weigh each material accurately was a skill he could not match. However, that did not equate to his defeat. What Long Hai stated was indeed correct. His ability to weigh materials did not necessarily imply superior blacksmithing skills. In my view, it only reflected his insecurity, leading him to flaunt such trivial talents to create an illusion of grandeur. The talented beauties eventually regained their composure. Long Qingchen's gaze remained placid. Indeed, it would only be after the competition that one could discern who possessed the more profound blacksmithing skills. Long Hai snorted coldly. "Then let us commence." With that, he began his forging process. He ignited the furnace, and once the temperature reached an adequate level, he introduced the red iron for smelting. During the smelting process, he crafted a mold for a longsword. Pouring the molten red iron into the mold, it cooled into a rough sword blank. Clang, clang, clang. He swung the hammer, forging the sword blank with powerful, bulging muscles in his arms, unleashing tremendous strength as the hammer descended like a tempest, rapid and uniform. Long Qingchen observed quietly from the side, nodding slightly, recognizing the finesse in Long Hai's blacksmithing technique. It was evident that he had forged thousands of weapons to attain such skill. Why had he not yet begun? Did he intend to steal techniques? Surely, he could not be utterly ignorant of the craft. Ha ha. He was now caught in a dilemma, unable to retreat even if he wished to. The talented beauties, witnessing Long Qingchen's stillness, couldn't help but laugh aloud. With the final quenching sound, Long Hai had successfully forged a long sword of red iron, radiating a fiery heat. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the red iron sword and casting a dazzling, piercing glare. He cast a cold glance at Long Qingchen. I am not entirely devoid of compassion. If you concede now, considering your journey through the dragon blood path, I can grant you an opportunity for redemption. Henceforth, you must attentively listen to every lecture from the academicians. No need for that, Long Qingchen replied slowly. I require an assistant. Long Hai, infuriated yet laughing, retorted, an assistant for forging? This is the first time I have heard such nonsense. Within this martial hall, aside from myself, who else could possibly be needed? Choose for yourself. An assistant? Surely he does not intend to invite another master craftsman to assist him in forging? The talented beauties burst into laughter, nearly doubled over with amusement. Long Qingchen directed his gaze towards the last row, to the corner where Long Bingling sat. You. Long Bingling hurriedly stood and rushed over. Why are you being so reckless, confronting the academician? This offers you no benefit whatsoever. If you lose later, all the hardships you endured to traverse the dragon blood path will be in vain. Shouldn't you quickly apologize to the academician? Long Qingchen's gaze remained calm. Do you trust me? Meeting his gaze, Long Bingling hesitated for a moment, instinctively nodding and murmuring, I trust you. Long Qingchen felt a surge of emotion. Such friends who consistently believe in him are indeed rare. Long Bingling is one, and Long Qinghu is another. During the quenching process, just utilize the power of the ice dragon, he instructed, then ignited the furnace and began the forging process. Chapter 47. How can one know without comparison? He refined the materials, crafted the mold, and formed the sword blank. As this was Long Qingchen's first forging experience, he was not particularly skilled. Fortunately, he possessed the memory of the 9 reverse dragon emperors' forging techniques, which made the task manageable. Long Hai shook his head in disbelief, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. From the proficiency displayed in these few steps, it is evident that your forging skills are lacking. At most, you have only just begun. With such meager ability, how dare you challenge me? Who granted you such confidence? Upon hearing his assessment, Long Bingling anxiously reached out with her fair hand to tug at Long Qingchen's sleeve. Speaking in a hushed tone, Long Qingchen gently patted her hand, removing it from his sleeve, then placed the crimson iron sword blank on the anvil, summoning the power of the Azure Dragon in his palm as he grasped the hammer. The previous steps lacked technical complexity. Any novice craftsman could accomplish them. However, the true test of a craftsman's skill lay in the 4th step, tempering. He recalled the numerous powerful tempering techniques of the 9 reverse dragon emperor. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to employ them all. Ultimately, he could only select a relatively simple method, the one-breath hammering technique. As the name implies, this technique requires completing the forging steps within a single breath, totaling 1,008 strikes. In other words, he must strike a total of 1,008 times within one breath. Drawing a deep breath, he rotated the hammer and struck down with great force. Clang. Sparks erupted. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer in his hand fell like thunder, producing a piercing vibration, a series of explosive sounds echoing throughout the entire martial hall. What was he doing? He believed that the faster the hammering, the better the outcome. The prodigious beauties covered their ears, grimacing in mockery. Long Hai shook his head once more. Within the ancient dragon domain, I have witnessed every forging technique employed by various dragon artisans. Yet I have never encountered such a method of forging. It is utterly chaotic. With a deep breath, Long Qingchen exhaled a scorching breath of murky air, and the hammer in his hand abruptly halted at exactly 1,008 strikes. He turned to Long Bingling, summoning the icy power of the ice dragon to temper the blade. Long Bingling, feeling helpless, raised her hand to unleash a bone-chilling force of ice dragon energy upon the crimson iron sword. Hiss! Thick clouds of steam erupted. Crack! 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 The clash of extreme heat and cold manifested a web of dense fissures upon the crimson sword. The talented beauties momentarily stood in shock before bursting into peals of laughter. Is this the worthless sword he forged? It would likely shatter with the slightest touch. To forge such a useless weapon and aspire to compete with Long Hai? Their laughter brought tears to their eyes. Long Bingling's face flushed with embarrassment, as if she wished to vanish into the ground. Long Hai's voice turned frigid, commanding, "You are to leave the martial hall at once, return to your lair, gather your belongings, and never set foot in the Dragon Blood Martial Academy again." Long Bingling trembled, her complexion pale, pleading for mercy. "He is young and impetuous. I implore you, grant him a chance for redemption. Long Hai's gaze was piercingly cold. I have afforded him numerous opportunities, yet he remains unrepentant. There is no need for further discussion. Depart from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy immediately. Long Qingchen slowly rose. Her tone calm. He has traversed the Dragon Blood path, sealed for 8,000 years, and is a once-in-8,000 years prodigy, having been chosen exceptionally for the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. The Academy head, the deputy head, and all the scholars hold him in high regard. Long Hai, you surely do not possess the authority to expel him from the Academy, do you? Are you threatening me? Long Hai's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon her. The prodigious beauties stared at Long Qingchen in astonishment. Long Qingchen was equally surprised. He had not anticipated Long Qingchen would rise to his defense. Long Qingchen replied indifferently, "That is not my intention, I merely speak the truth. To expel him from the Dragon Heart Martial Academy requires the consent of the Academy head. There is no need for you to remind me." Long Hai retorted coldly. "After I expel him from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, I shall report everything to the Academy head myself. Before we even begin the contest, you presume I have lost? Is it not premature?" Long Qingchen slowly raised the crimson iron sword, marred with cracks. Though it lacked aesthetic appeal, he was still somewhat satisfied with his first successful forging. Long Hai laughed in disbelief. "With that worthless sword, you dare to challenge me?" Long Qingchen's expression remained unperturbed. Indeed, how can one know without a contest? Has he lost his mind? He survived numerous harrowing trials, traversing the perilous Dragon Blood path, and was hailed as an unparalleled genius of the past 8 millennia. Revered as the newly appointed chief disciple, basking in unmatched glory. Yet today, he finds himself expelled from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. A blow so severe that it may leave him in a daze. The talented beauties around him are rife with mockery, devoid of any semblance of compassion. It seems you will not shed tears until faced with the grave. Long Hai abruptly grasped the razor-sharp crimson iron sword, his cold gaze fixed upon Long Qingchen. "If that is the case, allow me to illustrate the disparity between us. Come forth." Long Qingchen raised his cracked crimson iron sword and struck out casually. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the tip of the sword broke off, embedding itself in the floor. As anticipated, it was utterly fragile. The entire martial hall fell into an oppressive silence. All eyes were transfixed, staring blankly at the crimson iron sword in Long Hai's hand, which now bore a smooth break, as if severed by a legendary blade. In stark contrast, Long Qingchen's sword, despite being riddled with fractures, remained intact. Who is stronger, who is weaker? It was evident. Had he forged a worthless sword? Absurd. To expel him from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy? Even more ridiculous. How could this be? Was his forging technique superior to that of Long Hai, the esteemed scholar? The talented beauty's expressions darkened, as though they had swallowed live flies. Long Hai stood in a daze, staring at the broken crimson iron sword in his hand, his towering figure resembling a soulless husk, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Long Qingchen cast a sympathetic glance at Long Hai. As a 6-star forger, Long Hai had just been defeated in his proudest domain, and Long Qingchen could empathize with his current state of mind, prompting him to offer an explanation. "You performed admirably in all other steps. However, there were minor issues in 2 steps. In the 4th step, during the forging process, your force was slightly excessive, resulting in a decrease in the toughness of the crimson iron. In the final step, you used regular water for quenching. Instead, you should have employed the frigid power of the ice dragon. The crimson iron belongs to the fire element. Only an icy quenching medium can fully awaken its fiery attributes." Upon hearing his elucidation, Long Hai's vacant gaze rekindled with brilliance, growing ever brighter as he pondered. Chapter 48. Long Qingchen, may I serve as your assistant? Master, I humbly bow before you. Without a hint of hesitation, Long Hai knelt down. The talented beauties nearly spat blood. The fact that scholar Long Laming had already become Long Qingchen's disciple was shocking enough, but now Long Hai sought to become his apprentice as well. "Please rise. Scholar Long Hai, I am unworthy of such honor." Sensing something amiss with Long Hai, Long Qingchen remained vigilant, swiftly supporting him as he knelt. Scholar Long Laming's apprenticeship had already thrust him into the spotlight, drawing much slander. If Long Hai were to bow and acknowledge him as his master, then the entire Long Blood Martial Academy would see a disciple render him utterly buried in their spittle. It must be said that Long Laming and Long Hai possess a profound reverence for alchemy and forging. Upon encountering practitioners of these arts with superior skills, they disregard status and identity, solely seeking enlightenment. In this regard, both Long Laming and Long Hai are commendable figures, making him feel inferior. Were he to meet a more accomplished alchemist or forger, Would he abandon his pride and position to seek their tutelage? He is certain he could not. For him, alchemy and forging are merely tools to enhance his strength, not a matter of faith. This embodies the distinction between himself and Long Laming, Long Hai. Upon hearing that he has accepted Long Laming as a disciple, yet refused to do the same for him, Long Hai, with a serious demeanor and a piercing gaze, inquired if he looked down upon him. Long Qingchen felt a headache coming on. It seemed prudent to remain low-key moving forward. Regardless, he had no intention of taking him as a disciple. However, he suggested they could learn from each other regarding forging techniques if time permitted. Faced with his unwavering stance, Long Hai had no choice but to relent. He turned to the talented and beautiful individuals present and proclaimed loudly, "I concede. As promised, the position of the Academy's scholar shall be transferred to Long Qingchen. From this day forth, he shall instruct you on the art of forging." Rubbing his hands together, Long Hai then earnestly requested, "Long Qingchen, may I serve as your assistant?" As if fearing rejection, he quickly added, "Rest assured, I shall forego any salary. I only wish to audit your lectures on forging techniques." Calmly, Long Qingchen replied, "I have previously stated that I do not seek your position. Just allow me to skip classes." "Skip classes?" Long Hai paused momentarily, then grasped the implication and let out a wry smile. "Your forging skills undoubtedly surpass mine. You need not attend my lectures. Then I shall not disturb you further. Please continue your teaching." With his objectives accomplished, Long Qingchen turned and walked towards the exit. Long Laming addressed him as master, and now Long Hai wished to pay him the same respect. Just how many auxiliary professions had he mastered? The most astonishing aspect was that he seemed to have reached remarkable heights in both alchemy and forging. As they beheld his retreating figure, the talented individuals looked upon him as if he were a marvel. Stepping out of the martial lecture hall and basking in the afternoon sun, Long Qingchen stretched his arms wide, a smile gracing his lips as he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Moving forward, he could forego Long Laming's and Long Hai's teachings, thus granting him an abundance of free time. Passing by the training grounds, he noticed many senior disciples honing their skills, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. While the newly inducted disciples had a tightly packed schedule, these seniors enjoyed ample leisure. Wasn't Long Hai currently instructing the new disciples in the art of forging? How could he have exited so soon? Long Hai is notorious for his gloomy demeanor, even daring to leave early during the lecture delivered by the fabled dark-faced academician. Noticing him, many senior disciples cast curious and astonished glances in his direction. "Halt!" A commanding voice rang out. Long Qingchen turned to see a young disciple striding towards him, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. "What is it?" Long Qingchen inquired. The young disciple coldly replied, "From now on, keep your distance from Xuan'er." Why did senior brother Long Hulia issue such a warning to Long Qingchen? This is a tale of intrigue. 2 years prior, the Fire Dragon Clan proposed a union with the Golden Dragon Clan, with Long Hulia and Long Jin Xuan'er as the intended pair. However, for reasons unknown, Long Jin Xuan'er abruptly changed her mind and chose Long Qingchen instead. The senior disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Long Qingchen indeed wished to maintain some distance from Long Jin Xuan'er. However, the condescending attitude of this young disciple greatly displeased him. He replied coolly, "Long Jin Xuan'er is my fiancée. My affection towards my betrothed seems to be of no concern to you." Long Hulia slowly spoke. "You possess the celestial Azure Dragon vein, which indeed indicates remarkable talent. However, I too possess the celestial Fire Dragon vein, and I believe my abilities are not inferior to yours. 2 years ago, I could not fathom why Xuan'er would choose you. I had no words to express, merely respecting her choice, and I hoped for her happiness." He paused momentarily, his expression growing icy. "Yet, I have heard that your entanglements with Long Bingling are quite murky, and you often bully Xuan'er. You are unworthy of her. I advise you to sever your ties with her and willingly dissolve the engagement." "I would be most willing to dissolve my engagement to Long Jin Xuan'er, should you be able to persuade her," Long Qingchen responded, his gaze peculiar. He could not deny that Long Jin Xuan'er's methods were indeed formidable. From Long Hulia, he saw a reflection of himself from 2 months prior. How strikingly similar. He would have readily sent Long Hulia to his demise for Long Jin Xuan'er without a moment's hesitation, perhaps even with joy. Clearly, Long Hulia, like him before, had been ensnared by Long Jin Xuan'er's charms. Fortunately, he had awakened in time and freed himself from her grasp. This elicited a twinge of sympathy for Long Hulia. A pity. Indeed, may the Buddha bless him. I have advised Xuan'er numerous times. She refuses to dissolve the engagement. I cannot fathom what despicable means you have employed to ensnare her so deeply. Long Hulia's voice was frigid. Thus, it must fall upon you to willingly dissolve the engagement. Long Qingchen raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. You must understand, Being the one to break off an engagement is a matter of great disgrace. The Golden Dragon Clan stands as the sovereign among dragon clans, while our Azure Dragon Clan ranks second to last. Do you truly believe the Golden Dragon Clan would accept such a humiliating act? Therefore, it must be initiated by the Golden Dragon Clan. Long Qingchen seethed. I care not for such matters. You must willingly dissolve the engagement. It is not your place to issue commands regarding my actions, Long Qingchen retorted. Long Qingchen furrowed his brow, realizing that Long Qingchen had been thoroughly brainwashed by Huang Jin Xuan'er, rendering him beyond redemption and utterly unreasonable. Should the Azure Dragon Clan withdraw from the engagement with the Golden Dragon Clan, it would undoubtedly lead to disgrace for the latter, which would retaliate against the Azure Dragon Clan. Such actions would be detrimental to the Azure Dragon Clan, a course of action he could not pursue. Chapter 49. He has already lost. I shall no longer allow you to harm Xuan'er. Long Qingchen's face contorted with rage. I demand a duel to the death, a fight to the finish. His eyes burned crimson as he fixed a fierce glare upon Long Qingchen, resembling a wild beast unleashed in the spring. Very well. Let it be so. Long Qingchen, equally incensed, allowed his gaze to cool into an icy stare. There was no point in reasoning with such a mindless beast. Only a severe thrashing could bring clarity. Within the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, infighting amongst disciples was strictly forbidden. However, should an insurmountable conflict arise, the arena could serve as a platform for a duel to the death. The Academy fully sanctioned these duels and would protect the victor, forbidding any vengeance from the defeated. This meant that even if he were to slay Long Qingchen in the arena, the Fire Dragon Clan would be unable to seek retribution. Long Qingchen, a senior brother, had proposed a life-and-death duel, and he had accepted. He had traversed the Dragon Blood path, earning the title of a once-in-8,000 years prodigy, heralded as the foremost among the new disciples. Yet, his cultivation was regrettably low, at merely the 7th level of the Xian Dragon realm. While Long Qingchen stood among the 3 distinguished disciples of the Outer Academy, boasting a cultivation at the 5th level of the Blood Dragon realm. He had no chance of victory. Upon his acceptance, the senior disciples erupted in astonishment. A tall female disciple, drenched in sweat, and with her training attire clinging to her form, hurried over from the corner of the martial field. Her curves became increasingly pronounced as she approached Long Qingchen. With a flick of her damp hair, she let the wind dry it slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Long Qingchen. What skill is it to challenge a new disciple to a duel to the death? If you possess true ability, dare to face me in such a contest. Long Qingchen retorted furiously. Long Baiyu, this matter is between me and him. It does not concern you. Long Baiyu casually draped her sun-kissed arm over Long Qingchen's shoulder, adopting a protective big sister demeanor. I find a certain affinity with this junior brother, so I shall take charge of this matter. Long Qingchen's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Long Baiyu, the other disciples may fear you and call you Sister Yu, but I do not. Do not be so audacious before me. Long Baiyu raised an eyebrow. As one of the 3 distinguished disciples of the Outer Academy, do you think I would fear you? If Long Qingchen had been unaware of Long Baiyu's status, he might have felt gratitude. However, knowing it now left him somewhat uneasy, as an involuntary shiver coursed down his spine. He inwardly berated Long Laming, questioning his judgment. Long Baiyu was indeed beautiful, but her temperament was hardly suitable for a mere concubine. He ought to seek out several exquisite maidens instead, maidens who are charming, gentle in voice, graceful in form, and easily swayed. Long Qingchen shrugged his shoulders, shaking off Long Baiyu's arm, and said with a faint smile, Sister Yu, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Long Baiyu turned to him, her gaze penetrating, causing a shiver down his spine. Just as he began to feel uncomfortable, Long Baiyu suddenly chuckled. During lunch in the cafeteria, when you learned my name, did you become a bit distant? Did I? Long Qingchen's smile faltered. One must never underestimate a woman, for her intuition is remarkably accurate. He indeed wished to maintain a certain distance from Long Baiyu. Your smile is unmistakably insincere. Long Baiyu retorted with a roll of her eyes. Do not worry, I won't bite. Long Qingchen inwardly scoffed. It was not the fear of being devoured that troubled him, but rather the concern of being castrated. Long Qingchen, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Have you both said enough? You have agreed to a life-and-death duel with senior brother Long Qingchen, yet you still have the leisure to joke with Sister Yu? Unaware of Long Qingchen's true strength, he would not dare to underestimate him had he known. He might not have even agreed to the duel. Observing Long Qingchen's relaxed demeanor, the senior disciples cast him peculiar glances. Long Baiyu patted Long Qingchen's shoulder. Do you have confidence? While I cannot claim absolute certainty, I believe I possess a high degree of assurance, he replied. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of the Xianlong realm, Coupled with the Ba Tian Wan Long Palm and Long Yi Flash, he could contend with anyone below the realm of Kuanglong. Long Baiyu cautioned earnestly, do not underestimate him. Long Huoya's strength is formidable. When I first entered the Long Blood Martial House, I sparred with him several times, and we were evenly matched. Boom. Long Huoya stomped the ground and leapt onto the arena, towering over Long Qingchen. Come forth and meet your demise. The only one destined to perish is you. Long Qingchen retorted, gathering his strength and leaping onto the stage as well. Buzz. Long Huoya's body trembled as he unleashed the power of the Blood Dragon realm, summoning a crimson fire dragon energy that engulfed him in flames, adorned with a layer of blood light, resembling a sanguine battle attire. Solar Palm. The fire dragon energy surged within his palm, rapidly coalescing into a massive fireball, akin to a blazing sun, which he hurled forth with great force. Boom. The air warped and twisted in the wake of the attack, transforming the entire arena into a furnace. Long Huoya did not resort to complex martial arts, but instead employed one of the most common techniques of the Fire Dragon Clan, the Solar Palm. Though it was merely of the low-grade Xian tier, its power was immense, capable of swiftly and directly annihilating opponents. Long Huoya's mastery of the Solar Palm had reached an extraordinary level, maximizing its potential to the utmost. Many junior disciples, whose cultivation levels were relatively low, were scorched by the heat wave, sweating profusely and retreating in horror to distance themselves from the arena. Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened, even with the same Solar Palm technique. Long Huoqi and Long Huoxing could not be compared to Long Huoya. After all, Long Huoya's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Blood Dragon realm, providing the robust foundation necessary to fully unleash the power of the Solar Palm. Roar! He extended his palms, and the power of the Azure Dragon surged forth, instantly transforming into 3 dragons that howled fiercely as they burst forth. The dominant dragon's 10,000 palms. After delivering this strike, Long Qingchen did not spare a glance behind him and turned to descend from the arena. Long Baiyu was momentarily taken aback and then anxiously reminded him, "What are you doing? This is the dueling arena. You cannot withdraw midway. You must either defeat your opponent or be defeated. Otherwise, it constitutes a violation of the rules, and you will face severe punishment from the Dragon Blood Martial House." He had already been vanquished. Long Qingchen's gaze remained unperturbed. He held no grudge against Long Huoya, hence he did not strike with lethal intent. Before his words could fully resonate, a blaze erupted behind him. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the 3 dragons pierced through the blazing sun. Crack! They collided squarely with Long Huoya's chest, producing a sound reminiscent of shattered ribs. Blood spewed from Long Huoya's mouth as his entire body was sent flying, plummeting from the arena, unconscious. The senior disciples gazed in stunned silence at this spectacle. One strike. To so effortlessly defeat someone at the 5th level of Dragon Blood Realm. What tremendous power. One strike. And then to simply walk away from the arena. What remarkable confidence. Long Baiyu's autumn eyes sparkled with intrigue as she quickly approached, extending her arm in a friendly gesture to rest upon Long Qingchen's shoulder, exclaiming, "Congratulations. You have supplanted Long Huoya as one of the 3 outstanding disciples of the outer court. Shall we celebrate at a tavern in Golden Dragon City and indulge in some drinks?" There was nothing worth celebrating. Like a snakebite, Long Qingchen swiftly withdrew her arm. Long Baiyu's eyes flickered with a hint of grievance, akin to a lamenting woman trapped in a deep chamber for 8,000 years. An ancient saying comes to mind. A wife is not as good as a concubine. Influenced by the wit of earthly jesters, Long Qingchen instinctively quipped, and a concubine is not as good as a thief. The moment the words left his lips, he realized the impending consequences. Sure enough, Long Baiyu's gaze turned deadly, and Long Qingchen shuddered, hastily making his way toward his cave dwelling. Beautiful maid, beautiful maid. Chapter 50. Mind your dog. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Long Qingchen intended to cultivate, but was met with a faint, elegant fragrance wafting through the air. His gaze sharpened. Without needing to turn, he already knew who had arrived. After 2 years, he had become intimately familiar with this scent. This fragrance, crafted from over 100 exquisite flowers and rare herbs, was more precious than gold. Ordinary beauties could never afford such an extravagant indulgence. Only Long Jin Xuan'er would lavishly invest in such fragrances, solely to match her own stunning beauty. It must be acknowledged that Long Jin Xuan'er was an exceptionally astute woman. She understood that her beauty was her strongest weapon, capable of driving talented young men to madness. Moreover, she was clever enough to maintain a distance, allowing the talented to see her but never possess her, keeping them perpetually yearning. Thus, countless gifted individuals were infatuated with her, willingly sacrificing their lives for her. Long Qingchen was merely one of the many foolish suitors among her throng of admirers. Long Qingchen slowly turned around, and as expected, he saw Long Qingchen standing at the door, her smile radiant. Her pale golden hair flowed like a shimmering waterfall, slightly damp as if she had just emerged from a bath. Her exquisite face, a perfect blend of porcelain and rose, was enchanting, and she was clad in a pure white bathrobe that gracefully enveloped her flawless curves. Most striking were the long, slender legs beneath the robe, standing tall and poised. "Huang Jin is here," he exclaimed, his eyes brightening as a brilliant smile spread across his face, revealing his delight. Surveying the stone chamber, Long Qingchen Xuan'er's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she failed to find a seat, eventually opting to sit at the edge of the stone bed. "Your abode is quite sparse, Chen Xiao. Not even a stool or chair. Tomorrow, I shall furnish it with a few items." "Huang Jin, you remain as considerate as ever," Long Qingchen said, gently clasping her jade-like hand, visibly touched. Yet, Long Qingchen Xuan'er's expression turned somber as she whispered, "In the past, I was in the wrong. Let us not dwell on it. Henceforth, I will make amends." "What manner of recompense do you have in mind?" Long Qingchen's gaze burned with intensity, akin to a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. However, he was acutely aware that Long Qingchen was no mere lamb. She was a wolf, perhaps even more ferocious than he. One misstep could leave him with nothing but bones. Thus, he remained ever so vigilant in her presence. "I'm not available today." Long Qingchen shot him a knowing glance. "Has there ever been a time when you were?" Long Qingchen scoffed to himself, suspecting she delivered the same line to every suitor, and, most alarmingly, that each one believed her without question. Long Qingchen Xuan'er's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Your performance at the martial hall truly impressed me, Chen Xiao. Even academician Long Laming regards you as his disciple in alchemy. And academician Long Hai was also captivated by your prowess in forging. Just how many talents have you yet to reveal to me? These two skills are all I possess. And you have already discerned them," Long Qingchen replied with a faint smile. Having unveiled his adeptness in alchemy and forging, he had already stirred considerable excitement within the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion. Should he disclose any further auxiliary skills, they would likely seize him for study, treating him as an anomaly. It is crucial to recognize that each auxiliary profession is profoundly intricate, requiring decades of dedicated study to master even the basics. Yet, he was merely 16, already proficient in 2 such disciplines, an accomplishment that would equate to having attained 2 doctoral degrees on Earth at the same age. His father had once advised him that as a cultivator, one must not reveal all of their abilities, for doing so invites peril. Even a formidable figure like the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor retains certain secret techniques from the world. Long Qingchen gazed at him with a hint of a smile, refraining from further inquiries. "I am aware of the situation regarding Long Qingchen. I apologize for the trouble it has caused you. With a beauty like you, it is only natural for your pursuers to seek me out, given that I am your fiancé," he replied. Long Qingchen shook his head slightly. At this point, he paused and added, "However, I still hope that Sister Xian will keep a close watch on your dog." This description was indeed fitting. Long Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, those suitors are, to me, akin to my dogs. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep affection. "You are my fiancé, my dog. Which means they are your dogs too. In the future, should there be matters you find inconvenient to handle, I can have those dogs take care of them. Isn't that splendid?" Long Qingchen replied nonchalantly, "I prefer not to involve dogs in my affairs." Long Qingchen appeared somewhat resigned. "All right then, since you dislike it, I will keep a greater distance from those dogs in the future." The temperature within the cave fluctuated oddly, alternating between icy cold and normal warmth. Long Qingchen glanced towards the entrance, where a beautiful figure strolled back and forth, radiating an aura of chill that affected the temperature within the stone chamber. With a charming smile, she inquired, "Sister Bingling, are you here to monitor us?" Pausing, Long Bingling's lovely face bore a frosty expression as she huffed. "The view from the top is splendid. I merely came up for a walk. Rest assured, we have done nothing." Long Qingchen gently leaned against Long Qingchen's shoulder, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Long Bingling shivered slightly, her icy gaze piercing as she retorted, "What you do is of no concern to me." With a glaring light bulb hovering at the entrance, Long Qingchen lost interest and sent Long Qingchen away. Only then did the light bulb depart. The next day, in the early morning, after freshening up, he consumed a nourishing pill that vanquished his hunger. On April 5th, a single day, the talented young women were not required to attend the martial arts hall, but were instead directed to the back mountain to listen to the academicians impart their wisdom. As for which academician to choose, that was left to their discretion. Generally, the members of the Azure Dragon Clan would select an academician from their own while those of the Golden Dragon Clan would choose one from theirs, and so forth. As Long Qingchen descended the stone wall, he noticed Long Qingze conversing quietly with a senior disciple. Upon seeing him, Long Qingze promptly approached. "This is our esteemed elder from the younger generation of the Azure Dragon Clan, Brother Quan." Before Long Qingchen could speak, Long Qingchen eagerly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Brother Chun, courageously traversing the dragon blood path and defeating 22 challengers. Your mastery in alchemy and forging has even impressed academicians Long Laming and Long Hai. Today, I am fortunate to finally meet you. In the entire Dragon Blood Martial Academy, it is just the three of us from the Azure Dragon Clan. Henceforth, we must look out for one another." "Indeed, indeed," Long Qingchen replied courteously, quickly retracting his hand. The grip from the young man sent a chill down his arm, and he cast a peculiar glance at Long Qingchen, wondering if there was something more to it. What truly amazed him was Long Qingze, who laughed and conversed amicably with Long Qingchen, their camaraderie evident, devoid of any discomfort. Chapter 51, Foolish Bird. Long Qingchen spoke. "In our Qinglong clan, there exists but a single scholar within the Dragon Blood Martial House, and that is Elder 8. Hence, I have consistently sought his counsel and listened to his teachings. I presume both of you have also chosen Elder 8? Long Qingze nodded. "As members of the Qinglong clan, we cultivate the power of the Qinglong. Naturally, we must select a scholar from our clan. Let us proceed," he added. Long Qingchen shared the same sentiment and led the way towards the back mountain. Upon reaching the rear mountain, they beheld an ancient grove, shrouded in tranquility. As they strolled along the path, the soft rustling of their footsteps resonated clearly. Long Qingchen gestured towards an ancient courtyard, saying, "That is the residence of Elder 8. Suddenly, a vibrant bird perched upon an ancient tree at the entrance of the courtyard squawked loudly. "The unparalleled genius who has traversed the dragon blood path has arrived." "Even a bird knows of him?" Long Qingchen exclaimed, astonished at the extent of his renown. Sensing his thoughts, Long Qingchen chuckled. "This is no ordinary bird. It is Elder 8's spirit companion, the rainbow sparrow. It is said that the rainbow sparrow possesses the bloodline of the primordial phoenix and is capable of divination. It is aware of all that transpires within the Dragon Blood Martial House." Long Qingchen, increasingly amazed, had not anticipated such a mystical creature existed in the world. Long Qingze, too, was taken aback and instinctively called out his name, Long Qingze. Immediately, the rainbow sparrow squawked in response, "Long Qingze, diligent and devoted, good disciple. Practicing secretly at midnight yields no benefit. With such average talent, you shall never become an inner court disciple." Hearing the first part, Long Qingze was elated, but the latter part left him flushed with embarrassment. Long Qingchen regarded him with an odd expression and remarked, "Zheji, your midnight training makes you the most industrious in the entire outer court. I am humbled in your presence." Long Qingze waved his hands in denial. "My talent is mediocre. I can only strive harder." Taking his hand, Long Qingchen gently patted him. "Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. You are doing exceptionally well. My own talent is not high, yet I lack effort. Henceforth, I must learn from you." Long Qingchen was stirred, compelled to acknowledge that although the rainbow sparrow's words were somewhat harsh, they were remarkably precise, proving itself to be a true descendant of an ancient beast, possessing the gift of insight akin to a lie detector on Earth. Long Qingchen. He uttered this name, eager to discern how the rainbow sparrow would evaluate her. The rainbow sparrow squawked, "Beauty, beauty." Long Qingchen inquired, "Is there more?" "Beauty, beauty." The sparrow flitted about on the branches, exuberantly ecstatic, but offered no further commentary. "Foolish bird." Long Qingchen's countenance darkened, a tinge of disappointment creeping in. Long Qingchen was somewhat astonished. The seven-colored sparrow possessed an uncanny ability to perceive almost any occurrence within the Dragon Blood Martial House. Upon hearing him speak thus, Long Qingchen was equally taken aback. From another perspective, the fact that even the seven-colored sparrow could not fathom Long Qingchen suggested the depths of her concealment. Long Bingling, Long Qingchen mentioned another name. The seven-colored sparrow paused, lifting its head dismissively, exclaiming, "Foolish, foolish. Quickly sell her for silver and buy me some birdseed. I adore birdseed." Long Qingchen was left speechless. The seven-colored sparrow's remark was surprisingly accurate. Long Bingling indeed belonged to the kind who would help count the money after being sold. From within an ancient courtyard, a woman's voice emerged. "Seven-colored sparrow, though you are a descendant of an ancient beast, you are not purebred, merely a common creature. It is best to disregard its chatter. Come inside." Long Qingchen, Long Qingchen, and Long Qingze ceased their teasing of the seven-colored sparrow and entered the ancient courtyard. Long Qingchen looked up to see a middle-aged woman standing beneath an ancient tree in the yard, her beauty striking, untouched by the passage of time. She emanated an aura of tranquility. Outside, the seven-colored sparrow seemed somewhat indignant, squawking loudly. Elder 8 is infatuated with the clan leader. The flowers have intentions, but the flowing water remains indifferent, causing the flowers to suffer. Alas, alas. Nonsense. The woman's face flushed with anger as she flicked her fingers. Whoosh. A surge of Azure Dragon power shot forth from her fingertip. Caw. The seven-colored sparrow shrieked in pain, resembling a wild duck as it flapped its wings and flew away. Elder 8, infatuated with the clan leader? Which clan leader? Long Qingchen's gaze turned peculiar. Could it be the leader of the Azure Dragon Clan? Long Qingchen and Long Qingze shared a similar expression, clearly pondering the same thought. This seven-colored sparrow sometimes lacks sanity. Do not mind its ramblings, the middle-aged woman said. Her face slightly reddened, revealing her embarrassment. Long Qingchen chuckled. It is indeed quite irrational. Please, have a seat. The middle-aged woman approached the stone table, where she had already prepared hot tea, pouring a cup for Long Qingchen, Long Qingchuan, and Long Qingze. Long Qingchuan, somewhat flustered, reverently accepted the teacup with both hands. Taking a sip, he found it slightly scalding but dared not spit it out, hastily swallowing instead. Long Qingchen cast a curious glance at him, wondering if he had never been offered tea during his previous visits. The woman's gaze shifted slowly from Long Qingchuan and Long Qingze to Long Qingchen. Her expression complex as she remarked, "How many years have passed? Our Azure Dragon Clan has finally produced a prodigious talent." Long Qingchuan's eyes brimmed with admiration. Indeed, Chen brother is remarkable. I heard he defeated Long Huoya, one of the 3 outstanding disciples of the outer court, just yesterday. His strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 in the outer court. The middle-aged woman addressed Long Qingchen. Your talent is exceptional. You must strive diligently and not disappoint the expectations of your father, the clan leader. Understood. Long Qingchen nodded, her gaze flickering momentarily, as if she intentionally sought to evade the term clan leader. Could it be that the seven-colored sparrow spoke the truth? Did she truly harbor a secret infatuation for the clan leader? From now on, like Qingchuan, should you encounter any perplexities during your cultivation, feel free to consult me at any time. The essence of cultivation lies in unraveling mysteries. By resolving all doubts, one will naturally progress smoothly. You may inquire now. The middle-aged woman poured herself a cup of steaming tea and took a gentle sip. Long Qingze hastily asked, recently, during my cultivation, I have felt a subtle ache in my Danzhong acupoint. I am uncertain about the cause. The middle-aged woman replied with a smile. That is due to excessive training. Your body is simply unable to bear the strain. In the future, ensure a harmonious balance between work and rest, and you shall improve. Upon hearing this, Long Qingze's face flushed with embarrassment. I understand now. He proceeded to ask several more questions, with Long Qingchuan occasionally contributing, and the middle-aged woman answered each one in turn. Noticing that Long Qingchen had remained silent and appeared rather listless, the middle-aged woman inquired with concern, what troubles you? Perhaps it is due to not having rested well in the past couple of days, Long Qingchen explained. In truth, it was not this reason, but rather that all the teachings of Elder 8 were already imprinted in her memories of the 9 reverse Dragon Emperor, thus rendering the lecture somewhat tedious for her. The middle-aged woman advised, you should return and rest, come back another day. You must also pay attention to balancing work and leisure. Understood. Once outside the courtyard, Long Qingchen instantly regained her vigor and resolved to head to the training room for self-cultivation. Chapter 52. Is this too much to ask? The unparalleled genius who traversed the dragon blood path has departed. As she stepped out of the courtyard, Long Qingchen heard a cacophony of croaks from the ancient tree. The seven-colored sparrow had returned. He is lying. He eats well, sleeps soundly, and is in excellent spirits. He simply does not wish to endure Elder 8's incessant ramblings. Long Qingchen felt a twinge of embarrassment, leaping up to the tree trunk and grasping the seven-colored sparrow by its neck, causing it to roll its eyes, its beak agape. Gasping for breath and unable to utter a sound. Did he not say he hadn't rested well lately? In the ancient courtyard, Long Qingze cast a dubious glance outside. That seven-colored sparrow was prone to uttering nonsense. There was no need to pay it any mind. Long Qingchuan cautiously observed the expression on Elder 8's face. Was it truly nonsense? The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. As the owner of the seven-colored sparrow, she was most aware of its nature. Yet she chose not to elaborate further. Whoosh! Long Qingchen held the seven-colored sparrow by its neck, akin to lifting a duck, leaping swiftly between the ancient trees. Cough, cough. Young one, release me. This bird is on the verge of asphyxiation. The seven-colored sparrow coughed incessantly, struggling for breath. Long Qingchen descended from the tree and casually tossed the seven-colored sparrow onto the ground, glaring fiercely at it. If you dare speak nonsense again, I shall pluck your feathers, slice them into pieces, and use them to prepare hot pot. The seven-colored sparrow shrank its neck back and took a few steps back, curious. What is this hot pot? A form of torture. Long Qingchen surveyed the vibrant seven-colored sparrow, contemplating its exquisite potential as a culinary delight. To utilize it for a hot pot would be a regrettable waste. Its neck could be marinated into a delectable delicacy, its claws transformed into spicy pickled treats, and its wings best suited for grilling. The seven-colored sparrow shuddered, retreating a few steps. You mustn't act recklessly. Elder 8 dotes on me. Should you dare to harm even a single feather, Elder 8 would not let you off lightly. Do you still dare to threaten me? Long Qingchen's gaze turned icy. You are aware that Elder 8 harbors feelings for the clan leader, who happens to be my father. Is it truly excessive for me to consume a duck raised by her? Quite excessive, the sparrow retorted, exasperated. I am the seven-colored sparrow, a descendant of the ancient phoenix. Not a mere duck. Long Qingchen, uninterested in further banter, prepared to leave but was halted by a sudden thought. Can you truly communicate with spirits? The sparrow raised its long neck, proudly declaring, of course. There exists no knowledge beyond that of Bird Lord. Long Qingchen uttered a name, Huang Jin Xuan'er. Beauty, beauty. The sparrow squawked as if reacting instinctively. Long Qingchen's expression hardened. Do not deceive me. The sparrow's outburst abruptly ceased. Ah, very well. It spread its wings, cradled its head, and paced back and forth, troubled. Long Jin Xuan'er, I cannot perceive her essence. However, I can sense that she harbors a seal within her, beneath which lies a formidable power, one not derived from her own cultivation, but from an enigmatic force. Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened. How powerful! The sparrow extended its wings, tracing a large circle. She surpasses the combined strength of the clan leader, the deputy leader, and all the scholars of the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion by several dozen times. Long Qingchen inhaled sharply. It was known that the leader's cultivation had attained the true dragon realm, while both deputy leaders and scholars were above the void dragon realm. To be stronger than their collective might by several dozen times was unfathomable. What could this power be? This revelation exceeded his understanding. A strength possessed only by the legendary figures remembered by the 9 Reversal Dragon Emperor. Could this indeed be the true trump card of Long Jin Xuan'er? It appeared he had greatly underestimated her. Furthermore, the ancient dragon domain was far more intricate than it appeared. The depths were profound. Seemingly sensing his concern, the seven-colored sparrow added, as her cultivation ascends, that seal will gradually loosen. Currently, she is unable to harness that power. A glint of cold determination crossed Long Qingchen's eyes as he pondered. He must eliminate Long Jin Xuan'er swiftly. Once she could wield that force, it would become increasingly difficult to eradicate her. Within me, alongside the dragon vein, exists another martial vein. Please, discern its origins. He was equally curious about his own devouring sky martial vein, extending his arms for the sparrow's examination. Buzz! The sparrow flapped its wings, releasing a radiant burst of 7 colors that enveloped him, permeating his being. Boom! Suddenly, a black vortex materialized above him, resembling the yawning maw of an abyss, slowly opening. The colorful sparrow screeched, its wings clutching its head in agony, eyes wide as saucers, trembling in fear. With a swift whoosh, it darted away, as if it had encountered a ghost. Long Qingchen stood in a daze, pondering why the 9 Reversed Dragon Emperor would recoil from him, and what had provoked such a reaction from the colorful sparrow. A wry smile crept across his face as curiosity deepened. What exactly was the origin of the Devouring Heaven martial vein? Reluctantly, he searched the woods of the back mountain, but found no trace of the colorful sparrow, which seemed to have hidden itself away. With no choice left, he departed in resignation. The cultivation chamber was nestled within the heart of a grand mountain. It was rumored that beneath this mountain lay a vein of earth energy, resulting in an exceptionally rich aura. New disciples were granted 3 opportunities each month to utilize the cultivation chamber, while senior disciples could access it 5 times monthly. Distinguished outer courtyard disciples, like Long Baiyu and Long Huoya, enjoyed 10 sessions. These privileges were primarily determined by annual assessments. Exceptional performances yielded greater monthly allowances and additional cultivation resources, whereas poor performances resulted in reductions. It was all fair, just, and transparent. As for Long Qingchen, having traversed the dragon blood path, he was bestowed numerous privileges, including unrestricted access to the cultivation chamber. In essence, he could reside there every single day of the year. Upon arriving at the chamber's entrance, Long Qingchen noticed many senior disciples queuing for their turn, realizing that only 5 chambers were available. Observing the lengthy lines, he felt a hint of exasperation. It resembled waiting for a restroom. How long would it take? He wondered why one particular chamber remained unused. Noticing that the innermost chamber was empty yet unoccupied, he found it curious. That chamber was reserved for the senior brother, who would dare to use it. The senior brother despised others encroaching upon his space. A few months prior, an unwitting disciple had used the senior brother's exclusive chamber and had been left with broken bones, bedridden for half a year. Upon hearing his inquiry, the senior disciples glanced at the innermost chamber before quickly averting their gazes. The senior brother? Long Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly. The term senior brother referred to the foremost of the 3 outstanding disciples of the outer courtyard, the chief disciple of the entire outer courtyard. He couldn't help but ask who had decreed that chamber as the senior brother's exclusive domain. There was no such regulation in the outer courtyard, was there? Although the outer courtyard lacked formal written rules regarding this matter, it had long been an unwritten custom that the chief disciple was entitled to a dedicated cultivation chamber, a tradition acknowledged by all disciples. Indeed, this was the respect we owed to the senior brother. What do you intend to do? Surely, you do not wish to use that chamber? The senior disciples regarded Long Qingchen with peculiar looks. As the senior disciple, one should not monopolize a training chamber, leaving it unutilized by others. Such a senior is unworthy of respect. Long Qingchen cast a detached glance at them and proceeded toward the innermost training room. Did he truly dare to occupy that chamber? Having traversed the dragon blood path and vanquished 22 challengers, he had earned the title of the newly appointed chief disciple, basking in glory within the outer academy. Yet, these accomplishments had seemingly inflated his ego, leading him to believe he was invincible in the outer academy. It is crucial to note that there exists a significant disparity between the newly appointed chief disciple and the chief disciple of the entire outer academy. Such novices, brimming with bravado, often require hardship to awaken to reality. Observing him enter that training chamber, the senior disciples shook their heads, foreseeing the inevitable downfall of this brash disciple. Boom. Upon entering the training room, Long Qingchen nonchalantly struck a mechanism beast, causing the heavy stone door to descend with a thud. He settled cross-legged upon a cushion and retrieved a spirit essence pill from his spatial ring. Having bathed in the blood of the ancestral dragon, his foundation was robust enough to strive for a higher cultivation level. This was his 3rd consumption of the spirit essence pill. Its efficacy would not be as pronounced this time, likely only enabling a breakthrough of 1 level. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed the pill into his mouth. As it entered, it instantly dissolved. Boom. A surge of warmth erupted within his abdomen, radiating through his internal organs and permeating his limbs, enveloping him in a sensation akin to the comfort of a warm bed during the coldest winter, reminiscent of a fetus nestled in the womb. Roar. He silently recited the core of the 9 reversals dragon art, guiding this warmth to circulate within the dragon veins, meridians, and vital acupoints. After several complete cycles of refinement, this warmth transformed into pure Azure Dragon power. Boom. Like a rising tide, his cultivation level ascended smoothly from the 7th to the 8th realm of the profound dragon stage, emanating an even more formidable dragon might. The increase in cultivation not only elevated his overall strength, but also marked a qualitative leap in his physical resilience, speed, power, vision, hearing, and reflexes. Long Qingchen slightly clenched his fist, relishing this newfound strength, feeling as if he were brimming with boundless energy. Roar. With a mere thought, the Azure Dragon power manifested in his palm, suddenly swirling into the form of 4 dragons. As his cultivation advanced, the potency of the Overlord 10,000 Dragon's palm grew stronger, and the usage frequency of dragon wings increased, allowing for greater range. Long Qingchen assessed his current strength, confident that he could contend with any opponent below the level of the Mad Dragon realm. Suddenly, thuds echoed as the stone door trembled violently, as if struck with great force, causing dust to rain down from above the training chamber. "Get out!" came a furious roar from outside the door. Perhaps someone had alerted the senior disciple. Long Qingchen rose indifferently and tapped the mechanism beast once more. Boom! The stone door gradually ascended, revealing a young man bearing a colossal sword, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly fixated upon him. Moments ago, we had advised him against utilizing that particular training chamber. Yet he disregarded our counsel. Now, he would face the consequences of his folly. During last year's annual assessment, the senior brother had attained the 8th level of the Blood Dragon realm, effortlessly defeating any opponent who dared to challenge him, thereby securing the first place. Now, after a span of merely half a year, It was presumed that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Blood Dragon realm, merely a step away from the realm of the Rampant Dragon. Long Huolai, Long Baiyu, and the senior brother were celebrated as the 3 outstanding disciples of the outer court. Although he had triumphed over Long Huolai, the senior brother's prowess was in a league far beyond that of Long Huolai. Numerous senior disciples observed from a distance, their expressions laced with pity as they regarded Long Qingchen. The young man inquired coldly, "Are you the one who traversed the Dragon Blood Road, Long Qingchen?" "Indeed, I am Long Qingchen," he replied flatly. With a mocking smile, the young man retorted, "Do you not know that this training chamber is exclusively mine?" "I have heard such claims. However, I beg to differ. I detest those who occupy a space yet fail to make use of it," Long Qingchen responded, his demeanor indifferent, akin to those vacant windows and passages that remain unused. What logic lay therein? Occupying a space without utilizing it? Senior brother, occupying a space without utilizing it? The senior disciples exchanged peculiar glances, the imagery too outrageous to contemplate. "You seek your own demise," the young man thundered in fury. With a resounding boom, he unleashed his power, a dark dragon energy enveloping him, infused with a rich crimson glow, emanating a formidable dragon might. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Blood Dragon realm. The senior disciples gasped in astonishment. The young man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he declared, "Kneel and admit your fault, or ascend the platform with me for a duel to the death. You may choose your path." "I choose to make you kneel," Long Qingchen replied calmly, raising a hand with fingers splayed. With a roar, the Azure Dragon power surged forth, instantly transforming into 4 dragon forms that howled into the air. Momentarily taken aback, the young man seemed unprepared for Long Qingchen's decisive strike. In an instant, he retreated, drawing his massive sword with lightning speed, the dark dragon energy swirling around him as he unleashed a fierce strike. The black dragon energy roared forth like a colossal wave. The advanced martial technique, wave-breaking slash, was infused with immense power. A single blow would shatter flesh, bones, and vital organs, leaving no chance of survival. The senior disciples recoiled in alarm, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the black wave collided violently with the 4 dragon forms, releasing a brilliant radiance that caused the very mountain to tremble. With a shattering sound, the young man's sword fractured, leaving only the hilt, while his entire body was sent hurtling backward, akin to a falling star, crashing against the opposing stone wall, which splintered like a spider's web. A spurt of blood erupted forth. He coughed blood, his complexion pale, and softly slid down the stone wall, collapsing to his knees. The senior disciples stared blankly at this scene. The entire mountain's interior was enveloped in silence. The elder brother, possessing the pinnacle cultivation of the Blood Dragon realm's 9th layer, unleashed a superior grade martial technique, the wave break slash, yet he could not withstand even a single strike. To what extent had his strength reached? "I choose to make you kneel." Those words seemed to echo in their ears, and in an instant, they had come to fruition. Long Qingchen departed indifferently, not casting a single glance back. The power of the 4 dragons could contend with the frenzied dragon realm. Below the frenzied dragon realm, nothing could obstruct. Chapter 54. The Perils of Arrogance. Exiting the mountain's depths, he made his way towards the cave dwelling. Ancient trees flourished along the narrow path, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, Long Qingchen furrowed his brow, hearing soft footsteps behind him. Although faint, they could not escape his keen hearing. He quickened his pace, and the footsteps hastened in response. He slowed down, and the footsteps followed suit. Clearly, someone was deliberately trailing him, unafraid and seemingly unconcerned about being detected. A cold smirk crept across Long Qingchen's lips as he veered towards a more secluded area. The footsteps hesitated for a moment before following suit. Long Qingchen came to a sudden stop and turned sharply. A figure stood several dozen meters away, a young man clad in outer courtyard attire, each strand of hair shimmering with a faint luster, enveloped in radiant light, resembling a son of the sun, exuding an ethereal grace, and approaching him with a barely perceptible smile. "What do you want by following me?" Long Qingchen questioned coldly. Long Guangjue replied with a smile. "I merely happened to encounter you." Long Qingchen retorted icily, "Do not beat around the bush. I have no time for banter." Long Guangjue expressed admiration. "Truly, you are the unparalleled genius who has traversed the Blood Dragon path, possessing insight as sharp as a blade. I indeed have a small matter to discuss with you." Curiosity piqued, Long Qingchen noted that he and Long Guangjue had no particular rapport and were even adversaries, considering that Long Fengye was a friend of Long Guangjue. Long Guangjue's smile faded as he spoke earnestly. "I must thank you for killing Long Fengye. Long Qingchen was taken aback. Aren't you friends with him? At this, Long Guangjua's expression grew somewhat sinister. The Wind Dragon Clan and the Light Dragon Clan have been on amicable terms for generations. I grew up alongside him. We were indeed friends, even brothers. Yet, he has always overshadowed me in every regard, and our elders frequently compare us, which has caused me great distress. A hint of amusement crossed Long Qingchen's face. So, you harbor resentment towards him? Indeed. Long Guangjue scoffed coldly. Only with his demise will the elders take notice of me, allowing me my moment to shine. Now that he is dead, I have triumphed in the end, and thus, I owe you my gratitude. Gratitude is unnecessary. I merely dispatched him by chance. Long Qingchen realized a pivotal truth. 2 months prior, deep within the untamed mountains, Long Guangjue had caught him in a clandestine affair with Long Bingling, yet refrained from divulging this to Long Fengye. This was the underlying reason. Halt! Just as he intended to depart, Long Guangjue called out to him. Long Qingchen inquired, what more is there to discuss? To kill Long Fengye was not an accident. It was a premeditated act. Long Guangjue gazed intently at him. The Dragon Blood Arena was akin to a trap. You had anticipated that Long Fengye would be unable to resist the challenge. With your prowess, you could have vanquished Long Fengye within mere moves. Yet you refrained from doing so, deliberately allowing Long Fengye to build momentum, creating an illusion of parity. At the critical juncture, you counterattacked, sending Long Fengye flying, and then, you intentionally turned your back to him, tempting Long Fengye to launch a surprise assault. Subsequently, you seized the opportunity to eliminate Long Fengye, leaving the Wind Dragon Clan at a loss for retribution, a most astute stratagem. In comparison, Long Fengye is but a foolish pig. I would rather face 10 Long Fengyes than contend with a rival such as you. Upon hearing Long Guangjue's analysis, Long Qingchen felt a twinge of surprise. He had indeed viewed the Dragon Blood Arena as a trap, though not for Long Fengye, but for Long Qingchen. Apart from this nuance, Long Guangjue's deductions were entirely accurate. What do you mean by these words? Long Qingchen's demeanor grew frosty. Long Guangjue smiled faintly. Long Fengye is a rare talent among the youth of the Wind Dragon Clan, esteemed by the elders. Should you slay him, the elders will harbor an intense hatred towards you. However, in the Dragon Blood Arena, should Long Fengye ambush you and you inadvertently kill him, the elders will find no grounds for revenge. But if I inform them that your act was premeditated rather than accidental, from that moment forth, you shall know no peace. And the elders of the Wind Dragon Clan will seek to retaliate with fervor, potentially implicating your own Azure Dragon Clan as well. Are you threatening me? Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened, finally grasping the implication. One could interpret it in that manner. A glimmer of greed flickered across Long Guangjue's face, having traversed the Dragon Blood path. You are entitled to 10 bottles of Qi gathering pills and a monthly allowance of 40 spirit stones. I do not desire much. Merely half will suffice. Long Qingchen surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no other disciples were present, and replied coldly, you have made 2 grave errors. The first, I abhor being coerced. The second, you should never have attempted to extort me in such a secluded locale. 2 months ago, I warned you, being overly clever can lead to a short life. Exchanging a glance, Long Guangjue noted the icy glint in Long Qingchen's eyes. He trembled, his pupils dilating as realization dawned upon him. You intend to silence me. With a flourish, a pair of azure dragon wings unfurled from Long Qingchen's back, reminiscent of a demon's wings. With a slight tremor, his figure vanished in an instant. Long Guangjue instinctively recoiled, his body prickling with dread, his face pallid. He yearned to scream for help, to escape this place, yet it was all too late. In an instant, Long Qingchen appeared behind him, channeling the power of the Azure Dragon in his palm. Instead of employing the overwhelming technique of the 10,000 dragons, he condensed it into a colossal sword and struck fiercely, executing the wave-cutting slash. Within the Dragon Blood Martial House, disciples are prohibited from harming one another. Should there be irreconcilable conflicts, they may only be resolved on the arena. However, this is not an arena. If anyone were to learn that he had slain Long Guangjue, he would face severe punishment from the Dragon Blood Martial House and relentless retribution from the Guanglong clan, resulting in endless troubles. Thus, he had to act with utmost decisiveness. Although the 10,000 dragons technique possesses immense power, its thunderous roar would attract unwanted attention. Therefore, he opted for the wave-cutting slash. The wave-cutting slash, a superior-grade martial skill of the Black Dragon Clan, was unfamiliar to him. Yet, with the 9 reverse Dragon Emperor's understanding of martial arts, imitating the wave-cutting slash was not overly challenging. Boom. The gigantic sword formed from the Azure Dragon's power struck Long Guangjue's back, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. crashing into the grass by the roadside. He twitched a few times before falling still. Although the external damage appeared minimal, internally his flesh, bones, and organs would surely be obliterated, leaving no hope of survival. Long Qingchen cast another glance around to ensure no one was watching and promptly departed. He did not return directly to his cave, but instead headed to the back mountain, where a mystical seven-colored sparrow resided, known for its nonsensical chatter. He needed to pay a visit. Upon arriving in the ancient forest of the back mountain, he searched all around, but found no trace of the seven-colored sparrow. "Come out," Long Qingchen barked. "I know you're nearby. Do not hide. If I find you, your fate is sealed." The ancient forest was eerily silent. After a moment, he heard a rustling sound and suddenly focused his gaze on an ancient tree. There, amidst its branches, was a hollow from which a long beak protruded, cawing, "I know nothing. Absolutely nothing." Long Qingchen chuckled. The creature's denial only reinforced that it was aware of the happenings far off along the secluded path to the back mountain, showcasing the extent of its mystical abilities. With a swift movement, he dashed forward, reached into the hollow, and seized the seven-colored sparrow by the neck, pulling it out. "If you dare disclose this matter, I will serve you hot pot," he threatened. The little bird coughed and gasped for breath, its head bobbing like a rattle, adamantly insisting, "I know nothing." "That is satisfactory." Long Qingchen's face lit up with a radiant smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. The sight of his gleaming smile sent a shiver down the sparrow's spine. "Do not smile at me. I fear I shall have nightmares tonight." Long Qingchen released it and inquired, "By the way, what is the origin of the martial veins within my body? You have yet to enlighten me." The vibrant bird trembled slightly. Its round eyes filled with trepidation as it furtively scanned its surroundings. In a hushed tone, it cautioned, "Do not inquire further. If this information escapes, it could spell doom for both of us, and even the entire ancient dragon domain may suffer." Long Qingchen, perplexed, questioned the severity of the situation. The colorful bird, with a grave expression, assured him, "Indeed, it is of utmost gravity." Long Qingchen vowed, "Reveal it to me, and I shall keep it confidential, rest assured. I would never jest with my own life." The bird slowly explained, "The martial vein within you is known as the Devourer vein, originating from a formidable lineage, a lineage that haunts the nightmares of all-powerful beings and stands as their fiercest adversary. If those formidable entities discover your possession of the Devourer vein, they will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly." Long Qingchen inquired, "Which lineage?" The bird shook its head, raising a wing to gesture towards the sky. "The name of that lineage is a taboo. Uttering it invites divine retribution, and I am not yet ready to meet my end. Such tyranny that even the name cannot be spoken?" Long Qingchen was taken aback, falling into silence. The bird gazed intently at him and remarked, "You should not remain in the ancient dragon domain. You ought to venture into the outside world, into the realm of humanity. The Devourer vein possesses the ability to seize other martial veins." It paused, leaving its statement unfinished. Long Qingchen's body quivered with realization. "Are you implying that I could acquire all martial veins with the Devourer vein?" The bird expressed envy. "Indeed, that is the remarkable strength of the Devourer vein. Possessing it equates to possessing all martial veins." Long Qingchen was elated. He pondered the heights of power he could achieve if he mastered all martial veins. However, the bird rolled its eyes and cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. Seizing others' martial veins is a grievous transgression. If it becomes known that you can appropriate martial veins, you will find no refuge." With this warning, Long Qingchen regained his composure, contemplating, "The Devourer vein can only seize martial veins, but not dragon veins or the cultivation veins of other races. The dragon race's cultivation vein is referred to as the dragon vein, while the human race's is termed the martial vein. The Kunpeng race's cultivation vein is known as the Kunpeng vein. Each race possesses its corresponding cultivation vein." The bird shook its head, stating, "The Devourer vein, being a martial vein of the human race, is indeed limited to appropriating martial veins. It is ineffective against the cultivation veins of other races, as their origins differ." Long Qingchen felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, the ability of the Devourer vein to appropriate all martial veins was already formidable. He harbored a lingering question that had long been buried within him and finally voiced it. "Since I am of the dragon race, how could I possess the human's Devourer vein?" The bird regarded him with a curious gaze, replying, "That is a question best directed towards your father. Where do you truly hail from?" Long Qingchen understood the implication of its thoughts and playfully swatted at it, exclaiming, "Of course, I am his biological offspring." "Then that is indeed perplexing," the bird remarked. The colorful bird tilted its head and reflected. "Your father is the chieftain of the Azure Dragon Clan, and you possess the Azure Dragon vein of the heavenly tier. Indeed, the Devouring Heaven Martial vein within you must stem from your mother. This implies that your mother belongs to the human race, and moreover, is a direct descendant of that formidable lineage. Upon hearing this deduction, Long Qingchen felt no surprise, as he suspected it might be connected to his own origins. Unfortunately, he had arrived a tad too late in this world, leaving him unaware of his mother's identity. Long Qingchen posed several inquiries regarding the Devouring Heaven Martial vein, to which the colorful bird responded with clarity, deepening his understanding of the subject. It was undeniable that this colorful bird was akin to an encyclopedia, seemingly knowledgeable about everything, rivaling even a search engine. Upon returning to his cave, Long Qingchen pondered, perhaps the colorful bird is correct. I indeed should venture into the outside world. Seated upon the stone bed, he refrained from hastily practicing his cultivation and instead entered a state of deep contemplation, reflecting upon his path of cultivation. The Dragon Blood Martial Mansion was revered as a sacred ground for the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, a place coveted by all talented individuals. Initially, he had not given it much thought and followed the flow into it. Now, however, he realized that the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion was not truly suited for him. I possess all the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, Long Laming, Long Hai, Elder Ba, and the teachings of the scholars, beneficial for other disciples, but utterly useless to me, as I already know it all, making it a waste of time. Within the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, only the cultivation methods of the dragon race were present, lacking those of the human race. I must journey to the realm of humans to learn their cultivation techniques and refine the Devouring Heaven Martial vein. After much deliberation, Long Qingchen resolved to venture into the outside world. Long Jin Xuan'er harbored a powerful force within her, and once she unsealed it, her strength would soar, undoubtedly becoming my formidable adversary. Before leaving the ancient dragon domain, I must eliminate her to avert future troubles. A cold glint flashed in Long Qingchen's eyes. Having clarified his future path of cultivation, he gradually closed his eyes, entering a tranquil state of mind akin to a vast void, and commenced his practice. With a roar, he activated the 9 reverse dragon technique, and a gentle dragon's chant resonated from within him, echoing throughout the cave, as if an ancient dragon lay dormant, now awakened. Chapter 56. What has happened? All outer court disciples, gather. The following day, on the 3rd day since the new disciples entered the Dragon Blood Martial Mansion, before dawn, a furious roar echoed from the foot of the mountain, reverberating through every cave within the great mountain. At the peak of the mountain, within the number 1 cave, Long Qingchen slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer passed through his gaze. He discerned from the roar that it belonged to the Vice Mansion Master responsible for daily affairs. What could have provoked such anger from the Vice Mansion Master? He surmised it might be related to Long Guangjue. After completing his morning rituals at a leisurely pace, he consumed a body-nurturing pill that was beyond his capabilities, instantly invigorating him. Only then did he open the stone door and proceed down the mountain. As he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he found that all the outer disciples had already gathered on the flat ground, forming 2 orderly ranks in complete silence. Between the 2 formations lay a lifeless body, that of Long Guangjue. What had transpired? Long Qingchen cast a surprised glance. Return to formation, commanded the old man in white. His expression grim. He briefly regarded Long Qingchen before casting a stern gaze over the assembled disciples. Whoever is responsible, step forward. The disciples remained utterly silent, none daring to reveal themselves. Long Qingchen slowly approached the ranks of the newly initiated disciples, taking his place beside Long Bingling in the front row. The voice of the old man was as frigid as a winter's chill. If you confess, you may receive a lighter punishment. However, should I uncover the truth myself, you will be expelled from the Dragon Blood Martial House and never accepted again. The disciples exchanged glances, still none willing to step forward. The old man's gaze turned icy as he fixated on a tall, youthful disciple. Without rules, there can be no order. The Dragon Blood Martial House has clear regulations prohibiting disciples from harming one another. Should there be irreconcilable conflicts, they may be resolved in the arena. Yet, some disciples choose to act outside these bounds, which is a blatant disregard for our rules. The young disciple's expression stiffened, feeling the weight of the old man's stare. Deputy Headmaster, why do you look at me like that? Long Heiyao, do you still deny it? The old man thundered. As the foremost of the 3 outstanding disciples in the outer court, as the chief disciple of the entire outer court, you dare to lead the violation of the Dragon Blood Martial House's regulations. I am deeply disappointed in you. Deputy Headmaster suspects the senior brother? How can this be? The senior brother is the chief disciple of the outer court and is slated to ascend to the inner court next year. a certainty that promises a bright future. How could he do something to jeopardize that? The disciples murmured in disbelief, casting incredulous looks at the young disciple. Long Heiyao retorted angrily, "Deputy Headmaster, I respect you. But you are wrongfully accusing me. I refuse to accept this." With a swift motion, the old man raised his hand and struck him hard across the face, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. Still daring to argue? A deep imprint of the slap marred Long Heiyao's face. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Disheveled and resembling a wounded beast, he howled in a frenzy, "I did not do it. Even if you beat me to death, I will not confess." The disciples fell into a heavy silence, too afraid to breathe. A faint smile curled at the corner of Long Qingchen's mouth, devoid of any sympathy. "Would I wrongfully accuse you without evidence?" The old man laughed in rage. "Since you refuse to admit it, I shall make you submit." He gestured with a wave of his hand. Two guards immediately bent down to turn the body over, exposing its back. The disciples focused their gaze intently, and there, on Long Guangjue's lifeless back, lay a deep sword mark. It was merely a single cut. What made it certain that the senior brother was responsible? Had the deputy headmaster been too hasty in his judgment? They were engulfed in confusion, whispering amongst themselves. The elder in the white robe fixed a cold gaze upon Long Heiyao. This sword mark was no ordinary scar. It had shattered Long Guangjue's flesh, bones, organs, and meridians. It was the result of the first strike of the Black Dragon Clan's advanced martial art, Breaking Wave Slash. This technique was rather profound, beyond the comprehension of most disciples. Among all the students in the outer court of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, only those who had practiced Breaking Wave Slash and achieved a modicum of success could wield such power. Long Heiyao's complexion turned pale as he stared vacantly at the sword mark on the corpse, feeling as if all his strength had been sapped, collapsing to the ground. The elder in white sneered, "The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say?" With bloodshot eyes, Long Heiyao, filled with desperation, crawled to the elder's feet, grasping them tightly, and cried out, "5 years ago, since my entry into the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, I have been diligent and hardworking. Fearing to disappoint the elders and scholars of the Black Dragon Clan, how could I dare to violate the Academy's regulations and ruin my future? Please, Deputy Head, believe me. I am innocent." The elder withdrew his foot, casting a disappointed glance at him before slowly closing his eyes and sighing, "Your diligence, efforts, and achievements have not gone unnoticed by me and the scholars. Alas, rules are rules. It is precisely because of the strict regulations of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy that it has become a sacred ground for the younger generation's cultivation. Any disciple who violates the rules must face severe punishment. You may leave now, find your own path in the outside world, and you will still have opportunities." Long Baiyu shook his head slightly, having spent 5 years to become the top disciple of the outer court, on the verge of being selected for the inner court. With a bright future ahead, only to find himself expelled from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. "I did not do it." Long Heiyao continued to bow repeatedly, his forehead bloodied from the relentless pounding. "Do you still not acknowledge it?" The elder in white suddenly opened his eyes, fury igniting within him. "I am known for my impartiality. I would never wrong anyone. Leave the Dragon Heart Martial Academy at once, lest you bring further disgrace upon yourself." Long Heiyao appeared to recall something, lifting his head with newfound brightness in his eyes. "In the back mountain, there is a mystical 7-colored sparrow. The deputy head can summon it, and it will reveal the truth. This disciple is wronged." Seeing his resolute demeanor, the elder in white could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to a guard. "Go to the back mountain and find Scholar Long Qingchen. Borrow her 7-colored sparrow for a moment." "Yes." The guard acknowledged and hurried away. Scholar Long Qingchen's 7-colored sparrow, with the bloodline of the ancient phoenix, possessed the ability to discern the happenings within the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. It would not speak falsely. If it truly were the work of the elder brother, he would surely not dare to suggest seeking the sparrow, since he had the audacity to propose it. There was indeed a possibility of his innocence. The disciples began to murmur among themselves. Before long, the guard returned, a sorrowful expression etched upon his face, looking as if he were on the verge of tears. Perched atop his head was the resplendent 7-colored sparrow, its claws playfully tousling his hair into a nest-like formation, reclining comfortably as if to convey a sense of superiority. Chapter 57. Sister Xian, I know not what you speak of beholding the sparrow in such a whimsical disposition. The disciples were momentarily taken aback. The elder in white cleared his throat and spoke with gravity. 7-colored sparrow. I must inquire, who was responsible for the demise of Long Guangjue? I am famished, the sparrow proclaimed, stretching its wings as if to indulge in a leisurely yawn. The elder's lips twitched in exasperation, Yet he refrained from expressing his irritation, instructing the guard, "Provide it with a piece of wild boar meat." "I detest wild boar meat." The sparrow squawked, "I prefer bison meat, medium rare." With a resigned sigh, the elder acquiesced and offered it a slice of bison. A guard hurried off to the kitchen. "Bison meat shall be procured forthwith. May I implore you to answer my question in the meantime?" The elder pressed. The sparrow turned its body. Lying on its side with one wing cradling its head, "I shall respond only after I am satiated." The elder fell silent. Watching the capricious sparrow with a measure of relief, it seemed his admonition from the previous day had borne fruit, and the sparrow understood its obligations. Shortly, the guard returned, cradling a piece of bison meat and presenting it to the sparrow's beak. "I do not wish for you to feed me. I desire him to do so." The sparrow insisted, lifting a wing to point toward the new disciples. Its wings slowly traversed the gathering until it landed upon Long Qingchen. Noticing the cold glint in Long Qingchen's eyes, the sparrow shivered and quickly redirected its wing to rest upon Long Jin Xuan'er. "I find your behavior excessive, seven-colored sparrow," the elder said, his patience wearing thin. "Fear not, I shall feed it," Long Jin Xuan'er chimed, stepping forward with a radiant smile. She extended her delicate hand to accept the bison from the guard, and with her other hand, she unsheathed a dagger from her waist. Slicing a piece of meat and deftly offering it to the sparrow, the disciples gazed in awe at Long Jin Xuan'er, her long, light golden hair cascading like a shimmering waterfall, her elegant robes failing to conceal her flawless figure. Standing poised, her every movement was breathtakingly beautiful. Long Qingchen scoffed inwardly. Long Jin Xuan'er was a remarkably formidable woman, always seizing opportunities to showcase her beauty when all eyes were upon her, leaving an indelible impression on the minds of talented young men, compelling them to submit at her feet and serve her loyally. The sparrow opened its beak with a snap, grasping the piece of meat and chewing eagerly, mumbling, "If only there were fine wine to accompany this." Long Bingling could not contain her laughter, her bright eyes sparkling with delight at the charming little bird. "I have wine," Long Baiyu announced, producing a leather pouch and stepping forward. Long Qingchen regarded her with intrigue. Apart from her, which other female disciple would carry wine on their person? "I want her to feed me." The colorful bird extended its wings, pointing towards Long Bingling. "My wine, yet you refuse to let me feed," it lamented. "Ungrateful wretch of a bird." Long Baiyu shot an irritated glance at the colorful bird and angrily thrust the beast skin pouch into Long Bingling's hands. Delighted, Long Bingling took hold of the pouch and scampered forward, positioning it upright and inserting the opening into the bird's beak, as though feeding a child with a bottle. The colorful bird sputtered, rolling its eyes in distress. "Cough, cough, little girl, this potent liquor is not consumed in such a manner." "Serves you right," Long Baiyu chuckled. At long last, after the colorful bird had devoured the bison meat and savored the fine wine, the elder in white robes inquired, "Now, you may speak. Who killed Long Guanjua?" The colorful bird stood upright, rubbing its wings against its body. "I wish to take a bath," it declared. The guard looked up at the nest made of feathers, feeling utterly despondent. "You don't mean to relieve yourself atop my head, do you?" The elder's expression soured as he retorted angrily, "Colorful bird, if you continue this nonsense, I shall summon your master." At the mention of its master, the colorful bird recoiled slightly. "Fine, I shall speak." It extended its wings, pointing at the disciples. Those singled out by its gaze turned pale, their bodies chilled. Fortunately, the wings moved aside, ultimately landing on Long Heiyao. It was he who killed Long Guanjua. The disciples fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Long Heiyao, who shook his head in dismay. Long Heiyao stood frozen, staring blankly at the colorful bird. Then, with eyes ablaze, he roared, "Why do you also wrongfully accuse me?" "Why?" The elder in white shot him a cold glance. "The evidence is irrefutable, both material and avian. You have no grounds for further denial. Expel him from the Dragon Blood Martial House, never to set foot within again." The guards swiftly surrounded Long Heiyao, pinning his arms behind him and marching him towards the entrance. Long Heiyao cried out, repeatedly proclaiming his innocence, yet no one paid heed. Long Qingchen's gaze flickered, as he gained a deeper understanding of this world. Victors are kings, for his schemes were more profound, and his rapport with the colorful bird was slightly superior. Thus, it was not he who was cast out of the Dragon Blood Martial House, but rather his senior brother, Long Heiyao, who had offended him. "Disperse, return to your cultivation," the elder in white commanded with a wave of his hand. The disciples scattered. The newly admitted disciples made their way to the martial hall, as it was a dual Sunday, requiring them to listen to the teachings of the academy scholars. The senior disciples, however, did not head to the martial hall, as their curriculum was lighter. Some ventured to their caves, others to the martial arena, and some to the training rooms for self-cultivation. Long Bingling approached Long Qingchen, only to see Long Jin Xuan'er arrive beside him first. With a cold huff, she departed ahead. Long Jin Xuan'er gently linked her arm with Long Qingchen's, a knowing smile gracing her exquisite features. Now, Chen has learned to employ stratagems. I am quite pleased. You have done well, very astutely. Sister Xian, I do not comprehend what you mean, Long Qingchen replied, his expression bewildered, though a chill crept into his heart, realizing that Long Jin Xuan'er had discerned his intentions. Long Jin Xuan chuckled softly, casting him a sidelong glance. All right, no more talking. Let's go. I have some matters to discuss with the deputy headmaster, so I won't be attending the martial arts hall today. Long Qingchen had already resolved to venture into the outside world, but he needed the approval of the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. Long Jin Xuan regarded him with peculiar eyes. You've mentioned alchemy and forging, and today, a master of formations from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy should be giving a lecture. You don't happen to understand formations as well, do you? I do not. Long Qingchen replied with a slight shake of his head. In truth, the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor was well versed in all auxiliary professions. However, he wished to conceal too much from Long Jin Xuan. If you don't understand, you ought to listen. Hurry and finish your business, then come to the martial arts hall. Long Jin Xuan laughed lightly, gazing deeply at him before releasing his arm and making her way alone to the martial arts hall. Long Qingchen pursued the elder in white robes. The Dragon Blood Martial Academy had 2 deputy headmasters. The one before him managed the daily affairs of the disciples, while the other oversaw their training. He needed to apply for a leave of absence from the academy, but he was uncertain whom to approach. Deputy headmaster, I request a leave of absence. He reached the elder in white, eschewing any roundabout explanations and stating his purpose directly. A leave of absence? The elder in white looked somewhat bewildered. Long Qingchen then remembered that in this world, the concept of a leave of absence did not exist, and clarified, I wish to go out and experience the world for a period. The elder's expression shifted to one of understanding, his gaze peculiar. I have heard that you are proficient in alchemy and forging, and that you have defeated both Long Huoya and Long Heiyao. Given your auxiliary skills and strength, it may not be suitable for you to remain in the outer academy. How about this? I will discuss with the headmaster about promoting you to the inner academy ahead of time. The training resources there are far superior to those in the outer academy, and it would be more fitting for you to cultivate alongside those true prodigies in the inner academy. I merely wish to take a leave of absence to gain experience. Long Qingchen insisted, shaking his head and standing firm in his decision. Having acquired the complete memories of the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor, the teachings of the scholars held no value for him. He understood better than anyone how to cultivate. For him, there was little distinction between the outer and inner academies. Moreover, he had resolved to travel to the human territories to cultivate human techniques and develop the Devouring Sky Martial Veins. Without the Devouring Sky Martial Veins, he would have long been overtaken by the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor. Moreover, without them, he could never have traversed the Dragon Blood path. All indications suggested that the Devouring Sky Martial Veins were even more potent than the Heavenly Grade Dragon Veins. He could not afford to forsake the substantial for the trivial. Should he choose between the Devouring Sky Martial Veins and the Heavenly Grade Dragon Veins? Such choices are for children. Adults pursue both. One must grasp both opportunities and exert effort in both endeavors. Seeing his steadfastness, the elder in white sighed in resignation. Very well. For how long do you wish to take this leave? 3 years. Long Qingchen had already deliberated this matter. 2 months prior, he had sworn the Dragon Blood Oath to slay the champion of the Dragon Slayer warriors within 3 years, and he was determined to return by then. What? 3 years? The old man in the white robe exclaimed in disbelief, his expression darkening. No, this is too long. I can grant you at most a year for your training. 2 years. 1 year. 2 years. After a protracted negotiation, the old man ultimately conceded to a year and a half of leave. He solemnly advised, you have traversed the long-sealed Dragon Blood path for 8,000 years, a truly unparalleled genius in this millennium. The Dragon Blood Martial House and the entire Dragon Clan hold great expectations for you. During your training, strive diligently and do not become complacent. Rest assured, I shall heed the Deputy Headmaster's counsel, replied Long Qingchen with a smile. Clearly, the Deputy Headmaster presumed he would be training within the ancient dragon domain, unaware that he intended to venture beyond it. Had he known, he likely would not have so readily approved the leave. Of course, even if the Deputy Headmaster had denied his request, Long Qingchen could have chosen to depart from the Dragon Blood Martial House directly. However, such an action would have constituted a grave violation of the house's regulations. potentially resulting in his expulsion from the Dragon Blood Martial House and the cessation of his monthly allowances. The financial support he received was substantial, and he was reluctant to forego it. Thus, he required the approval for his leave. May I perhaps receive an advance on 1.5 years of my monthly allowance? Long Qingchen pressed his advantage. The deputy headmaster waved his hand in resignation. Go ahead. Thank you, deputy headmaster. Long Qingchen replied with a respectful bow before turning to head towards the storeroom, perhaps having learned from the previous encounter. The steward of the storeroom did not impede him this time and promptly granted him an advance on 1.5 years of his monthly allowance. Having lived a modest life in his past existence, he was quite prudent with his cultivation resources. His inventory included 182 bottles of qi-gathering pills, which expedite the condensation of spiritual energy and are useful for daily cultivation. 720 spirit stones, the hard currency of the realm, usable for purchasing cultivation resources. A total of 11 spirit essence pills, of which he had given 3 to Long Qinghu and 3 to Long Bingsheng, consumed 3 himself, leaving him with 2 that were now of no use and could be sold. Several blood condensation pills, utilized for staunching wounds, one of which was gifted by Long Qinghu. A partially damaged spatial ring, though it was only half functional. It still held considerable value due to the rarity of such items. A dragon-patterned Blackwood waist token, a symbol of having traversed the dragon blood path. Crafted from precious wood and possessing certain worth, it could be sold if he found himself struggling in the outside world. 3 dragon-patterned mysterious yellow armor, of treasure grade, offering decent protection and significant value. A purple meteorite iron sword, a spirit-grade weapon that enhances strength. It should not be sold unless absolutely necessary. Over 200,000 pieces of Dragon Clan exchange gold notes accumulated since childhood, usable only within the ancient dragon domain, akin to dollars that require conversion for use domestically. After meticulously tallying his possessions, Long Qingchen felt a sense of security wash over him. With savings in hand, he was no longer anxious. Undoubtedly, his greatest asset remained the devouring heaven martial vein within him, the heavenly grade dragon vein, and the memories of the 9 reversal dragon emperor. Leaving the storeroom, Long Qingchen eschewed the martial arts hall and instead proceeded to the training chamber. Embracing the principle of making the most of available opportunities, he intended to utilize the training room extensively before departing from the Long Blood Martial House. The senior disciples, who were queuing for their turn in the training room, bowed respectfully upon his arrival, their eyes brimming with admiration. He had triumphed over Long Heiyao, who was subsequently expelled from the Long Blood Martial House, thereby earning the title of senior brother in the outer courtyard. Long Qingchen reflected on the reality of a world that venerates the strong. The sensation of being a dominant figure was undeniably exhilarating. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the innermost training room. However, as he reached the entrance, he suddenly paused and cast a glance back at the senior disciples. From now on, you are permitted to use this training room in my absence. Previously, he had remarked that Long Heiyao occupied the space without contributing. If he were to act similarly, it would amount to a self-inflicted humiliation. Thus, he felt it necessary to clarify his stance. Thank you, senior brother. When Long Heiyao was in charge, we were forbidden from using it, his demeanor being tyrannical. Yet, you possess a magnanimous spirit that earns our respect. Should you require anything, please feel free to command us. The senior disciples were elated. With an additional training room at their disposal, they would no longer have to wait as long. Long Qingchen understood the adage that when the walls fall, everyone pushes, and he was wise enough not to take their words too seriously. He said little more and entered the training room, immersing himself in his practice. Thus, he spent his days coming and going early and late, dedicating himself to the training chamber. After a fortnight, he had steadily advanced his cultivation to the 9th level of the Xianlong realm. Returning to his cave abode, he found it was nearly midnight. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a faint waft of incense. Seated cross-legged on the stone bed was a striking figure engaged in meditation. Her exquisite visage radiated tranquility and focus, her beautiful eyes gently closed, long lashes fluttering like fans, cascading golden hair resembling a waterfall, and a white training outfit elegantly draping her perfect curves. As if sensing his entrance, her eyes fluttered open, and Long Qingchen smiled. I haven't seen you at the martial arts hall these days. Where have you been wandering? In the training room, Long Qingchen replied, settling beside her and instinctively wrapping an arm around her slender waist, gazing at her face with the same infatuation as before. Will you stay tonight? Long Qingchen shot him a playful glare, gently pushing his restless hand away, then nestled her head against his shoulder. Tomorrow is a day off. I plan to visit the Golden Dragon Clan. Do you wish to accompany me? Of course, it has been too long since I last paid my respects to my in-laws. A smile graced Long Qingchen's lips, though a flicker of cold light passed through his eyes. The opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 59. I won ultimately. Long Qingchen returned to her own cave abode. A wise woman always understands the importance of maintaining a respectful distance. The following day, before dawn, Long Qingchen rose early, drew water to wash, and consumed a body-nourishing pill. Once more, he returned to the stone bed, seated in a lotus position, and gradually began to circulate the 9 reversal dragon art, taking a moment to adjust his breathing and attain his optimal state. In the presence of a formidable adversary like Huang Jin Xuan'er, he could not afford to be careless. He must ensure absolute certainty. With a resonant clang, he drew forth the purple meteor longsword, meticulously wiping it down with a damp cloth, its cold gleam reflecting in his eyes. His plan was to eliminate Huang Jin Xuan'er on the road, and subsequently lure a few powerful exotic beasts to create the illusion that she had fallen prey to them, thus shielding himself from suspicion. During this period, he had feigned reconciliation with Huang Jin Xuan'er, intending to let the entire Long blood martial house believe that they were deeply in love. In this way, should an unexpected disaster befall her, he would not attract scrutiny. After all, who would dare suspect someone who was engaged to such an exquisite beauty, endowed with immense talent and a noble lineage? As he estimated that the time was right, Long Qingchen grasped the purple meteor longsword and pushed open the heavy stone door, stepping out of the cave. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, he beheld Long Jin Xuan'er, who had been waiting there, her enchanting eyes glimmering. She had donned a delicate light green gown, her face adorned with subtle makeup, enhancing her already flawless beauty. The pearls at her ears seemed to pale in comparison, while a white belt accentuated her slender waist, showcasing her perfect figure. As he descended, Long Jin Xuan'er approached gracefully, naturally linking her arm with his, casting him a playful glance. Must you always keep me waiting? Why not arrive a bit earlier next time? Next time, it will be my turn to wait for you. Long Qingchen smiled softly, wrapping his arm around her slim waist as they strolled towards the entrance. During this time, he had ceased all interactions with Long Bingling and had indeed turned over a new leaf. It must be said that Long Qingchen was exceptionally gifted. He had traversed the long-sealed dragon blood path that had remained untouched for 8,000 years, vanquishing 22 challengers and emerging as the newly appointed chief disciple. He had also succeeded in defeating Long Huoye and Long Heiyao, his prowess unrivaled within the Outer Academy. As long as he treated Jin Xuan'er well, they seemed quite compatible. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous disciples, all casting envious glances their way. With a swift motion, Long Qingchen and Long Jin Xuan'er exited the gates, transforming into dragon forms and soaring into the sky, heading towards the territory of the Golden Dragon Clan. Along the way, they bantered and laughed, as though they had reverted to the warmth of their relationship from 2 months prior. Look over there. There appears to be a spirit herb. As they flew over the rugged mountains, Long Qingchen abruptly altered his course, descending towards a secluded valley. Is there truly? Long Jin Xuan'er queried, her expression skeptical. As she followed him into the valley, a glint of determination flashed in Long Qingchen's eyes. It was here that he would send her on her way. With a roar, he summoned the power of the Azure Dragon, unleashing the dominating Heaven 10,000 dragon palm, which instantly manifested for dragon forms that howled fiercely as they surged towards her. Tearing through the air, Long Jin Xuan'er's golden dragon form swayed slightly, retreating 100 meters to evade the strike, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Brother Chun, what is the meaning of this? Did you anticipate that I would strike back? A chill coursed through Long Qingchen, a foreboding sensation settling within him. Long Jin Xuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of sorrow. You promised me, Chun, to grant me one more chance. Why have you betrayed your word and suddenly turned against me? Once, we swore eternal fidelity, vowing to grow old together, yet you have plotted against me. Are you not the one who has broken your promise? Long Qingchen let out a cold laugh, raising his sharp dragon claw and suddenly lunging at her. Whoosh! Long Qingchen retreated 100 meters once more. Boom! The sharp claw struck empty air, plunging deep into a stone wall, shattering it into fragments that flew through the air. Long Qingchen sighed. Indeed, I was at fault in the past, but I have acknowledged my mistakes, and I intend to make amends. Will you not forgive me? Acknowledgement? Long Qingchen's voice was frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. If acknowledgement were of any use, I could just as easily apologize to you after I have slain you. He pursued her relentlessly, suddenly raising his massive dragon tail, resembling a battle blade, and slashing downward. Whoosh! Long Qingchen again retreated, landing in a lake. Rumbling. The dragon tail struck the ground, creating a deep chasm. Suddenly, A pair of enormous Azure Dragon wings unfurled from Long Qingchen's back, and with a powerful flap, he vanished from sight. Such speed. Long Jin Xuan'er's eyes sparkled with intrigue and surprise. She seemed to anticipate that Long Qingchen would appear to her left. Raising her golden dragon claw, she struck directly to the side. Clang! The two claws collided fiercely, sending sparks flying and producing an ear-piercing resonance. Crash! The dragon claws shattered, blood spilling forth, as Long Qingchen was forced back, creating towering waves in the lake. Long Qingchen also felt the impact, staggering and coughing up blood. Indeed, Chen's strength has reached a level where he can contend with me in a life-and-death struggle. She smiled charmingly. I find myself increasingly fond of you, Chen. Long Qingchen was alarmed. Both Long Huizi and Long Guangjue had perished beneath his dragon wings, unable to react. Yet Long Qingchen could predict the fluctuations of his wing movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed his dragon wings in rapid succession, shifting positions, while simultaneously employing the Overlord's 10,000 Dragon's Palm, launching a tempestuous assault. Long Qingchen remained unflustered, simultaneously executing two techniques from the Golden Dragon Clan. It seemed she could multitask effortlessly, yet she refrained from attacking, focusing solely on defense. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of the Azure Dragon and the Golden Dragon clashed continuously, causing the entire lake's surface to erupt in colossal waves. After hundreds of exchanges, Long Qingchen's dragon form was battered and bloodied, while Long Qingchen also sustained significant injuries, coughing up blood. Their strengths were evenly matched, leading to mutual devastation. Glancing at the crimson waters of the lake, Long Qingchen suddenly smiled mysteriously. I have won. Our Azure Dragon Clan excels in prolonged combat. If this battle continues, you are doomed. Long Qingchen, perplexed, had gained a clear understanding of Long Jin Xuan'er's strength through this battle. He believed his odds of victory to be at least 70%. Yet he could not comprehend why she would make such a claim. With our dragon blood as a sacrificial offering, we forge an oath of life and death. The Dragon Clan's life and death curse. Long Qingchen transforms into human form, seated gracefully upon the lake's surface, chanting ancient incantations. Buzz. The crimson waters of the lake instantly boil, erupting into a colossal surge of sanguine light that soars into the heavens. Boom. The entire sky is suffused with a blood-red hue, swirling with numerous crimson clouds. Crack. Two bolts of blood-colored lightning manifest in the firmament, transforming into dragon-shaped sigils. One descends upon Long Qingchen, merging within her being. The other strikes towards Long Qingchen, whose expression darkens in alarm. He unleashes the power of the Azure Dragon within his claws, executing a series of evasive maneuvers. Yet this dragon-shaped sigil resolutely locks onto his essence, rendering him unable to evade, and it too plunges into his body. Chun, if you still insist on killing me, then do so. Upon completing the incantation, it seems Long Qingchen has exhausted all her strength. Her exquisite visage is rendered pale and frail. Yet the corners of her mouth curl into a victorious smile as she closes her beautiful eyes, slightly raising her snow-white neck, exuding an air of resignation. You, Long Qingchen, consumed by fury, channels the power of the Azure Dragon into 4 dragon forms, raising his claws yet hesitating to strike. Should he slay Long Qingchen, he too would perish. Such is the essence of the Dragon Clan's life and death curse. From the moment he ambushed Long Qingchen, he had been ensnared in her scheme. Long Qingchen retreated thrice, luring him into this lake for battle. Ultimately, both parties suffered grievous wounds, their dragon blood mingling within the waters. In the end, Long Qingchen utilized this dragon blood to cast the life and death curse, binding their fates together. Chapter 60. He cannot afford to lose. It is said that in ancient times, 2 ancestral dragons were the closest of friends, vowing to share life and death, thus creating the secret art of the Dragon Clan's life and death curse. You dare not forge the life and death curse with me, yet you claim to be my friend? You dare not bind your fate to mine, yet you profess your affection for me? In ancient times, such words resonated among the Dragon Clan for a period. Countless years have passed, and the tides of time have shifted. In the present era, the life and death curse has nearly been forgotten by the entire Dragon Clan. No one wishes to speak of it, for only a fool would invoke such a binding. Yet, Long Qingchen did not anticipate that Long Qingchen would resort to this foolish tactic. She is merciless not only to her foes, but to herself as well. Should Long Qingchen perish, so too shall he. Likewise, should he meet his end, Long Qingchen would also fall under the influence of the life and death curse. Their fates are irrevocably intertwined. The most terrifying aspect is that the Dragon Clan's life and death curse is nearly unsolvable. Throughout history, no method of breaking it has been discovered. Even in the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, there exists no way to unravel the Dragon Clan's life and death curse. Chun, I am weary. Assist me to the shore to rest. Long Qingchen's smile is faint yet present, her stunning face bearing a hint of fatigue. In a fit of rage, Long Qingchen chose to disregard her pleas and prepared to take flight. However, Long Qingchen, with a pitiful tone, called out, Chen Di, I have completely exhausted my golden dragon strength. A mere beast could easily end my life. Are you truly so heartless? Long Qingchen was tempted to let her fend for herself, yet the death curse loomed like a dark cloud over his heart. Gradually, he regained his composure, turned his dragon form, extended a claw, and captured her, casting her onto the sandy shore of a lake. Long Qingchen shot him a disdainful glance, propping herself up with her delicate hands as she struggled to rise. That day in the martial hall, when I confessed my feelings, you agreed far too quickly. I doubted your capacity to forgive me so easily. Thus, I remained cautious and never left the Dragon Blood Martial House, ensuring you could not find an opportune moment to strike. Until today, when the entire Dragon Blood Martial House had a day off, and we agreed to return together to the Golden Dragon Clan. I knew you would be unable to resist taking action against me on the way. Last night, I stealthily traversed the entire route, surveying the terrain and identifying 5 secluded locations where you might choose to act. I made preparations in advance. As expected, you chose to strike here, one of the very places I had selected. She chuckled softly, recounting the entire sequence of events. Long Qingchen was taken aback. Long Qingchen's scheming was astoundingly intricate. She had orchestrated a flawless plan over a month ago, and in comparison, his own scheme appeared almost laughable, akin to a 3-year-old attempting to outsmart an adult. In his past life on Earth, he had read numerous fantasy novels where a hapless individual would traverse into another realm, effortlessly outsmarting everyone as if the inhabitants were all simpletons. Now, having genuinely arrived in another world, he realized that he was not the only clever one. The inhabitants were far from foolish, and among them were astute individuals like Long Qingchen, capable of outmaneuvering countless self-proclaimed intelligent adventurers. I concede, you have triumphed. Long Qingchen inhaled deeply, regaining his aloof demeanor. Accepting defeat was necessary, yet he was not one to shy away from loss. Do you possess such confidence that I will act in one of the 5 secluded locations you have chosen? Long Qingchen pondered, recognizing that Long Qingchen was not a gambler willing to wager her life. What if I attacked elsewhere? Wouldn't that spell your doom? Not at all. From the Dragon Blood Martial House to the sacred grounds of the Golden Dragon Clan, I am intimately familiar with this route. Other locations are frequented by many dragons. Should any dragon learn of your actions against me, the Golden Dragon Clan would retaliate fiercely against you and the Azure Dragon Clan. Thus, you are compelled to strike in one of these 5 secluded spots. Long Qingchen smiled charmingly, lifting her damp skirt with a delicate hand to reveal a slender, fair leg, and gracefully approached him. With her other hand, she playfully grasped one of his Azure Dragon horns. Long Qingchen extended his massive claw to push her away, fixing her with an intense gaze. I am speaking hypothetically. What if you are mistaken? It matters not if one guesses incorrectly. A gleam of purity surfaced in Long Qingchen's beautiful eyes as she gently patted her jade-like hand. With a swift motion, a ghostly figure emerged from the ancient forest, revealing an elderly woman who hovered in the air, her gaze coldly fixed upon Long Qingchen. This venerable guardian was assigned to me by the Golden Dragon Clan, and until I fully mature, she will quietly watch over me, Long Qingchen explained with a smile, having discreetly followed us throughout our journey. A chill ran down Long Qingchen's spine, and he felt an unsettling coldness in his heart. If that were the case, why not simply end my life? It seems unnecessary for you to bind me with a life and death curse. Long Qingchen gazed deeply into his eyes, stating, I merely wish for you to understand that my words that day in the martial hall were heartfelt. I regret the actions I took against you and the pain I caused. Long Qingchen fell silent. He certainly would not believe her words from that day in the martial hall. Just moments ago, Long Qingchen could have commanded her guardian to kill him, but chose instead to invoke the life and death curse, binding her life to his. At this juncture, what more could he say? From a young age, I relied on my cleverness and enjoyed weaving schemes, never once acting against my own interest. Yet now, I have committed a foolish act. Long Qingchen's eyes reddened slightly, her voice choked with emotion. Brother Chun, to earn your forgiveness, I have wagered even my own life. What more do you wish from me? Long Qingchen's gaze was complex. 2 months prior, you plotted against me, nearly costing me my life. You owe me a life. and I vowed to become your nightmare. Just now, you refrained from letting the guardian kill me, which has returned a life to me. I am clear about our grievances. From this day forth, we are even. Is it truly so simple as being even? Long Qingchen's beautiful eyes reflected sorrow. Cannot you grant me one more chance? Long Qingchen replied coldly. From the moment you conspired against me, my heart has already perished. Long Qingchen trembled, a sense of desolation in her eyes. With a roar, Long Qingchen soared into the sky, releasing a resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens. He felt a weight lift from his heart as he let go of this grudge. His dragon form shifted, rapidly soaring toward the Azure Dragon Valley, and in an instant, he transformed into a distant azure speck, vanishing into the horizon. The elderly woman sighed. My lady, why did you not allow me to eliminate him? And yet, you have bound yourself to him with a life and death curse. If he were to encounter any mishap, would you not? My decision is not for you to question. Long Qingchen replied, casting a faint glance at the elderly woman. Though still in her youth, she exuded an air of authority, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distant sky, a slight smile gracing her lips. It is impossible to be truly even. We are still bound by our engagement. Humph. It shall not be so easy for you to cast me aside. This sentiment seemed directed at the elderly woman, yet it also felt like a soliloquy. The Golden Dragon Clan is a royal lineage. As long as they refuse to annul the marriage pact, the Azure Dragon Clan cannot extricate themselves from it. Chapter 61. There are always practitioners who seek to harm the dragons. Chengge. Chengge has returned. Chengge has traversed the Dragon Blood path, sealed for 8 millennia. And on the Dragon Blood arena, he swept away 22 challengers, earning the title of the newly appointed chief disciple. He has also triumphed over both Long Huolai and Long Heiyao, rising to become the chief disciple of the Outer Academy, bringing great honor to our Azure Dragon Clan. As Long Qingchen returned to Azure Dragon Valley, over 100 youths flocked around him, their faces adorned with flattering smiles. You must also strive to bring glory to the Azure Dragon Clan in the future. Long Qingchen, taking human form, cast a glance at them, adopting a facade of insincere encouragement. Chengge. Long Qinghu spoke in a low voice, his gaze filled with reverence. Come with me. Long Qingchen sensed that this utterance of Chengge was the only genuine expression among them. He patted Long Qinghu on the shoulder, resolving to bestow some fortune upon the lad before his departure. Long Qingchen and Long Qinghu walked side by side toward the clan leader's cavern. Back already? It seemed that his voice had reached the cavern, where the robust laughter of Long Qinghao resonated, indicating a good mood. Congratulations, father, on your further advancement in cultivation. Long Qingchen could feel his father's aura strengthened once again, clearly indicating a breakthrough in his cultivation. Just a slight improvement. Long Qinghao chuckled awkwardly. He had intended to commend his son, but found himself being praised instead. I've heard about your exploits at the Dragon Blood Martial Academy. You have done well. Long Qingchen replied with a smile. It must be the news relayed by Elder 8, right? Indeed. Elder 8 visited a few days ago and spoke of your and Long Qing's performance at the academy. Long Qinghao nodded slightly, patting his shoulder, feeling nostalgic. My son has finally grown up. Long Qingchen felt a pang of bittersweetness. As a transmigrator, he had been remarkably mature from a young age. Yet he had struggled to adapt to this ruthless world, only awakening to reality after being schemed against by Long Jin Xuan'er. Enough of this. Come, let us share a few drinks. Long Qinghao shook his head with a smile, retrieving a jar of wine from his spatial ring. Qinghu is here as well. Let us drink together. I'll take care of it. How could I let father serve? Gathered around the stone table, Long Qingchen eagerly accepted the jar, first pouring a generous cup for his father, then for Long Qinghu, and finally for himself. You little rascal, where did you learn such flattery? Long Qinghao chided him playfully. Yet he raised his cup with satisfaction and drank it down in one gulp. Long Qinghu felt somewhat awkward, unsure where to place his hands. He lifted his cup, taking a hearty swig, which caused his face to flush red, yet he stifled any coughs. Seizing the opportunity while his father was in high spirits, Long Qingchen knew it was time to speak. I have applied for a 1.5-year leave from the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, intending to venture beyond the ancient dragon domain for some experience. Long Qinghao's smile froze, and his grip on the wine cup became tense. Cough. Long Qinghu swiftly turned around, unable to restrain the wine that surged up his throat, causing it to spew forth. Long Qingchen cast a helpless glance at him, questioning the extent of his astonishment. Long Qinghao spoke in a deep tone. After enduring great hardships to traverse the Dragon Blood path and gaining the favor of the Dragon Blood Martial House, why the urgency to venture into the outside world? My martial vein has awakened, Long Qingchen explained. I must go beyond our realm to cultivate it. Only the human race possesses martial veins, yet we are of the Azure Dragon Clan. Where would such veins come from? Long Qinghu's face was filled with confusion. Noticing both the clan leader and his brother fall into silence, he grew anxious, fearing he might have misspoken, and hastily resumed drinking. Long Qingchen observed the fluctuating expressions of his father, pondering his thoughts, yet he felt no surprise. Evidently, his father had long been aware of his devouring martial vein. This day had inevitably arrived. Long Qinghao gazed intently at the empty wine cup, lost in thought, as if reminiscing about the past. It was not until Long Qingchen filled his cup once more that he regained his focus, looking deeply into his son's eyes and imparting earnest advice. I do not oppose your journey into the outside world. However, you must take care of yourself and prioritize your safety. Never let anyone discover your identity as a dragon. The treasure that is a dragon's essence will drive countless practitioners to madness, compelling them to commit unspeakable acts. Once your lineage is revealed, you should be well aware of the consequences. I understand. Long Qingchen shuddered, equating his situation to that of Tang Seng's flesh in Journey to the West. A delicacy that all would yearn to devour. What enmity does the dragon clan bear? There will always be cultivators seeking the downfall of dragons. Long Qinghu struggled to swallow his drink. Is the outside world truly so terrifying? You will comprehend once you venture forth. Dragon blood and flesh can be concocted into medicines. Dragon bones and horns can be forged into natural weapons. Dragon scales can be crafted into armor. Dragon tendons can be fashioned into longbows, ensuring that not a single part of the dragon remains unutilized. Long Qinghao jested, albeit with a gaze directed at Long Qingchen, clearly intending to convey the gravity of exposing one's identity. Long Qinghu hastily shook his head. Then I shall remain forever within the ancient dragon domain. Long Qinghao's expression grew serious. Moreover, that particular martial vein must never be revealed. Otherwise, you will find no resting place in death, and none shall be able to save you. I am aware. Long Qingchen had already gleaned some history regarding the devouring martial vein from the seven-colored sparrow. Long Qinghu's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Qin truly possesses a martial vein? Does that not make him a dragon human? Long Qinghao hesitated briefly before retrieving a scroll from his spatial ring and handing it to Long Qingchen. You have grown. There are matters you ought to know. This is a portrait of your mother. With a rustle, Long Qingchen gradually unfurled the scroll, revealing a young woman clad in a flowing white gown, wielding a long sword. Her form was graceful, resembling that of a celestial being, filling him with a sense of pride as he speculated on her youthful beauty. However, as the scroll fully unfurled, he was left speechless, not due to her beauty, but for another reason entirely. It is not due to a lack of attractiveness, but rather because of an utter absence of features. His countenance is devoid of identity. Father, Long Qingchen offered a bitter smile, seemingly perceiving his confusion. Long Qinghao helplessly retrieved the scroll, rolled it up, and returned it to his spatial ring. I am not jesting with you. The family to which your mother belongs possesses the ability to obscure celestial secrets, rendering it impossible for anyone to depict the countenance of a core member of that family. The name of the family must not be spoken, for doing so would invite divine retribution. To obscure celestial secrets to such an extent that even the visage of core members cannot be illustrated. What manner of family is this? Long Qingchen felt a profound shock within. Even with the cultivation of the 9 reversal dragon emperor, he seemed unable to reach such a level. Long Qinghu also gasped in astonishment. Come, I shall take you to meet the Grand Elder, so that he may seal your dragon veins and dragon clan aura to prevent exposure. Long Qinghao rose and proceeded outward. Chapter 62, A Brilliant Scheme? Long Qingchen and Long Qinghu followed Long Qinghao to the Qinglong Pavilion. The Qinglong Pavilion is, in essence, the repository of the Qinglong clan, housing numerous cultivation techniques of the clan. It comprises 5 floors, with the Grand Elder residing on the topmost level. Secluded in meditation and having long since ceased to concern himself with the mundane affairs of the Qinglong clan, Long Qinghao sought an audience with the Grand Elder, stating, My son wishes to venture into the outside world. I implore the Grand Elder to seal his dragon veins and dragon clan aura. Upon reaching the entrance of the top floor, Long Qinghao halted and reverently bowed towards the interior. Long Qingchen had heard some tales about this Grand Elder. Reputed to be the last surviving elder of the Qinglong clan, possessing unparalleled prestige within the clan. Enter, came an ancient voice after a prolonged silence. Only then did Long Qinghao push open the door and step inside with measured pace. Long Qingchen and Long Qinghu followed closely. Long Qinghu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Long Qingchen also regarded the scene with a sense of surprise. In his imagination, the Grand Elder should have been a dignified elder, garbed in formal attire, with a commanding presence. However, the Grand Elder before him was strikingly different, remarkably so. Before them lay a boy of approximately 10 years, reclined in an ancient rocking chair, with one leg crossed over the other, his chubby, pale hands engrossed in a tome, reading with great interest. His hair was a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest, evidently untended for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Long Qinghu's face flushed crimson as he struggled to stifle a laugh. This is the Grand Elder? Long Qingchen was equally perplexed, casting a glance at his father. Do not be disrespectful. Long Qinghao glared at them. Though the Grand Elder was advanced in age, he possessed profound mastery over the forces of creation and an extended lifespan, thus capable of returning to a youthful state, achieving immortality. Long Qingchen momentarily felt enlightened. Within the memories of the 9 reversal Dragon Emperor, there were many extraordinary beings who had lived for countless years yet appeared remarkably youthful. One must never judge a cultivator's age or prowess by mere appearances. The child reluctantly set down the ancient scroll, lifting his gaze to Dragon Qingchen and Dragon Qinghu, and sighed with an air of maturity. Qinghao, I still remember when I was the clan leader, you were barely 10 years old. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. And I never imagined that so much time has elapsed, with your 2 sons now grown. 2 sons? Dragon Qinghu was taken aback. Dragon Qingchen fell silent. Dragon Qinghao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, patted Dragon Qingchen on the shoulder. This one is my son. The other is Dragon Qingtian's. Same, the Grand Elder dismissed casually. Both are excellent sons of our Azure Dragon Clan. Same? Dragon Qingchen nearly burst into laughter. Could they really be compared? Dragon Qinghu's face flushed crimson, a hint of confusion crossing his chubby visage, perhaps feeling the need to inquire with his father upon returning. Dragon Qinghao, puzzled, thought it best to clarify, lest Elder Dragon Qingtian seek him out in anger. Buzz, the Grand Elder pointed, his finger like a sword, sweeping across his brow, which immediately emanated a green light toward Dragon Qingchen, like falling into an ice cavern. Dragon Qingchen felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if his entire being was being scrutinized, instinctively activating the 9 reverse dragon art. Do not resist, Dragon Qinghao urged. Allow the Grand Elder to examine your condition. With that, Dragon Qingchen relaxed, ceasing his practice of the 9 reverse dragon art. Celestial grade Azure Dragon Vein. Excellent. After all these years, our Azure Dragon Clan has finally birthed another prodigious talent with a celestial grade Azure Dragon Vein. The Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with delight as he regarded Dragon Qingchen. Your foundation is remarkably solid. It is rare for one so young to comprehend the importance of a strong foundation. If you continue on this path, you are destined for greatness. Dragon Qinghao felt a swell of pride. Indeed, Xuan'er was exceptionally gifted, having fortuitously traversed the Dragon Blood Path. Traversed the Dragon Blood Path? The Grand Elder exclaimed, leaping from his seat. You haven't even reached the Dragon Blood realm, yet you managed to cross the Dragon Blood Path? He circled around Dragon Qingchen, gazing up at him as if he were a marvel. Dragon Qinghao, somewhat proud, affirmed, absolutely true. Incredible, the Grand Elder marveled, slowly returning to his chair. Could it be that our Azure Dragon Clan is on the verge of producing an unparalleled powerhouse? Yet, Dragon Qingchen felt a twinge of doubt. The Grand Elder seemed only able to discern his celestial grade Azure Dragon Vein, failing to notice the devouring heavenly martial vein. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Dragon Qinghao gently shook his head. Aware of his father's caution, Dragon Qingchen refrained from speaking out. It wasn't he that his father distrusted the Grand Elder, but rather, he likely believed it best for fewer people to know. Buzz, the Grand Elder summoned a heavy force of Azure Dragon energy, casting intricate seals into Dragon Qingchen's body. Long Qingchen felt a suffocating sensation, as if immense mountains were pressing down upon his dragon vein. Initially, it was somewhat oppressive, but he gradually acclimated, and it did not impede his movements. After casting 13 sealing spells, the Elder finally ceased his efforts. This particular seal, known as the Dragon Suppression Seal, could ensure that one's dragon vein and the essence of the Dragon Clan would remain undetected. Of course, if the opponent's cultivation level vastly exceeded his, there would be no way to conceal it. Furthermore, should one transform into a dragon form or invoke the power of the Azure Dragon, the seal would become ineffective. Remember this well, he cautioned. He then picked up a wolf hair brush from the wooden table, dipped it in ink, and penned a letter. After drying the ink, he folded it and placed it into a silken pouch, handing it to Long Qingchen. In the eastern domain, at the Qiling Mountain, I have an old friend named Qi Ling Daoren. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, you may seek his assistance, he advised. Long Qingchen noticed that the pouch bore a patch, indicating its considerable age, and he speculated that it might be a token of trust between the elder and Qi Ling Daoren, treasuring it within his spatial ring. Moreover, do not open this pouch until you meet Qi Ling Daoren, the elder added. Long Qingchen was perplexed, wondering what was written inside and why it could not be opened. If I instruct you not to open it, then do not. Why the multitude of questions? This is for your own good. The elder waved his hand impatiently, signaling dismissal, and comfortably reclined back into his rocking chair, resuming his perusal of ancient scrolls. With no choice but to refrain from further inquiries, Long Qingchen descended from the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Long Qinghu began to murmur, finding it peculiar that the elder often repeated himself while speaking. Chapter 63, Celestial Grade Techniques, a Grand Offering. Upon returning to his father's cave, the father and son, along with Long Qinghu, continued their revelry. All gatherings must eventually conclude, and so it was here. As they neared the end of their drinking, Long Qingchen gradually set down his cup. Long Qinghu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a display of reluctance. Long Qingchen patted his shoulder, hoping that by the time he returned, he would have been selected for the Dragon Blood Martial House. Yes, I will surely succeed. Long Qinghu nodded earnestly. Long Qinghao retrieved some spirit stones and elixirs from his spatial ring, presenting them to Long Qingchen. The outside world differs greatly from our clan. One must always think twice. I understand, Long Qingchen replied, refraining from accepting the spirit stones and elixirs, knowing they were hard-earned by his father, who also needed them for his cultivation. He had already prepaid a year and a half's worth of resources for his training at the Dragon Blood Martial House. Take them. It is never a mistake to have more, Long Qinghao insisted, placing them in Long Qingchen's hands without argument. With a resigned sigh, Long Qingchen accepted them. Recognizing the nature of parents, while they urged their children to be frugal at home, they became exceptionally generous when their children were about to embark on a journey, hoping to spare them from hardships. Swish, swish, swish. He picked up his pen, reminiscing about the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, and swiftly began to write. In a brief moment, he composed 3 primary cultivation techniques. Dragon Battle Technique significantly enhances combat prowess. When cultivated to its zenith, it can shatter the void. Great Wilderness Gluttonous Technique. Legend has it that in ancient times, there existed a gluttonous dragon that cultivated through consumption, devouring countless races. Ice Dragon Codex. A specialized technique of the Ice Dragon Clan. When mastered to perfection, it can freeze 1,000,000 miles, even halting time and space itself. Recently, I received the legacy of a predecessor who imparted to me many formidable techniques. My father is already aware of these, while Long Qinghu remains somewhat oblivious. Long Qingchen briefly explained, first presenting the dragon battle technique to his father. Having cultivated for many years, his father possessed a solid foundation, making this technique particularly suitable for him. Long Qinghao did not hesitate, accepting it and quickly perusing its contents, his eyes growing brighter. Is this a heavenly grade technique? Indeed. Long Qingchen nodded slightly, elucidating several key points to consider while cultivating the dragon battle technique. Next, he handed the Great Wilderness Gluttonous Technique to Long Qinghu, which is also a heavenly grade technique. Future achievements will depend on one's own fortune. So many heavenly grade techniques? Long Qinghu exclaimed, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat distressed. I've heard that heavenly grade techniques are extremely profound. I fear I may not be clever enough to master them. Do not worry, this particular heavenly grade technique is remarkably simple. Long Qingchen reassured him with a smile. Do you not enjoy eating? This technique primarily revolves around consumption, cultivating through food. He understood that Long Qinghu's singular focus might hinder his ability to grasp more intricate techniques. Thus he deliberately presented this relatively unique heavenly grade method. Such a wondrous technique exists in the world. How delightful. Long Qinghu grinned foolishly. The secret of the Great Wilderness Gluttonous Technique lies in consumption, eating substantial and nourishing foods, such as ferocious beast meat, spiritual herbs, refining materials, and even poisons. Long Qingchen elucidated the precautions to observe. However, remember, there is one thing that must not be consumed, the other shore flower. Should one ingest the other shore flower, all previous efforts would be in vain, leading to a descent into madness. The other shore flower is a mythical entity, nearly impossible for Long Qinghu to encounter, yet he deemed it necessary to issue a warning. Long Qinghu nodded. I will remember. Long Qingchen also handed him the Ice Dragon Codex, a specialized heavenly grade technique of the Ice Dragon Clan. When you have the time, Visit the Dragon Blood Martial House and present it to Bingling. Long Qing, who affirmed, "Yes, I will personally deliver it to Sister Bingling." Long Qingchen was well aware of Bingling's sentiments, and it was precisely for this reason that he had not taken his leave from her. "I must take my leave now." Having made all necessary arrangements, Long Qingchen turned to his father. The ancient dragon domain is exceedingly vast. At his current speed, it would take decades to traverse it. Only by utilizing the Dragon Clan's altar can one instantaneously depart from the ancient dragon domain. The Dragon Clan altar is not something that can be used casually. It requires the approval of the various clan leaders of the dragon lineage. Long Qinghao reiterated this point several times before finally retrieving a token from his spatial ring and handing it to him. Long Qingchen accepted the token, departed from the cave dwelling, and hastened toward the direction of the Dragon Clan altar. The other Azure Dragons were unaware of his departure, and he deemed it unnecessary to inform them. After racing for thousands of miles, he arrived at a desolate mountain range, where an ancient altar lay nestled among the peaks. An elderly man sat cross-legged beneath the altar, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. Long Qingchen recognized him as the guardian of the altar. To his astonishment, beside the elder was a young woman, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, her exquisite face adorned with an enigmatic smile. Clad in a white training garment, her perfect silhouette was unmistakably accentuated by a black ribbon cinching her slender waist. Who else could it be but Huang Jin Xuan'er? "What brings you here?" Long Qingchen inquired, approaching her with curiosity. Long Jin Xuan'er smiled charmingly. "I am here to bid you farewell, of course." Long Qingchen furrowed his brow. "We owe each other nothing. I hope you will not linger around. Take care of yourself in the outside world," he added. With unwavering composure, Long Jin Xuan'er stepped closer, gently kissing his cheek, then reached out to adjust his collar, as if she were a devoted wife seeing her husband off. Long Qingchen's fists clenched, tempted to strike her. Yet he was acutely aware that her protector could be lurking nearby. The elder, like a statue, slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at Long Qingchen and Long Jin Xuan'er. Within the depths of his gaze, there were cosmic phenomena of the sun and moon cycling, and stars perishing. His cultivation was extraordinarily formidable. To the eastern domain, Long Qingchen stated, presenting the token to the elder. He understood that this was a venerable elder of the Dragon Clan, possibly of a higher lineage than even the Supreme Elder. The elder accepted the token, examined it, and after confirming its authenticity, stored it away. He gestured toward the altar. "Proceed." Long Qingchen ascended the altar. "I shall await your return," Long Jin Xuan'er called, her beautiful visage radiant with a captivating smile, a beauty that seemed capable of causing kingdoms to fall. Buzz. The elder executed a secret seal, and the ancient altar suddenly erupted with 9-colored brilliance, the space around it contorting. A gust of mountain wind swept through, and Long Qingchen vanished, leaving only the empty altar behind. The elder closed his eyes once more, returning to the stillness of a statue. Long Jin Xuan'er bowed gracefully, transforming into a golden dragon, soaring into the sky, and in an instant, she became a mere golden speck, disappearing into the vastness above. Chapter 64. The versatile Purple Thunderbear clan leader. We have discovered the identity of the murderer who killed young Master Qi. Within the grand cave of the Fire Dragon Clan, torches were affixed to the stone walls, burning fiercely and emanating heat. However, the entire cave bore an eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of the underworld. A palpable aura of malice lingered in the air. The source of the tension emanated from the middle-aged man seated in the prominent position, his countenance dark and his eyes bloodshot, bearing a resemblance to the dragon fire pool. With a sharp crack, his large hands gripped the armrests of the sturdy stone chair, causing it to splinter under the pressure. He cast a fierce gaze upon a young man who rushed in, demanding to know the situation. The young man, bending slightly, cautiously assessed the clan leader's expression before speaking. In the wild forest, at the site of Master Qi's demise, lies the territory of a purple thunder bear. Thus, I captured the beast alive and subjected it to severe interrogation, compelling it to render a portrait that reveals the identity of Master Qi's murderer. Should Long Qingchen have been present, he would have marveled at the bear's artistic capabilities. The middle-aged man erupted with fury, questioning the reliability of a portrait drawn by a purple thunder bear. The young man, trembling with fear, explained that the murderer was meticulous and left nearly no traces at the scene of Master Qi's fall. This was the only recourse available. The purple thunder bear, being a fourth-tier spirit beast with a degree of intelligence, should provide a credible depiction. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, the middle-aged man inquired about the portrait. The young man, quaking, retrieved a crumpled piece of beast hide from his garments and presented it with trembling hands. The middle-aged man hastily snatched the hide, unfurling it to reveal a chaotic array of lines, from which 3 figures could be vaguely discerned. What can this possibly reveal? Do you think I am a fool to be deceived by such a disordered mess? He bellowed, crushing the hide into a ball and forcefully tossing it at the young man's face, his veins bulging with fury. As if on the verge of striking, the subordinate, trembling and pale, quickly produced another piece of hide, explaining that while the purple thunder bear's depiction was difficult to discern, he had another portrait, refined by a skilled artist. The middle-aged man accepted the new image, slowly unfolding it to find the same 3 figures, yet now rendered with vivid clarity. One was unmistakably Long Qingchen, while another was Long Qingchen. "My chi," he whispered, as if fearing to disturb the lonely spirit captured in the artwork, reaching out to gently caress Long Qingchen's form, murky tears welling in his crimson eyes. With renewed intensity, he fixed his gaze upon the young man. Who was the final figure? The young man swallowed hard, struggling to respond. Comparing this portrait with various young dragons from the Dragon Clan and above, it must undoubtedly be Long Qingchen of the Azure Dragon Clan. Long Qingchen, the middle-aged man murmured, his expression contorting into a mask of rage. Years prior, she had suffered injuries at the hands of Long Qingchen, sowing the seeds of animosity. It was surely him. Moreover, even if it were not, I must eradicate him. Better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. Go forth, and ensure the task is executed with precision. Do not allow the Azure Dragon Clan to catch wind of this. The young man hesitated, feeling the weight of the command. The middle-aged man's gaze turned icy. What is the matter? The young man explained that he had heard that this morning, Long Qingchen had departed from the ancient dragon domain to venture into the outside world, and it seemed he would be unavailable for some time. Isn't it better that he has gone to the outside world? The middle-aged man sneered. This news could be sold to the dragon-slaying family. A peerless genius who has traversed the dragon blood road would surely pique their interest. The clan leader is indeed sagacious. The youth's eyes brightened as he bowed respectfully and hurriedly departed. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a wild and untamed forest, 2 young men and a young woman from the human race were besieging a silver-backed claw ape. The air crackled with spiritual energy and sword chi shot forth, causing the ancient trees around them to snap like straw. Among them, a tall youth wielded a massive sword, standing resolutely at the forefront like a living shield. Meanwhile, another elegant young man brandished a long sword, his movements as swift as the wind, darting around the silver-backed claw ape and delivering relentless strikes that left deep gashes on its body. The beautiful young woman held a longbow, waiting for the perfect moment to fire an arrow that struck true, embedding itself firmly in the creature. Roar! The silver-backed claw ape's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, its bones creaking ominously as its muscles swelled. It grew from a height of 10 feet to an imposing 30, its wounds healing rapidly. Be careful, it's enraged. Fall back, the young woman exclaimed, her face paling in alarm. Yet, it was too late. The enraged silver-backed claw ape became immensely powerful, its speed and strength multiplied several times over. Crack! One of its claws struck the giant sword with a sharp spark, shattering it, and the tall youth was sent flying, crashing through several sturdy trees. Puff! Blood sprayed as another claw swept across the elegant young man, leaving a gaping wound visible to the bone across his chest. His body was tossed aside like dried grass, crashing heavily to the ground several dozen meters away, unconscious or worse. Roar! The silver-backed claw ape lunged at the young woman, raising its claw to deliver a devastating blow to her head. The speed was blinding, leaving her no chance to evade. Her face turned pale as she instinctively closed her beautiful eyes. Little sister, the tall youth bellowed, his body stirring as he attempted to rush forward, but he coughed blood, darkness clouding his vision, nearly collapsing. Buzz! Suddenly, the space above twisted, resembling an invisible giant millstone that expanded instantaneously. Boom! The silver-backed claw ape's formidable body shattered into a cloud of blood mist. A trace of blood splattered onto the young woman's lovely face as she gazed up in astonishment. From the void, a figure emerged. It was a boy, approximately 16 years of age, with an indifferent expression. He bore a bundle on his back, wielded a purple-hued sword, and was clad in a simple green robe, yet exuded an ethereal aura as he descended like a celestial being. Seeing that the young woman was unharmed, the tall youth broke into a foolish grin, gratefully looking at the boy in the green robe. He bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, young master, for your timely assistance." The young girl regained her senses, her beautiful eyes shining as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young master." However, the next scene left both siblings utterly astonished. The young man in the azure robe swayed unsteadily, resembling a drunken soul. With a thud, he stumbled forward, his mouth filled with a handful of sand and 3 dry blades of grass, appearing utterly disheveled. Who am I? Where am I? From whence do I come? And where am I destined to go? Dragon Qingchen's mind spun in confusion, his vision blurred. In the past, while indulging in fantastical novels, he often marveled at the concept of spatial teleportation, wishing to experience such grandeur. Yet now, having undergone it firsthand, he realized that spatial transfer felt akin to a roller coaster ride, bungee jumping, or a hefty man weighing 300 pounds stepping on one's back in a deadly massage. Chapter 65. Huang grade 2 to 3, he had imagined him to be a formidable master, but it turned out he was merely a frail being. The handsome youth rose to his feet, casting a casual glance at Dragon Qingchen. Indeed, in this realm, strength was revered above all else, a truth that persisted even here. Dragon Qingchen maintained a detached demeanor, spitting out the sand and dried grass from his mouth, indifferent to the young man's provocations. His dragon veins and the 9th level of the Xianlong realm were sealed by the dragon suppression seal, leaving him with little power. He had come to the outside world with a mindset to start anew, diligently practicing the human race's techniques. Nonetheless, even with the strength of his dragon lineage, he possessed a measure of self-defense, certainly not qualifying as weak. The girl furrowed her brow. Lin Mu, how can you say such things? If it weren't for this young master's assistance, we would have long been slain by the silverback claw ape. Indeed, this young master is our savior. Lin Mu refrained from speaking recklessly, she added. The tall youth appeared somewhat displeased and cast an apologetic glance at Dragon Qingchen. Lin Mu can be rather thoughtless. Please do not take it to heart. It's nothing, Dragon Qingchen dismissed, not angered by the young man's words. After all, he radiated no trace of spiritual energy. Was he not weak? The handsome youth held a hint of disdain, believing he had merely chanced upon this location. The spatial fluctuation had fortuitously vanquished the silverback claw bear. In a true confrontation, 100 of him would stand no chance against it. Lin Mu, cease your chatter. The tall youth admonished, clearly incensed. The handsome youth shrugged, raising his hands in resignation, choosing not to say more. Noticing Dragon Qingchen's intention to depart, the girl gently called out, Young master, this is Taitsong Mountain, teeming with ferocious beasts and spirit creatures. It would be safer for you to accompany us. As you are not a practitioner, the tall youth laughed heartily. Taitsong Mountain is a place of great peril, my friend. It is indeed too dangerous for you to be alone. Join us. Very well, Dragon Qingchen contemplated, recognizing his unfamiliarity with this new world. It seemed prudent to accompany the trio for a while to familiarize himself with the surroundings before making further plans. The handsome youth sighed softly. Now we have a liability. The tall youth and the handsome youth each retrieved medicinal pills, consumed them, and sat cross-legged, channeling their spiritual energy to heal their wounds. The young girl remained unharmed, tasked with keeping watch to prevent any ambushes from savage beasts or spiritual creatures. Long Qingchen's gaze flickered with interest as it swept over the two of them, captivated by the fact that human practitioners cultivated spiritual power, which was entirely distinct from draconic energy. He pondered that once he mastered human techniques and honed his skills in the Devouring Heaven martial vein, he too could harness spiritual power. The girl's gaze inadvertently lingered on him, a hint of curiosity evident in her expression. Young master, from whence do you hail? Long Qingchen was at a loss for a suitable response, resorting to vague chatter. He could not mention the ancient dragon domain, as it was exclusively inhabited by dragons. Uttering its name would inadvertently reveal his true identity. His knowledge of other domains was limited, knowing only that there were more than a dozen major realms. The northern domain extended for at least tens of thousands of miles. The girl exclaimed in astonishment, her curiosity piqued further. Are you not a practitioner who has teleported such a great distance for a purpose? Long Qingchen replied in a neutral tone. I have heard that the eastern domain flourishes in martial arts, and I have come here to seek knowledge. Seek knowledge? The girl paused momentarily, then comprehended his intent, her expression shifting. The eastern domain, also known as the Eastern Wasteland, is rather desolate. The northern domain is where martial arts truly thrive. To come here for learning seems a rather roundabout way. Long Qingchen felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing that the martial arts of the northern domain were indeed more prosperous. The girl stifled a laugh. Nonetheless, it matters not. The eastern domain also possesses numerous sacred sites for martial arts. Since you are here, it is equally valid to cultivate in this region. Intrigued, Long Qingchen inquired, what sacred sites for martial arts are there? Could you enlighten me? There are many, she replied. The most renowned are the 9 great academies of the eastern domain. Yet they are prestigious institutions with stringent selection processes. Since you have not yet begun your cultivation, entry would be impossible. You need not consider the mid-tier academies either. I suggest you first visit the primary academies located at the edge of Taicang Mountain, where a few initial academies await your application. In addition to the academies, many sects also accept disciples. The requirements of major sects are even more rigorous than those of the academies, so they are not worth considering at the moment. Near Taicang Mountain, there are 3 minor sects that are relatively easier to join. Regardless of the academy or sect, a martial vein is essential. Have you awakened your martial vein? With a confident demeanor, the girl counted on her fingers, eagerly awaiting his response. Long Qingchen contemplated briefly. I believe I have. The girl appeared slightly exasperated. If you have it, then you do. If you don't, then you don't. Are you uncertain about your own martial vein? I have it, Long Qingchen affirmed. The girl's eyes brightened with curiosity. What grade is your martial vein? The Devouring Heaven martial vein. What grade might it be? Who knows what grade it is? He thought. However, judging by its displayed terrifying power, it seemed even stronger than his heavenly grade dragon vein. So it surely could not be inferior. Perhaps it is at the 2nd or 3rd rank of the yellow grade. Long Qingchen recalled the admonitions of his father and the colorful parrot, reminding him to keep the Devouring Heaven martial vein a secret. Thus he could only speak evasively, maintaining a low profile. Is it truly the 2nd or 3rd rank? The young maiden found herself utterly speechless, a flicker of disappointment surfacing in her beautiful eyes. Nevertheless, there is little distinction between Huang grade 2 and 3. In certain lesser-known elementary academies and minor sects, there remains a possibility of selection. The dashing youth, having just completed his recuperation, could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. With a martial vein spanning millions of miles, seeking a sanctuary for cultivation in the eastern domain, it is likely that no academy or sect in the flourishing northern domain would desire such a prospect. Long Qingchen remarked with a calm demeanor. While the martial vein is indeed significant on the path of cultivation, what holds greater importance is diligence and perseverance. With hard work, one may ultimately achieve greatness in due time. The maiden gazed at him in astonishment, seemingly taken aback. Then you shall gradually cultivate your diligence and persistence, she said. The charming youth laughed until tears welled in his eyes. The tall youth shot him a glare. This brother's words, while somewhat reasonable, held merit. Long Qingchen traveled alongside the trio, hunting ferocious beasts and spirit creatures, while the tall youth and the graceful maiden took great care of him, allowing him to linger at the back and observe. After some exchanges, he learned their names and backgrounds. The charming youth was named Lin Mu. The tall youth was called Yang Gu, and the elegant maiden was known as Yang Shui. Yang Gu and Yang Shui were siblings, while Lin Mu was a fellow townsman of theirs. All 3 were disciples of the Spirit Martial Academy, a mid-tier institution. Taking advantage of the academy's vacation, they ventured to Taicang Mountain to hunt ferocious and spirit beasts. This served to acquire beast cores and hides to sell for tuition fees, while simultaneously enhancing their own strength through experience. Long Qingchen felt a twinge of nostalgia, recalling how, at the Dragon Blood Academy, he received a monthly allowance, whereas in the external academies, tuition fees were required. I have made my decision. I shall cultivate at the Spirit Martial Academy. Although he was inexperienced in the cultivation of spiritual energy, his dragon lineage had attained the 9th level of the Xianlong realm, coupled with the memories of the 9 reversed dragon emperor, providing him with a certain foundation. There was no necessity to attend an elementary academy. Directly entering a mid-tier academy was not out of the question, for the path of cultivation undoubtedly shares similarities. Chapter 66. Do not be too overconfident. The Spirit Martial Academy is a mid-tier institution. Do you think entry is as simple as desiring it? Lin Mu laughed heartily, asserting that those selected as disciples of the Spirit Martial Academy are all exceptionally gifted youth, chosen from countless candidates. In the past, the 3 of them, each possessing a martial vein above the Xin grade, had nearly failed the entrance examination. What chance do you have with only a Huang grade 2 or 3 martial vein, and no prior cultivation experience? This is not even worth considering. This time, Yang Shui did not come to Long Qingchen's defense. She appeared somewhat exasperated. Did you not even contemplate the elementary academies and minor sects I introduced to you earlier? Yang Gu sighed. Brother, heed my advice. Do not aim too high. It would be prudent to seek a place at an elementary academy or minor sect, as that would afford you a chance of selection. After all, your Huang grade 2 or 3 martial vein is somewhat lacking. Perhaps he spoke gently to avoid bruising Long Qingchen's pride. Somewhat lacking. Lin Mu, however, did not dwell on such matters and spoke with remarkable candor. Even the elementary academies and minor sects demand martial veins of at least the 5th rank of the yellow grade. In my opinion, it seems rather unlikely that he could gain entry to either an elementary academy or a minor sect. I have made up my mind. Long Qingchen's expression remained indifferent. He had already traversed the dragon blood path, sealed for 8,000 years. What challenge could a mere intermediate academy present? Witnessing his resolute determination, Yang Gu and Yang Shui felt somewhat helpless and chose not to press the matter further. Lin Mu patted Long Qingchen on the shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his lips, exclaiming, "It is commendable to try." The trio continued their hunt for savage beasts and spirit beasts, while Long Qingchen observed from the sidelines. From their combat, he discerned that there was not much difference between the cultivation of humans and dragons. Their martial techniques and agility bore slight resemblance, though the application of their strength varied. 5 days later, the three had amassed a modest pile of beast cores, over 100, and had bound 3 large bundles of beast hides, each person carrying one. Yang Gu wore a satisfied smile, declaring, "That should suffice. Selling these beast cores and hides will cover our cultivation expenses and meals at the academy for a year. Allow me to carry it," Long Qingchen offered, noticing Yang Shui struggling under the weight of a large bundle of beast hides, her delicate frame seemingly disproportionate to the heavy load. Since being ambushed by Huang Jin Xuan'er, he had been striving to alter his perspective, adapting to this world that revered strength. Yet, he could not shake the influence of his upbringing in Earth's Huaxia, feeling a pang of discomfort at the sight of a girl bearing such weight. With a light laugh, Yang Shui replied, "No need. These hides are quite heavy, at least 600 or 700 pounds. You are not a cultivator and cannot bear it. If you wish to carry it, so be it." A subtle smile played on Lin Mu's lips, as if he anticipated a humorous turn of events involving Long Qingchen. However, his amusement quickly faded. Yang Shui appeared lost in thought, and Yang Gu was similarly preoccupied. To their astonishment, Long Qingchen effortlessly lifted the bundle of hides with a single hand, as though it were but a stalk of straw, displaying remarkable ease. "Although I have not cultivated spiritual energy, I have been tempering my body since childhood." Sensing their bewilderment, he felt compelled to elaborate. His Azure Dragon power was sealed, yet with the formidable physique of a dragon. Lifting 560 pounds of beast hides felt like child's play. Lin Mu regarded him with a peculiar expression. "You certainly possess considerable brute strength." Yang Shui's eyes sparkled. "Though your martial vein is somewhat lacking, your physique is indeed impressive. If you were to try at those elementary academies or minor sects, you stand a significant chance of being selected." "We shall see," Long Qingchen replied nonchalantly, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. The four exited the Taicang Mountain and arrived at a small town. Long Qingchen observed that, despite its dilapidated appearance, the town thrived with activity. Numerous shops offered weapons, armor, and elixirs, while many stalls clamored with vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. Nestled against the backdrop of Taicang Mountain, the town enjoyed a geographical advantage. Many cultivators needed supplies before entering the mountain, and the beast cores, hides, and medicinal materials acquired from their ventures would be sold here, drawing countless traders. After selling 3 large bundles of beast hides and over 100 beast cores, they received more than 3,000 taels of silver. It must be said that the value of beast hides and cores is indeed remarkable, which is precisely why everyone aspires to become a cultivator. Merely hunting a few savage beasts and spirit beasts can yield tremendous wealth, something that common folk find difficult to attain in their lifetime. Yang Gu proposed, "Let us allocate 100 taels of silver to this brother, shall we?" Yang Shui smiled. "I have no objections." Lin Mu expressed his discontent. "These beast cores and hides were obtained through our perilous efforts. He contributed nothing. Why should he receive a share?" Yang Gu cast him a glance. "How can you say that? Without this brother, we would have long been slain by the silver-backed clawed ape." Lin Mu waved his hand impatiently. "Fine, let us distribute it. It's better to repay the debt of gratitude than to have you incessantly remind us." Hearing this, Yang Gu frowned. This brother has just arrived from the northern region. He is unfamiliar with the surroundings. Giving him 100 taels is merely a gesture of support, not a repayment of a debt of life, which is priceless. "All right," Lin Mu pouted. Long Qingchen waved his hand. "No need. I have sufficient funds." Yet, Yang Gu insisted, placing 100 taels into his hands. Reluctantly accepting, Long Qingchen felt a touch of warmth. It seemed that not everyone in this world was devoid of compassion. There were indeed some good souls. Perhaps having resolved the issues of cultivation resources and meals at the academy, Yang Gu was in high spirits and cheerfully remarked, "Ahead lies an inn where the chef is from our hometown. His culinary skills are exceptional. Every time we come out from Taicang Mountain, we indulge there. This time shall be no exception." The four followed him to the inn, and upon glancing at the sign, Long Qingchen confirmed it was indeed an inn. The main hall was spacious and bustling with patrons, with 7 tables occupied by cultivators. Various weapons leaned against the tables, and many men, bare-chested, drank heartily and devoured meat, creating a lively atmosphere. The group chose a window-side table, ordering 5 dishes and a jar of aged wine. Shortly, the food and wine arrived. Yang Gu, in a spirited manner, removed his outer garment and tossed it onto an empty chair. He poured 4 bowls of wine, raising one towards Long Qingchen. Brother, I toast to you tonight. I shall refrain from further words. If you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. From now on, we are brothers. Clink. Long Qingchen lifted his bowl, clinking it against Yang Gu's, and downed it in one gulp. The 3 indulged in dish after dish, refilling their bowls. Yang Gu drank the most, followed by Lin Mu, while Long Qingchen consumed somewhat less. Given his dragon lineage, if he let loose in his feasting, their 3,000 taels would likely fall short. He needed to pace himself. Yang Shui, being a lady, drank less, leaving half a bowl untouched. Miss, this place is rather filthy. Let us find another establishment, she suggested. At the entrance, a young girl clad in a pale moon-white attire, wielding a long sword, stepped inside. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, unadorned by makeup, yet possessing an exquisite beauty, embodying the essence of a stunning maiden. Perhaps due to her tender age, her figure was slender, and her large, curious eyes surveyed the guests at the various tables in the hall, radiating an aura of wonder. With her arrival, the disheveled hall seemed to brighten considerably. Accompanying the girl was a maid, slightly older at around 16 or 17 years, who, while not as breathtakingly beautiful as her companion, was still fair and lovely. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly as she covered her mouth, seemingly disapproving of the surroundings. The clamor of the patrons subsided, their conversations softened, and the lewd jokes ceased. Many bare-chested patrons appeared somewhat uneasy and hastily donned their garments. Yang Gu's face flushed as he reached for his clothing. Feigning the airs of a noble lady, Lin Mu scoffed, lifting a wine bowl and draining it in one swift motion. When Long Qingchen observed 30 guards, each wielding a long blade, entering behind the girl, he sensed impending trouble. These guards bore sharp, vigilant gazes that swept across the hall, subtly shielding the girl in their midst. Each guard exuded a formidable presence, their prowess rivaling that of the Dragon Clan's most ferocious warriors. The leading guard emanated an overwhelming aura, akin to a towering mountain, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure upon the guests. Chapter 67. Yang Gu's unique perspective. What did you just say? As anticipated by Long Qingchen, one of the guards approached their table, his icy gaze fixated on Lin Mu. The entire hall fell into an instantaneous silence, with all patrons holding their breath. Yang Gu's expression shifted slightly as he subtly shook his head at Lin Mu, signaling him to apologize hastily. Yang Shui anxiously tugged at Lin Mu's sleeve. Seemingly unwilling to compromise, Lin Mu remained unrepentant. I said, feigning the airs of a noble lady. A resounding slap echoed as Lin Mu was struck. Toppling from his seat to the ground, a deep handprint etched upon his face. Blood coughed forth from his mouth, carrying with it a broken tooth. Long Qingchen's gaze sharpened. The guard's strike had been incredibly swift, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lin Mu sprang to his feet, his face flushed crimson with rage as he glared at the guard. Are you seeking death? The only one who will die is you. The guard's voice was frigid, resembling that of a killing machine, his words concise, suggesting that any further elaboration would be a misstep. With a fierce wind howling, Lin Mu launched a powerful punch toward the guard's face, brimming with immense strength. The guard extended a single hand, effortlessly seizing Lin Mu's fist. Release. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to free his fist, yet it remained utterly unmoved. As if his fist and the guard's palm were fused together. Unable to break free, the guard's icy gaze intensified as he applied pressure. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Lin Mu's fists were slowly fracturing, the excruciating pain rendering his face pale as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his entire body trembling. Long Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly, rising to his feet. With one hand grasping the wrist of the guard and the other holding Lin Mu's wrist, he gently pulled them apart, his gaze calm as he addressed the guard. Is that sufficient? The guard showed a flicker of surprise, casting a deep glance at him before turning to Lin Mu, coldly stating, clean up your mouth. When Lin Mu seemed about to retort, Yang Gu abruptly seized him. Lin Mu's fists bled, his entire arm quivered slightly, his eyes filled with resentment. He let out a cold huff, but dared not say more. Forget it. The young girl frowned, glancing over and softly speaking. Only then did the guard withdraw. You, when out in the world, are not at home. Do not complain incessantly. The young girl found an empty table, resembling a small adult as she admonished the maid. Her voice was crisp. akin to a clear spring trickling over stones in a mountain ravine. The maid giggled, seemingly unafraid of her reprimand. The young girl shot her a reproachful look, but said nothing further. At the entrance of the inner hall, the manager cautiously peeked out, observing that the scuffle had ceased, and carefully emerged from within. Esteemed guests, may I inquire what you would like to order? The young girl ordered several small dishes, and then turned to the lead guard. 7. The lead guard casually ordered some dishes, but opted not to request any alcohol. Please wait a moment. The manager hurriedly retreated to the inner hall. Shortly thereafter, their ordered dishes were served, noticeably faster than those at other tables. 30 guards settled at 3 tables surrounding the young girl, eating silently, not a word spoken among them. Perhaps influenced by this, patrons at other tables also fell silent. Their movements slowed as if fearing the clinking of bowls and chopsticks would disturb the few tables nearby. At the entrance of the hall, several guests, upon witnessing this peculiar scene, turned and left. 7. Long Qingchen's eyes flickered. It was a curious designation. Likely not a name, but a form of numbering, reminiscent of a profession on Earth. Military personnel. Yang Shue's gaze seemed to linger on the young girl. Perhaps an instinctive trait of women to pay attention to those more beautiful. The young girl soon finished her meal. Not due to speed, but rather because she ate very little, sampling each dish, only indulging more when it suited her palate. The 30 guards simultaneously set down their chopsticks, as if sharing a tacit understanding. The young girl remarked, "You need not concern yourselves with me." The lead guard replied, "It's fine. We can eat on the road as well." As the group departed, the atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably, many patrons letting out long sighs of relief, as though a heavy stone had been lifted from their shoulders. Suddenly, a sensation of being watched washed over him. Long Qingchen slowly lifted his gaze, glancing at the ceiling, where someone was lurking. He glanced at the other guests, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. As the group departed, the feeling of being observed quickly faded. This left him somewhat perplexed. Who could the individuals on the roof be? The girl's protector, perhaps? It is plausible, as members of prominent families often have guardians discreetly accompanying them. What lineage does that girl belong to? A full 30 guards, each possessing martial prowess exceeding the realm of madness. Yet there appeared to be no such notable families in the vicinity of Taizong Mountain. They must have originated from afar. Did you not notice earlier? The long blades wielded by those guards bore a flame insignia on their hilts, undoubtedly marking them as members of that family. Whispers filled the air as the guests discussed the flame insignia, all gasping in astonishment, then falling silent, too intimidated to continue. Yang Gu cast a glance at Lin Mu. Sighing softly, "What can I say to you? From now on, you ought to be more cautious with your words. Calamity often springs from the mouth. A truth you should already comprehend." Lin Mu remained silent, nursing his drink. Long Qingchen found it somewhat amusing. Such was the fate of those who spoke carelessly. What did the flame insignia signify? His curiosity piqued. Yang Gu's expression turned grave. That was an ancient family with a long lineage, shrouded in mystery. No one knew the extent of their influence, nor their whereabouts, and even the name of that family was seldom known. Not even the most prestigious families in the eastern region dared to offend them lightly. Long Qingchen felt a surge of astonishment, involuntarily comparing the family of the Devouring Sky martial veins to this one, uncertain which might be more formidable. Yang Gu glanced at Lin Mu again, somewhat relieved. Fortunately, that girl did not stoop to your level. Had she been intent on your demise, no one could have saved you. Lin Mu looked dejected. Who knew they belonged to that family? I'm not foolish. Had I known, I certainly would not have provoked her. Yang Shui suddenly fixed her gaze on Yang Gu. Brother, I noticed you were quite focused on her maid. Yang Gu's face flushed, a hint of anger surfacing. Do not speak nonsense. Humph, as if I don't know you. Yang Shui chuckled lightly, seemingly having seen through him. Long Qingchen observed with a peculiar expression. Nearly all the other men in the hall had been captivated by that girl, for she was astonishingly beautiful, almost flawless, aside from her youth. One must admit, Yang Gu's taste was rather unique. Chapter 68. The Importance of Beauty After a Hearty Meal. The four departed the tavern, intending to return to the Lingwu Academy. Of course, only 3 of them were satiated. Long Qingchen, on the other hand, had scarcely enough to fill his teeth, seizing the opportunity when the others were distracted to consume a nourishing pill, taking care of his own vitality. Are you truly going to Lingwu Academy? Yang Shui asked, her gaze curious. Historically, the Lingwu Academy has only accepted disciples with martial veins of the Xian grade or above, never those below that standard. Yet, exceptions always exist. Long Qingchen maintained an air of tranquility, pondering the merit of requesting an exception from the Lingwu Academy. Yang Shui was left speechless, bewildered by the source of his confidence. Lin Mu chuckled, reflecting. Your ability to forcibly separate me from that guard earlier demonstrates your remarkable brute strength. However, it is a pity that in the path of cultivation, the martial vein holds paramount importance. Raw power alone is of little consequence. The four companions arrived at the transport guild and boarded a blue eagle beast, soaring towards Lingwu Academy. With the cultivation levels of Yang Gu, Yang Shui, and Lin Mu, they were unable to fly unaided. Even Dragon Qingchen, without transforming, could not take to the skies. Thus, the blue eagle beast became an excellent choice. This flying beast, once tamed, possesses a gentle disposition and boasts an impressive carrying capacity, exceeding 100,000 genes, rivaling large transport aircraft such as the Y-20, Y-17, and N-225. Moreover, it required no ticket purchase. A simple fee allowed for direct boarding. After a flight spanning over 2 hours and traversing thousands of miles, they finally reached Lingwu Academy. From their lofty vantage point, Dragon Qingchen gazed down upon a magnificent city nestled among the mountains, with roads branching in every direction, bustling with horse-drawn carriages and ox carts, exuding an air of prosperity. Lingwu Academy was situated adjacent to this grand city, with a resounding flap of its enormous wings. The blue eagle beast circled briefly before landing at the transport guild within the city. The four disembarked and made their way towards Lingwu Academy. Yang Gu patted Dragon Qingchen's shoulder, saying, "Brother, the entrance examination at Lingwu Academy is exceedingly rigorous. There is no room for favoritism. Although we are disciples of the academy, we cannot assist you. Your admission hinges solely on your own fortune." "It's all right," Dragon Qingchen replied, his gaze steady. He had never intended to seek a backdoor entry. Under the guidance of his companions, they approached the entrance of Lingwu Academy. As he surveyed the medium-sized institution, he observed numerous young men and women entering and exiting. Some engaged in lively conversation, others exchanging flirtations or wandering alone, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his middle school days. The recruitment period for new disciples at Lingwu Academy typically falls on the third day of the third month, when talented individuals from various regions converge. "You arrive rather late," Yang Gu explained as he led him inside. Though new disciples are occasionally accepted at other times, the standards are considerably stricter. The entrance examination comprises 3 criteria: martial vein, cultivation level, and strength. If one's martial vein exceeds the earth grade, they are directly admitted. If the martial vein is lower, then cultivation level becomes the determining factor. Should both martial vein and cultivation level be lacking, strength alone will be the sole criterion for acceptance. Yang Shui added, "You fall into the third category. With a low martial vein and no cultivation, your strength will be the only aspect that counts." Lin Mu interjected, "Brute strength does not equate to true strength." Upon entering a grand hall, Dragon Qingchen surveyed the surroundings, reminiscent of an enhanced gym, filled with various apparatuses intended for assessment. Aside from him, there were 2 others seemingly participating in the assessment, a young boy and a young girl. Yang Shui cast a somewhat hostile glance at the girl, muttering to herself, "What is going on today? I keep encountering such stunning individuals." Long Qingchen also noticed that the girl was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Although she was merely 15 or 16, she possessed an enchanting allure, as if born with an innate charm that combined purity and seduction. She stood there, vivaciously drawing all eyes towards her. Perhaps due to years of cultivation, which enhances beauty, the girls in this world, even without makeup, are remarkably attractive, with hardly a plain face in sight. Among all the girls he had encountered, if he were to rate their appearances on a scale of 10, although he harbored a desire to eliminate Long Jin Xuan'er, he had to concede that she deserved a perfect score. Long Bingling would garner a score of 96, perhaps lacking some allure due to their familiarity, resulting in a deduction of 4 points. As for Long Baiyu, he had never regarded her as a girl, but rather as a brother, thus earning a score of 0. He couldn't help but glance at Yang Shui, who would score 81. The mysterious girl he had met at a tavern in Taicang Town would merit 99, with a slight deduction of 1 point due to her youthful inexperience. Now, the girl before him appeared to be around 94, yet her innate allure added an additional 4 points, bringing her score to an impressive 98. In conclusion, Long Jin Xuan'er scored a perfect 10, the mysterious girl, 99, the girl before him, 98, Long Bingling, 96, Yang Shui, 81, and Long Baiyu 0. So, is it infuriating or not? The one he despised the most, Long Jin Xuan'er, ranked first, illustrating the undeniable importance of beauty in this world. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal trait. Master Mo Hung had arrived for the assessment. Yang Gu led Long Qingchen to a middle-aged man. The man glanced at Long Qingchen and pointed towards the boy and girl. Long Qingchen walked over, and stood in line with the boy and girl, waiting. The middle-aged man adjusted the assessment equipment before approaching, his gaze sweeping over the three of them as he slowly spoke in a gravelly voice. You three have awakened your martial veins, correct? Long Qingchen, the boy, and the girl all nodded slightly. The middle-aged man inquired, what grade are your martial veins? The boy replied, Xian grade, 9th level, fire martial vein. The man's eyes brightened, excellent. The girl stated, Earth grade, 5th level, purple thunder martial vein. The man's eyes gleamed even more, very good. Yang Gu, Yang Shui, and Lin Mu gasped in surprise, staring at the girl. With the first two possessing such commendable martial veins, the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Long Qingchen with heightened anticipation. Huang grade, 2 or 3 levels. Long Qingchen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to speak, so he reported an additional level. The girl couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth with her hand, while the boy also stifled a chuckle. Yang Gu, Yang Shui, and Lin Mu, though already aware of the situation, found themselves in a somewhat awkward predicament. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened as he pointed directly towards the entrance of the hall, commanding, leave. Chapter 69. Just because you cannot, does not imply others cannot. Let us go. Lin Mu stifled a laugh, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Yang Gu patted Long Qingchen on the shoulder and sighed. Brother, do not lose heart. Apart from the Spirit Martial Academy, there are numerous elementary academies and minor sects near Taicang Mountain where you might seek your fortune. Opportunities abound. The youth scoffed, a trace of disdain flickering across his face. Everyone desires entrance to the Spirit Martial Academy, yet they do not even comprehend their own worth. Mind your tongue. Is a 9th-tier martial pulse truly so insignificant? Yang Shui shot him an irritated glance. Among all disciples of the Spirit Martial Academy, many possess a martial pulse superior to yours. Only if it surpasses my pulse, the youth retorted with a cold smirk. Displaying no fear despite Yang Shui being a senior disciple, Lin Mu, infuriated, exclaimed, You're asking for a beating, aren't you? By your mere presence, you likely stand no chance. The youth replied haughtily, My brother is an inner academy disciple. What are you outer academy disciples pretending to be? Upon hearing the mention of an inner academy disciple, Lin Mu and Yang Shui's expressions shifted, and they fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Yang Gu fixed his gaze upon the youth and rebuked, I know several inner academy disciples as well, even if your brother is one. You are in no position to act so arrogantly before us. The youth merely snorted, choosing not to respond further. Mo Hung glanced at the group, stating, This is a place for assessments, not for your disputes. Any grievances you have, take them outside the academy. I cannot be bothered with your brawls. He then turned to Long Qingchen, saying, I ask you to leave the Spirit Martial Academy. This is not where you belong. A radiant smile spread across the youth's face, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Long Qingchen remained impassive. I have heard that the assessment consists of 3 parts. While my martial pulse may indeed be low, and I have yet to cultivate or attain any level of mastery, my strength is adequate. I can pass the assessment based on my abilities. To demand my departure before I have even begun the assessment seems rather arbitrary. A 3rd-tier martial pulse. And you still consider it low? You are merely embellishing your own worth. The youth mocked. What difference is there from having no martial pulse at all? Mo Hung frowned. A 3rd-tier martial pulse without any cultivation. Where does your strength come from? To claim you can pass the assessment based on strength alone is preposterous. Long Qingchen's gaze remained unperturbed. My physique is still commendable. Yang Shui interjected swiftly. Indeed, he possesses innate strength. We can attest to that. Instructor, grant him a chance. Mo Hung, impatient, pointed towards a corner of the hall. Do you see that strength measurement stone tablet? If you can exert over 50,000 pounds of force, I shall admit you irrespective of the usual criteria. 50,000 pounds of force. Long Qingchen muttered, making his way toward the corner. The assessment at the Spirit Martial Academy was proving even simpler than he had anticipated. With his formidable physique, capable of exerting a force of 50,000 pounds. Is it still merely a game? Yang Gu, Yang Shui, and Lin Mu followed closely behind, seemingly intrigued by the extent of his brute strength. Mo Hung, with a gentle smile, glanced at the young boy and girl without a hint of interest, stating, Both of you have met the admission criteria for the Spirit Martial Academy. However, we must conduct a test. Follow me. He led the youth and the maiden to a transparent orb, crafted from an unknown material. Simply place your hand upon it and concentrate on your martial pulse, he instructed. I shall go first. The boy eagerly placed his hand on the orb. With a resonant hum, the orb emanated a crimson glow, illuminating the entire hall. Mo Hung nodded slightly, confirming it to be of the 9th rank in the profound category. Next, the girl extended her delicate hand, expertly touching the orb. A brilliant violet light erupted from the orb, dazzling to behold. Excellent, Mo Hung exclaimed with satisfaction, recognizing her martial pulse to be of the 5th rank in the earth category. You may forego the subsequent 2 assessments. You are directly admitted. Our Spirit Martial Academy gains another prodigious disciple. Thank you, Master, the girl replied, a charming smile gracing her features. The boy's gaze ardently lingered on her face. I am Yue Fei. What is your name? We shall be fellow disciples at the Spirit Martial Academy. The girl bit her lip. I am Su Qian'er. I look forward to your guidance. Su Qian'er, what a beautiful name that suits you perfectly, the boy murmured. Su Qian'er's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting quickly across his handsome visage before she shyly averted her gaze. He seems rather appealing as well. Mo Hung, momentarily lost in thought, turned his attention back to the boy. You will still need to participate in the remaining 2 assessments, however. Given that your martial pulse has reached the 9th rank in the profound category, just 1 step away from the earth category, the next evaluations will merely serve as a formality. As long as you perform adequately, you shall be fine. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the hall, shaking the very foundations. In the corner, a thunderous noise erupted. Mo Hung, Yue Fei, and Su Qian'er instinctively turned their eyes towards the commotion, astonished to witness a measuring stone tablet shattered into fragments, debris scattering across the floor, as the youth in the blue robes slowly retracted his fist. Yang Gu, Yang Shui, and Lin Mu, standing beside Long Qingchen, were rendered speechless, as if they had witnessed something utterly miraculous. Was it you who shattered the measuring stone tablet? Mo Hung approached cautiously, scrutinizing Long Qingchen with skepticism. Long Qingchen's gaze remained indifferent. Who else could it be? Impossible. Yue Fei scoffed. That measuring stone tablet belongs to the 3rd tier, capable of withstanding a force of up to 100,000 pounds. Even I could not destroy it. How could you? With a martial pulse of merely the 3rd rank in the yellow category, who has yet to commence cultivation and lacks spiritual energy, achieve such a feat solely through physical strength? Do you take us for fools? Long Qingchen replied coolly, your limitations do not dictate the capabilities of others. Yang Shui glared at Yue Fei in indignation. We witnessed it with our own eyes. How could it be false? Yang Gu nodded in agreement, affirming that we could all attest to it. Lin Mu gazed at Long Qingchen with astonishment, as if beholding a creature of legend. I had thought you merely possessed brute strength. I never anticipated it to reach such a terrifying level. No wonder you could forcibly separate me from that guard in the tavern. Yue Fei scoffed, dismissing their claims. You are his companions. Naturally, you would provide him with false testimony, and you do so convincingly. Mo Hung picked up a fragment of stone, remnants of inscriptions still visible upon it. He remained silent, clearly skeptical. Su Qian'er inquired, could it be that the strength measuring stone tablet is flawed? Sister, your attention to detail is commendable, and indeed, the measuring stone tablet must be defective. That is the only explanation. A smile graced Yue Fei's lips as he regarded her with appreciation, already addressing her as sister even before entering the Spirit Martial Academy. That is certainly a possibility, Mo Hung conceded with a slight nod. These strength measuring tablets have been placed here for over a decade. They may well have deteriorated. He glanced at Long Qingchen and gestured towards the nearby stone tablet. Why not try this measuring stone tablet instead? Chapter 70. Long Qingchen, please take care of me. Boom. Long Qingchen unleashed a powerful punch, the might of the dragon lineage erupting forth, shattering the measuring stone tablet into countless fragments. Mo Hung was left dumbfounded, his eyes widening in shock. Yue Fei was equally astonished, his expression one of disbelief. Su Qian'er stood agape, her mouth slightly open. Previously, Yang Gu, Yang Shui, and Lin Mu had witnessed this once, maintaining a semblance of calm. Is that enough? Long Qingchen inquired coolly, looking towards Mo Hung. Mo Hung's expression was complex. Despite your low martial pulse and lack of training, you possess innate divine strength, making you eligible for the Spirit Martial Academy. Long Qingchen had awaited this affirmation, responding with gratitude. Mo Hung shook his head. You rely on your innate divine strength to pass the assessment. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Wait. Suddenly, Yue Fei exclaimed, seemingly uncovering something unusual, his voice trembling slightly. This is not a level 3 measuring stone tablet. It is a level 4, capable of withstanding up to 5 million pounds of force. Upon hearing this, Su Qian'er was once more rendered speechless, murmuring to herself, 5 million pounds of force? Mo Hung, too, was lost in thought, realizing that the measuring stone tablet beside him was indeed level 4. 5 million pounds of force. What does that even mean? Among those present, aside from Mo Hung, The other 5 could muster a maximum of around 7 to 800,000 pounds of force even when employing spiritual energy. This implies that this young man in the green robe could overpower all 5 of them with sheer physical strength alone. Of course, this does not take into account the influence of martial techniques and agility. When all factors are considered, victory cannot simply be determined by brute strength alone. Lin Mu struggled to swallow, standing before the 4th-level strength measuring stone tablet, which could withstand a maximum force of 5 million pounds. The fact that he shattered it with a single punch implied that his raw strength exceeded 5 million pounds. Yang Gu and Yang Shui, the siblings, gazed at Long Qingchen as if he were a monster, unable to fathom the terrifying power concealed within such an unassuming physique. Su Qian'er's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed the young man in the green robe. Mo Hung's gaze also flickered with interest as he pointed towards an ancient measuring stone tablet, the pinnacle being the 10th level, capable of enduring a staggering 500 million pounds. Let me see just how much strength you possess. No, my strength is merely a tad over 5 million pounds. Long Qingchen firmly declined. A full-strength measuring stone tablet? What a jest. Displaying 5 million pounds of strength was still within the realm of normalcy, as some individuals naturally endowed with strength could achieve this. However, revealing his full power would be abnormal and could easily arouse suspicion. He remained mindful of his father's and the elder's admonitions. In the outside world, he must never expose his dragon lineage, lest he attract significant trouble. Mo Hung scrutinized him intently, seemingly disappointed yet refraining from further comment. He permitted Yu Yifei to conduct the final 2 assessments, which, as anticipated, met the required standards. Thus, Long Qingchen, Yu Yifei, and Su Qian'er successfully passed the evaluations and officially became disciples of the Spirit Martial Academy. From now on, we are fellow disciples. Yang Shui playfully winked at Long Qingchen. Let us hear you call me senior sister. Yang Gu also expressed his joy, patting Long Qingchen's shoulder and saying, Brother, should you encounter any difficulties in the academy, do not hesitate to speak up. Long Qingchen nodded slightly, replying, Thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Gu laughed heartily, finally hearing him address him as brother. Yang Shui, slightly displeased, glared at Long Qingchen. You haven't called me senior sister yet. Under her persistent insistence, Long Qingchen had no choice but to acquiesce and called her senior sister, much to her satisfaction. Su Qian'er hesitated for a moment. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Long Qingchen. I am Su Qian'er, what is your name? Long Qingchen, I look forward to your guidance, he replied casually. Suddenly recalling something, Su Qian'er's face flushed slightly. Yang Shui observed the two with a peculiar expression, exclaiming, You two are remarkably in sync. Even your words are identical. He merely echoed what Qian'er said earlier. It is hardly a matter of synchronicity. Yu Yifei scoffed, casting a hostile glance at Long Qingchen. He addressed Su Qian'er, Qian'er, as you are new to the Spirit Martial Academy and unfamiliar with many things, it would be wise to refrain from associating with individuals of dubious backgrounds to avoid any ill intentions. Yang Shui rolled her eyes, retorting sarcastically, The one with dubious intentions is likely you. Yu Yifei snorted dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Yang Shui, however, was not inclined to relent. Her gaze flitted between Long Qingchen and Su Qian'er, deliberately exclaiming, I must say, you two make quite the pair. Upon hearing this, Su Qian'er's complexion deepened to a crimson hue, and she lowered her head in silence. Long Qingchen felt a sense of helplessness, perceiving himself as a mere instrument, exploited by Yang Shui to provoke Yu Yifei. Indeed, Yu Yifei was infuriated, retorting, Compatibility is not for you to decide. You are not a matchmaker. Yang Shui replied with a flourish, For the sake of uniting Long Qingchen and Su Qian'er, I wouldn't mind playing the role of a matchmaker. Yu Yifei, visibly agitated, took a deep breath to suppress his fury. Mo Hung watched the trio with a serene smile. Perhaps due to their commendable demeanor, his expression softened considerably. One possessed a 9th-tier martial vein, while the other was endowed with innate strength. Both were commendable. However, Su Qian'er boasted a rare 5th-tier martial vein, which undoubtedly attracted numerous admirers within the academy. If either of you harbors intentions toward her, you must act swiftly. Su Qian'er's face resembled a ripe peach as she murmured, Instructor, I came to Lingwu Academy solely to focus on my cultivation. I am not considering anything else for the time being. Mo Hung laughed heartily, offering no further comment. He gestured to Yang Gu, instructing, Please escort them to register and obtain their disciple identity tokens and other items. Yes, Yang Gu replied, leading the three to the registration area. They paid the tuition fee of 800 taels of silver, their names inscribed in the records. From that moment forth, they officially became disciples of Lingwu Academy. Subsequently, Yanggu escorted them to the storeroom to collect various items. Long Qingchen examined the received belongings, which were akin to those from the Dragon Blood Martial House, a long sword and 3 sets of disciple robes, albeit lacking the monthly stipend. Lingwu Academy did not provide cultivation resources to its disciples. Their resources primarily relied on the support of their respective families, contingent upon their family's foundation. Yang Shui accompanied Su Qian'er to the female disciples' quarters, while Yang Gu and Lin Mu led Long Qingchen and Yu Yifei to the male disciples' lodgings. Long Qingchen and Yu Yifei were assigned to share a room. Long Qingchen reflected with a hint of nostalgia, noting that the Dragon Blood Martial House was far more comfortable, with each disciple enjoying a private cave dwelling, whereas at Lingwu Academy, for disciples shared a single room. He realized that his circumstances in this world had steadily declined. I warn you, in the future, keep your distance from junior sister Qian'er. After Yang Gu and Lin Mu departed, Yu Yifei fixated on him with a menacing glare. His tone blunt. Chapter 71. I will take it seriously. Long Qingchen's eyes narrowed, sharp as a blade, as he stepped forward. What do you intend to do? Yu Yifei stumbled back, perhaps recalling the staggering strength of 500,000 pounds. His complexion paled. This is Lingwu Academy, where fighting among disciples is prohibited. You would do well to refrain from reckless behavior. From now on, do not threaten me lightly. I will take it seriously. Long Qingchen's expression remained impassive. Whether it was Long Fengye or Long Guanjue, those who had threatened him had met their demise. In this room, aside from the 2 individuals, there were 2 others. One was a tall and slender young man, and the other sported a close-cropped hairstyle. The young man with the short hair approached swiftly, positioning himself between Long Qingchen and Yu Yifei, and remarked with a smile, "Gentlemen, arriving at the Spirit Martial Academy with such fervor might not be the wisest choice. Given that we are all under the same roof, it would be far better to coexist harmoniously. Do you wish to transform this place into a battleground?" Yu Yifei let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further. The tall and slender youth was engrossed in perusing a book. He glanced over briefly but returned his attention to the pages without further engagement. The short-haired youth pointed toward the tall one and cheerfully introduced, "This is Lu Ming. And I am Bai Li. What are your names?" "Yu Yifei," came the response. Long Qingchen followed suit, sharing his name. Bai Li seemed to be the sociable type, eager to make friends, while Lu Ming appeared aloof, detached from the affairs at hand. Of course, this was merely an initial impression. The true nature of these individuals would reveal itself in due time. Bai Li continued with a grin, "Our gathering is a fortuitous encounter. Tonight, I shall host. There is a fine tavern near the academy. How about we enjoy a few drinks together to welcome our new junior brothers?" Yu Yifei cast a cold glance at Long Qingchen, stating, "If a certain someone opts out, I would be inclined to attend. However, if that individual joins, my appetite diminishes. Whether you go or not, I am certainly eager for a meal." Long Qingchen replied with a placid gaze. This statement held truth. Ever since arriving in the outside world, he felt perpetually famished, never truly satisfied. Bai Li, exasperated, said, "Must you 2 be like this? I shall attend." Lu Ming muttered without looking up from the ancient texts. Bai Li chuckled, "You attending is irrelevant. I invited the 2 new junior brothers, not you." Clearly, the plan to gather at the tavern had fallen through. Long Qingchen, uninterested in wasting time on meaningless socializing, tidied his sleeping quarters, departed from his residence, and made his way to the library of the Spirit Martial Academy. His objective for venturing into the outside world was unequivocal: to acquire the cultivation techniques of the martial veins and to hone the Devouring Heaven martial vein. Upon arriving at the library and presenting his disciple identity token, he was granted entry. Inside, he beheld rows upon rows of bookshelves, meticulously filled with a variety of texts. Classification of human cultivation levels. Long Qingchen casually picked up a volume and swiftly flipped through its pages. The cultivation levels of humanity can be categorized into 7 realms: the valiant martial realm, the profound martial realm, the blood martial realm, the frenzied martial realm, the combat martial realm, the ethereal martial realm, and the true martial realm. Each of these major realms is further subdivided into 9 tiers: 7 major realms, 9 minor tiers. In truth, the cultivation levels across various races correspond 1-to-1. The only distinction lies in the nature of their training, with no significant differences. Continent of 10,000 races. He picked up another volume and quickly perused its contents. The continent of 10,000 races comprises 13 major domains, including the ancient dragon domain, the eastern domain, the northern domain, and others, all encompassed within. Long Qingchen glanced at the 2 volumes and returned them to their place. In truth, he was well acquainted with this knowledge, as it was vividly etched in the memories of the 9 Reversal Dragon Emperor. However, given that the 9 Reversal Dragon Emperor belonged to an ancient epoch, countless years having elapsed, some alterations were inevitable. He merely sought to validate his understanding. The tomes on the first shelf appeared to be foundational knowledge. After observing for a moment longer, Long Qingchen proceeded to the second level. The second level contained martial techniques. The third level housed agility techniques. And finally, the fourth level contained the essential cultivation methods for refining martial veins. He perused the texts: Fire Elemental Cannon, Golden Control Technique, and Profound Icing Skill. As he examined the various methods, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which technique to cultivate. What attribute does the Devouring Heaven martial vein possess? Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from behind him. Long Qingchen felt a chill as goosebumps prickled his skin. Someone had approached him without his notice. This was indeed astonishing, for his senses had always been remarkably keen. Turning around, he beheld an elderly man, a few paces away. Observing him, the old man was exceedingly frail, hunched, and emaciated, with sparse hair and a face lined with wrinkles resembling the bark of an ancient tree, akin to a withered corpse. I have seen the esteemed elder. Long Qingchen offered a slight bow. I am a new disciple, seeking to find a primary cultivation method. The old man replied, These techniques have been gathered by the sages of the Spirit Martial Academy over generations. They are all commendable methods. Are you dissatisfied? Long Qingchen explained, I am not well versed in the attributes of my martial vein and am uncertain as to which technique aligns with it. The old man's gaze shifted. During the martial vein awakening ceremony, one would discern the attributes of their martial vein. How could you be unaware? Long Qingchen responded, My martial vein did not awaken during the ceremony, but rather stirred to life independently. Thus, I am somewhat unclear. Not wishing to pry further, the old man smiled and said, It matters not if you are unaware of your martial vein's attributes. These texts possess a spirit of their own. Simply attune your heart to them, and they shall reveal to you the appropriate cultivation method. Following his advice, Long Qingchen closed his eyes and silently chanted, Devouring Heaven Martial Vein. Buzz. In the far corner, a dusty bookshelf trembled slightly, emitting a soft glow, seemingly responding to his call. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Long Qingchen exclaimed joyfully, hastening over to retrieve the ancient tome, brushing off the dust as if caressing a beloved companion, unable to part with it. Upon seeing this volume, the old man appeared momentarily entranced, as if speaking to Long Qingchen, yet also lost in his thoughts. This ancient tome was left by the founding master of the Spirit Martial Academy. Since time immemorial, no one has been able to cultivate it, yet now, at last, someone has the potential. Why is there a missing page at the end? Long Qingchen inquired, discovering that the final page had been torn out, causing him to frown. The old man shook his head. Since ancient times, that page has been absent. Long Qingchen felt a twinge of regret, but saw no alternative. May I take this ancient tome with me? The elderly man hesitated. According to the regulations of the library, it was forbidden to remove texts, allowing only for perusal within its confines. However, this ancient tome had remained untouched for quite some time, and thus, an exception could be made. Long Qingchen expressed his gratitude. Thanking the elder profusely, he mentioned that on nights of the full moon, the tome emitted peculiar sounds, leading him to suspect it contained some form of arcane magic, advising caution and vigilance. The elder cast a deep gaze at the tome in Long Qingchen's hands, imparting his warning before gracefully departing. With a single step, he vanished as if he had never existed. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Long Qingchen suddenly felt a chill emanating from the ancient text, causing him to shudder. Yet he could not bring himself to relinquish it. Chapter 72. Dust. Is my name Senior Brother Qingchen? What a coincidence to find you here. A graceful figure appeared at the staircase, her melodious voice jolting Long Qingchen from his reverie. Turning his head, he beheld a young maiden, her beauty pure and enchanting. What captivated him most was the subtle allure that radiated from her innocence, a charm that was neither exaggerated nor feigned, but rather innate and effortless. Long Qing is my surname, and Chun is my given name. Long Qingchen found himself explaining, not entirely understanding why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps it was a common tendency among men to wish to impress a beautiful girl, subconsciously desiring to leave a lasting impression. Regrettably, as soon as he spoke, he felt a twinge of remorse. The clans of dragons were known by their names: Long Qing, the Azure Dragon Clan; Long Jin, the Golden Dragon Clan; Long Bing, the Ice Dragon Clan, and so forth. If someone acquainted with the dragon clans were present, they might harbor doubts. Fortunately, the young lady appeared naive and seemingly unaware of such intricacies. Is that so? My apologies, Senior Brother Chun. I had thought Qingchen was your full name, Xuan'er said. Her cheeks flushed as she stuck out her tongue playfully. It's nothing, Long Qingchen replied indifferently, descending the stairs. Senior Brother Chen. Xuan'er called out to him. Long Qingchen turned back to her. What is it? She pointed to the ancient tome in his hands and gently reminded him, as far as I know, the books in the Spirit Martial Academy library can only be read here and cannot be taken away. It's all right. This tome is an exception. Long Qingchen reassured her as he continued on his way. As he exited, the library's steward cast a few lingering glances at him but did not request the tome's return, clearly indicating that the elder had communicated with him beforehand. Long Qingchen felt a stir of appreciation for the elder's thoughtfulness and inquired, who was that elder? The steward shook his head slightly, stating, if the elder wished to disclose his identity, he would have done so. If he chose not to, then it is not for you to know. Long Qingchen refrained from pressing further, surmising that the elder was likely a scholar of the Spirit Martial Academy. Upon returning to his abode, he found only Lu Ming reclining on a couch, engrossed in his reading. Long Qingchen inadvertently caught sight of the book's title, Essence Absorption Techniques, and his gaze shifted slightly. It was clearly an unorthodox manual. Nevertheless, it must be noted that martial arts are devoid of distinctions between righteousness and wickedness. A practitioner may embody virtue, and even dark arts can be cultivated into the light. Cultivators may embody malevolence, yet even righteous techniques can devolve into darkness. He, however, venerates the strong, adhering to his conscience. The distinction between righteousness and malevolence holds little significance for him. Living under the same roof with a few others feels somewhat uncomfortable. He contemplates whether to rent or purchase a residence outside the academy. Recently arrived at Lingwu Academy, he is still unfamiliar with his surroundings and decides to defer such decisions for a while. Seated cross-legged upon his couch, he begins to peruse ancient texts. This particular technique bears no name nor introduction, directly elucidating the methods of cultivation. After a cursory examination, he finds it profoundly intricate. Fortunately, with the memories of the 9 Reversal Dragon Emperor, comprehension proves relatively accessible. Although the cultivation techniques of the Dragon Clan differ somewhat from those of humanity, they share numerous similarities. The Nameless technique originally comprised 12 tiers, yet now only 11 remain, suggesting that the final page, containing the 12th tier, has been torn away. Currently, he has no use for that last tier. He will devise a method to access it when the time arises. Dragon Qingchen gently shakes his head, dismissing thoughts of the final tier for now. At times, he gazes far into the future, taking one step while considering 10. Other times, he embraces the present, indulging in the pleasures of the moment. After all, why not enjoy life? Yet, the adage rings true. Tomorrow's troubles shall be left for tomorrow. He resolves to commence his cultivation with the first tier, sensing the qi, absorbing it, navigating the circulatory sea, and manipulating the cyclone. Dragon Qingchen slowly closes his eyes, immersing his spirit, silently reciting the Nameless technique. Qi sensation, perceiving the ethereal energies of the world. Buzz. Soon, the Shirtian martial vein responds, trembling slightly, as if his entire being were adorned with eyes, capable of sensing the surrounding spiritual energies. These energies resemble tiny sprites, smaller than neutrons and protons, exhibiting a spectrum of colors. Golden signifies the metal attribute, while purple represents the lightning attribute, and so forth. With the Dragon Clan's cultivation wisdom at his disposal, he understands that they too must absorb spiritual energy and recognizes the attributes represented by the colorful sprites. The Qinglong vein absorbs would attribute energy. But what does the Shirtian martial vein draw upon? This poses a quandary, and he recalls the old man's words from the library. Use your heart to sense, and they will reveal themselves to you. He dismisses further speculation and focuses intently on the Nameless technique. Boom. A myriad of energies surge toward him, akin to moths drawn to a flame, entering his body through countless pores. The Shirtian martial vein seems capable of absorbing all types of spiritual energy. Could it be a universal vein? Dragon Qingchen is astonished. Only at this moment does he grasp the attribute of the Shirtian martial vein. Universal. Upon reflection, it becomes clear. The 7-colored sparrow had once informed him that the Shirtian martial vein can devour various martial veins, which only a universal attribute can accomplish. With a flourish, he follows the trajectory of the Nameless technique, guiding the diverse energies through the extraordinary meridians and major acupoints, refining them through the great circulation, transforming them into 9-colored spiritual power that surges into his dantian. Thunderous, like a stubborn stone, the dantian suddenly shattered, transforming into a vast sea of rotation. Akin to the creation of the heavens and the earth, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The sensation of energy, the absorption, the sea of rotation, followed by the cyclone. All the spiritual energy was transmuted into spiritual power, and the sea of rotation expanded further. Long Qingchen began to harness the spiritual power, morphing it into a cyclone, splitting one into two, and two into four. 4 cyclones. This signified the 4th level of the martial valor realm. Long Qingchen was astounded. In less than half an hour, he had attained the 4th level of the martial valor realm. Such a pace of cultivation was truly terrifying, leaving him with an unsettling feeling, almost as if something was amiss. Senior brother Lu Ming, how long did it take you to reach the martial valor realm from the beginning of your cultivation? He halted his practice, slowly opened his eyes, and gazed quizzically at the tall, slender youth. 6 years. Lu Ming lifted his gaze from the book, casting a curious glance at him, seemingly intrigued by why he would pose such a rudimentary question. 6 years? Long Qingchen's heart trembled. Was 6 years considered fast or slow? Undoubtedly, it was fast. Lu Ming seldom elaborated. I commenced my cultivation at the age of 6 and reached the martial valor realm by the age of 12. In our family, I am regarded as a genius who emerges once every decade. A genius who emerges once every decade? Long Qingchen fell into silence. What did his own accomplishment signify? Attaining the 4th level of the martial valor realm in half an hour, what could this be categorized as? Perhaps the heavenly devouring martial vein possessed a higher grade, facilitating rapid cultivation. Perhaps his lineage endowed him with a unique cultivation experience, yielding results with half the effort. Or perhaps the unnamed technique played a crucial role. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, this was astonishingly swift. This pace of cultivation even instilled a sense of fear within him. Chapter 73. Reporting to the mentor, this terrifying speed of cultivation left Long Qingchen with an unsettling feeling, akin to a person who, after enduring a life of hardship, suddenly wins the lottery, indeed, 10,000 times over. He refrained from further pushing his cultivation. Should he continue, he might leap over the martial valor realm and soar directly into the profound martial realm. He remembered his father's admonitions and the cultivation memories of the 9 reverse dragon emperor, emphasizing the importance of a solid foundation, and decided to stabilize his 4th level martial valor realm before proceeding further. That evening, Yang Gu, accompanied by Yang Shui and Lin Mu, visited him, inquiring if he was comfortable residing there, offering to change his room if necessary. Although he felt a slight aversion towards Yifei, he was too lazy to relocate. The 3 accompanied him to the dining hall for lunch, where they ensured he had plenty of nourishing pills. Subsequently, Yang Gu guided him on a tour of the Spirit Martial Academy, helping him familiarize himself with the surroundings. It must be said that Yang Gu was quite loyal and attentive toward him. Along the way, many disciples greeted Yang Gu, indicating that he enjoyed a favorable reputation among his peers. In the dead of night, Bai Li and Yifei returned, reeking of alcohol, evidently having gone drinking. Their camaraderie evident as they joked and laughed together, seemingly in good spirits. The night passed without incident. The following day, at the lecture hall of the Spirit Martial Academy, Long Qingchen, Su Qian'er, and Yifei stood beside the podium. The 3 newcomers, Yu Yifei, Su Qian'er, and Long Qingchen, were welcomed by everyone. At the podium, a mentor initiated a gentle applause, her voice melodious and soothing, warming the heart upon first hearing and eternally captivating. Another stunning junior sister has arrived. Greetings, junior sister. I am Huang Tsong, 18 years of age, hailing from a respectable family with no enemies, possessing a 5th-tier martial vein and a 6th-level cultivation in the Xuanwu realm. Currently, I am not betrothed, so do keep an eye on me. Leave. My name is Yang Tian, and you too depart. I am Lu Zhimu. The male disciples clamored and applauded fervently, their gazes fervently fixed upon Su Qian'er, as if they wished to applaud her into oblivion. Meanwhile, Yu Yifei and Long Qingchen beside her were completely disregarded, as inconspicuous as air, which at least was not bothersome. They were somewhat of an eyesore. Among the 60 disciples, nearly half were male and half female. Consequently, Su Qian'er garnered an impressive 30 points of attention, captivating the gazes of all the male disciples. In contrast, the female disciples collectively bestowed 30 points of admiration upon Long Qingchen, who earned 25 of those, undeniably due to the admirable aura of the dragon lineage. While Yu Yifei barely received 5 points, Yu Yifei cast a cold glance at the male disciples, seemingly unimpressed by them. You all entered Lingwu Academy on the 3rd day of the 3rd month and have adapted for a month, while these 3 have just arrived. Henceforth, you must take good care of them, the mentor remarked with a hint of exasperation, as if accustomed to the playful demeanor of her disciples. Long Qingchen was taken aback. Not expecting the mentor to be a young woman, likely in her 20s, and a striking beauty at that. Her skin fair and exquisite, her autumn-like eyes glimmering, a delicate nose and cherry lips, nearly flawless, her alluring figure a stark contrast to the youthful female disciples, rendering them pale in comparison. "Hey, you there. Where are your eyes wandering?" One of the male disciples reported to mentor Long Qingchen. "He has been staring at you with a wicked gaze." Noticing Long Qingchen's lingering gaze upon the mentor, the male disciples erupted in laughter. "You can discern wickedness from a mere glance," Long Qingchen retorted, bemused. He had merely stolen a few more glances. Yu Yifei wore a look of disdain, perceiving them as unsophisticated bumpkins. Long Qingchen shot a playful glare at Long Qingchen, but said nothing further and gestured towards several empty seats in the back. "Please take your seats. From now on, these will be yours." Yu Yifei moved to the back row first, selecting a seat, and waved to Su Qian'er, Qian'er Jr.'s sister, "Over here." Su Qian'er's face flushed with embarrassment, hesitating as she pondered whether to sit beside him. "This newcomer, Yu Yifei, is unruly. I must find a chance to tame him." The male disciples regarded him with hostile glares. Yu Yifei remained aloof, completely ignoring them. With a thud, Long Qingchen sauntered over and plopped down. Yu Yifei glared at him. "This seat is not for you. Is this seat inscribed with your name?" Long Qingchen's gaze was unperturbed, while Yu Yifei gritted his teeth, rendered speechless. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air as Su Qian'er settled beside Long Qingchen. Despite the availability of several other seats, she chose not to occupy them. Long Qingchen cast a curious glance in her direction, their eyes meeting, and Su Qian'er, her cheeks flushed, softly remarked, "This is the center," making it easier to hear the lecture. Long Qingchen said little more, spreading out his writing materials. During his time at the Dragon Blood Martial Academy, he refrained from taking notes, for with the memories of the 9 reversal Dragon Emperor, his understanding surpassed that of even the scholars. However, the current circumstances were different. As a novice in the cultivation of spiritual energy, note-taking was essential. Much like him, each disciple before him also had their writing materials laid out. Long Qingchen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It seemed this was yet another elite class. It was no surprise, considering that admission to the Spiritual Martial Academy was indeed a rare accomplishment, akin to being selected from among thousands. I shall not repeat what has already been discussed. You 3 may consult the library for any clarifications or feel free to ask me at any time, said Long Qingchen, casting a glance at Long Qingchen, Yu Yifei, and Su Qian'er, showing particular care for the new arrivals. I will continue with the topic of the purity of spiritual energy. Some cultivators focus solely on enhancing their cultivation levels while neglecting the purity of their energy, which can lead to significant errors. The higher the purity of the spiritual energy, the greater its power, allowing for smoother execution of martial techniques and movements, as well as expedited healing of injuries. Thus, the purity of spiritual energy is of utmost importance. She elaborated extensively on the significance of spiritual energy purity, discussing methods to enhance and maintain it. Long Qingchen was already well aware of these principles. Regardless of the type of power, higher purity yields greater efficacy. The 9 reversal dragon art is a supreme technique, producing extremely pure dragon energy, leaving little room for concern. Although the unnamed technique's rank was still unknown, its produced spiritual energy purity was evidently of a high caliber. Despite his understanding, Long Qingchen diligently took detailed notes to serve as reminders for himself. Suddenly, a splash of ink from nearby marred his notes, rendering them illegible. "Ah, my apologies," Yu Yifei exclaimed, seemingly apologetic, yet a smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth, visible only from Long Qingchen's angle, clearly indicating it was intentional. "Not to worry. Brother Chun, allow me to lend you my notes," Su Qian'er offered, presenting a piece of animal hide paper filled with her delicate handwriting. "Thank you," Long Qingchen replied, rolling up the stained parchment and discarding it carelessly before cleaning the ink from the table. He then accepted her notes, laying them flat before him. Seeing this, Yu Yifei's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, as though he wished to slice Long Qingchen into thin pieces. "Do be more careful next time." Long Qingchen admonished Yu Yifei with a disapproving glance, not dwelling on it further as she resumed her lecture on the purity of spiritual energy. As the disciples attentively absorbed the lecture, a sudden thud reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a fist striking a sandbag. A figure soared through the air, colliding forcefully with the wall. Crack! The wall caved in, leaving the figure deeply embedded within. The disciples gazed in astonishment, momentarily bewildered. Su Qian'er's mouth fell agape. Who else could this figure be but Yu Yifei? How did he ascend into the air? Could it be he was practicing the legendary art of levitation? Long Qingchen gasped in disbelief. "Is this how one flies?" The disciples were left speechless, questioning how Yu Yifei managed to soar. Could he truly be so oblivious to his own capabilities? Long Qingchen. Lu Qingya's delicate face hardened, her eyes glaring furiously at him as she called out his name. Long Qingchen slowly extended his left hand, grasping his right wrist, and feigned an apology. Oh dear, it seems I was the one who struck him. My fist acted on its own accord and unintentionally collided with his face. Lu Qingya's expression darkened. Why don't you say his face collided with your fist? Long Qingchen pondered for a moment, considering the possibility. Shameless. Utterly shameless. The disciples exchanged peculiar glances, believing their own behavior to be disgraceful, only to realize that this new disciple had reached an entirely new level of shamelessness. Yu Yifei extricated himself from the wall, coughing blood. Several bloodied teeth falling from his mouth. A deep imprint of a fist marred his face, turning it a shade reminiscent of liver due to the swelling. His eyes glowed crimson, veins bulging with fury as he glared at Long Qingchen. You did this on purpose. Nonsense, Long Qingchen scoffed internally, though he refrained from voicing such thoughts, instead offering a contrite gaze to Yu Yifei, sincerely stating, I will be more cautious next time. More cautious next time? The disciples exchanged even more peculiar looks. This phrase sounded eerily familiar. They instinctively turned to Lu Qingya, realizing it was precisely what she had just uttered. Lu Qingya trembled with rage, pointing towards the door. Get out. Xuan'er, please lend me your complete notes later, Long Qingchen remarked as he returned the parchment to Su Xuan'er, rising to make his way outside. Su Xuan'er replied, her face flushed. Upon exiting the martial arts hall, basking in the sunlight, Long Qingchen stretched lazily. In pursuit of mastering the Devouring Heaven martial pulse, he had approached the Eastern domain with a humble desire for knowledge, enrolling in the Spirit Martial Academy. He yearned to absorb the teachings diligently. However, just when he sought tranquility, unforeseen troubles inevitably disrupted his plans. To be envied is to be talented, he mused, stroking his chin. The envy he inspired signified his exceptionalism, a notion he clung to for solace. Just yesterday, having commenced the cultivation of spiritual energy, he had already reached the 4th level of the valorous martial realm. His rapid advancement necessitated a period of consolidation to stabilize his cultivation. Thus, he could not afford to break through at this moment. Reflecting on his situation, he found himself at a loss for what to occupy his time. Upon my exit from the ancient dragon domain, although I possessed a modest amount of cultivation resources, I could not afford to squander them recklessly. Moreover, the resources I had accumulated were hardly substantial, resembling more of a small mound than a mountain. It was clear that as my cultivation progressed, these resources would prove insufficient. Taking advantage of my free time, I resolved to earn some supplemental income. With this determination in mind, Long Qingchen departed from the Spirit Martial Academy and inquired for directions to the brokerage, akin to an agency on Earth. Esteemed sir, what services do you require? Our brokerage is the largest in Spirit Martial City, offering a plethora of services, including the buying and selling of servants, property rentals, and trading of cultivation resources. A slender young man approached, his eyes glinting with shrewdness upon noticing the academy's attire I wore. Servants? That sounds intriguing, I mused, but quickly dismissed the notion, almost forgetting my primary intention for visiting the brokerage. I wish to rent a storefront. A storefront? The young man paused momentarily, then quickly grasped my request. Might I inquire what type of establishment you seek? Spacious, ample, and well-lit, I specified, intending to establish a pharmacy. It would be a pity to waste my skills as a 9-star alchemist without reaping the rewards, and I preferred a location with a backyard. Ideally near the Spirit Martial Academy. Please wait a moment. The young man retrieved a ledger from the proprietor and swiftly flipped through its pages, soon identifying a suitable shop located just north of the academy's entrance. However, I sensed his hesitation and interjected, the price is not a concern. I relish dealing with clients like you, forthright and generous. The young man beamed, leading me to inspect the premises. As I offered a tip, I produced a handful of silver coins, at least 10 taels, which elicited great joy from the young man as he gratefully accepted my generosity. Yet, his elation quickly waned when he observed me placing a single minuscule silver fragment in his hands, pocketing the rest. It is not easy to be out here. One must learn to be frugal. Understanding the principle of customer satisfaction, the young man remained courteous, guiding me to the northern gate of the Spirit Martial Academy. After inspecting the shop and its backyard, I found it satisfactory, meeting my criteria. The establishment was less than 50 paces from the academy's entrance, ensuring a constant influx of students and potential patrons. Let us dispense with formalities. What is the rental fee? I interjected. aware that the young man's extensive explanations were merely tactics to inflate the price, for I had traversed from the 21st century and was well versed in commercial strategies. The young man awkwardly smiled. The rent for the shop is 300 taels per month, and the backyard is 120 taels, totaling 420 taels. Should you rent for a full year, the total would be 5,040 taels. Though I can offer a slight discount to 5,000 taels. Long Qingchen retrieved 1,000 taels of gold from his spatial ring and handed it over, equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. Thus, for a year's rent, 5,000 taels of silver would suffice, while the other 5,000 taels should be allocated for the refurbishment of the shop. As for the commission required by the pawnshop, you may deduct it from within. Upon exiting the ancient dragon domain, he had exchanged all the Dragon Clan's gold notes for gold, facilitating transactions in the outside world. Our pawnshop's commission need not come from the young master. The shopkeeper will cover it. Is all 5,000 taels of silver to be devoted solely to the renovation? The lean young man, clutching the heavy gold, widened his eyes, mistakenly believing he had misheard. Indeed, the more opulent, the better. Long Qingchen nodded and briefly outlined his requirements for the decoration. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 1/500. Therefore, 5,000 taels of silver amounts to 7.5 million. To invest 7.5 million in the decoration of a shop may not seem substantial to a practitioner, yet it is unfathomable for common folk, which explains the young man's astonishment. There was no need to worry about the lean young man absconding with the gold. After all, one may escape a monk, but not the abbot. Chapter 75. Yu Fei, not the overlord of the Western Chu. As Long Qingchen passed the martial arena, he observed Yang Gu engaged in a sparring match, surrounded by a dozen onlookers. Yang Shui and Lin Mu were also present, and he strolled over. Much like the Dragon Blood Martial House, the senior students of the Spirit Martial Academy had few classes, primarily focusing on their own cultivation. Aptly reflecting the adage that a master leads you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. Why aren't you attending lectures at the martial hall? Why are you wandering about? Yang Shui inquired, casting him a curious glance. Long Qingchen had no intention of troubling them with the trivial matters concerning Yu Fei, casually remarking that he had just arrived at the Spirit Martial Academy and might still be adjusting. Adjusting? Does that grant one the liberty to skip the martial hall? Does that permit wandering aimlessly? Yang Shui retorted, somewhat exasperated. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet clashing resonated from the arena. Yang Gu's opponent was a young disciple of equal cultivation, both at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, resulting in a balanced contest. After more than 100 exchanges, the victor was determined. Yang Gu appeared slightly more profound in his cultivation and emerged triumphant. This is Long Qingchen. My companions, Xiao Xue and Lin Mu, nearly lost their lives during our training at Taicong Mountain, but fortunately, Brother Qingchen came to our aid, turning peril into safety. He has just arrived at the Spirit Martial Academy, so I kindly ask you all to look after him. Yang Gu casually wiped his brow with his sleeve and approached Long Qingchen, introducing him to the gathered disciples. Next, he introduced each of the 10 or so disciples by name, stating that all present were his friends and that they should become acquainted. Henceforth, they would be brothers. Lin Mu could not help but mutter, beginning to ramble, this life-saving grace may never be repaid. Yang Gu shot him a glare. A life-saving grace is priceless. We must carry gratitude for a lifetime. Lin Mu fell silent. Since he is Brother Yang Gu's comrade, he is our brother as well. From now on, at the Lingwu Academy, should any trouble arise, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. A dozen disciples clasped their fists in greeting, expressing their camaraderie. Long Qingchen also slightly cupped his fists, conveying a sense of brotherhood akin to outlaws pledging their loyalty and preparing to rise against tyranny. It cannot be denied that Yang Gu possesses a remarkable network of friends, truly a man of many acquaintances. Yang Gu laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity with everyone gathered today. Why not establish a brotherhood alliance? In the future, we can support one another in times of need. What do you all think? Excellent. I have long harbored this thought, but had not voiced it until now. Brother Yang Gu's proposal aligns perfectly with my sentiments. Kindred spirits, united in loyalty. Let us name it the Brotherhood Alliance. A house cannot stand without a master, and a serpent cannot move without a head. Brother Yang Gu, with your noble heart, you are undoubtedly the rightful leader. The disciples, filled with fervor, unanimously elected Yang Gu as their leader, their enthusiasm palpable. It was evident that Yang Gu held great esteem among them. He did not decline, smilingly accepting the role, saying, "Then I shall not shy away from this honor." Noticing that Long Qingchen had not expressed his opinion, Yang Gu inquired, "Brother Qingchen, what are your thoughts? The Brotherhood Alliance? It sounds somewhat reminiscent of a clandestine organization. Long Qingchen regarded the situation with a discerning eye. However, in this world where strength reigns supreme, banding together for warmth is not without its merits. I have no objections. Excellent. Yang Gu beamed with satisfaction, patting Long Qingchen on the shoulder. He then prompted the assembly to elect 2 vice leaders, Lin Mu and the young disciple Rin Xiao, who had just been defeated by him. Meanwhile, Yang Shui was appointed as the messenger of the Brotherhood Alliance, the sole female member among them, a rare jewel indeed. Long Qingchen cast a deep glance at the smiling Yang Gu. This seemingly casual arrangement had effectively united these individuals into a formidable force. It was clear that Yang Gu's intentions were premeditated, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. One must not underestimate these dozen or so individuals. All who gain entry into the Lingwu Academy are exceptional talents, selected from hundreds of miles. Their future potential is immense, and once they mature, the Brotherhood Alliance will undoubtedly wield significant influence. Moreover, among them may lie several from prominent families, possessing considerable backing. In high spirits, Yang Gu proclaimed, "To celebrate the formation of the Brotherhood Alliance, let us head to the tavern for a few drinks, my treat. Of course, the leader must treat us." They laughed. Brother Yang Gu has struck it rich at Taicang Mountain, indeed generous. With our hearts united, let us expand the Brotherhood Alliance, ensuring we secure a place of prominence in the eastern region in the future. The disciples, filled with ambition and vigor, were resolute. Long Qingchen could not decline and joined them at the tavern. They drank until nightfall, and fortunately, as cultivators, none succumbed to inebriation. Upon returning to their lodgings, the other 3 were already present. Lu Ming continued to peruse his books, while Long Qingchen unconsciously glanced at the title of one, Dual Cultivation Technique. Just yesterday, Lu Ming had been engrossed in supplementary arts. He seemed to have a peculiar fondness for such arcane practices. Was his nourishment keeping pace? Bai Li and Yu Yifei were drinking quietly, curiously, neither uttering a word, merely engaging in a silent exchange of drinks. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, upon seeing Long Qingchen return, Yu Yifei's expression darkened as he slammed his cup onto the table, shattering it. "Someone is looking for you," he exclaimed, rising abruptly, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Long Qingchen. "Who?" Long Qingchen inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Yu Yifei sneered. "You'll find out once you go." "I have no time," Long Qingchen replied, his demeanor indifferent. It was evident that this was a trap. Yet he was neither a Pei Gong, nor was Yu Yifei a Shichu overlord. Pei Gong needed to show deference to the Shichu overlord. He, however, owed no such courtesy to Yu Yifei. "Are you afraid to go?" Yu Yifei taunted, a trace of contempt creeping into his voice. Long Qingchen's eyes remained placid. "Your provocations are too juvenile. They hold no sway over me." Yu Yifei's face darkened with embarrassment, yet he found himself at a loss. Bai Li suddenly sighed. "Brother Qingchen, we are all living under the same roof in the martial arts hall. Is it too much to ask that you refrain from ambushing Brother Yifei in front of the instructor and dozens of disciples?" "Not at all," Long Qingchen replied coolly. Bai Li was taken aback, his mouth agape like a fish out of water, seemingly overwhelmed with words he could not articulate. Long Qingchen raised a finger to clarify. "That was not an ambush. I do not require such tactics to deal with him." With a roar of rage, Yu Yifei clenched his fists, the bones cracking ominously as if he were about to strike. Long Qingchen remained still, awaiting the moment when Yu Yifei would throw that punch, after which he would counter with precision. The Lingwu Academy had strict regulations against student brawls. It was unwise to initiate violence. However, if Yu Yifei were the first to act, the circumstances would change entirely, and he could unleash his wrath upon Yu Yifei's entire lineage without recognition. Disappointingly, Yu Yifei hesitated, failing to unleash that anticipated blow. Chapter 76. Must we truly engage with full force? On the following day, outside the martial arts hall, 63 disciples stood in 6 straight rows, a picture of solemnity. Long Qingchen occupied the last row, noting the stark contrast from the previous day. The once jovial disciples now wore expressions of grave seriousness, perhaps influenced by the imposing figure of the instructor before them, a robust, middle-aged man exuding an aura of authority even in silence. The Lingwu Academy was divided into the inner and outer courts, each boasting 2 training grounds, one large and one small. The large training ground was primarily for everyday practice and various events, while the smaller one, adjacent to the martial arts hall, was reserved for instruction. At that moment, they were assembled on the small training ground. The middle-aged man cast a stern gaze, sweeping over the faces of each disciple as he spoke slowly. "The newly arrived disciples may not yet be aware, but I am Gu Feng, Mentor Long Qingchen is responsible for instructing you in your cultivation, while I shall impart the skills of martial arts, agility, and practical combat. Standing beside Long Qingchen, Su Qian'er discreetly extended her small hand, presenting him with a scroll of beast skin parchment, whispering, "This is the complete set of notes from yesterday." Long Qingchen accepted it, casting a grateful glance in her direction. Who spoke? Gu Feng's eyes turned icy, clearly having heard the exchange. He bellowed, "Step forward." The disciples fell silent, not daring to breathe. Su Qian'er trembled slightly, her face paling as she hesitated, contemplating whether to step forward. Reporting to the mentor, "It was I?" Long Qingchen's expression remained indifferent as he emerged from the back row and approached Gu Feng. Gu Feng retorted coldly, "I heard a female voice. Are you a woman?" The disciples stifled their laughter, their faces flushing, casting peculiar glances at Long Qingchen. Recalling the memories of the 9 reversed Dragon Emperor, Long Qingchen remembered a secret technique that could alter one's voice. "This is the complete set of notes," he spoke, his voice emanating with Su Qian'er's softness. Reminiscent of freshly steamed rice, light and tender, evoking the sweetness of first love. The disciples were mesmerized. If they closed their eyes, they would surely mistake it for Su Qian'er speaking. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching. Long Qingchen, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "Mentor Gu Feng, is this the voice you heard?" Gu Feng scrutinized him, warning, "Do not think that a mere trivial skill allows you to show off." Long Qingchen bowed slightly, sincerely accepting the admonition. Indeed, such a minor skill did not warrant exhibition. It was merely to alleviate Su Qian'er's embarrassment, a necessity driven by circumstance. Noticing Long Qingchen's acknowledgement, Gu Feng's expression softened somewhat. "Aside from you, 2 other new disciples stepped forward." Su Qian'er, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stepped out, casting a discreet glance at Long Qingchen. Filled with gratitude, Long Qingchen remained composed. This situation arose from him, and thus, it was only right to act accordingly. Yu Yifei also stepped forward, standing before Gu Feng. "I adhere to the principle of tailored teaching, imparting different martial skills, agility, and practical combat based on each disciple's unique circumstances." Gu Feng regarded the 3 of them, commanding, "Demonstrate your most proficient abilities and attack me." Long Qingchen nodded inwardly, approving of Gu Feng's teaching method. Some disciples were bold and robust, suited for hard battles. Others were agile, excelling in swift skirmishes, and there were those who practiced secretive martial techniques, adept in the art of assassination. Each disciple possessed a distinct path of cultivation, and through tailored instruction, each could hone their strengths. "What cultivation direction suits me?" Long Qingchen pondered. Possessing the power of the Azure Dragon, with a wood attribute favoring restoration, he was suited for prolonged combat, essentially, a style of skirmishing. However, following the cultivation of the 9 reverse dragon technique, the power of the Azure Dragon has become exceedingly ferocious, rendering it unsuitable for skirmishes and more appropriate for formidable confrontations. The martial art overlord's 10,000 Dragon's Palm, embodying the essence of utmost yang and strength, likewise lends itself to such vigorous encounters. The movement technique Dragon Wing Flash, possessing unparalleled speed, excels in surprise attacks, adept in the art of the assassin. The Devouring Heaven Martial Vein, though uncontrollable, serves well for self-preservation. In summary, his strengths lie in formidable battles, the assassin's path, and survival. "Please, allow me to begin." Noticing that the 3 did not engage, Gu Feng gestured toward Yu Yifei. "My apologies, master." Yu Yifei clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. Buzz, the blaze martial vein erupted, engulfing his entire being in a crimson glow, resembling a raging inferno, akin to a super scion. Roar! He gathered the crimson spiritual energy in both palms, shaping it into a menacing fire python that roared forth. The Xian-level mid-tier martial technique, Illusory Fire Palm. Although it is merely mid-tier in Xian level, its potency is formidable. He has manifested the fire python, having cultivated it to the 3rd layer, making his strength formidable indeed. This lad possesses considerable might. It seems our intention to teach him a lesson may not be so easily realized. Teach him a lesson for what? Our rival is no longer him, but that dragon Qingchen, who incessantly lingers around Sister Qian'er, harboring ill intentions. Why do I feel that Sister Qian'er is the one trailing behind him? This cannot be attributed to Sister Qian'er. After all, she is still young and inexperienced, easily captivated by him. We must act swiftly to address this and rescue Sister Qian'er. The disciples were somewhat taken aback, their gazes inadvertently casting towards Dragon Qingchen, their expressions unkind. Boom! Gu Feng struck the fire python with his fist, causing sparks to erupt and dispersing the fiery serpent. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the display of the blaze martial veins attributes. If he continues to cultivate in this manner, he is bound for great achievements. Receiving such praise, Yu Yifei rejoiced, bowing once more, adhering to his master's teachings. Gu Feng pointed at Su Qian'er. Su Qian'er did not take action. Instead, she slowly closed her enchanting eyes, seemingly attuning herself. Boom. The clear sky abruptly darkened. Afar, a dark cloud drifted above the training ground. Crack. A bolt of violet lightning descended, cleaving the air with a long fissure. To be able to commune with the power of lightning, Sister Qian'er's martial vein is remarkably strong. It must be at least of the earth tier to achieve such prowess. The disciples were astonished, their gazes becoming increasingly fervent. Unleash. Gu Feng stood firm, not flinching, leaping into the air as his fist surged upward. Boom. The lightning shattered, cascading down like a flurry of purple serpents, darting chaotically across the training ground. The disciples hastily retreated to avoid being caught in the tumult. Like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, Gu Feng gently touched down, casting a commendatory glance at Su Qian'er. You have grasped a fragment of the essence of the purple thunder martial vein, which is commendable. However, there is one aspect that requires your attention. The duration of your perception of the lightning power is somewhat prolonged. Should your adversary strike first, you may find yourself unable to retaliate. Su Qian'er, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, lowered her head as if she had erred. Thank you for your guidance, Master. You need not chastise yourself. With diligent practice, you can indeed shorten that perception time, Gu Feng remarked, a rare smile gracing his features. He then turned his gaze to Long Qingchen. It is your turn now. I have only recently begun my training and have yet to delve into martial techniques. Long Qingchen replied, somewhat hesitant, knowing that techniques such as the Overlord's Dragon Palm and Dragon Wing Flash were off limits. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, then forego the martial techniques and unleash your full strength. Must I truly exert my full strength? Long Qingchen slowly clenched his fist, wavering. Gu Feng, growing impatient, retorted, why all the hesitation? Are you afraid of damaging me? Chapter 77. Again Yu Yifei cast a cold glance at Long Qingchen. Be cautious, Master Gu Feng. He possesses considerable brute strength. If I cannot withstand brute strength, then I ought not to be your instructor, Gu Feng scoffed, waving his hand dismissively at Long Qingchen. Go ahead. Su Qian'er opened her mouth as if to caution Master Gu Feng, but ultimately chose silence. Boom. Long Qingchen, shedding his indecision, summoned 9-colored spiritual power in his fist and struck with great force, cleaving through the air. Gu Feng's expression shifted slightly as he quickly raised his arms to block. Bang! The collision of fist and arms reverberated like a bull crashing against a stone wall, producing a thunderous sound that shook the entire training ground. Thud! 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 Gu Feng staggered back as if intoxicated, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. He retreated 7 steps before managing to dissipate the shockwave. What strength is this? Why does his spiritual power possess 9 colors? With merely a cultivation level of the 4th realm of the martial valor. Such a rarity in 9-colored spiritual power must largely stem from his physical prowess. Gu Feng, who had attained the 4th realm of martial warrior, was somewhat careless. Yet being forced back by a single punch was truly astonishing. His physical strength is formidable indeed. The disciples felt their scalps tingle in alarm as they regarded Long Qingchen, perceiving him as a humanoid beast. Wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Gu Feng regarded Long Qingchen with a peculiar expression. You possess innate divine strength. Your physical power is remarkable, and I need not elaborate further. However, I must address your spiritual power. The 9-colored spiritual energy, while rare, is extraordinarily pure. Each strand can unleash immense might. That said, your cultivation level is too low. This is your sole shortcoming. Strive to elevate your cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Long Qingchen was acutely aware that his primary objective now was to solidly enhance his spiritual power. To elevate a yellow-grade, 3rd-tier martial vein is no trivial endeavor. Yu Yifei sneered, directly exposing Long Qingchen's underlying circumstances. Is it true that he possesses only a yellow-grade, 3rd-tier martial vein? The minimum standard for disciples admitted to the Lingwu Academy is a martial vein of at least the Xian level. How then did he manage to enter the academy? His martial vein is woefully inadequate, and it is destined that he shall not achieve much in the future. He relies solely on his physical strength. But as our cultivation progresses, his brute force will become futile. The disciples murmured in disbelief, their gazes towards Long Qingchen softening somewhat, as if they had found some semblance of balance in their hearts. Long Qingchen remained indifferent, unable to explain, and indifferent to the need to do so. Gu Feng announced, next, you will pair off for battles. Dismissed. Yu Yifei wore a gentle smile, extending an invitation to Su Qian'er. Junior Sister Qian'er, shall we battle together? Junior Sister Qian'er, choose me, and I shall be gentle. Junior Sister Qian'er, I will be your punching bag. I promise not to fight back. Come, feel free to torment me. The male disciples, unwilling to be outdone, flocked around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they regarded Su Qian'er like a pack of ravenous wolves that had unexpectedly stumbled upon a lamb on the desolate plains, ready to tear it apart. The female disciples, visibly irritated, glared at the scene unfolding before them. Su Qian'er's cheeks flushed crimson, her small hands clutching the hem of her garment in a state of confusion as she looked to Long Qingchen for help. She already has someone. Look elsewhere. Long Qingchen remarked, wrapping his arm around Su Qian'er's delicate shoulder as they made their way to a corner of the small martial arena. All right. This intimate gesture rendered Su Qian'er's face a deeper shade of red, yet she did not refuse, walking alongside him towards the corner. Junior Sister Qian'er, my heart aches. It aches so terribly that I can scarcely breathe. Junior Sister Qian'er, if I were a fish, you would be the water. Without water, how could a fish survive? The male disciples lamented, forced to seek other female disciples to battle with. However, the female disciples were a bit annoyed and completely ignored them. The male disciples faced utter despair, resorting to battling among themselves. Yu Yifei cast a dark glare at Long Qingchen's retreating figure, a flicker of cold malice flashing in his eyes. A few female disciples approached him for a match, but he declined. Is no one willing to battle with you? Seeing him alone, Gu Feng kindly approached. Indeed, with 63 disciples, there must be one who is unpaired. I shall battle with you. Yu Yifei's lips twitched, but he dared not refuse, steeling himself to face Gu Feng. Boom. Gu Feng was exceedingly strict and showed no mercy. Within less than 5 moves, Yu Yifei was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, covered in dust and utterly disheveled. Again, Gu Feng beckoned him. With a grimace, Yu Yifei struggled to rise. Boom. In less than 10 moves, he was once again sent sprawling. Not bad, there is progress. Again, Gu Feng gestured once more. Yu Yifei trembled, laboriously getting back on his feet, his expression one of tragic determination, as though he were heading to the gallows. Boom, boom, boom. In less than half an hour of combat, Yu Yifei was sent flying countless times, finally unable to rise again, lying flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from a river. Gu Feng retrieved a bottle of pungent medicinal liquor, approached, and assisted him to sit up. He removed his upper garment and poured the elixir into his palms, applying it to relax his muscles. After the battle, even in exhaustion, one should refrain from lying down and instead apply some of the tincture to invigorate the blood and dispel stasis. As the calloused hands worked the elixir into his circulation, Yu Yifei was overcome with goosebumps, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep silently. The male disciples cast sympathetic glances toward Yu Yifei, their expressions transforming into ones of warmth, as if they had discovered a long-lost brother after 3 centuries. Evidently, they had once experienced similar tribulations. In a corner, the duel between Long Qingchen and Su Qian'er was a visual delight, reminiscent of a pair of celestial beings, akin to the scene in The Smiling Proud Wanderer where Ling Hu Chong battles Yu Ling Shan, a blend of combat and flirtation. Su Qian'er earnestly urged, Senior Brother Chun, apply a bit more force. I can handle it. Reluctantly, Long Qingchen complied. Bang. However, Su Qian'er was utterly unprepared, sent flying and gasping in surprise. Long Qingchen dashed after her, leaping to embrace her, twirling gracefully to the ground, reminiscent of the protagonists in a slow-motion scene from a drama. Yu Yifei glanced over, his face ashen, trembling with suppressed rage. What troubles you? Gu Feng inquired with concern. Is there an injury? Yu Yifei replied in a hushed tone, I am fine, merely struggling to catch my breath. It appeared that the blood had not yet fully circulated. Thus, Gu Feng resumed applying the medicinal liquor with his weathered hands. Yu Yifei felt a profound sense of despair. 3 days later, the slender young man arrived at Lingwu Academy to inform him that the shop renovation was complete and requested an inspection. It is said that money can make even the supernatural bend to one's will. Long Qingchen was uncertain whether wealth could indeed compel the ethereal. Yet he recognized that it certainly expedited tasks. He and the slender young man exited through the northern gate, arriving at the shop. Impressive, Long Qingchen remarked, adopting an authoritative stance, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the resplendent establishment, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the young man's tireless efforts over the past 3 days. Before him lay a shop with green brick flooring and walls painted a brilliant white, featuring 5 rows of exquisite new shelves and a pearwood counter. On the counter rested a fine jade abacus, 3 blank account books, pens, ink, paper, and an inkstone, all meticulously arranged. Below the counter, 20 bamboo woven baskets brimmed with variously colored small porcelain vials, intended for elixirs to be sold to patrons, though currently unfilled. The backyard housed a newly added alchemy room, fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. Most notably, a gilded sign at the entrance caught his eye, boasting 5 bold characters rendered with strength and elegance. Evidently crafted by a skilled artisan. The greatest elixir under heaven? Such audacious claims. A common tactic employed by merchants to attract attention. The disciples entering and exiting Lingwu Academy's northern gate regarded it with disdain, yet could not resist stealing glances, undeniably drawn to its allure. This was precisely the effect he sought. Well done. Long Qingchen patted the shoulder of the slender young man, reaffirming his approval. The young man had meticulously renovated the shop according to his specifications, spending 5,000 taels of silver, equivalent to 750,000. With only a modest amount potentially diverted. Long Qingchen appreciated interacting with individuals like him, those who understood the balance of ambition and restraint, who could be avaricious yet not excessively so. You are a valued patron of our trade, having generously compensated me. This is my duty, he said. The initially apprehensive young man exhaled in relief, a radiant smile illuminating his face. What is your name? Long Qingchen inquired, his thoughts shifting. His primary objective in this realm was to cultivate the devouring sky martial vein, dedicating most of his time to training, which necessitated assistance in managing the shop. With a smile, the young man replied, My name is Ho Lu, but everyone calls me Liuzi. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Liuzi. Long Qingchen nodded slowly. Liuzi, how much silver do you earn at the trade each month? The young man hesitated briefly before responding, It depends. During peak seasons, I can earn over 100 taels. During off-peak times, it may be only a few dozen. On average, I make about 100 taels a month. Long Qingchen scrutinized Ho Lu anew, calculating at 1 tael equating to 1,500. A monthly income of 100 taels amounted to 150,000, equivalent to a senior white-collar worker in Huaxia. Reflecting on his own monthly salary of 1,900 on Earth, which barely matched a fraction of Ho Lu's earnings, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Noticing his dazed expression, Ho Lu mistakenly assumed he found the amount unsatisfactory, his face flushed with embarrassment. This monthly stipend must seem trivial in your eyes. I apologize for the folly. 150,000, and you think it insufficient? How pretentious. Long Qingchen countered. What if I were to offer you double that amount to work with me? Ho Lu paused, contemplating before declining. I appreciate your generous intention, but the trade was founded by a fellow townsman who has treated me well. I cannot abandon him for a higher salary. 5 times, Long Qingchen replied coolly. 5 times. That translated to 500 taels a month, or 750,000. Ho Lu stuttered, his expression torn, as if battling an internal conflict. 10 times. Long Qingchen stated flatly. 1,000 taels per month, translating to 150,000, a salary exceeding $1 million. Very well, Ho Lu said with a wry smile. The salary you offer is simply irresistible. I shall endeavor to serve diligently. Long Qingchen gently patted his shoulder. After all, what did loyalty to a hometown matter when weighed against a tenfold salary? What significance did being a senior white-collar professional hold in the face of such an offer? None at all. As long as the remuneration was substantial, no talent would be beyond reach. What did it matter that he earned 1,900 on Earth? At this moment, he is indeed the one. 2 matters at hand. Long Qingchen raised 2 fingers and immediately began instructing Ho Lu on his tasks. From now on, you shall be the steward here. The first task is to procure various spiritual herbs. Ordinary medicinal materials are of no concern, only spiritual herbs, as I intend to refine elixirs. The second task is to recruit 5 beautiful saleswomen. Preferably, they should be female disciples from the Spirit Martial Academy. The monthly salary is not an issue. Let them distribute flyers at the entrances of the academy. I had thought that the young master would hire an apothecary, but to my surprise, he is an apothecary himself. Ho Lu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he curiously inquired, but what does distributing flyers entail? Long Qingchen explained that it involves printing the shop's name and features on numerous pieces of paper to hand out to the disciples of the Spirit Martial Academy, making it known that an impressive establishment has opened its doors. The young master's methods are truly remarkable, Ho Lu exclaimed. This promotional strategy may be commonplace on Earth, yet here it feels refreshingly novel. Long Qingchen retrieved 10,000 taels of gold from his spatial ring and presented it to him, proclaiming it as the startup capital. Startup capital? Ho Lu momentarily paused, then realized the young master was referring to the initial investment. 16 years have passed, and some habits from Earth are still challenging to eradicate entirely. Long Qingchen pointed to the ledger on the counter, stating that every expense in the shop must be recorded henceforth. Ho Lu nodded in understanding. After conveying all necessary instructions, Long Qingchen finally took his leave. Watching his figure fade away, Ho Lu murmured to himself, the foremost elixir, beautiful saleswomen, distributing flyers, startup capital. This young master is indeed a born entrepreneur. Following such a shrewd boss may prove quite advantageous. Long Qingchen first visited Spirit Martial City to purchase an alchemy furnace. With his current cultivation, he had yet to summon true fire and could not refine elixirs barehanded. Thus, a furnace was essential. Ordinary medicinal materials could only yield basic elixirs, while spiritual herbs were required for crafting high-grade elixirs. Basic elixirs could be purchased with silver, which held no value for him. Hence, he aimed to concoct high-grade elixirs to sell for spirit stones, the true resource he needed for cultivation. Following this, he intended to return to his residence at the Spirit Martial Academy, pack his belongings, and move out. Upon returning, he found Yanggu sitting by his bed, seemingly waiting for him. "Brother Yanggu, is there something you need?" he inquired. "Come, let us go drink. I want to introduce you to a few new brothers who have just joined the alliance," Yanggu replied with a smile, standing up and affectionately placing his arm around Long Qingchen's shoulder as they headed out. "Another drinking session?" Long Qingchen sighed. Packing could wait, and he reluctantly followed Yanggu. As they chatted and laughed along the way, they arrived at the same tavern as before. However, upon entering the private room, Long Qingchen's expression turned cold. He noticed that several disciples from the Brotherhood Alliance were present, along with two familiar faces, Yu Yifei and Bai Li. A stranger, somewhat resembling Yu Yifei, was also there. He must be Yu Yifei's elder brother from the inner sect. Evidently, Yanggu harbored intentions of acting as a lobbyist. Chapter 79. You are quite well. Our Brotherhood Alliance is flourishing remarkably, having welcomed 3 new brothers. Seemingly oblivious to Long Qingchen's indifferent demeanor, Yanggu cheerfully introduced, "These 3 are our newly inducted brothers, Yu Yifei and Bai Li. I shall refrain from elaborating, as you are already acquainted with them, sharing the same quarters." He gestured towards a stranger. "This is Yu Yiming, a disciple from the inner court and the elder brother of Yu Yifei. We are immensely honored to have a disciple from the inner court join our Brotherhood Alliance. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of senior brother Yiming. It is said that he possesses a fire martial pulse of the earth grade and shone brilliantly in last year's annual assessment at the outer court, securing a commendable rank and forcefully gaining entry into the inner court. Both junior brother Yifei and junior brother Bai Li are commendable as well, having been selected for the Spirit Martial Academy before reaching the age of 18, with a bright future ahead." The gathering of disciples, unaware of the past entanglement between Long Qingchen and Yu Yifei, erupted in applause to welcome the newcomers. Yu Yiming cast a fleeting glance at Long Qingchen, then stood, offering a slight bow to the assembly. "It is indeed an honor to join the Brotherhood Alliance alongside such remarkable young talents." Witnessing the camaraderie among the group, Yanggu laughed heartily and feigned seriousness. "There is no need for such formalities. From this point forward, we are all brothers. Continuing to exchange pleasantries would be rather distant. Indeed, from now on, we are brothers. Should any troubles arise, do not hesitate to call upon us, for we are always at your service." The enthusiasm among the disciples surged. Yanggu gestured to 4 waiting maidens, signaling them to bring forth the wine and dishes. The maidens promptly departed and soon returned, carrying 2 large jars of wine. Without needing the maidens to pour, Yanggu, with grandiosity, lifted one of the jars and filled the bowls of his companions, distributing them generously. With a clang, everyone clinked their bowls together and drank heartily. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not, Yanggu refrained from mentioning the matter between Long Qingchen and Yu Yifei, instead warmly urging everyone to drink and dine, creating a lively atmosphere. The wine was aged, yet Long Qingchen found it rather tasteless, drinking with a detached expression. Since Yanggu chose not to address the issue, he too opted for silence, pretending to be oblivious. Truth be told, he felt a tinge of disappointment. A few days prior, when establishing the Brotherhood Alliance, he had presumed Yanggu was merely gathering like-minded friends for mutual support. However, he was taken aback by Yanggu's eagerness to expand the alliance, seemingly without consideration for the suitability of its new members. To him, the quality of the Brotherhood Alliance mattered more than its quantity. Yet, Yanggu was intent on enlarging his influence, a philosophy utterly at odds with his own. Bang! After several more bowls, Linmu could no longer contain himself, slamming his bowl down on the table, clearly agitated. What is the essence of the Brotherhood Alliance? It is a union of brothers, if any random individuals can join. then it ceases to be an alliance of brothers. Might as well rename it the Hodgepodge Alliance. He cast a glance at Yu Yifei, his sarcasm unabashed. Long Qingchen wore a peculiar expression. Although Lin Mu could be rather sharp-tongued at times, he had to concede that this time, he spoke with considerable insight. Yang Xueli's gaze was frigid. Indeed, I too do not agree with indiscriminately accepting everyone. It was evident that she held no affection for Yu Yifei either. The exchange between Lin Mu and Lin Shui abruptly silenced the entire private room. A dozen disciples gradually lowered their wine bowls, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of why Yang Shui and Lin Mu had suddenly turned hostile. What do you mean by that? Yu Yifei's face turned awkward as he abruptly rose, glaring at Lin Mu and Yang Shui. Yang Gu invited us to join. We did not beg to be included, so you ought to clarify that. Bai Li also stood, his expression equally grim. Since this brotherhood does not welcome us, let us depart. While a three-legged toad may be hard to find, a small faction of a dozen people in the Spirit Martial Academy can be found with ease. Yu Yiming slowly extended his hands, grasping the arms of Yu Yifei and Bai Li, urging them to sit down once more. He cast a calm glance at Yu Yifei. Have you forgotten my counsel? Regardless of the situation, one must maintain equanimity. Anger serves no purpose and only leads to a loss of composure. Yu Yifei took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Brother, you are right. Yang Gu looked discontentedly at Lin Mu and Yang Shui. A few days ago, we had a slight misunderstanding with junior brother Yifei. However, it was of little consequence. The ocean can accommodate all rivers. True greatness lies in tolerance. If we lack the capacity to embrace even minor grievances, how can the brotherhood thrive? So that is the reason. Yang Gu's words rang true. Junior brother Lin Mu and junior sister Yang Shui should not be so petty, fixating on trivial matters. The disciples around them suddenly understood and began to persuade Lin Mu and Yang Shui. Lin Mu shot a glance at Yu Yifei. While I am not a miser, I am not overly generous either. Moreover, some individuals are far too arrogant. Associating with such people makes me uncomfortable. Yang Xueli remained silent, her demeanor unmistakably resolute in opposing the inclusion of Yu Yifei and his companions, as if their opinions were of little consequence. Yang Gu disregarded them and turned to Long Qingchen, smiling as he inquired, "What say you, brother Qingchen? I have heard that your relationship with junior brother Yifei has been quite adversarial. If you two can reconcile despite such a poor rapport, it would set a precedent. And Lin Mu and Xiao Xue should have no objections." Long Qingchen inwardly mused, "Here it comes. After such a circuitous route." Yang Gu has finally broached the subject of his conflict with Yu Yifei. When he first met Yang Gu on Taicang Mountain, he seemed quite open and lacking in guile. However, he realized he had misjudged him. This incident revealed that Yang Gu possessed a considerable depth of cunning, contrary to his outwardly affable demeanor. Long Qingchen's gaze remained neutral. My relationship with him has never been good. How can we speak of reconciliation? Yang Gu's smile gradually faltered, and he fell into silence. Indeed, as a cultivator, one must embrace the joys and sorrows of life, avenging grievances in kind and repaying kindness with kindness. To hell with reconciliation. Lin Mu laughed heartily and cast a sidelong glance at Yu Yifei. He was no beauty. Had he been one, perhaps reconciliation could be considered. Ha ha ha. You seek death. Yu Yifei's face flushed crimson as he stood in a fit of rage, fists clenched tightly. Although Yu Yiming had advised him to temper his anger, he could not endure the comparison to a woman. Lin Mu, disdainful, remarked, "We are surrounded by our brothers of the alliance. It is unlikely that I will be the one to perish." Yu Yifei trembled with fury yet refrained from striking out. Throughout this exchange, Yu Yiming remained remarkably composed, as if nothing could stir the calm waters of his heart. Turning to Yang Gu, he spoke blandly, "If that is the case, let us postpone discussions regarding the alliance." He slowly rose and made his way toward the door, then suddenly turned back to cast a meaningful glance at Long Qingchen, saying, "You are quite impressive. You are rather commendable yourself." Long Qingchen replied casually, seemingly unfazed. "Such mutual flattery is commonplace. Anger my brother, and you'll see the consequences." Yu Yifei's eyes brimmed with malice as he scoffed and exited. Bai Li remained silent. Yang Gu sighed softly, reflecting, "Enemies are easy to make but hard to resolve. I initially intended to mediate, yet what necessity is there for this?" Long Qingchen appeared indifferent, adopting the stance of one prepared to face any challenges that may arise. Chapter 80, The Strongest in the Eastern Domain, Dantai Hengtian. Upon returning to the residence of Lingwu Academy, Long Qingchen rolled his bedding into a cylindrical shape and slung it over his shoulder. Lu Ming reclined on the steps, engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, as if the sky might fall without drawing his attention. "I plan to move out," Long Qingchen announced, glancing at the title of the book in Lu Ming's hands, The Art of House Management, suspecting it to be yet another dubious craft. Oh, Lu Ming replied absently. Where did this paper come from? Suddenly, Long Qingchen noticed a crumpled piece of paper on Lu Ming's desk. It bore bold proclamations about the world's finest elixir, claiming that continuous consumption for 3 weeks would guarantee selection into the Inner Academy, personally recommended by the Dean of Lingwu Academy, among other grandiose statements. His expression darkened, evidently. This was a flyer for the impending opening of his apothecary. However, the advertising language was shockingly pedestrian, utterly insufferable. If the Dean of Lingwu Academy were to discover this, who knows if he might scale the walls in the dead of night to confront him? Certainly, it must be said that Ho Lu's efficiency is remarkably swift. Within mere hours, the flyers were prepared and distributed. Even someone as reclusive as Lu Ming received one, indicating that every disciple undoubtedly received a copy. He found this quite satisfactory. Finally lifting his head, Lu Ming wore a look of frustration. He had heard that a new alchemy shop was set to open at the North Gate, enlisting over 100 female disciples to distribute these flyers with great fanfare. On his way to the cafeteria, one of these female disciples intercepted him, forcefully thrusting a flyer into his hand while threatening to follow him daily until he accepted it. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. This alchemy shop was far from a mere fade. It was rumored to have engaged a 9-star alchemist personally to concoct its elixirs. Long Qingchen wore a knowing smile, seizing the opportunity to promote his own establishment. Lu Ming cast a skeptical glance at him. Given that 9-star alchemists were coveted by major factions, how could one end up in a modest alchemy shop? If that were the case, he decided he would certainly pay a visit. Such exquisite potions were not to be missed. Long Qingchen burst into laughter, hoisting his bedding and departing. Uncertain of the reason behind his mirth, Lu Ming shook his head in confusion and continued to peruse The Art of House Management. Brother Chen, where are you headed? Su Qian'er emerged from the library just as he passed by, casting a curious glance at the bedding on his shoulder. I'm moving outside, Long Qingchen replied, his gaze momentarily lingering on her. Their encounters during the entrance examination and now in the library seemed serendipitous, especially considering the vastness of the outer courtyard. The likelihood of meeting the same person elsewhere was remarkably low. I wish to move outside as well, but the accommodations are prohibitively expensive, Su Qian'er admitted, a hint of envy in her voice as she cradled a notebook filled with transcriptions from the library's texts. Are you not accustomed to living within the academy? Long Qingchen inquired. His decision to move outside stemmed from 3 primary reasons. Firstly, as a member of the Dragon Clan, his identity might go unnoticed for a time, but over an extended period, it would inevitably reveal itself. Secondly, he possessed various auxiliary skills related to the 9 Reverse Dragon Emperor and sought to leverage them to accumulate more spirit stones, which would be more convenient living externally. Lastly, Yu Fei harbored a persistent hostility towards him. Although he remained indifferent, cohabiting with a rival was far from pleasant. Su Qian'er looked downcast, puzzled as to what she might have done wrong, for her 3 female seniors in the same residence were consistently unkind towards her. Long Qingchen's expression hardened. It seemed that the intrigues of rivalry were not exclusive to male disciples, as female disciples were equally embroiled in such affairs. He gently patted her delicate shoulder, offering comfort. Silly girl, you have done nothing wrong. They are merely envious of you, jealous of your superior martial veins and of your beauty. Upon hearing this, Su Qian'er felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, casting her gaze downward in silence. Long Qingchen pondered for a moment. The courtyard he had rented was quite spacious, with numerous vacant rooms. If she did not mind, she could move there to reside. Su Qian'er seemed somewhat hesitant. Long Qingchen gazed at her quietly, refraining from persuasion. If she feared the gossip of other disciples, then so be it. He would not force the matter. Thank you, Brother Chen. Ultimately, Su Qian'er resolved to move out. Long Qingchen accompanied her to the building where the female disciples resided. Su Qian'er ascended the stairs and, shortly thereafter, returned with her belongings packed. Let us go. Long Qingchen casually took her luggage and slung it over his shoulder. Lost in thought, Su Qian'er's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, silently trailing behind him. Resembling a maid who had committed a grave error, though it was unlikely one could find a maid as exquisite as her in the world. That is junior sister Qian'er. And that damned Long Qingchen, what could they possibly be doing? Long Qingchen, bearing the bedding and Su Qian'er's belongings, surely could not be moving to live outside, could he? My heavens, junior sister Qian'er is going to cohabitate with him. Our chances are dashed. Just as they were about to exit through the northern gate, they encountered 5 male disciples from the martial arts hall. Their eyes were ablaze with fury, fixated on Long Qingchen. Yet, they did not approach to cause trouble. There was a hint of trepidation in their gazes. Clearly, 3 days prior, Long Qingchen's sheer strength had successfully repelled Mintergu foam, instilling a degree of intimidation. Upon hearing their remarks, Su Qian'er's face reddened even more. She lowered her head, unable to meet their gazes, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Unfortunately, the floor of the spiritual martial academy was impeccably smooth and seamlessly laid. Suddenly, Long Qingchen felt a nudge against his back and turned to see Su Qian'er rubbing her fair forehead, flustered as she apologized. "I'm sorry, Brother Chun. One must watch where one walks." Long Qingchen chuckled helplessly. "Do not concern yourself with them." Su Qian'er replied softly, still keeping her head down. Long Qingchen couldn't help but steal a couple more glances at her, feeling a twinge of sentiment. If only the campus beauties on Earth could possess her striking beauty, which surely warranted a score of 98. One could imagine them perpetually looking upwards, even risking cervical ailments to ensure they were noticed. Yet, she was easily shy, oblivious to the devastating allure of her appearance. The #1 elixir in the world? Such a name. Does he not fear the wind may cause him to trip over his own tongue? To claim that continuous consumption for 3 weeks would effortlessly secure a spot in the inner court? Did the proprietor of this establishment believe that the Spiritual Martial Academy was his personal domain? When he opens, I shall certainly purchase some elixirs to test their efficacy. Should I fail to gain entry into the inner court, I will hold him accountable. A personal recommendation from the dean? Why does he not mention that it was the esteemed Dantai Hongtian, the strongest in the eastern domain, who personally endorsed it? Upon reaching the entrance of the shop, they found it besieged, thronged with at least 1,000 disciples. They clutched flyers, gesturing vehemently at the gilded sign, clearly incensed. Long Qingchen suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He chose not to enter through the main door of the shop, and instead led Su Qian'er around to the back entrance of the courtyard.